Chapter 1. Donghai, Cocoa West Village. Chinha, are you heading out to sea today? An elderly woman called out to a young man standing at the entrance of the butcher's shop. The youth, tall and strikingly handsome, stood nearly 2 meters tall with a demeanor that was both aloof and composed. His dark hair was casually tied back, and his fair skin contrasted with the black robe he wore, adorned with a pattern resembling a ping-pong ball. His hands were gloved in brown leather. What was most unforgettable were his eyes' violet orbs encircled by intricate black markings, emanating an aura of mystery and danger. A faint smile graced the boy's cool visage as he nodded in acknowledgement to the woman. His name was Uchiha Chihe, to be precise. He did not belong to this world. He originally hailed from a planet known as Blue Star, an orphan who inadvertently traversed into the realm of the manga Naruto. Becoming a member of the Uchiha clan that I end this new life. After his second parents bestowed upon him the name Uchiha Chihe, they perished on the battlefield. Utilizing memories from his past life, he forged a friendship with the early incarnation of Nameki's Minato. Upon mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he believed he had acquired sufficient strength for self-preservation. Seizing an opportunity during a mission, he faked his death to remain outside Konoha. Thus, he spent his time in seclusion, relying on his memories from Blue Star to engage in trade with Orochimaru, ultimately succeeding in merging the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans, awakening his own Rinnegan. However, while he reveled in the joy of his newfound ocular prowess, he was ambushed by Orochimaru. Exhausting the newly birthed power of his eyes, he utilized unfamiliar spatial abilities and subsequently lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself on a small island. His body reverted to that of a 6-year-old child. He promptly assessed his post-transformation physical state, relieved to discover that the hard-won Hashirama cells and Rinnegan remained intact, albeit limited in their potential. Due to the regression of his physique and ocular fatigue, having experienced multiple traversals, he quickly steadied his emotions. After spending a day exploring the island, he stumbled upon a village named Cocoa West. In the village, he encountered a woman with winered hair, accompanied by 2 young girls, named Belmere. Instantly, distant memories from his past life resurfaced, revealing that he had entered the world of One Piece. Since he was here, he embraced his circumstances. The villagers were simple and warm-hearted. Although his eyes instilled fear in them, the butcher's wife, Lisa, felt compassion for the 6-year-old wanderer and took him in. Thus, he settled in the village, patiently awaiting his physical development and acclimatizing to the powers of his eyes. Now a decade had passed. This year, he turned 16. It is about time. Although the exhaustion I experienced prevented my Rinnegan's unique abilities from fully manifesting, the peculiarities of food and other aspects in the pirate world seemed to have fostered a stronger physical development than before. The Hashirama cells have perfectly integrated with my body indeed. This world is a veritable treasure trove of vitality. Perhaps this misfortune has turned into a blessing? Uchiha Chihe mused, clenching his fists and feeling the surge of power within. Kien's emotions swelled with fervor. Based on his estimations from the combat prowess displayed in the anime of his previous life, he believed that, without employing any special abilities, he had already attained the strength equivalent to an ordinary vice admiral in the Navy, though he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the level of an admiral. However, he was confident that with the further development of his physique and subsequent exposure to the power dynamics of the pirate world, surpassing the Chihe of his former life and ascending to the pinnacle of this realm was inevitable, and the time required for this transformation would be brief. It was time to venture out to sea and explore this world of pirates. Perhaps he could break through once more and become a true sage of the 6 paths. In this life, he intended to temporarily enlist in the Navy. That on one hand, his identity as a former Earthling instilled in him a greater affinity for the military. He felt averse to becoming a pirate, as although the Navy in this world had its share of corruption and shortcomings, it was fundamentally more righteous and, after all, an official entity. Conversely, most pirates, aside from select few from the protagonist group, were ruthless marauders, engaging in heinous acts of pillaging and murder. Chihe did not consider himself a bleeding heart during his time in the Naruto world. He had dealt with those who crossed him as necessary, yet he maintained his own moral compass. That, on the other hand, joining the Navy would allow him to study the power system of this world and offer him greater opportunities to engage with the unique traits of the pirate realm, particularly the devil fruits. He had no intention of consuming a devil fruit, as he possessed the Rinnegan and already mastered 6 transformations of chakra nature. Thus, the significance of a natural type fruit was minimal. Moreover, the myriad ninjutsu he had replicated during his time with the Sharingan did not necessitate the so-called superhuman type. As for the animal type, it was of little use to him. given that he had already attained sage abilities through the cells of Hashirama. Therefore, why burden himself with an additional flaw? Yet, he harbored a thought he wished to explore. Could the hungry ghost path of his Rinnegan exert influence over the abilities or users of devil fruits? Could he potentially utilize the powers of a devil fruit to further evolve his Rinnegan? He sensed that this might be the key to his breakthrough. Setting aside his thoughts, Chienha resolved to embark on one last fishing expedition, intending to catch a larger haul, for after his departure, his grandmother might face a scarcity of supplies. Chienha set sail on his small boat, navigating to a bountiful fishing ground. He cast a large net into the ocean and reclined on his vessel for a brief respite. In the world of One Piece, the fishing resources were abundant, and soon he felt his boat begin to sway. With a single hand, he tugged at the fishing net, and it emerged, laden with a plethora of fish and shrimp, all thrashing desperately within. Raising his hand, Chienha unleashed a minor lightning technique, the lightning release. New energy fishing net technique. A concentrated surge of electricity emanated from his palm, enveloping the entire net in an instant, causing the fish and shrimp to yield to the new energy, instantly calming their frantic struggles. A fruitful harvest, Chienha mused contentedly as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged across the ocean's surface, and a gigantic eel's head emerged. Following closely, a substantial portion of its body breached the water, stretching several dozen meters in length, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Chienha and the game he held. This is Sea King. Surely, it cannot be the only one in this region. Chienha thought impassively, gazing at the formidable creature before him. In the Eastern Sea, one of the 4 oceanic domains, particularly in such a remote area, sea kings were indeed a rarity. Yet, despite its intimidating appearance, to Chienha, it was merely a larger fish. After witnessing the cataclysmic power of tailed beasts in the world of Naruto, he regarded the oversized sea king as hardly a threat. Very well, I shall use you to test the prowess of these eyes, albeit a bit of an overkill, Chienha remarked, lifting his gaze towards the sea king. The creature observed the diminutive human below, contemplating a feast on the assortment of prey in his grasp. Upon noticing Chienha's upward glance, it met his piercing purple eyes. Instinctively gripped by a suffocating dread, it attempted to flee, but alas, it was too late. The illusion of the Rinnegan unleashed an invisible wave of energy, momentarily stunning the Sea King. Its eyes morphed into the same Rinnegan pattern as Chienha's, vitality rapidly fading. The Rinnegan illusion, a technique once wielded by Sasuke in the original Naruto to subdue several tailed beasts with a mere glance, was evidently a disproportionate response to a creature of this magnitude. Unable to withstand the mental assault, the Sea King's consciousness was obliterated, causing it to collapse onto the water's surface and sink. This is far more effective than any conqueror's haki, Chienha observed as he gazed at the sinking creature. He raised his hand once more, a swirling mass of darkness materializing in his palm. Universal pull. A tremendous gravitational force emanated from Chienha's palm, drawing the enormous carcass of the Sea King upward. He directed the body towards the stern of the ship. Chienha glanced toward the distant island from which they had set sail, estimating the distance. With a slight widening of his Rinnegan, he invoked another technique, Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force radiated outward from Chienha, instantly propelling the Sea King's corpse away until it vanished from sight. It is noteworthy that Chienha possessed his own unique Rinnegan. Unlike Nagato, who required a heavy toll to utilize such powers, his foundation techniques, including Shinra Tensei, bore no burdensome cooldowns, and their potency increased infinitely with his chakra and physical strength. Here, the author establishes that individuals in the world of One Piece possess remarkable physical capabilities. The protagonist, having undergone transformation within this realm, will undoubtedly possess a physique vastly superior to his previous life, facilitating the depiction of his prowess. Watching the Sea King disappear from view, Chienha clapped his hands with satisfaction. Indeed, this is the essence of strategy, preparing provisions before the army moves, as Chika steered his small boat towards the shore, guided by the current propelled by the Sea King. He discovered the lifeless body of the sea creature. Its eyes turned upwards, washed ashore. A throng of villagers had gathered around, chattering animatedly about the sudden appearance of the Sea King. Is that really a Sea King? How could it possibly be here? I have no idea. Could it be a gift from nature? Gift from nature? With such a massive size, it's implausible for the waves to have carried it this far. What about Chika? We must set out to find him. It's perilous out there. Indeed, those who are young and strong, come with me to search for him. We cannot let anything happen. Amidst the crowd stood Belmel, her pink hair a striking contrast to the scene, accompanied by 10-year-old Nami and 12-year-old Nochi. arms crossed, silently observing the body of the Sea King. The lively Nami pointed at the carcass, curiosity bubbling forth as she exclaimed, "Belmel, look, what a colossal fish. I've never seen one so large before. I wonder how Chika is doing. He must have gone fishing today," expressed Nochi, his demeanor more subdued, concern etched on his face. Belmel gently ruffled their heads, her silence reflecting her own worry. Having once served in the Navy, she deduced that the death of the Sea King was not a mere accident, but rather a deliberate act. When did such a formidable creature surface in the East Blue? Could it be the Navy? If it's pirates, that poses a grave threat. My own safety is secondary, but I must protect Nami and Nochi, she thought, her fists clenched resolutely. That moment, Chika had arrived at the corpse, and the villagers quickly gathered around him. "Chika, you've returned. The Sea King has appeared, and Granny Lisa is frantic with worry. Indeed, indeed, you shouldn't venture out to sea lately with the Sea King around. Your little boat would be capsized in an instant." "Chika," Nami and Nochi cried in unison, emerging from the crowd to cling tightly to his legs. "Are you all right, Chika? These two little ones have been terribly worried about you," Belmel interjected, squeezing her way in. Noki's cheeks flushed as he silently clung to Chika, while Nami, like a lit firecracker, sprang away from his legs, exclaiming that she was not worried, just concerned about the prospect of having no one to catch fish for her in the future. Feeling the warmth of the villagers' concern enveloping him, Chika experienced a profound sense of solace. Such care was invaluable to him, especially after years of trepidation in the world of Naruto. Shaking his head with a smile, he addressed the gathering. "I'm fine. Thank you all for your concern. As for the danger, there's no need for alarm. The Sea King is my quarry." Upon hearing this, an unexpected hush fell over the crowd, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed at him. After a while, Mokigo suddenly stretched her hand and jumped a few times. China looked at her curiously, realizing that her behavior was somewhat silly. With a flushed face, Mokigo worriedly murmured, "Chinha, had you been stunned by shock? Or do you have a fever?" Beside her, Nami wore a similar expression, as if to say, "I feel the same way." As soon as she spoke, the surrounding villagers erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, Chinha, even the children think you're a bit odd. You usually seem so aloof. Who would have thought you had a knack for telling bad jokes? Ha ha ha." Another wave of laughter followed. However, Belmir did not join in. She observed the young man before her, intuitively sensing that he had not told any joke at all. She knew Chinha was no ordinary person. After all, the oppressive aura emanating from his eyes was far too intense for anyone to dismiss as mere peculiarity. The villagers, during their everyday interactions, had subconsciously avoided his gaze, or perhaps, through prolonged acquaintance, they had come to recognize Chinha as a good person. Overlooking his distinctiveness, Chinha remained unperturbed. He said nothing, only raised his hand towards the Sea King, softly uttering 4 words, "Shinra Tensei." Thus, the corpse of the Sea King was propelled several hundred meters away, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. "Chinha, are you a fairy?" "No." "Chinha, do you want to eat me?" "Very much." "Chinha, can you teach me that move? Once I learn it, I won't be afraid of Belmir punishing me anymore." On their way back, Nami clung to Chinha, chattering incessantly, while Nwokigo shook her head helplessly, repeatedly tugging at Nami, who kept sticking close to Chinha. "When you grow a bit more mature, like Machigeo, I might consider teaching you," Chinha said, playfully flicking Nami on the forehead, producing a delightful sound. He rubbed his hands together, quite satisfied with the sensation from earlier. Nami pouted, her hands covering her head, looking at him in annoyance. "You stingy guy. I see you only like Machigeo. Woe is me. Don't you cherish me anymore?" Nami's antics caused Machigeo to blush, and in irritation, she gave Nami's little head another smack while shyly glancing at Chinha. However, her subtle actions did not escape Kien's keen eyes. After all, with the exceptional genes of the Uchiha clan and his slightly aloof demeanor, he had an immense allure for these somewhat precocious young girls, coupled with his enigmatic eyes that exuded a dangerous yet irresistible charm. This damned lineage and this damned excellence. Externally, Chinha remained as composed as ever, yet internally, he indulged in a fit of shameless self-admiration. Belmir silently trailed behind them, her gaze fixed intently on Kien's back. What was that power? Was it the power of a devil fruit? Yet she had seen Chinha dive into the sea to catch fish. Weren't devil fruit users typically unable to swim? The myriad of questions rendered the youth before her a veritable enigma, igniting within her an urgent desire to unravel it. Upon entering the village and reaching the parting crossroads, Belmir seemed to have made a resolute decision. She instructed Noki and Nami to return home first, citing some matters she needed to attend to. Though puzzled, Nami and Noki complied and headed back. Once the two departed, only Belmare and Chika remained at the crossroads. Observing Belmer's contemplative demeanor, Chika sensed her desire to inquire about something. He spoke up, "Sister Belmare, is there something on your mind?" Belmare took a deep breath and with caution replied, "Chika, I hope it does not seem too presumptuous, and I assure you I mean no harm, but may I inquire as to who you truly are? After all, it is quite perplexing for someone with such abilities to reside in this seemingly insignificant corner of the East Sea for a decade. Those eyes of yours appear to hold more than mere peculiarity. However, if this question makes you uncomfortable, please feel free to disregard it, and do not take it to heart." Birmer unleashed a torrent of inquiries, her 10 fingers intertwined, anxiously awaiting Chienha's response. Chienha cast a deep glance at her, then revealed a smile. He held a profound admiration for Belmere, having seen her in the anime, though her strength was not formidable. The poignant scene of her and Nami smiling in the face of death deeply moved him. He recognized her as a truly good person. Thus, he harbored no ill feelings regarding her inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, Chienha spoke in a measured tone, "It is of no consequence. Simply understand that I am not a villain. As for these eyes, you may perceive them as a hereditary gift of my family, known as the Rinnegan. The eyes of the sage. The technique I employed a moment ago was released through them. It is merely one aspect of my abilities. As for my lineage, I hail from the sage's bloodline, the Uchiha clan. The names Sage, Uchiha, and Rinnegan, along with the mention of a unique power, sent a tremor through Belmere's heart. Although she had never heard of the Uchiha clan, Chienha's demeanor suggested it must be an exceptionally powerful lineage. As Chika observed Belmere standing there in silence, she continued, "Certain events have transpired, leading to gaps in my memory. However, I still recall that I am the last descendant of my clan in this world. Have you ever pondered why I have remained on this island for so long? I arrived in the village at the tender age of 6. Where could I have ventured at that time?" Belmere, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched her head and replied, "Oh, I see. What are your plans moving forward? With such abilities, you surely don't intend to stay here for a lifetime, do you?" "Well, I'm planning to join the Navy." "Huh." Upon returning home, Chienha first reported his safety to Grandma Lisa and then presented her with the substantial sum of 80 million berries that he had accumulated in his room. This money was earned from the bounties he had collected over the years by skillfully dealing with minor pirate crews, as there were hardly any notable pirate factions in the vicinity. Despite the meager amount he had managed to save over the years, it was more than sufficient for the elderly woman, who was well into her 70s, to live comfortably for the remainder of her days. Grandma Lisa gazed in astonishment at this considerable fortune. When she hesitated to accept it, Chienha quickly reassured her, "Rest assured. I guarantee that this money has been acquired through legitimate means. I intend to join the Navy, and I cannot bear the thought of leaving you alone at home. Please, take this money for your needs." Only then did she feel a sense of relief. She understood that Chienha was a child of integrity, always honest and dependable throughout the years. She carefully stored the money in a chest behind her and turned to look at the boy she had shared her life with for the past decade. Lacking offspring of her own, Grandma Lisa had long regarded Chienha as her own grandson. Now that he was preparing to leave, her heart was naturally filled with reluctance. Yet, she acknowledged that young people must venture forth to explore the world, especially someone as exceptional as Chienha. She reached out and gently patted his waist, her face softening into a kind smile as she said, "Go on, my dear child. I believe you will carve out a remarkable path for yourself. Do not worry about me. The villagers are all very kind. With their presence, I shall be safe. So, venture forth with confidence." Chienha felt a tinge of melancholy as he approached his grandmother, embracing her gently. "I promise I shall not disappoint you. Before long, the vast ocean will know my name, and I will frequently return to visit you." After bidding farewell to Grandma Lisa, Chienha tidied his belongings briefly before setting off to pay a visit to the Belmere family. Both Belmere and Nami, along with Nochi Gao, had been among those with whom he shared a close bond over the past few years. Upon arriving at the doorstep of the Belmere residence, Chienha knocked softly. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a small blue head peeking out. It was Nochi Gao. Upon recognizing Chienha, Nochi Gao's face lit up with joy. However, as her gaze fell upon the small bundle of belongings in his hand, a flicker of realization dimmed her expression. Nevertheless, she quickly replaced it with her most radiant smile and cheerfully called out, "Chienha, go." With a gentle smile, Chienha patted her head and conveyed his intentions. Although she had sensed it long before, the moment Uchiha truly heard the news, her eyes involuntarily reddened. She forced a smile and said, "Brother Chienha, I will go inform Belmel and the others. We should see you off." "No need," he replied. "I am about to leave. Just let them know. I won't be going inside." Suddenly, Uchiha protested. "How can it be so casual? You've lived in the village for 10 years. You can't just leave like this." At that moment, Belmel and Nami emerged from the house, feigning anger as they declared, "Come on. We'll go see you off together." Uchiha turned eagerly to Chienha, her eyes filled with anticipation. Such troublesome bonds. Chienha's words hinted at his predicament, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a smile. "Humph, you stubborn Sundara." Nami, with an insight that transcended the cycles of life, saw through everything. Glaring at Nami, Chienha stepped forward and embraced Uchiha, whose eyes had turned red and whose spirits were low. Hey, brother Chienha." Uchiha seemed a bit embarrassed and struggled slightly. "What is the matter?" "I am leaving. Can I have a moment to hold you?" Chienha said with a serious face. Of course, Uchiha immediately quieted down, though her tightly clenched fist revealed her nervousness. Humph, biased man. At such a moment, Nami's playful banter was indispensable. Ignoring her this time, Chienha prepared to depart. "Let us go," he announced as they reached the shore. "All right, this is where we part ways. Thank you all. Let us say our goodbyes here." "Here?" Belmel looked around the barren surroundings, casting a doubtful glance at Chienha. "Yes, right here." Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, Chienha's body began to levitate into the air. "So, are you truly human?" After a moment, Belmel took a deep breath and asked, her gaze steady, while Nami and Uchiha nodded in agreement. He did not answer, as Chienha's body had already begun to evolve towards the Otsutsuki clan, making it plausible to say he was no longer human. After a moment's contemplation, Chienha produced a uniquely shaped shuriken from his pocket and handed it to Uchiha, instructing, "If any danger arises in the village while I am away, hold this tightly and call my name in your heart. Do you understand?" Uchiha carefully accepted the shuriken, nodding earnestly to indicate that she had taken his words to heart. With a gentle smile, Chika affectionately patted her head. The kunai he wielded was none other than the flying thunder god kunai of the fourth Hokage, endowed with immense chakra and the Rinnegan. He could instantly arrive near the kunai, regardless of the distance, as long as he sensed its signal. He had also left a kunai with Granny Lisa. However, to be prudent, he had made additional preparations, for the threat of the fishman pirates loomed in the years to come. Feeling reassured, Chika's body began to levitate upward. "Farewell, everyone. Noki, Nami, make sure to eat well. I don't want to see you two still as little ones next time." Yes, I remember, Brother Chika. You must promise to come back." Naka's face was already brimming with tears as he shouted toward Chika, who was ascending into the sky. "Humph. I want to listen to you. Just go already. Regardless of how I change, you won't care, will you?" "Partial Chika," Nami said, secretly wiping away her tears while trying to sound defiant. "Go for it, Chika. I look forward to the day you become a Navy Admiral or even a Fleet Admiral." Belmir cried out toward the heavens. Taking one last look at the gathered friends and the village of Kokasia, Chika's gaze was resolute. Then, with a burst of repulsion, he vanished from their sight. "Navy, here I come." In the east blue, after flying over the sea for an entire day, Chika spotted a small island and decided to rest there momentarily. He descended gracefully, surveying his surroundings and noting the lush vegetation. This island should harbor some wildlife. I should find something to eat, he mused. Chienha searched the island thoroughly and ultimately hunted down a massive tiger. He ventured to a clearing, igniting a fire with the art of flame, preparing for a hearty meal. Gazing at the substantial chunk of meat in his hands, he reflected on the characters from the world of pirates. Chienha remarked, "The animals in the pirate world certainly share a singular characteristic. They're enormous. The nutritional content of their meat is astonishing, which explains why the inhabitants here possess such exaggerated physiques." After finishing his meal, Chienha rose, intending to take a brief rest. Suddenly, the sound of a cannon blast caught his attention. Has someone arrived on the island? Could it be a pirate crew? If so, I hope it's a formidable one. That would certainly facilitate my integration into the Navy. With this thought, Chienha tossed aside the remnants of his roasted meat, harnessed his propulsion abilities, and soared towards the source of the sound. On the opposite side of the island, a colossal pirate ship was anchored at the shore, where a group of pirates were exuberantly carving up the carcass of a fierce beast. How pathetic, compared to the Grand Line. Here, a single ordinary cannonball suffices to deal with these creatures. Indeed, The Navy had concentrated the majority of its forces in the Grand Line, rendering the Blandford pirate crew invincible in this locale. At the bow of the ship stood the captain of the Blandford pirate crew, Blandford himself, his very name emblazoned upon the crew, a testament to his arrogance. He was a user of the devil fruit, a Paramecia Type, known as the Dordor fruit. This particular fruit had been consumed by Bruno of CP9, indicating that this individual too was destined for a short life, ultimately unable to escape the clutches of death. However, wielding this power, he ruled over his hometown with an iron fist, convinced of his invincibility, and soon after established his own pirate crew, setting sail for the Grand Line. Consequently, upon reaching the Grand Line, he quickly realized that individuals with powers like his were not only numerous but commonplace. He soon came to acknowledge his insignificance. And during a naval skirmish, he nearly faced obliteration. Had it not been for his exceptional abilities in evasion, he would likely have met a grim fate. Sighing, Blandford composed himself. After all, he had returned from the Grand Line, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Nevertheless, it was an experience akin to those from Blue Star who, having visited grand cities, always returned with a sense of superiority. He called out to his underlings below, "All right, my minions, haul the prey to the clearing. We shall host a grand feast tonight. Tomorrow, we will pay a visit to the villages of this maritime territory, and I am certain they will welcome us with open arms." Ha! The pirates below erupted with excitement, diligently lifting the spoils and preparing to venture deeper into the island. At that moment, an incongruous voice rang out. "Ah, what a pitiful bunch of failures. I hope your captain's bounty isn't too meager." The pirates, upon hearing this, were instantly enraged, looking around frantically, shouting to find the source of the voice and vowing to tear the speaker apart. Yet, after searching for some time, they could not locate anyone. "Stop looking, you fools. He is above you." On board the vessel, Brant, a seasoned navigator of the Grand Line, discerned the figure of Chica, who was hovering in the air with arms crossed. Could he also be a devil fruit user capable of flight? How troublesome it is to contend with someone who possesses such a skill. Observing Chica aloft, Brant inquired, "Bounty hunter, are you?" "Bounty hunter?" Chica shook his head. "You are mistaken. I merely require your heads as a token for my induction into the Navy." "What? You insolent brat. Do not presume that your ability to fly renders you invincible. Dare you descend and engage with us?" shouted a brash henchman. "Such noise," Chica remarked, raising his hand towards the most vociferous of the group. "Why don't you come up here and play?" With a resonant hum, the universal attraction activated. The brash henchman, now gripped by an inexplicable force, found himself uncontrollably lifted into the sky, soon aligning shoulder to shoulder with Chica. "Now that I stand before you, what do you wish to do?" Gulping in trepidation, the henchman opened his mouth, but Chica, growing impatient, interjected, "Never mind, you may as well return. Your appearance is quite repulsive." With that, Chica released the power he had cast upon him, and the henchman plummeted from a height of 100 meters with a sharp thud, leaving behind a gruesome splatter on the ground. In an instant, their ranks had inexplicably lost a comrade, unsettling the remaining pirates. "Damn it, not only can he fly, but he can also make others fly? How do we contend with this? We can't even touch him. Why are we so unfortunate to encounter such a formidable foe in the East Blue?" The pirates were visibly shaken, with some even stealthily retreating towards their ship. Bang! A small captain among the pirates fired a shot into the air, momentarily silencing the crowd. "Everyone, gather yourselves. We have encountered all manner of devil fruit users on the Grand Line. Let us not forget that our captain is also a user. Flight is not insurmountable." Seeing the morale of the crew wavering before the battle had even commenced, another leader hastily attempted to bolster their spirits. At his words, the pirates' emotions stabilized somewhat, offering each other reassurances. "Indeed, our captain is the renowned Brant, with a bounty of 100 million berries. He will certainly find a way to deal with this airborne brat." "Exactly. You wretched flying imp, you had best not flee. Our captain will soon demonstrate the terror of pirates to you." "Wait, where's our captain?" The pirates were taken aback, swiftly turning to gaze in the direction of their ship, only to find that Brant, who had been at the bow, had vanished without a trace. Could it be that the captain has fled? A sense of despair washed over the pirates. Meanwhile, Chica remained suspended in the air, awaiting his next move. As the pirate crew erupted into chaos, he witnessed the captain named Brand conjuring a door from thin air and leaping through it. Suddenly, Kihara turned to an empty expanse and spoke. "Come forth. If you intend to launch a surprise attack, I advise you to abandon that notion." However, no response came. as if Kihara were merely engaging in soliloquy. It appears you wish for me to draw you out. Chihe focused his gaze on a particular point, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Rinnegan, a space-manipulating ability demonstrated by Kaguya and Naruto, proved to be exceptionally effective for traversing dimensions. However, the portal could not be opened instantaneously, rendering it somewhat less advantageous in battles against formidable foes. Its strength lay in its remarkable functionality. Yet, in the current situation, where he faced an opponent skilled in spatial abilities, this power was undoubtedly the most effective choice. Before long, a black hole materialized in the space Chihe had been observing, and Brand appeared within it. At that moment, Brand's complexion turned ashen. Ever since acquiring the Dordor fruit, he had managed to escape numerous seemingly insurmountable adversaries, relying on the extraordinary, almost overpowered capabilities of his fruit. Moments ago, while within the confines of the Dordor space, he had heard Chihe's voice and felt the weight of his gaze penetrating through dimensions, stirring a flicker of unease within him. However, bolstered by confidence in his fruit's abilities, he had temporarily quelled his apprehension, biding his time for an opportunity when Chihe would let his guard down, poised to strike. To his dismay, Chihe had opened his Dordor space, exposing him completely. In that instant, Brand felt akin to a young maiden, unceremoniously dragged from her chamber, laid bare for all to see. This was a true predicament. Witnessing his once prized ability rendered trivial before Chihe, thoughts of retreat began to creep into Brand's mind. He recognized that with Chihe's capabilities, escape was now an impossibility. Could you spare me? I would gladly relinquish all my treasures to you. They are undoubtedly worth more than my bounty. At that moment, pride faded into insignificance, and all Brand desired was to preserve his life. Chihe tilted his head, yet declared, "But if I kill you, everything will belong to me." "No, it's different. If I die, you will never find them," Brand hurriedly responded. The treasure was naturally stored within his own spatial realm. Upon his demise, this space would vanish. Even if the next wielder were to unlock it, it would not be the same realm, serving as his final safeguard. However, the unfolding scene plunged him into despair. Chihe utilized the same technique as before, extracting countless chests from a dark void, each filled with Brand's accumulated wealth over the years. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the bitter end." Faced with the loss of his last trump card, Brand resorted to desperation. Armament. A layer of dark material enveloped his right hand, which he thrust violently towards Chihe's face. Smack! Brand stared in disbelief as his full-force strike was effortlessly grasped within Chihe's palm. "So, this is the armament hockey. It seems you've learned a thing or two during your time in the Grand Line." Chihe regarded Brand's obsidian fist with a hint of acknowledgement, but then shook his head, lamenting, alas, far too weak. Depriving Brand of any chance to respond, Chihe morphed his palm into a claw, seizing Brand by the throat. As the hungry ghost technique activated, Brand's eyes widened. He felt his vitality swiftly draining away. He yearned to struggle, but his body had evidently betrayed him, leaving him engulfed in boundless despair. Suddenly, Chihe paused the absorption of the hungry ghost technique, realizing it had not yielded the anticipated effects. Indeed, he had envisioned that the reincarnation eye's hungry ghost technique, akin to its portrayal in Naruto, would absorb chakra, essentially energy. In the world of pirates, this translated to haki and the energy within one's body. Yet, Chihe was unsatisfied. He believed the powers of the devil fruit also required physical stamina. Why then had he not sensed this unique force during the absorption? Could it be that the source of a devil fruit's power did not reside within the body? What else could it be, if not the physical form? Of course, a flash of insight struck Chihe. Could it be the soul? Yes, apart from the flesh. What remained but the soul? Acting upon impulse, it was naturally the ability of the human path within the realm of reincarnation that stirred within him. Chihe, gripping the now defenseless Brand, brought his other hand down sharply upon Brand's head, as if seizing something intangible. Brand, reduced to mere eye movements, gazed in terror as a humanoid purple spiritual entity was extracted from his head by Chihe, his body instinctively trembling in response. Indeed, through the eyes of reincarnation, Chihe discerned a writhing mass of black energy situated at the heart of Brand's soul, directly invoking the power of the hungry ghost path. That struggling black mass appeared to seek escape, yet it was utterly powerless against the formidable pull of the hungry ghost path, and was swiftly drawn into Chihe's being. As the ability entered his body, Chihe felt a peculiar energy surge within him, rapidly coursing towards his eyes. ultimately forming a black magatama upon the intricate patterns of his right eye. Chihe sensed an unusual phenomenon in his eyes and conjured a small water curtain in the air using water manipulation. Through this curtain, he beheld an additional tomoe nestled within his right eye. Was this not the tomoe of Sasuke's Rinnegan? Although it was but a single tomoe, Chihe was overwhelmed with joy. For he had not anticipated that by harnessing the power of the devil fruit, his Rinnegan could evolve once more, and so effortlessly. Referring to Sasuke's eye as a benchmark, a single Rinnegan could accommodate 6 tomoes. Thus, possessing a pair of Rinnegan meant he could harbor 12 tomoes, equating to the absorption of 12 devil fruits. Chihe was genuinely elated, for discovering the method of evolution for his Rinnegan signified that he was one step closer to the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths. With a mere gesture, he sliced through the space before him, and a doorway materialized right in front of him. Chihe gazed contentedly at the spatial gate before him, reflecting on the unexpected ease with which events had unfolded. It dawned on him that he could indeed replicate Blackbeard's methods, perhaps even surpass them. This battle had yielded abundant rewards, and with that in mind, Chihe shifted his focus to the lifeless form of Brand. As the soul was extracted, Brand's eyes turned a ghostly white, marking his irrevocable demise. Discarding Brand's corpse as one might throw away refuse, it met the same fate as the previous minion. With a resounding thud, yet another fresh pile of human-shaped flesh appeared upon the ground. As for why it hadn't been reduced to mere pulp, after all, he was a pirate captain returned from the Grand Line. Was it so surprising that his body remained somewhat robust? The transformation from Brand's initial strike to his current state had transpired in less than 5 minutes, and the pirates on the ground were still in shock, unaware that their captain had already been reduced to this grotesque form. Gradually, a tremor of fear rippled through the ranks of pirates, and one voice broke the silence. Run! Run! A demon! He is a demon! How can he wield the captain's powers? Yet, amidst their panic, thoughts of vengeance were cast aside, as survival took precedence. The pirates, utterly demoralized, scattered like headless flies. Truly a wretched sight. Observing the disarray below, Chihe felt his mood dampened and contemplated which ability to employ for a little cleanup. Well then, let us proceed with this technique. As Chihe's eyes sparkled with inspiration, he clasped his hands together, raising his index fingers. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly, unleashing the technique of fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from his lips, transforming instantaneously into a vast inferno that engulfed the entire pirate crew, rushing towards the fleeing marauders and swiftly consuming them whole. It was fire. It was fire. Help me. It's so hot, so hot. Am I dreaming? Please, someone wake me up. I beg you, spare my life. I will be your most loyal subordinate. No, your most faithful dog. Please, grant me mercy. Alas, it was over. The Brand pirates had evaded the Grand Line, only to meet their demise in the weakest of seas, the East Blue. Ha 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 ha. The desperate pleas for mercy, the agonized screams, and the maniacal laughter echoed intermittently through the fiery abyss. Chihe furrowed his brow, feeling he had been too lenient. Thus, he intensified his assault, and silence fell. As the flames dissipated, only heaps of charred remains were left upon the ground. I must take these with me. They are my trophies, Chihe mused, deciding to tidy up the scene. With a gentle grip, he gathered the charred remains, compressing them into a dark orb. He thoughtfully separated the recognizable body of Brand, ensuring it stood apart. Satisfied with his macabre handiwork, Chihe opened his spatial door and cast the spoils inside. He casually tore down the Brand pirates' flag and set their ship ablaze as well. Now, everything was in place. Would this attract the attention of the headquarters? Chihe pondered, dismissing his doubts as he resolved to leave the small island where he had rested for less than a day. Meanwhile, in the office of Admiral Sengoku at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, he rubbed his temples while scrutinizing the military deployment map on his desk, his brow furrowed. Following the dying words of Pirate King Roger, a multitude of pirates had surged into the Grand Line, stretching the Navy's resources thin. Though 3 powerful admirals of the Logia type provided a semblance of security, each presented their own challenges: the lackadaisical Kazuru, who often seemed indifferent, the lethargic Akiji, and the relatively diligent Akainu, whose extreme methods made Sengoku uneasy. Moreover, the 4 emperors of the New World loomed ominously, each possessing the power to obliterate a nation at will, not to mention their formidable subordinates. The Navy was in dire need of fresh talent, particularly individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. Sengoku sighed, lamenting the rarity of such talent. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. A soldier entered, saluted, and presented a din mushy with a serious demeanor. Reporting to the Admiral, Colonel Rod from the East Blue Navy's 155th Division has urgent information to relay to headquarters. The East Blue? Could it be that the brand pirates have begun to cause chaos a few days ago? Those wretched scoundrels of the sea. Sengoku's mood worsened. After nodding for his soldiers to exit, he activated the transponder snail to contact Rod. Hello, this is the Navy headquarters. I am Admiral Sengoku. Colonel Rod, do you have any significant information to report? Rod's transponder snail immediately mimicked an excited expression and spoke. Admiral Sengoku, this is Rod. Our recruitment office has received a remarkably talented new recruit. His name is Uchiha Chihe. A remarkably talented recruit? Sengoku felt a surge of excitement. In these trying times, this news was akin to a timely gift. However, upon recalling that this was from the Navy branch in the East Sea, doubts crept in. After all, it was rather improbable for such exceptional talent to emerge from the weakest sea region. He suspected that Rod, having spent too much time in the East Sea, might be overly enthusiastic about a newcomer who merely possessed some degree of skill. With this thought, Sengoku's initially rising spirits sank once more. I see. Can you elaborate on what makes this recruit so talented? This Uchiha Chihe possesses many abilities. Firstly, he has exceptional physical attributes and seems to have the power to manipulate gravity. He can fly. He can effortlessly lift an entire Navy branch building into the sky and gently set it back down. Nanny? Upon hearing this, Sengoku lost his composure. As the highest-ranking officer of the Navy and one of the few individuals at the pinnacle of combat strength in this world, he recognized the significance of such abilities. Flight and the manipulation of gravity were both extraordinarily powerful skills. Could it be a Paramecia Type devil fruit? Moreover, the fact that Uchiha Chihe could easily elevate an entire Navy building indicated that he had mastered his powers to an impressive degree. Had they truly stumbled upon a gem? At that moment, Rod's voice rang out again. The brand pirates have been single-handedly annihilated by him. The captain has been reduced to cinders, and the other pirates have been turned into a charred mass. He also claims to have the ability to control flames. Rod paused briefly, and he is only 16. Silence. Admiral Sengoku? Seeing that there was no immediate response, Rod worried that Sengoku might find his claims exaggerated and cautiously inquired, I'm here. Sengoku snapped back to reality. His face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed into the transponder snail, Colonel Rod, you have done exceptionally well. The headquarters will immediately dispatch a warship to escort him. During this time, ensure that he experiences our Navy's sincerity. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. After disconnecting the transponder snail, Sengoku exhaled deeply, preparing to arrange for the warship to the East Sea. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open. Sengoku, I want to return to the East Sea to see my grandson. The legendary Admiral Carp from the Navy headquarters burst in, nonchalantly picking his nose as he approached Sengoku's desk, calling out to him with a carefree demeanor. Sengoku, feeling a headache coming on, looked at his friend with exasperation. This man, who often neglected his duties, had even influenced Admiral Akiji to follow suit, all while frequently bothering Sengoku and pilfering his precious senbei. Just as he was about to reprimand this bothersome companion, a sudden inspiration struck Sengoku. He could seize this opportunity to have Carp fetch someone for him. Despite Carp's usual frivolity, his esteemed reputation would undoubtedly convey the Navy's earnestness. Sengoku felt quite astute for this realization, and a warm smile spread across his face. Very well, I grant you leave. Oh, it has been far too long since I last visited my grandson. This time, you shall. Carp was about to protest, as per his usual custom of outright refusal, followed by Sengoku's persistent coaxing and veiled threats until he relented. However, this time, the process seemed remarkably smooth. Carp was taken aback by Sengoku's unusual behavior. Momentarily frozen in place, Sengoku, sensing his own oddity, cleared his throat awkwardly and then spoke with gravity, You may have your leave. But you must also take the opportunity to bring someone back for me. He is at the Navy's 155th branch in the East Blue. Bring someone? Who? A new recruit named Uchiha Chihe. Half a month swiftly passed. At the East Blue Navy's 155th base, in Colonel Rod's office, Chihe sat quietly on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. Meanwhile, Rod remained at his desk, anxiously observing a telephone bug, his demeanor tense. Today marked the arrival of Admiral Carp at their branch. Rod held a profound respect for this legendary figure, who had once cornered the pirate king, Roger, in a dire situation, and Carp's formidable strength was indeed undeniable. Yet, Rod was still somewhat unfamiliar with Carp's personality, fearing he might inadvertently offend this imminent deity with a misstep. Chienha looked up to see Rod wearing a face that betrayed his discomfort, which struck him as rather amusing. Since the morning when Rod had summoned him to the office, he had maintained this posture and expression, as if he were terrified of missing a call from the telephone bug. "You need not be so anxious," Chienha reassured him. "I have some understanding of Vice Admiral Carp. He is quite affable. You should simply present yourself as you truly are." Chienha closed the newspaper and remarked to Rod, who immediately wore a look of dismay. "Goodness, so this newcomer understands naval commanders better than I, who have served in the Navy for decades." However, he dared not show any sign of discontent, as the individual before him was certainly not someone he could afford to provoke. Chienha exhibited little reaction upon encountering Rod, standing up with a lackluster demeanor, preparing to step outside for some fresh air. Suddenly, the long quiet telephone bug sprang to life, its familiar buzzing echoing. Rod, akin to a camel that has just discovered a water source in the desert, eagerly seized the telephone bug and exclaimed, "Moses, this is Colonel Rod from Naval Division 155. Yes, this is the HQ-3 battleship, preparing to dock at your location. Please come out to receive us." "Understood." Rod saluted and promptly called for Chienha, hastily making his way towards the landing point of the battleship, with Chienha following silently behind. Upon reaching the designated area, they found rows of naval personnel standing in neat formation, eagerly awaiting the ship's arrival. As the crowd's anticipation mounted, several members of the base's navy emerged first, swiftly aligning themselves in formation. Shortly thereafter, a robust figure clad in a doghead mask appeared at the ship's hatch. This was none other than Carp. He glanced at the assembled troops and, disregarding the surrounding gazes, boisterously called out, "Where is Colonel Rod?" "Here," replied Rod, jogging forward. Carp scrutinized Rod for a moment, nodded, and then inquired, "Is Uchiha Chihe present?" "He has been delayed in his hometown, and I won't linger long this time. Let us take him with us and head back to headquarters." "I'm here," Chienha responded promptly from among the crowd. Carp turned his gaze towards him, noticing a tall youth with peculiar and enigmatic eyes standing out amidst the naval ranks, giving off an air of distinction. "Is this the exceptionally talented individual Sengoku mentioned?" Carp mused, observing his youthful appearance. He beckoned Chienha closer, stating, "All right, come here. It's time for us to board the ship and return to the naval headquarters." Chienha nodded in acknowledgement, and the surrounding Navy personnel instinctively parted to clear a path for him. He stepped forward, coming to stand beside Carp. Taking a closer look at the youth before him, especially those striking violet eyes, Carp perceived the extraordinary nature of Uchiha Chihe. Quite intriguing. "I must thoroughly assess this young one's capabilities upon returning to headquarters." Resolute in his decision, Carp greeted the subordinate Navy below and, with Chienha in tow, turned back toward the warship. At the bow of Carp's vessel, Chienha waved to the subordinate Navy and Rod below, expressing his gratitude for their care over the past few days. The subordinate Navy, including Rod, felt a swell of emotion. It was rare for someone of such prodigious talent to remember us ordinary folk as he prepared to soar to great heights. "Go for it, Chienha. I look forward to hearing your name again here," Rod exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. In response, Chienha gave Rod a thumbs up. Observing Chienha's actions, Carp couldn't help but elevate his assessment of him. The ability to connect with others and show respect, in Carp's eyes, was sometimes more valuable than sheer strength. After all, his decision to take Kobe as a disciple was largely influenced by this trait. Naturally, Chienha held little interest in Kobe. In a buoyant mood, Carp waved his hand, signaling for departure. The warship then turned its bow toward the Grand Line. Upon reaching the first half of the Grand Line, the Marineford warship docked. Carp, along with Chienha and the other Navy soldiers, disembarked from the vessel. After dismissing the soldiers with a wave, Carp turned to Chienha and said, "Follow me. I shall take you to meet Sengoku, for you are the very person he has expressed a desire to see." Chienha responded affirmatively and followed Carp towards the marshal's office. Along the way, he couldn't help but reflect on the unexpected impact of his performance at the East Blue Navy branch, which had truly surpassed his expectations. Upon arriving at the door of Sengoku's office, Carp did not bother to knock. Instead, he flung the door open with a loud bang and bellowed, "Sengoku, I've brought back the person you wanted. Do you have any senbei? I'm starving." Chienha watched Carp's antics with a mixture of amusement and disbelief, thinking to himself that he truly resembled a character straight from a Blue Star comic, utterly single-minded. However, Chienha held no disdain for him. Such individuals were often the easiest to get along with, devoid of malice. He recalled his experiences with the upper echelons of Konoha during his time in Naruto, where every leader and clan head seemed to possess a multitude of ulterior motives. The constant scheming was exhausting, especially since, as a Uchiha, he was not favored by the higher-ups, and one misstep could cost him his life. In contrast, Garp was the type of person who would reciprocate genuine kindness without fail. Moreover, many of the admirals in the Navy headquarters were quite amiable as well. Regardless of how skewed their sense of justice might be, they still leaned towards the righteous side, which was a significant factor in Chienha's preference for the Navy over pirates. Seated in his office chair, a vein appeared on Sengoku's forehead. He had initially intended to make a wise and dignified impression on Chienha during their first meeting, but that notion had been entirely shattered. Struggling to maintain his composure, Sengoku irritably directed Garp to sit aside. However, Garp was unfazed. He picked at his nose and flicked a shiny black booger onto the face of Sengoku's little lamb companion, instantly adorning its pristine white face with an unsightly beauty mark. Garp, seeing his beloved pet suffer such indignity, Sengoku could no longer hold back his frustration. Just as he was about to erupt, a calm female voice interjected. "All right. You too. How old are you? Settle down and don't embarrass our young friend Chienha any further." As Chienha cautiously peered out, he discovered a silver-haired elderly lady seated upon the sofa, accompanied by a statuesque woman of striking presence. The latter had her long, ebony locks casually gathered at the back of her head, her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with a reddish hue. A delicate nose adorned her face, while a perfectly placed beauty mark on her cherry-red lips accentuated her allure to the utmost. Quite beautiful, Chienha silently rated her with 5 stars in his mind, subsequently deducing that these two individuals were none other than Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy headquarters and her adopted sister, the future candidate for Admiral, Tantata. Both of these women were indeed formidable figures within the naval hierarchy. As Chienha observed them, Crane and Tantata simultaneously noticed the inquisitive Chienha peeking out. With a mere glance, both were captivated by the depths of his eyes. What a mesmerizing pair they were. Swirling black ripples, like whirlpools, danced within, occasionally flashing with a violet luminescence. In unison, they unleashed their haki, sensing a formidable surge of energy emanating from Chienha's gaze, accompanied by an oppressive aura akin to that of Conqueror's haki. An intimidating newcomer. Both women concurrently assessed him in their thoughts. Notably, Tantata's gaze lingered on Chienha's face for a moment longer before she subtly nodded, diverting her attention elsewhere. Chika, perceptive as ever, noticed the scrutiny of the two individuals but paid it no heed. He stepped out from behind Garp and approached the desk of Sengoku. Greeting him with a salute, embodying the essence of a soldier, a principle instilled in him during his time on Blue Star. Excellent. Truly commendable. Sengoku expressed his satisfaction, reflecting on what it means to be a model Navy officer. This is the epitome of a model Navy officer, endowed with remarkable talent, possessing formidable strength, exhibiting courtesy, respecting superiors, and knowing how to vanquish pirates. In stark contrast, what was that individual earlier who merely engaged in the trivial act of picking his nose? Sengoku declared that he did not recognize such a disgrace. Therefore, recruit Chika, given your innate prowess, I intend to make an exceptional arrangement for you to enter the elite training camp of the Navy headquarters, where you will undergo the most rigorous and distinguished education the Navy has to offer. At this juncture, Sengoku paused, fixing his gaze squarely upon Chika, and in a deliberate manner, inquired, "So, are you prepared?" Uchiha Chihe. At this moment, Chika was in high spirits. His arrival here was primarily motivated by a desire to engage with the power structure of the pirate world. The elite training camp of the Navy headquarters was undoubtedly well suited for this purpose, and becoming an officer would also serve as a delightful experience. "Yes, I am prepared." Admiral Sengoku. Without hesitation, Chika responded affirmatively. "Excellent. Allow me to arrange for someone to familiarize you with the headquarters environment," Sengoku declared. To Sengoku's surprise, it was Momotaro who suddenly volunteered for the task. He cast a surprised glance at her. Truth be told, Momotaro held a significant position within the headquarters as Crane's sister. The fact that she had leveraged Garp's leave to bring Chika here was somewhat beyond the norm. Sengoku had initially intended to assign a mid-level officer well-versed in the surroundings. Crane cast a meaningful glance at her foster sister, thinking that the old girl could no longer contain her feelings. Garp, indifferent, sat to the side, unconcerned, as such matters had little bearing on him. Ignoring the gazes in the office, Momotaro confidently stated, I find this young man Chika rather engaging. I would like to get to know him better. Surely, there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Well, since you've taken the initiative, go ahead. It's not a significant matter, Sengoku approved. Momotaro elegantly approached Chika, her high heels clicking against the ground. With one hand on her hip, she smiled teasingly at him and said, "Now then, let us proceed. I am Gion, and I look forward to working with you, Chika." Chika mentally chuckled, thinking, why does she resemble a fairy? Let's not call her Momotaro. She should be named Pink Fox instead. Nonetheless, he maintained a polite smile on his face. I appreciate your guidance, Gion. As they walked side by side through the living area of the Navy headquarters, Chika curiously surveyed his surroundings. The streets were lined with various shops, mostly selling daily necessities, resembling the commercial streets of Blue Star, albeit with a touch more modernity. Being a naval base, the signage and decor were predominantly in shades of blue and white. You can also come here to explore at your leisure, Gion casually remarked. Pick up some fruits or something for yourself. That way, you can grow taller. Shinha found herself at a loss for words at the tender age of 16. She had already reached a remarkable height of nearly 1.9 meters. Yet, in her eyes, it still seemed insufficient. However, upon observing Gion, who appeared to tower over 2 meters, she felt a sense of acceptance. It was simply a regional characteristic. Noticing Shinha's silence, Gion assumed that Shinha was dissatisfied with his stature. Thus, he reassured her, stating that there was no need to be excessively tall. Her current height was quite adequate, especially considering her youth at just 16. Well, I don't really care about that, Gion, Shinha replied, but there's a gentleman over there who seems to be staring at you. Chika noticed a lewd man dressed in brown leisure wear standing at the entrance of a tavern, who had been casting glances in their direction for some time. Thus, he gently warned Gion. Gion turned to look, immediately spotting the man Chika had mentioned. It was impossible to miss him. His presence was striking, but not in the handsome way that Chika was. Rather, his appearance was striking due to its utter grotesqueness. With his hands shoved into his pockets, a crooked smile on his face, and a cigarette dangling from his lips, his large countenance was marred by 2 squinty eyes that, even when opened, would hardly reveal much. He resembled Zhu Beiji from the realm of Blue Star. Oh, I know that man. His name is Kaki, and he is quite bothersome. You should keep your distance from him, Chika remarked, stroking his chin. At that moment, Kaki noticed Gion glancing his way and immediately approached with his sleazy swagger. Miss Gion, it has been a month since I last saw you. You are as beautiful as ever. Please accept my 88th confession, Kaki declared as he stood before Gion and Chika, producing a bouquet of flowers from seemingly nowhere and wearing an expression of deep affection as he professed his feelings. However, Gion did not even spare him a glance. She simply took Chika's hand and attempted to leave. Hey, Miss Gion, don't go. You haven't rejected me this time, Kaki hurriedly called after them, eager to receive Gion's 88th rejection. I'm tired of saying no. You should give up on this. Gion replied with a look of disdain. Why? Am I not handsome enough or not exceptional enough? Kaki incredulously voiced the doubts that lay buried in his heart. Shinha silently observed nearby, pondering the source of such confidence in one's appearance and demeanor to pose such a question. Upon noticing Shinha, Jiangji, disheartened and somewhat dispirited, lowered his head. It was then that he finally recognized the bystander, Shinha, who had been quietly observing. Oh, who might this young gentleman be? With Jiangji finally acknowledging him, Shinha ceased his idle observation and stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, I am a recent recruit in the Navy, and my name is Uchiha Chihe. Ah, greetings. I am Jiangji, he responded, offering a similarly brief introduction. Jiangji mused to himself about the origins of this newcomer, wondering why Gion would personally accompany him, especially when he was so strikingly handsome. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him. Could it be that Gion has taken a liking to him? Reflecting on the sight of the two walking side by side down the street, Jiangji shuddered and stood frozen in place, noticing Jiangji's sudden, thunderstruck demeanor. Shinha was compelled to approach, but as he looked up abruptly, he startled Shinha. Jiangji fixated on Shinha's face with an intensity that made Shinha wonder if he was contemplating a romantic pursuit. After a moment, Jiangji glanced between Gion and Shinha, inhaled deeply, and stated in a tone as if he had discerned everything. Very well, I understand. Wishing you happiness, Gion. Without looking back, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Where did this water come from? Is it raining? Shinha questioned, perplexed by the puddle that had formed on the ground where Jiangji had just stood. No need to worry about him. He's already immune to Gion's behavior, he thought to himself, dismissing it. Oh, Chienha shrugged, turning to follow Gion as they left. Upon arriving at a residential area, Gion pointed to a small building and informed Chienha, "This will be your temporary residence for the next few days. After your graduation, you will be assigned permanent housing." He then gestured towards a nearby villa with a garden, adding, "That is where I reside with Sister Crane. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out. I will be at the headquarters for the next few days." Chienha nodded to indicate his understanding. Noticing that Chienha had no objections regarding his residence, Gion finally offered a few words of advice before taking his leave. Chica stepped into his quaint little building, replenishing his energy and awaiting news from the training camp. He spent 3 days in his abode, during which he dined with Gion once. By a fortunate twist of fate, he encountered Kaki at the restaurant. This unfortunate soul, upon witnessing his idol in close proximity to another man, an interpretation he held, was so distraught that he could not keep his meal down, bursting forth in tears and leaving in a flurry. Of course, Chica had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Gion remained silent, and thus Chica felt no particular concern. On the 4th morning, just after breakfast, Gion arrived to inform Chica that the date for enrollment had arrived, urging him to accompany her immediately to the training camp for registration. Upon their arrival, Chica noted the considerable number of new recruits present, gathered around a central open space where a machine resembling a blue star, the power testing device, stood. This apparatus was akin to the one used in One Piece to measure combat prowess. The officer responsible for the testing had yet to arrive, and the new recruits huddled in small groups, discussing the impending assessments. Each face bore a hint of anxiety, as they were acutely aware of the rarity of their opportunity to join the elite training camp at the naval headquarters. No one wished to falter at the initial hurdle of the power test. Yet, the device was impartial, disregarding any connections one might have. Achieving the passing score would grant entrance to the camp. Simultaneously, it was merciless, for many present were not first-time participants. Despite their rigorous training, they consistently fell short of the required standard. For them, that threshold appeared as an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, Gion was elucidating the details of the test to Chica, instructing him that when his turn arrived, he should unleash his full strength upon the soft pad of the machine. A reading exceeding 300 on the display would signify his success. Chienha expressed his unwavering confidence in achieving the specified goal. However, Shigeyama shook her head, gazing earnestly into Chienha's eyes as she emphasized that the chief instructor of the training camp was the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Many of the current admirals and numerous vice admirals had once been his students. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had already recommended him. Therefore, it was imperative that he give his utmost effort this time and not disappoint. Upon hearing this, Chienha felt a stirring within. Since his arrival at the headquarters, Sengoku had extended considerable support to him, and he was not the type to be an ungrateful ingrate. Thus, he resolved to showcase his abilities. "Rest assured, Shigeyama. Just wait and see," Chienha replied with a confident smile, making a promise. Shigeyama ceased her words, slightly bending to assist Chienha in adjusting his attire, which made him feel a bit embarrassed as he waved his hands in refusal. Shigeyama chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Oh, so you do know how to feel shy. Just remember, when you shine later, you cannot afford to look disheveled with so many eyes upon you." Chienha rolled his eyes and suddenly pinched the hand that Gion had placed on his clothing. Seizing the moment of Gion's distraction, he executed a swift body flicker technique and vanished from the spot. "You little brat. If you have the audacity to touch, then don't run away," Gion exclaimed, shaking his fist at the empty air, playfully cursing, "If you end up losing me later, I'll hold you accountable." Having escaped from Gion, Chienha appeared amidst the crowd awaiting the test, patiently biding his time for it to commence. Before long, the testing officer arrived at the venue, briefly outlining a few essential guidelines before announcing the start of the test, calling forth the names of the participants. The first student to step up was somewhat anxious, managing to achieve a combat power of 280, but fortunately, he was granted a second opportunity. With a readjusted mindset, he recorded a score of 318 on his second attempt, successfully passing. This early success provided a morale boost to the subsequent candidates, who began to follow suit with their own successes. Among the participants, a young man named Benzi and a young woman named Ain caught Chienha's attention. Both displayed commendable abilities, achieving scores of 410 and 520 respectively. In comparison to the majority who barely met the passing threshold, such accomplishments were indeed impressive. However, these scores alone were insufficient for Chienha to remember their names, Rather, it was the names themselves that evoked memories of a particular One Piece film, Z. This film centers around Zephyr's reckless actions after leaving the Navy, with Binzi and Ein closely following him. Notably, they were also among Zephyr's final batch of students, indicating that the incident which led to Zephyr's disillusionment with the Navy, the massacre by Whitebeard II, would occur during this group's maritime training. Regarding this Whitebeard II, Chihe felt no fear. He was confident that once his training was complete, halting such an event would be a trivial matter. Nevertheless, it was prudent to prepare mentally in advance. Gradually, all those around him partook in the testing, leaving Chihe as the last participant. The testing officer glanced at Chihe, who stood calmly in the testing area. It is well known that the first and last individuals to showcase their abilities often attract the most attention from the audience, and they are also more prone to nervousness. However, noting Chihe's composed demeanor, the officer inwardly nodded, thinking to himself that he was indeed the individual the fleet admiral had instructed to observe closely. Positioning Uchiha Chihe as the final contestant was a strategy devised by Sengoku, given the Navy's current manpower shortages. It was imperative to nurture promising talents like Chihe as swiftly as possible. This approach would not only draw greater attention to him but also help in building his reputation, facilitating future assignments in his career while circumventing unnecessary procedures. One could not help but remark that the pressing circumstances of the times had rendered Sengoku somewhat impatient. Uchiha Chihe, the testing officer announced, reading the last name from his list. Your turn. Once again, utilizing the technique of instantaneous movement, Chihe appeared before the testing device. This remarkable display left all present at the testing site utterly astonished. His speed had undeniably made him the center of attention, and the testing officer's eyes widened in disbelief. Such velocity? Is that the technique known as Saru? Where did he acquire such skill? The officer was taken aback, as Chihe's recent maneuver bore an uncanny resemblance to the Navy's sixth technique, Saru. May I begin? Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Chihe inquired of the testing officer. Ah, yes, if you're ready, please proceed, Uchiha Chihe. Receiving the signal to commence, Chihe closed his eyes. The value of his chakra was intrinsically linked to his physical strength and to fully harness his corporeal power. Chihe intended to employ the Sage Mode he had learned from the world of Naruto. In the realm of Dragon Cave, Chika has mastered the Sage Mode, having spent his time outside of the Hidden Leaf Village in the company of Orochimaru. Under his guidance, he ventured into Dragon Cave, where he learned the Sage Mode and subsequently made breakthroughs, evolving towards the dragon's essence. In Sage Mode, Chika's physical form and sensory abilities were significantly enhanced, resulting in a dramatic amplification of his ninjutsu, even elevating the power of his Rinnegan technique severalfold. As he opened his eyes anew, a faint lavender hue graced his eyelids, accentuating the depth of his purple Rinnegan. His entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation, as if he had melded seamlessly with his surroundings. Natural energy surged wildly towards Chika's right hand as he assumed a poised stance, murmuring in a low tone, "Sage art, dragon fist." With no grand spectacle, what appeared to be a simple punch was unleashed towards the testing apparatus. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, sending dust and debris swirling throughout the venue. As the testing device was propelled from a cloud of smoke, with a resounding thud, it struck the ground, prompting the test officer to rush forward for an inspection. The device, crafted from sea stone, was now riddled with myriad cracks. Fortunately, under Chika's careful focus, the display screen remained intact. Gazing at the numbers on the screen, the test officer stood frozen in disbelief for a prolonged moment before stammering out the result. 77,200. Uchiha Chika's score is 7,200. His voice rose to a near shout, igniting a frenzy within the testing arena. 7,200? What kind of figure is that? Even some high-ranking officers cannot achieve such a score. Is the testing apparatus malfunctioning? How can this be possible? Nonsense. Did you not see the damage done to the apparatus? It is made of sea stone. The students who remained in the arena engaged in fervent discussions regarding Chika's recent performance. Suddenly, Shizune, hearing the commotion from outside, assumed an emergency had unfolded and swiftly used Shuunpa to enter the venue. She found the somewhat dazed test officer and inquired about the situation. Upon recognizing her as Major Shizune, the officer hastily recounted the events. Shizune, upon hearing the news, wore an expression of disbelief as she gazed at Chika, who stood at the center of the arena. At that moment, Chika had reverted from Sage Mode. Upon noticing Shizune's entrance, he approached her with a smile, saying, "Sister Shizune, I hope I have lived up to expectations. My performance should be commendable." "You call this commendable?" Enough with the pretentiousness, shall we? Gion silently scoffed in her heart. She had a newfound understanding of the newly acquainted Chica, who had transformed into an old hand at pretense. Gion cast a deep glance at Chica, realizing that given his recent accomplishments, many within the headquarters would soon be restless. Indeed, Chica's remarkable performance swiftly reached the higher echelons. Sengoku, amidst a lively exchange of banter with his old comrade Garp in the office, received news from the training camp, leaving him momentarily stunned in his seat. Oblivious to the love tap he had just endured, Garp, puzzled, looked at his old friend, unable to fathom Sengoku's sudden bewilderment. With a sudden twist, Sengoku turned to Garp, causing Garp to leap from the sofa in fright. Just when Garp anticipated a retaliatory jest for the earlier incident, Sengoku slowly spoke. Uchiha Chihe has achieved a score of 7,200 in the power assessment. What? Even the typically carefree Garp struggled to maintain his composure upon hearing the news. Sobering up, he regarded Sengoku with serious eyes, stating, "Sengoku, you have truly found a monster for the Navy this time." Sengoku nodded in agreement, pondering how Zifa would react to this revelation. In the chief instructor's office, Zifa had also learned of Uchiha Chihe's score. Upon seeing the figures on the documents before him, he looked up at the soldier who delivered the news, his expression clearly one of disbelief. The soldier gulped, reiterating the seriousness of the information. Only then did Zifa reluctantly accept the news. "I understand, you may leave now." He waved his hand dismissively, allowing the soldier to exit, while he rubbed his temples, reflecting on the details in the documents. A new recruit of the Navy, age 16, Uchiha Chihe, who had not consumed a devil fruit. With a power level of 7,200, this combination of information left Zifa momentarily dazed. "This is the promising new recruit Sengoku spoke of? You call this mere promise? This is nothing short of monstrous." Zifa suspected Sengoku was playing a prank on him, ever since his family was tragically slain by pirates. And with the generally mediocre quality of recruits in recent years, Zifa had contemplated fully retiring from the Navy. Upon learning of this, Sengoku had fervently dissuaded him. Acknowledging the Navy's struggles in recent years, Zifa momentarily set aside his retirement thoughts. This mischievous fellow. Zifa inwardly chastised Sengoku. To be fair, Sengoku felt unjustly accused. He had merely intended for Zifa to be aware of such talent, hoping to mentor Chihe properly in the training camp, so as not to squander his potential. Fearing that his words might imply favoritism, he had opted for a more measured approach, never anticipating that Chihe would prove to be so extraordinary. It was astonishing that after the graduation of Akainu and his two comrades, a newcomer of such talent would emerge. It seems the Navy's future still holds promise. Gazing at the photographs of Uchiha Chihe on the document, Zephyr resolved to focus on mentoring this prodigious talent within the training camp, ensuring that his gifts would not be squandered. Particularly concerning was Chihe's character. A second Borisolino could not be allowed to emerge. With this thought in mind, Zephyr rose and made his way to the training camp, eager to observe this remarkable newcomer named Uchiha Chihe. At that moment, Chihe had already secured admission to the elite training camp with the highest scores, blissfully unaware that he was being scrutinized by a purple-haired elder. Currently, he was the subject of conversation among a group of new recruits on the path. "Look, there's Uchiha Chihe, that monster with a combat power of 7,200. Such peculiar eyes. Could he belong to a unique race? How handsome. Stop daydreaming. Look at the beauty beside him and then at yourself. Do you really think anyone would notice you? Get lost." Various exclamations reached Chihe's ears, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. In both the worlds of Naruto and pirates, the atmosphere was always rife with admirers and infatuated individuals. What's the matter? With so many people adoring you, you still wear that expression. Surely, you must be feeling rather pleased with yourself, you proud and reserved fellow. The speaker was Gion, who had also entered alongside Chihe, ostensibly to escort him to his final destination, though one could hardly dismiss the notion that she aimed to prevent any infatuated girls from whisking him away. Certainly not. Enough with the teasing. It was your idea to make such a grand entrance. Now, attempting to lay low has become impossible. Gold will always shine. Talent cannot be concealed. So stop your complaining. As they conversed, the pair arrived at the dormitory of the training camp. Gion halted her steps. "This is where I leave you. I must go now. It will be a while before we see each other again. Try not to miss me too much, little brother Chihe. Enough. It's not like we are parting forever. When I emerge, we shall enjoy a grand meal together." Suddenly, Gion's expression shifted, and with a fierce look, she inquired, "Have you forgotten something?" "Huh." Chica responded, bewildered. "Were you not rather forceful during the test?" Chica felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In the heat of the moment, he had indeed exerted too much strength. With a chuckle, Guion covered her mouth, amused by Chica's flustered demeanor. "Look at how frightened you are. I wouldn't do anything to you." With that, she playfully pinched Chica's cheek. In a fleeting moment, Chica failed to notice and fell into a trap set by Guion, who swiftly elicited laughter from those around. "You were quite nimble there. I had assumed you would not be concerned with such trivialities," Guion remarked, stifling his laughter as he composed himself. He meticulously adjusted Chica's attire, reminiscent of their earlier testing sessions. This time, Chica remained silent, understanding that Guion wished to embrace a cheerful demeanor in light of their impending separation. "Once you graduate from the training camp, should you ascend to the rank of Brigadier General, I shall grant you one condition." "What say you?" Guion suddenly proposed. Chica gazed silently at Guion, where everything spoke without words. "Haha, this is nearly impossible, isn't it, Chica?" As if in a soliloquy, Guion ceased the task of arranging Chica's attire. Chica stepped forward and embraced Guion, softly whispering in her ear, "Is it truly this simple?" "There is hardly any challenge at all." Guion's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly pushed Chica away, leaving behind a hasty remark about ceasing the boasting before fleeing. Chienha gazed at the departing figure of Guion, a smile gracing his lips. "Let us await with bated breath, Sister Guion." After she left, Chienha turned and made his way to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he found that his 3 roommates had already gathered, making him the last to arrive. Among them was a familiar face, Binzi, while the other 2 were characters not present in the original narrative. The moment they spotted Chienha entering, the trio was taken aback, astonished to discover that their roommate was none other than Chienha, the top scorer of the entrance examination, a true star. They all rose to greet him warmly. Chienha responded, and the 4 individuals commenced their self-introductions. The first to speak was a chubby young man with short yellow hair. "Hello everyone, my name is Bridge, hailing from the West Sea. I am a user of the devil fruit, the hook fruit. It is a pleasure to meet you all." Chienha thought to himself, "Isn't this akin to a character from a game in Blue Star?" After Bridge finished his introduction, a rugged young man sporting a scruffy beard swaggered forth. "I am Griefus, also from the West Sea, and I specialize in heavy firearms." With that, he nonchalantly plopped back down onto his bed. Good heavens, have I stumbled into a game world? Chienha found himself in a state of bewilderment. When it was Binzi's turn, he awkwardly spoke up. "My name is Binzi, from the North Sea. I am a user of the devil fruit, the abundant fruit. I look forward to your guidance." Finally, a character that fits the aesthetic. Chienha thought with a sense of relief, before introducing himself. "I am Uchiha Chihe, from the East Sea. I possess a variety of abilities, with a particular fondness for manipulating repulsion and attraction. I have not consumed a devil fruit." The trio couldn't help but wonder simultaneously. How can someone control repulsion and attraction without consuming a devil fruit? However, everyone harbors their own secrets, and as they were still strangers to one another, no one dared to inquire further. With the self-introduction segment concluded, the 4 retreated to their respective beds to rest. For the following day held the opening ceremony in their first training session. On the morrow, the 4 set out together to the training grounds, aligning themselves with others and awaiting the arrival of their instructor. 5 minutes later, a purple-haired Zephyr emerged within their line of sight. He approached the podium with a serious demeanor, scanning the assembled trainees, pausing momentarily at Chienha's position. "Those peculiar eyes must belong to Uchiha Chihe," he deduced. Having identified his key pupil for this session, Zephyr commenced the orientation. "Greetings, I am Zephyr, the chief instructor of the elite training camp. I trust you have heard of my name to some extent, so I shall refrain from further introduction. I believe that all who have arrived here are the elite among elites." At this proclamation, the trainees instinctively raised their heads, their eyes reflecting pride. However, Zephyr's tone shifted abruptly. "But do not presume that being here guarantees an easy path to graduation. I must inform you in advance that we do not tolerate idle and worthless individuals. Henceforth, you will endure the most rigorous and demanding training. Those unable to persevere will have their qualifications for this training camp revoked. Do you understand?" "Understood." Each of them, being elite in their own right, remained unfazed by his words. "Excellent." Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. "Now, let us commence training. Today's focus will be 6 styles." With that, the training began. In an instant, Zifa, who was previously perched atop a high platform, appeared before the academy. Most of the unprepared students were taken aback, while only Qianhe and a select few remained unfazed. What I demonstrated just now was the shaving technique from the 6 forms, a skill that will enable you to enhance your speed. Mastering it will allow you to better approach your foes or evade their attacks. With that, Zifa ascended into the air, standing upon the very fabric of the atmosphere. He gazed down at the students and explained, "This is the moonwalk. Once you have adeptly mastered shaving, you may attempt to tread upon the air, granting you an ability akin to flight. The duration of your suspension will depend on your physical stamina." Next, Zifa lifted one leg, unleashing a swift azure slash that struck a distant boulder with incredible speed, cleaving it in two and leaving behind a smooth, polished surface at the fracture. This is the Gale Kick. It requires considerable strength in your legs, enabling you to deliver a tangible slash through sheer velocity. Having concluded his demonstration, Zifa descended to the ground, extending a robust finger and suddenly thrusting it toward Qianhe's face with such swiftness that the motion was nearly imperceptible. Qianhe maintained a steady gaze upon the outstretched finger before him, then lifted his eyes to Zephyr. Indeed, he exhibited remarkable composure. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction and proceeded with his explanation. This is the finger gun. As the name implies, its power is akin to that of a bullet. The key lies in concentrating one's strength and delivering a swift, precise, and fierce attack through the finger. The students were utterly captivated. For them, encountering such a technique for the first time felt akin to witnessing the abilities of a devil fruit user. Zephyr then withdrew his stance, slightly bending his legs, and continued. "Next, I shall introduce you to a defensive technique from the 6 styles, Iron Block. Here it comes, the only illusion within the 6 styles, which casts upon oneself an overwhelming illusion of I can block this, rivaling the most formidable Jinjutsu, like Sakura Si, he caught up to them from Naruto." Qianhe was indulging in his wicked thoughts when, unexpectedly, Zifa cast a glance in his direction and summoned him forth. Qianhe complied, secretly questioning whether he had unconsciously revealed any expression that might have given Zifa a hint. Before them lay an iron block. Its function rather straightforward. It would harden one's body, albeit at the cost of increased clumsiness, rendering evasion impossible once it was activated. "Uchiha Chihe, you shall initiate an attack on me next, showcasing the efficacy of the iron block," Zifa instructed. His choice of Qianhe as a sparring partner was due to the latter possessing the highest combat prowess among them, allowing for a more pronounced demonstration of the iron block's defensive capabilities while simultaneously assessing Qianhe's strength. Without further ado, Qianhe immediately entered Sage mode and unleashed the Sage Art, Dragon Fist, landing a powerful punch squarely on Zifa's chest. A resounding thud echoed, causing Zifa's body to tremble momentarily. He then adjusted his posture and smoothed his suit, remarking, "Impressive force. I dare say even the upperclassmen do not possess such strength." Yet, beneath his words, a tempest brewed within Zifa. Goodness, this young man. That punch exhibited the caliber of a mid-ranking officer, and he has yet to learn hockey or undergo foundational training. With a keen gaze fixed on Qianhe, Zifa encouraged him to continue his assault. As he was poised to demonstrate the final technique of the 6 styles, paper drawing, Qianhe assumed a stance and unleashed a punch towards Zifa, whose body swayed like paper in the wind, effortlessly evading Qianhe's assault. This technique, known as paper drawing, involves relaxing the body to the utmost degree, allowing one to evade the majority of physical attacks. As Zifa dodged, he elucidated the concept further. Qianhe did not employ the Dragon Fist for this strike, as the Dragon Fist in Sage mode resembles Naruto's Frog Kata. Even if the fist does not make direct contact, the surrounding Sage Chakra can inflict damage, akin to the use of hockey in the world of pirates. In deference to Zifa, Qianhe chose to refrain from showcasing such flamboyance. Upon realizing that his tentative strike had indeed been ineffective, Chihara promptly distanced himself. He then raised his right hand, revealing a swirling black vortex at its center, which was none other than the power of the Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei. Qianhe thought that the effects of paper drawing had already been displayed. "Now, I must be serious, Teacher Zifa. Are you not planning to relinquish all your strength? I shall directly use gravity to draw you over and observe how you resist." Suddenly, the magnificent gravitational force unleashed by Chihara drew Zephyr, who was in a paper form, towards him as if he were a mere scrap of paper. "What?" Zephyr, witnessing Chihara's divine abilities for the first time, was in a state of complete relaxation, which allowed Chihara to seize the opportunity. Just as he was about to be captured, he hastily shifted to a solid iron form, disregarding the display of his paper form. However, upon noticing Zephyr's sudden immobilization, Kahara understood that he had changed his state and promptly canceled the gravitational pull, countering with a powerful force that propelled Zephyr, still in his iron form, through the training camp's wall, vanishing amidst the clouds of dust. The surrounding students stared in astonishment at the unfolding events. Who am I? Where am I? Is Uchiha Kahara truly one of us, a mere student? Is this the ability to control gravitational forces that the esteemed Kahara spoke of? It is utterly magnificent. Among the crowd, one of Kahara's roommates, the yellow-haired, chubby boy Bridge, exclaimed with excitement. Even Grievous, with his rugged demeanor, could not contain his awe. Wiping the sweat from his brow and turning a blind eye to Bridge's blatant admiration of Kahara as their leader, Benz pondered his own devil fruit abilities, questioning whether he had consumed a false devil fruit. That kind of power you displayed earlier, are you truly a devil fruit user? Zephyr had returned to the arena, unscathed, save for a few specks of dust on his attire. Truly, he exemplified the strength of an admiral. One must recognize that an ordinary pirate would have either perished or sustained severe injuries from the simultaneous assault of Kahara's gravitational pull and counterforce. Although Kahara had employed less than half of his strength, Zephyr's condition indicated that he still fell short of the admiral's prowess. After all, admirals represent the pinnacle of combat strength in the pirate world. There remains much ground to cover. I must hasten to enhance my physical capabilities. Regardless of the abilities one possesses, physical strength remains the foundation. Emerging from his sage mode, Kahara briefly elucidated that his powers stem from a racial heritage, the Uchiha clan. After all, is a lineage of sages, and in terms of bloodline, he stands unparalleled. A racial endowment? Such a lineage still exists upon the seas? Are your kin akin to you? Zephyr inquired eagerly. None remain. Certain events transpired, and I am now the last of the Uchiha bloodline. What a pity, Zephyr mused, somewhat disheartened. However, he soon contemplated the implications. Should such a race proliferate, what price would be required to win them over? Moreover, not all would aspire to join the navy like Kahara. Should some individuals akin to Kahara choose the path of piracy, the situation would become exceedingly perilous. At least now. With talents like Kahara in the navy, Zephyr felt assured that, given his prodigious aptitude, Kahara would be regarded as a genius among his own clan. Otherwise, the world would have long been dominated by the Uchiha clan. Sengoku, you have executed this matter splendidly. Zephyr silently gave a thumbs up to Sengoku in his heart. The more he looked at Chika, the more satisfied he became. Feeling elated, Zephyr resolved not to trouble these fresh recruits today. Very well. I have demonstrated the 6 styles of the Navy. Now, I implore you to reflect upon it thoroughly as you return. Tomorrow, we shall engage in physical training. For without a robust physique, the 6 styles remain mere ornamentation. Having spoken, he disbanded the squad and retreated to prepare himself to digest the surprises that Chika had brought him today. The recruits, who had anticipated a grueling first day of training, were taken aback by how effortlessly they had navigated the day. Casting a reverent glance at Chika in the center, they erupted in cheers and, in small groups, made their way back to the dormitory. Under the adoring company of his 3 roommates, Chienhe departed from the training grounds. On the way back, Bridge was filled with exuberance, for indeed, the esteemed Chienhe lived up to his reputation, managing to put that esteemed teacher, Zefa, in a rather awkward position. Chienhe corrected, stating that Zephyr was entirely unprepared, and even if he had been hit, it would have been of little consequence, truly. He was worthy of his former title as a Marine Admiral. On the other side, Grievous remarked that it was quite impressive, yet he held a greater admiration for someone's audacity, comparable to the walls of a fortress. Bridge, aware that Grievous was mocking him, retorted with a sarcastic tone, indeed. The walls are overgrown with grass. This was a jab at Grievous's unkempt beard. Bridge had long believed that Grievous, in his early 20s, with his full face of hair and that haughty expression, resembled a pig's nose adorned with green onions, a rather ludicrous sight. The two seemed to have an innate antagonism, their subtle jabs at one another becoming a habitual exchange since their acquaintance began, to the extent that Chienhe and Binzi had grown accustomed to it. Speaking of Binzi, this lad was akin to a closed-off gourd, rarely speaking and favoring silent exchanges through glances. Binzi silently cast an admiring look towards Chienhe, who acknowledged it. Reflecting on how extraordinary his 3 roommates were, it appeared that the days ahead would not be dull. The following day, everyone rose early once more, only to discover upon arriving at the training grounds that Zephyr had already been waiting for them. Not bad, he mused. I haven't kept you waiting too long. With arms crossed, Zephyr surveyed the trainees below as if they were a flock of docile sheep. Today, I shall refrain from excessive words and commence training immediately. Form a line and run 50 laps around the field. This applies to both genders. The crowd gasped. It was well known that the training camp's field was essentially a vast expanse, with each lap exceeding a kilometer. However, since Zephyr had issued the command, no one dared to voice their dissent, and one by one, they buried themselves in their run. Chica was the first to dash out, acutely aware of the significance of physical stamina. In the realm of ninjas, the majority of battles predominantly revolve around martial prowess. Even as the skirmishes escalated into a spectacle of high-tech combat, the inevitable outcome often reverted to close-quarters brawling. Although the inhabitants of the pirate world boasted exceptional physical constitutions, they were ultimately still human. Gradually, some individuals began to falter, creating a noticeable gap within the ranks. By the 30th lap, several participants had succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing along the course, prompting a swift response from a cadre of medical personnel who rushed to carry the fallen onto stretchers. Pant, pant. Ain gritted her teeth, persevering as the sole female participant still enduring the grueling challenge. Her physical capabilities were inherently inferior to those of many of her peers. Yet reaching the 30th lap was a commendable feat. Even Zephyr took note of this resolute young woman. Ain, if memory served, was her name. Setting aside all else, her sheer determination suggested that she was destined to become an exceptional member of the Navy in the future. Zephyr silently commended her spirit, instructing the nearby medical staff to keep a vigilant eye on her, ready to offer assistance the moment she could no longer continue. No, I still have less than half the distance to cover. I must hold on. Ain was a fiercely competitive girl, unwilling to allow her gender to justify a lesser effort compared to her peers. Ultimately, however, her stamina reached its limits, and she stumbled. Just as she was on the verge of collapsing, a hand steadied her. Struggling to turn her head, she wished to express her gratitude, only to find that the person who had come to her aid was someone she recognized, though he might not know her. The hand that supported her belonged to Uchiha Chihe, who was merely 2 laps shy of completing his 50-lap ordeal. Observing a girl so resolutely pushing through despite her faltering steps, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. There is no one who disrespects those who strive. Witnessing her nearing her limits, he promptly stepped forward to assist her. Are you all right? There's no need to push yourself further. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. If you've reached your limit, it would be wise to rest before exhausting yourself entirely. The words of concern from Chica sent a warm current through Ain's heart. Thank you. I understand now. You must be Uchiha Chihe. How impressive. Even after running for so long, you show no sign of fatigue. Haha, not at all. I'm utterly exhausted. But I must uphold the reputation of being the top of the entrance exam. I've longed to faint and visit the infirmary to see the beautiful nurse. Chihe deliberately covered his mouth, resembling a mischievous little thief caught in the act. A soft chuckle escaped from Ain, and the weariness that had enveloped her began to dissipate. She understood that Chihe was attempting to comfort her in his playful manner, and rather than resenting it, she found herself quite fond of his antics. Thank you, Chihe. Ain said earnestly, expressing her gratitude before yielding to the need for rest. Chihe waved his hand and continued to run the 2 laps he had yet to complete. On the sidelines, Ain sat on the ground, gazing blankly at Chihe as he sprinted across the playground. Suddenly, a hand tapped her shoulder. It was her roommate come to find her. Stop staring, Ain. He's quite the catch. You might miss your chance. Her roommate teased with a playful grin. Ain's cheeks flushed, and she playfully nudged her roommate before rising to follow her. Just as they were about to leave, Ain glanced back at Chihe on the track. Noticing her, Chihe waved as he ran, prompting her to quickly turn away and leave with her roommate. On their way back, thoughts of the day's events caused a smile to unconsciously curve Ain's lips. She murmured, Uchiha Chihe, he truly is a wonderful person. Her roommate, hearing her mumble but unable to make out the words, asked, Ain, are you feeling unwell? Was it too much training earlier? Ain waved her hand dismissively, assuring her that she was fine, and with a playful smile, she took her roommate's hand and quickened her pace. Her roommate, bewildered, was pulled along, exclaiming, Hey, you little rascal, what has gotten into you? Have you gone mad from running? The days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. Chihe had been at the training camp for 2 months. During this time, the name Uchiha Chihe had spread throughout the camp. No matter the training, Chihe managed to complete it effortlessly, breaking numerous records along the way. His first encounter with Zephyr had particularly elevated his reputation. making his name resonate even more within the camp. Not only the students of his year, but even those from higher grades had come to know of this exceptionally talented junior. One day, in the training camp's cafeteria, a table of senior students was discussing Uchiha Chihe. Have you heard? That Uchiha Chihe has broken yet another record. He mastered the shave technique from the 6 styles in less than a day. What? Unbelievable. I struggled for an entire year just to grasp it. That news is outdated. I've heard he even improved the technique, making it faster and more efficient. Such a despairing talent. At this rate, we seniors might not stand a chance against him. Upon hearing this, one student grew displeased, retorting, "That's just you. What can a newcomer, who has barely been here 6 months, really achieve? You must be kidding yourself." After speaking, he disregarded the disapproving looks from others and turned to flatter a white-haired youth. And as for talent, who can compare to Smoker? He is the only one in the entire training camp with a Logia Type devil fruit ability. Smoker remained silent, quietly eating his meal, ignoring the sycophantic remarks. Noticing Smoker's indifference, the flatterer fell silent, and the table descended into an awkward quiet. Look, here comes Uchiha Chihe. Once again, there were those who thrived on chaos. Uttering a remark that drew the attention of everyone at the dining table towards the entrance. Leading the way was Kahara, followed closely by his 3 roommates, all of whom were engaged in lively conversation as they prepared to queue for their meals. Unbeknownst to Chihe, he had just become the focal point of a heated debate at a nearby table, where Bridge was exuberantly extolling Chihe's remarkable performance on the training field. I must tell you, Chihe's speed with the scythe was nothing short of astonishing. Even teacher Zifa was full of praise. From this moment on, you are my most revered idol, Chihe. Whatever you need, I shall not hesitate. On the other side, Gleefus looked down upon Bridge's behavior with disdain, mocking. It's Chihe who is impressive. How come it feels like you were the one wielding the scythe just now? Of course, I'm delighted that Chihe is formidable. He is the leader, Bridge, acknowledge. Let me tell you, Chihe's prowess is already sufficient for graduation. It's a waste of time for him to be here with dullards like you. What did you say? This retort did not come from Gleefus, for before he could speak, the one who had just boasted about Smoker could no longer contain himself. His name was Barton, similarly a self-invited ardent admirer of Smoker. A mere freshman, so audacious? I heard that this Chihe hails from the East Sea, right? People from such small places have never seen the world. Ha ha ha. This remark was rather excessive, prompting Smoker, who was dining nearby, to furrow his brow. What did you say? Just because you've been a soldier for a year or 2, you think you're impressive? How could a genius like Chihe possibly be compared to a waste like you? Naturally, Bridge would not back down and retaliated. I think you're in need of a lesson. A newcomer should act like one. And you, Uchiha Chihe, don't you know how to manage your dog? Hurry up and apologize to your seniors. At that moment, across the cafeteria, at a table in the corner, hey, isn't that Uchiha Chihe? The one who helped you last time? He seems to be in trouble. Yes, that upperclassman is too arrogant. What is wrong with newcomers? Aren't they also students from the start? I know Uchiha Chihe. His talent is the strongest of our cohort. But he has a gentle disposition, is easy to talk to, and is quite handsome. I believe they are merely envious. Regardless, Ein's roommates chattered, expressing concern for Chihe, acknowledging that the upperclassmen, after all, possessed strength superior to theirs as fresh entrants. Ein did not partake in their discussions. Instead, she gazed anxiously toward Chihe, contemplating that if a conflict arose, she must step forward to assist, even if he was not facing an upperclassman. It was her way of repaying Chihe for his earlier support on the playground and those few comforting words he had offered. As Barton grew increasingly arrogant, his nostrils flared in defiance, and he pointed towards Chica, provoking the attention of the entire cafeteria. Upon finishing his taunt, he suddenly sensed an eerie silence enveloping the air around him, with his companions staring fixedly at him. Feeling a disquieting shift, he abruptly turned his head, only to find Uchiha Chihe, who had been standing by the entrance moments before, now directly before him. When did you get here? Both he and Smog, seated at the same table, simultaneously harbored this thought. You were indeed quite audacious just now. After Chica spoke, he swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sound of palm meeting flesh echoed throughout the spacious cafeteria. You scoundrel! How dare you strike a senior? Clutched his face in disbelief as he glared at Chica. His voice a frantic shout. His companions, unable to remain seated, were equally unsettled. After all, one of their own had been struck, and Chica's actions left them feeling quite uncomfortable. Observing this commotion, Chica's roommates rushed over, fearlessly confronting the situation. Several classmates, including Ain and other girls, gathered around. Having witnessed the earlier events where the seniors had displayed blatant disrespect and provoked Chika, Chienha enjoys a remarkable reputation among his peers, and he possesses a personable nature that makes him easy to approach. Many students have, to varying degrees, benefited from his assistance during training sessions. At this moment, witnessing Chienha surrounded, they cannot remain indifferent. Oh, is it that upperclassmen, like you, evoke a sense of disgust? Such repulsive entities deserve to be confronted. Chienha lifted his gaze to survey the array of upperclassmen standing before him, and spoke in a calm tone. You scoundrel, I shall end you. Enraged, the battered Barton sprang to his feet, creating distance before launching a fierce gale kick. A pale blue blade of air emerged, cleaving through numerous tables and chairs as it surged toward Chienha, causing the onlookers to change their expressions dramatically. Not good. It's the gale kick. Damn it. We are all students. This move is excessive. Trouble is brewing. The lethality of the gale kick is such that being struck would mean either death or severe injury. Yet, as the gale kick approached, Chienha's expression remained unchanged. He raised his left hand, shielding his chest. With a sharp sound, the formidable attack was caught in his grasp. Unable to advance further, within moments, the gale kick dissipated within his hand. How can this be? Barton's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could regain his composure, Chienha executed a swift arc with one leg. A deep blue blade of air, wider and longer than the last, erupted forth. It was Chienha's own gale kick. It's over. Barton knew he could not withstand such a force and despairingly closed his eyes. After a moment, realizing he felt no harm, he hastily opened his eyes to find that Chienha's gale kick had been intercepted by a figure with white hair. The white-haired figure was Smoker, who, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, finally decided to intervene and put an end to the farce. However, blocking the gale kick was no easy feat for Smoker. Unlike Barton's earlier feeble attempt, Chienha's gale kick was relentless and did not dissipate after just a few seconds. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the center of the vast cafeteria. Smoker, drenched in sweat, braced both hands against the deep blue blade of air, gradually being forced backward. Struggling to maintain his position, Smoker urgently turned his head and shouted at the still-dazed Barton, "Get out of the way now." Snapping back to reality, Barton hurriedly scrambled away. With a resounding clash, Smoker's body was bisected, Chienha's attack piercing through him and crashing into the wall at the far end of the cafeteria, creating a new doorway before finally vanishing. Such power is indeed formidable. Witnessing the destruction wrought by the gale kick, Smoker felt a profound sense of apprehension. As a user of the smoke smock fruit, he had not truly been severed. He had entered his elemental state to evade the attack. Elemental transformation akin to that of the water manipulation technique of the ghostly Gaidai Sujetsu, Chienha mused, observing the wisps of smoke emanating from Smoker's body. Gradually, the smoke coalesced, and Smoker regained his complete form. He looked at Chienha and spoke. This is where it ends. This time, it was my fault, and I have paid the price. We are all students. Let us cease this disturbance. Upon hearing this, Chika let out a few light chuckles, gazing at Smoker with a mocking expression. Do you hold yourself in such high regard? If you truly intended to intervene, where were you moments ago? Now you emerge to play the role of the virtuous? Smoker's countenance darkened, realizing that the situation at hand was rather precarious. Must it be this way? His expression grew solemn. He had no desire to engage in battle, as the motives behind it were undeniably ignoble, even somewhat ludicrous. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of regret for not having acted swiftly to thwart Barton's foolish actions, which had provoked Uchiha Chihe. To think one could conclude matters without even an apology, what audacity! Is it your so-called confidence derived from the natural smoke fruit? Clearly, Chihe has no intention of letting this matter rest. Today, he is determined to engage in a battle with Smoker, the strongest among the seniors, thereby averting considerable trouble in the future. Smoker, too, possesses his own pride. Being repeatedly mocked by Chihe in front of the crowd has stirred his emotions. Thus, he resolved to accept the challenge. Very well, Uchiha Chihe, let us fight. If only he had said so earlier, this could have been settled. Chienha stretched his body and beckoned to Smoker with a finger, signaling him to commence. Such an arrogant fellow. The smoke emitter. Smoker erupted in full force, his lower body transforming into a thick plume of white smoke that surged towards Chienha. White fist. As he advanced, Smoker enveloped his arms in smoke, causing his fists to elongate rapidly, propelled by a powerful current as they flew towards Chienha. Chica's body swayed slightly as Smoker's attack was effortlessly evaded. This isn't over yet. Smoker remained unfazed, swiftly redirecting his smoke-engulfed fists, which had missed their target, back towards Chica's back. "Chica, be careful behind you." A startled cry erupted from Ain, who, witnessing the peculiar nature of Smoker's assault, hurriedly called out a warning. Her companion gently tugged at her sleeve, silently conveying the message, "My dear friend, neither of them is to be trifled with. It's best if you refrain from getting involved." Chienha remained steadfast in his position, his eyes of reincarnation slightly opening. "Shinra Tensei." A resounding boom echoed as Smoker's fist was abruptly shattered into a cloud of smoke by a sudden shockwave before it could even touch Chienha's form. After a moment, the wisps of smoke gradually coalesced around Smoker's wrist, solidifying once more into the shape of his fist. An adept of a Paramecia Type devil fruit, Smoker found the Uchiha Chihe increasingly formidable. That shockwave clearly countered his smoke fruit abilities. "You understand, don't you?" Chihe dismissed the need for explanation, conjuring a black vortex in his palm to unleash the universal pull. Smoker's body jolted as he was violently drawn toward Chihe. What the hell is this? This time, however, Smoker did not meet the same fate as those previously drawn in by Chihe. The latter did not seize him by the throat. As Chihe reached to grasp him, Smoker transformed into smoke, his head separating from his body in a dramatic display of evasive maneuvering. Chienhe anticipated Smog's elemental transformation without panic. With a single hand, he formed several seals, unleashing the wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gust erupted from Chienhe's mouth, instantly sending the cafeteria's furnishings tumbling in disarray, causing some bystanders to lose their footing and fall. Smoker, as the primary target of this assault, was transformed into countless wisps of white smoke, scattering in all directions. After a considerable interval, the smoke coalesced into a humanoid form, revealing Smoker's pallid face, which was fixed in a glare at Chienhe. He questioned, "Is this yet another gust? This force is entirely different from the previous shockwave. Have you consumed more than one devil fruit?" Smoker felt an unsettling uncertainty, struggling to control the white smoke as it gradually reformed his body. The earlier disruption had significantly affected him, akin to a ninjutsu technique. Chienhe, however, did not seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, merely observing Smoker as he reconstructed himself. "Ninjutsu? Are you a ninja from Wano?" Smoker inquired. "Wano? Huh. What a pitiful place to claim to be ninjas." Chienhe scoffed disdainfully, his expression shifting to one of menace. "I have indulged enough. Now, I pose you a question. What is it? Does a Logia user bleed?" Upon hearing this, Smoker instinctively retreated frantically, yet Chienhe was swifter. Without warning, he appeared behind Smoker, reaching out to grasp him. "Futile. Without haki, even your overwhelming strength is in vain." Smoker, noticing Chienhe's lack of any peculiar movements, relaxed slightly and taunted, "Is that so?" Chienhe's hand made contact with Smoker's shoulder, and a translucent circular shield materialized, enveloping both of them. To Smoker's horror, he realized that the powers of the smoke fruit had been rendered useless, akin to severed limbs lacking neural connections. "Let me go." The absurdity of the situation plunged Smoker into complete panic, compelling him to shout loudly to alleviate his underlying terror. The sealing technique, a variant of the Hungry Ghost path, differed from merely absorbing an opponent's stamina or chakra. It possessed the ability to absorb their techniques and held a certain sealing capability. In the realm of the Hungry Ghost path, Chica is unable to directly siphon abilities from their wielders without the cooperation of the human path. However, he can employ a sealing technique to temporarily restrain the opponent's powers through close contact. With one hand pinning Smoker to the ground, a dark rod materialized in his palm, and Chica swiftly plunged it into Smoker's right shoulder. The sound of piercing flesh echoed as blood gushed forth, igniting a desperate surge of the smoke fruit's abilities within Smoker. Yet, despair washed over him. Despite Chica having dispelled that damned shield, he found himself incapable of utilizing his powers normally. Most of his body could indeed transform into smoke, but his shoulder, which felt alien to him, remained unresponsive. As he attempted to use his other hand to extract the rod, a wave of weakness enveloped him the moment he made contact, rendering him powerless to remove the black rod embedded in his shoulder. This rod, a creation of the Rinnegan wielder utilizing yin-yang release, serves to obstruct or disrupt the flow of energy within an opponent's body. The wielder can even manipulate corpses with it, akin to Nagato, creating formidable puppets with the powers of the six paths. Be honest, struggling will only exacerbate your wound. Chica remarked, observing the pitiful state of Smoker on the ground, offering a well-meaning caution. What on earth happened? Everyone, cease at once. A commanding voice echoed. It was Zephyr arriving at the scene. Upon witnessing the devastated cafeteria, alongside Chica standing and Smoker sprawled on the floor, Zephyr felt a headache brewing. Can someone explain what transpired here? Ain shook off her roommate's grip and stepped forward, raising her voice. Teacher Zephyr. It was the upperclassman who initiated the provocation. And it was that Barton who struck first, prompting Chica to retaliate. Zephyr nodded thoughtfully, then cast a glance at the fallen Smoker. And what has befallen him? Teacher. I am fine. Smoker gritted his teeth against the pain, articulating each word. I merely engaged in a friendly spar with Chica, and I sincerely apologize for the extensive damage caused. Chienha unexpectedly glanced at Smoker, his attitude towards him shifting significantly. Retracting the black rod, Chienha assisted Smoker to his feet and addressed Zephyr, saying, Yes, Teacher Zephyr, it was my fault for not moderating my strength. Zephyr exhaled a sigh of relief. Truth be told, both were his most cherished disciples, and he was reluctant to discipline either of them. You shall personally escort Smoker to the infirmary. Furthermore, the damages incurred will be your responsibility to address. Understood. Both Chienha and Smoker promptly replied. Burton, you instigated this trouble, so you shall run 100 laps around the playground. If you do not complete it today, you are to leave the training camp. Burton, who had been hiding among the crowd, visibly paled, daring not to utter a word as he dragged his exhausted body to run the laps. After casting a glare at Chienha and Smoker, Zephyr dispersed the crowd and departed with a flourish of his sleeve. Once the two had left, the cafeteria erupted with chatter. That Uchiha Chihe is simply a monster. Smoker looks like a mere child in his presence. What is his power? It's a combination of wind and shockwaves? Did you notice his eyes? They're so eerie. Just looking at them makes me feel utterly powerless. Regardless, Uchiha Chihe is undoubtedly the unrivaled champion of the training camp now. An stood amidst her group of roommates, somewhat dazed. While she had considered the possibility of Chienha's victory, she never anticipated it would be so effortless. He is on an entirely different level from us, one roommate remarked, glancing at the silent Ain, who sighed quietly. It is commendable when someone one admires excels, yet there is a fine line when excellence becomes overwhelming. Ain bit her lip, refraining from calling her roommates as she turned and left the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Chienha supported Smoker, who kept his head lowered throughout their walk, revealing no discernible expression. What I said and did earlier may have been excessive. However, your last few words made me realize that you are not such a bad person after all. Chica endeavored to dissolve the somewhat awkward atmosphere. No, you are not at fault. This time, the primary responsibility lies with me. Smog finally lifted his gaze, directing it forward. I initially failed to intervene in Barton's actions, and subsequently, I lacked the authority to prevent you from reprimanding him. Moreover, it is a testament to my own inadequacies. Having been bested in such a manner, I harbor no grievances. Chienha increasingly found Smoker to be quite an intriguing individual, extending a hand towards him. Smoker gazed at him in curiosity. Chienha smiled and spoke. Let us be friends and get to know each other anew. I am Uchiha Chihe, and I look forward to your guidance. Smoker paused for a moment, then promptly grasped Chienha's outstretched hand. Smoker, I am unworthy of your esteem. Next time we meet, just be gentle in your approach, he replied. Sharing a mutual smile, the past grievances seemed to dissipate, highlighting the peculiar yet simple nature of how camaraderie can blossom between men. After ensuring Smoker was safely placed in the hospital, Chienha returned to the dormitory. Upon his arrival, the other two members of the trio rushed towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Even the typically aloof Grelfuss and the somewhat dull-witted Bins approached him with eager expressions. Chienha, you were truly magnificent today. No wonder you have earned the respect of our leader, Bridge. One exclaimed. Indeed, I am genuinely impressed by you. From now on, you shall be my leader. Another chimed in. Me too. The last one added enthusiastically. Chienha looked on, bemused, at his exuberant roommate. Feeling a twinge of nostalgia for the days spent in the dormitory back on Blue Star, reminiscent of the antics shared among the trio. Just as the four were engaged in light-hearted banter, a military officer knocked and entered the room. After surveying the group for a moment, the officer's gaze finally settled on Chienha. It was inevitable. Those distinctive purple reincarnation eyes left an indelible impression. The officer politely inquired, Are you Chienha, the student? Commander Zifa wishes to see you in his office. Commander Zifa is looking for me? Very well, I shall head there at once. Chienha followed the officer out. leaving the remaining 3 in the dormitory with a sense of unease. Bridge was the first to voice his concern. Could it be that Chihe is being punished? No. This incident also has my share of responsibility. I must follow and see. It was possible that Chihe's recent skirmish with Smoker had indeed caused significant disruption, and perhaps Teacher Zephyr was preparing to settle accounts afterward. Surprisingly, Gleefus did not engage in a rebuttal with Bridge this time. That is unlikely. If Teacher Zephyr intended to punish Chihe, he would have done so in the cafeteria. Calling him over now must pertain to something of greater importance. We should refrain from making matters worse. When Binzi spoke, both Bridge and Gleefus looked at him in astonishment. They had not expected this usually taciturn individual, who rarely offered suggestions, to speak up, and his reasoning seemed quite sound. Binzi, feeling slightly bashful under their gaze, stood up to tidy Chihe's bed. Bridge and Gleefus exchanged bewildered glances, sitting in silence on their respective beds, uncertain of what to do next. After a long pause, Bridge exclaimed, "Binzi, how dare you take my task? Step aside. Making the bed has its nuances." What a character. Gleefus once again expressed his disdain for Bridge. Then, seemingly pulling a box of cigars from nowhere, he sauntered off to the restroom to indulge. After finishing the bed, Bridge's nose twitched, sensing that Gleefus had indeed gone off to smoke again, and he felt a twinge of desire for the same. Since arriving here, he had discovered that smoking cigars pilfered from Gleefus was far more exhilarating. Secretly activating his hook fruit power, Bridge's left hand transformed into a yellow hook, which then detached from his wrist, connected by a robust iron chain. The hook fruit, belonging to the Paramecia Type, granted him the ability to transform any part of his body into a hook, and he could extend the iron chain indefinitely through his powers. Any object he touched would bear an invisible mark, allowing him to track and capture the target with absolute certainty the next time he activated his ability. Gleefus's cigar box had already fallen prey to his stealthy touch. Sensing the aroma, Bridge chuckled as the hook from his left hand crept along the wall and slowly extended into the restroom. Moments later, Gleefus, satisfied, lifted one hand to adjust his pants while reaching for the cigar box on the floor with the other, only to find the cold, hard ground instead. Infuriated and still adjusting his trousers, he shouted, "Damn it! Where's my whole box of cigars?" The scene shifted, and Chihe had arrived at the door of Zephyr's office. Raising his hand to knock. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Zephyr's tone was even, devoid of any anger. Chihe ambled in, offering a simple military salute before unceremoniously plopping down onto a sofa, awaiting Zifa's words with an air of casualness. Over the course of 2 months, under Zifa's attentive guidance, Chihe had grown quite familiar with him. Despite his somewhat impudent behavior, Chihe held a deep respect for Zifa, who, in turn, cherished this disciple dearly. Zifa cast a bemused glance at him, a chuckle bubbling within as he observed Chihe, who seemed to have forgotten the recent brawl in the cafeteria. Setting aside his current tasks, Zifa rubbed his temples and lifted his gaze to Chihe, casually inquiring, "What insights did you gain from today's battle with Smoker?" If other students were to witness Zifa in such a relaxed demeanor, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Who would have anticipated the typically stern and austere Zifa to exhibit such a laid-back side? Moreover, Uchiha Chihe had engaged in a public brawl, even to the extent of unilaterally assaulting another. The lack of severe punishment could only imply that he felt emboldened by favoritism. Chihe pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts, stating that his most significant impression was that the elemental manipulation of natural type abilities was indeed rather cumbersome. Zephyr nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his face. This was precisely why he had summoned Chihe. He intended to provide Chihe with tailored instruction. The curriculum at the naval training camp was designed to be progressive. Although 2 months had elapsed, many trainees still struggled to master even one of the 6 techniques. Transitioning to the instruction of Haki typically awaited the conclusion of the 2nd academic year. Zephyr frequently took the time to assess Chihe's mastery of the 6 techniques. Recognizing that Chihe had become exceptionally proficient, surpassing even some who had graduated years prior and had ascended to the rank of officer. To have him follow the standard pace of the other trainees was evidently a waste of Chihe's time. Indeed, it was a misappropriation of the entire Navy's resources. Thus, Zephyr felt justified in his decision to provide personalized instruction, believing it to be the most prudent course of action, simply put, for the sake of justice. Very well. Do you know what the most effective method for countering natural type abilities is? Zephyr prepared the groundwork slightly. Yes, it is the use of armament Haki. As Smoker mentioned during combat, Chihe promptly provided the correct answer. Ah, splendid. The purpose of my invitation today is to teach you the cultivation methods of haki. Noting that Shinha was already aware of armament haki, Zephyr wasted no time and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Follow me to the barren land behind, and I shall demonstrate haki. After they arrived at the expansive wasteland behind the training camp, Zephyr found a somewhat open area and dramatically flung his coat of justice. With a flourish, the coat billowed in the wind and landed atop a prominent boulder. How ostentatious! Shinha discreetly smirked, yet a sense of envy lingered in his heart. Whether it was the fourth Hokage clad in his ceremonial robes or a marine admiral dramatically tossing his coat, the only fitting word was impressive. Once I graduate, I shall certainly acquire one to flaunt. Admittedly, Shinha felt a twinge of jealousy, though he would never confess it. Meanwhile, Zephyr remained oblivious to Shinha's disdain. He adjusted his collar and extended a fist toward Shinha. Observe closely. Haki is divided into 3 types. I will now demonstrate armament haki. With that, Zephyr's fist became enveloped in a layer of deep black, and he struck the ground with tremendous force. A resounding explosion echoed as the earth shattered in concentric circles around Zephyr, with fissures extending all the way to the distant coastline. Shinha gazed in awe at the devastation wrought by Zephyr, his tongue clicking in astonishment. The sheer power seemed to surpass that of Tsunade's monstrous strength by more than a factor of 2. This was the essence of armament haki, an innate force bestowed upon every individual, capable of both offense and defense. Most importantly, it allowed one to strike at the physical forms of those with Logia-type abilities. With his fist retracted, Zephyr elucidated the nature and function of armament haki to Shinha. Subsequently, he instructed Shinha to strike at him. Eager to demonstrate the prowess of observation haki once more, Shinha swiftly advanced, employing his martial arts skills in a relentless offensive. Zephyr, agile in his movements, deftly evaded all of Shinha's attacks, even managing to anticipate his actions and deliver simple counterattacks. This was the manifestation of Kinbunshiko haki, a power that allows one to sense an opponent's position and predict their movements. When mastered to its zenith, it can even foresee the future. Zephyr gestured for Shinha to halt, and then spoke of the final type of haki, Conqueror's haki. This last form is unique. It cannot be imparted through teaching, for it is a special power reserved for those with the inherent qualities of a king. Reflecting on Conqueror's haki, Zephyr expressed a tinge of regret, for he had yet to awaken this formidable ability, seemingly destined to live his life without it. Chihiro surmised that Zephyr's lack of Conqueror's haki might be attributed to his unwavering principle of not killing. This notion of mercy felt excessively lenient and stood in stark contrast to the essence of dominance. As for whether he himself would ever awaken the Conqueror's haki, Chihiro remained largely unconcerned. Primarily, he harbored doubts about being overwhelmed by such power. If he were to succumb, he would simply find a way to return to the East Blue and tend to his orange trees. Even if Conqueror's haki could eventually entwine to enhance attacks, perhaps even becoming the definitive answer in later iterations, his Rinnegan existed as a unique anomaly, detached from conventional frameworks. Although his Rinnegan had yet to be fully developed, he had already acquired numerous formidable offensive techniques, rendering the so-called Conqueror's haki entanglement unnecessary. Once his Rinnegan underwent complete evolution, perhaps culminating in the Six Paths mode, a single pursuit of truth would suffice to address various extravagant challenges. After demonstrating the 2 forms of haki, Zephyr imparted specific training methods to Chihiro, cautioning him not to rush and risk injury before nonchalantly donning his coat and departing. Teacher Zephyr, the back of your coat is quite dirty, Chihiro called out to Zephyr, who had already covered some distance. Zephyr stumbled, shot a glaring look back at Chihiro, and brushed off his coat before vanishing in an instant. Haha. Despite being of considerable age, you still seek to impress. Is it because you think I lack a coat to swing around? Qianhe, feeling elated, could not help but throw his head back and laugh heartily. After his laughter subsided, he reflected on the teachings and favoritism he had received from Zephyr over the past few months, moved by a wave of emotion. He gazed in the direction Zephyr had departed, his eyes narrowing slightly. Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, there are certain matters I shall not permit to persist in this world. Recalling the essential principles of haki that Zephyr had imparted, Qianhe endeavored to harness the latent power within him. Having spent 2.5 years honing his skills in the Dragon Cave, he was intimately familiar with the forces that coursed through both himself and nature. Gradually, a layer of darkness enveloped his hands up to his wrists. Observing his pitch-black hands, Qianhe distinctly felt a surge of strength, In his current state, even without entering Sage Mode, he was capable of unleashing the power characteristic of Sage Mode. Yet, Chihe remained unsatisfied, for there were still uncharted territories he had yet to explore, namely, the fusion of chakra and natural energy. What transformations might occur if I were to enter Sage Mode and augment the armament haki with a blend of natural energy and chakra? With this thought, he activated his Sage Mode from the Dragon Cave, a violet hue appearing at the corners of his eyes. Chika attempted to infuse the chakra of Sage Arts into her hands, which were enveloped in an armor of haki. However, as the Sage chakra coursed through her, an excruciating pain gripped her hands, as if they were on the verge of splitting apart. Beads of sweat cascaded down Chika's face, and feeling overwhelmed, she ceased the infusion of the Sage chakra. Chihe felt a sense of impatience wash over him. After all, every endeavor must be approached step by step. Moreover, fortifying his hands with armament haki was still a daunting challenge for a novice like him. Taking a moment to breathe, he allowed the pain to subside slightly before continuing to channel his chakra into the mystical arts. This time, he focused solely on his frequently utilized right hand. Although the process was still excruciating, the singular focus on one hand allowed for greater precision and efficacy. Gradually, the inky black haki enveloping his right hand began to coalesce towards the center of his palm. With his Rinnegan radiating a brilliant purple light, Chihe shouted, "Armament haki, elevate." In the next instant, the haki surrounding his entire right hand crystallized into a circular black emblem, resembling a dark sun. Gazing at the circular design on the back of his hand, Chihe murmured, "The elevated haki is stored here. It serves as another heart bestowing me with power. I shall name it Dominance Heart." With a thought, the circular emblem on the back of his hand instantly radiated 5 thick black lines towards the tips of his 5 fingers. These 5 lines resembled black veins, continuously infusing a devastating force into Chihe's entire right hand. Chihe clenched his fist tightly and struck the air with a powerful punch. In that fleeting moment, the circular pattern on the back of his hand pulsated as if it were a beating heart, expanding and contracting dramatically. A fist-shaped shockwave materialized, hurtling towards a distant hillock. With a thunderous roar, the modest hill, standing several dozen meters high, was instantly reduced to rubble, sending shards of stone flying in every direction. Chihe felt a profound satisfaction with the formidable power of his recent strike. However, upon observing the noticeably diminished aura around his arm, he couldn't shake off a sense of incompleteness. He contemplated that the expenditure of his formidable presence was rather excessive, with the newly acquired mastery of his armament haki. He was still unable to wield it for a basic attack. Reflecting on the form of that punch, he recalled Kagaya's technique, the 80-God air strike. Although the might of his version fell short in comparison, Chihe boldly decided to christen this technique as the Divine Air Strike, envisioning it as a youthful rendition of the original. Naturally, it was only a matter of time before it would evolve into its flagship version. With the preliminary success of his armament haki's enhancement, Chihe reverted from his Sage Mode, causing the intricate patterns on his hands to vanish. In an instant, as he returned to his normal state, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he employed the powers of the heavenly path to levitate and gradually made his way back to the dormitory. "Chihe, you're back." Chihe opened the dormitory door and, upon seeing Bridge's face bruised and battered, inquired with curiosity, "Bridge, what happened to your face? Did an upperclassman rough you up?" I was just fooling around with Griefus and accidentally bumped into the table. Alas, it's just my misfortune." At that moment, Griefus, cigar in mouth, sauntered over, draping an arm around Bridge's shoulders. With a mischievous grin, he leaned in close and whispered, "You're simply too careless. How about a cigar to ease the pain?" Bridge forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and quickly waved his hands. No, I can't get used to cigars, and I won't start now. Come on now, let me light one for you. Don't be shy. We're practically family." "Really? No thanks, Griefus." Are you refusing to honor me? Light it up." All right, just one then." "What are you stretching your neck for? Aren't you going to light it for me?" "I meant for you to light it." These two clowns. Chihe shook his head helplessly and walked over to his bed, noticing that his quilt had already been neatly folded. Such considerate roommates. If this were on Blue Star, I would surely bestow upon them the title of good son. Chihe, feeling a wave of comfort, plopped down onto the bed, closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. "Chihe, this is the bento I prepared for you." On her way from the dormitory to the training grounds, Chihe found herself intercepted. With a smile, She graciously accepted the bento from a fellow female student, who, upon seeing Chienha take it, covered her face and dashed away before Chienha could utter a word. Once the girl had departed, Chienha opened her spatial compartment, placing the bento inside. She gazed at the multitude of bentos and gifts occupying a significant portion of the space, gently massaging her temples as she pondered how much more the trio, Bridge, and company could possibly consume. Just as she was about to close the compartment, another female student approached, bento in hand. This time, it was a familiar face, Ain, whom Chienha had met on the playground. Ain cast a glance at the still-open compartment, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her eyes. Concealing the bento behind her, she teased Chienha, "You certainly are quite popular, Chienha. It seems I have arrived a tad late. Haven't I?" Chienha's smile faded as he looked at Ain with a faint expression of grievance. "I didn't want this either, ever since my altercation with Smoker. It seems I have become somewhat of a celebrity." After saying this, he extended his hand toward Ain. She looked at him quizzically, unsure of his intentions. "Your bento looks delightful. I haven't eaten yet. Would you be so kind as to share?" Ain's previous expressions and behaviors had certainly not escaped Chienha's notice. He admired this determined young woman and naturally wished to spare her any distress. Ain appeared somewhat flustered. "But you still have so many bentos left. I don't know those people and wouldn't dare eat their food. Yours is far more trustworthy." Seeing Ain still dazed, Chienha seized the bento from her hands and dashed away, his voice trailing behind him. "Hand it over." As Ain watched Chienha's figure recede until it vanished from view, a smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of a blooming magnolia. After today's training concluded, Zifa did not immediately dismiss the trainees, but instead gathered them to announce an important message. "Your first year's training is coming to an end, and next month we will conduct the year-end assessment. This assessment will be a practical examination, and the top 3 students will be rewarded with a devil fruit and exceptional blades." Upon hearing this, the trainees erupted in excitement. They were prepared for the year-end assessment, but the rewards were astonishing. How could the top 3 receive such extraordinary prizes as a devil fruit or a fine sword? What is a devil fruit? Consuming one is arguably the fastest way for an individual to enhance their abilities in this world. Moreover, if one were to consume a powerful devil fruit, even an ordinary soldier could ascend to greatness. As for the fine sword, for those specializing in swordsmanship, it is an even more tantalizing reward than a devil fruit. What swordsman does not dream of wielding a magnificent blade as their weapon? The room was filled with eager faces, each silently vowing to secure at least second or third place. As for first place, surely that was destined for Uchiha Chihe. Everyone, including Zifa, assumed that the top position was already Chienha's. Zifa had anticipated the trainees' reaction. In previous years, there had been rewards, but none so extravagant. Even within the Navy, treasures like devil fruits and exceptional blades were not commonplace. After much contemplation, Zifa could only surmise that Sengoku was intent on rewarding Uchiha Chihe in some fashion. Over the past few months, Chienha's astonishing performances had undoubtedly piqued Sengoku's interest, and with the connections to Gion and Tsuru, Sengoku had fully committed to nurturing Chienha as the next admiral. Such an approach is commendable. When it comes to talent, it is essential to recognize and support their growth. To wait until they have matured before offering assistance would merely be gilding the lily. Zifa, without a doubt, embodies the values of a traditional and upright Navy officer. However, this does not imply that Zephyr is rigid. After experiencing the tragedy of losing his wife and child, his perspectives have gradually evolved. It is noteworthy that when Shinjo joined the Navy, he consolidated all the pirates of the Brant pirate crew into a singular dark entity, which starkly contradicted his principles of nonviolence. In the past, Zephyr would have harbored certain prejudices against Shinjo, yet now he remains emotionally unperturbed and even quietly supports Shinjo's actions, imparting his wisdom without reservation. Zephyr firmly believes that Shinjo has the potential to ascend to the rank of admiral, if not higher. Having stepped back from the front lines, he finds a long-lost sense of fulfillment in witnessing Shinjo's continuous growth. At this moment, Zephyr has come to see Shinjo as a vessel of hope. At this moment, Chika was brimming with excitement. He had no immediate need for the swift blade. However, the devil fruit would significantly enhance his abilities. Ever since he absorbed the Dordor fruit, he had yet to encounter a new power to assimilate. This time, the devil fruit awarded to him would likely be exceptional, sufficient to awaken the second tomoe of his Rinnegan. With each tomoe activated, the ocular power of the Rinnegan would be augmented. Chika anticipated that with 3 tomos, His Rinnegan would unlock exclusive techniques akin to those of Madara's Limbo and Sasuke's Heavenly Hand Power. Previously, he had been ambushed by Orochimaru, resulting in the premature depletion of his ocular power just as his Rinnegan was activated, leaving him without a unique skill, a lingering regret for Chika. He was determined to acquire this devil fruit. In the days that followed, Chika devoted his mornings to training his roommates and spent his afternoons honing his haki in the desolate mountains. He executed 12 consecutive God Void strikes, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The God Void strike was currently his most formidable single-target martial technique, and with less than a week remaining before the assessment, he had already achieved the ability to deliver 12 strikes. This was sufficient. There was no way any of his peers could withstand such an assault, especially since the God Void strike was infused with haki, making it impervious even to Logia users. As he lay on the ground, reflecting on his training progress, Chika felt confident that he was more than prepared for the upcoming assessment. Rising to his feet and brushing off his clothes, he intended to return to the dormitory ahead of schedule. Just as he stood up, he spotted Bridge rushing toward him in a flurry, shouting, "Chika, a beautiful officer is here looking for you." Chienha was taken aback and inquired, "A beautiful officer?" Indeed, she introduced herself as Guion. How surprising it was that after nearly a year of separation, Guion had chosen to visit him now. Chienha had assumed she would only come to see him upon his graduation. Nevertheless, since she was here, Chienha could not allow her to wait indefinitely. With a swift motion, he seized Bridge, and before Bridge could comprehend the situation, he found himself airborne, emitting a terrified scream. "Chienha, you must hold on tight. My moonwalk skills are still unrefined." After a smooth landing, he set the exhausted Bridge aside and immediately spotted Guion standing at the entrance of the dormitory area. Guion, having noticed Chienha's descent, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of joy in her eyes, though her expression quickly shifted to one of mock indignation as she strode purposefully towards him in her high heels. Coming to a halt before Chienha, she pinched his ear and leaned in closer, feigning anger as she said, "Chienha, dear brother, you truly are a busy individual. Do you realize I've been waiting here for you for quite some time?" Without paying heed to the ear in her grasp, Chika spoke leisurely, "Sister Guion, I received your message and hastened here as swiftly as the wind. You have unjustly accused me." Guion cast a sidelong glance at the prostrate and rolling-eyed Bridge, and finally, unable to maintain her facade, she relaxed her expression, released Chika's ear, and gazed intently at his face, softly uttering, "It has been a long time, dear brother Chika." Chienha smiled gently, opening her arms wide. "Long time no see, Sister Guion." However, upon witnessing Chienha's gesture, Guion recalled their last embrace at parting, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She cast a sidelong glance at Chienha, crossing her arms and remaining rooted to the spot. Chika stood there, maintaining her posture, appearing somewhat comical. She hastily lowered her arms and raised a hand to touch her nose, attempting to mask the slight embarrassment she had just experienced. Guion playfully tapped Chika's forehead with her finger, smiling as she remarked, "Was that embrace from last time not sufficient? Do not forget what I told you. Once you graduate and achieve your goals, I shall grant you one condition." Chika declared that she certainly had not forgotten and was constantly striving for it. Observing Chika's resolute expression, Guion covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then pinched Chika's cheek before addressing the matter at hand. "I heard from Sister Tsuru that you are about to undergo the year-end assessment. The rewards for the top 3 are quite enticing. How do you feel about your chances?" Chienha shrugged indifferently, declaring, "Victory is assured." Upon witnessing his ostentatious demeanor, Chiyuan tightened her grip on his face, teasingly remarking, "Oh, quite confident, are we? I shall be present at the event as well. Let us hope you don't embarrass yourself." Chienha maintained a calm demeanor and continued, "I have already decided on the reward I desire, the devil fruit." "The devil fruit? What purpose do you have for such a thing? Do your peculiar abilities still require this? Consuming it will render you incapable of swimming." Ji Yuan felt that Chienha was truly ill-suited to consume the devil fruit and emphasized its drawbacks to him. "Rest assured, Sister Ji Yuan, I am well aware of the consequences. Moreover, my intention for the devil fruit is not for consumption. My eyes still possess certain imperfections. The power of the devil fruit can not only rectify them, but also allow for further evolution." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan wore an expression of disbelief. She considered Chienha's eyes to already be extraordinary. His myriad of abilities were impressive enough, particularly his flying capability, which had inspired envy in many. However, now it seemed Chienha implied that his eyes had flaws and could even evolve further. Upon closer inspection of Chienha's Rinnegan, Ji-Yuan noticed an additional tomoe in his right eye. Does the pattern in your right eye relate to the evolution you mentioned? Was it caused by the devil fruit? Chika nodded, unperturbed by the revelation, for Guion was indeed someone he held dear, and sharing this information posed no concern. Guion processed the news, as the notion of evolving one's sight through the power of a devil fruit was undeniably extraordinary. Moreover, did this not imply that Chika could wield the powers of more than one devil fruit? The very fact that Chika felt comfortable enough to confide in him indicated a profound trust, which filled Guion with a sense of joy. Setting aside any extraneous thoughts, Guion turned to Chika and inquired, "So, you truly require the devil fruit, do you not?" "Indeed," Chika affirmed, "and the abilities of the devil fruit must be formidable." Chienha has never believed in the notion of fruit without flaws. Rather, he asserts that it is the abilities of the users that are subpar. A fruit that is inferior is simply deemed worthless. Can one truly compare a common Zoan Type fruit with that of a mythical beast? Take, for instance, the string fruit in the hands of Doflamingo, which appears formidable, yet it is merely a reflection of his strength. One can imagine that a regular individual consuming the string fruit would only end up operating a sewing machine. Had Doflamingo ingested a more potent fruit, even one of his subordinates' weapons or the snow fruit, he would not have fallen from grace so swiftly, ending up as the king of readers in a prison. Shizuka nodded slightly. She refrained from consuming a devil fruit, primarily due to her specialization in swordsmanship and her belief that no fruit suited her. However, since Chienha is in need, she resolved to assist him. "Very well, I understand. Sister Tsuru has several fruits, all documented in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Once you graduate, feel free to choose a few." Chienha was genuinely taken aback. "Choose a few? Is this truly a statement made by a person? It seems Shizuka is somewhat of a wealthy lady. What does that make him? A kept man?" He never imagined he would find himself in the position of a kept man. Nevertheless, the prospect was indeed enticing. Shizuka returned, having not yet greeted Tsuru upon disembarking. She had hurriedly come to find Chienha. Of course, this was not something she would ever disclose to him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chienha opened the door to find 3 pairs of eager eyes fixed upon him. "You're back, Chienha," one exclaimed. "Who was that beautiful officer just now? Can you share some details with us?" Another chimed in. Indeed, it was quite an eye-opener. Those female soldiers simply cannot compare. Chienha casually explained Guion's identity, prompting another wave of excitement among the trio. "What? A rear admiral? My goodness, she looks so youthful," they gasped. "Wow, Chienha, you actually know such a stunning officer. No wonder you're so impressive. Chienha, what is your relationship with her? Should we refer to her as sister-in-law when we see her next?" One of them asked eagerly. "Come on, have a cigar, Chienha. I have a friend who wants to know if she has any sisters or siblings." Chienha gazed silently at the obsequious Grelfoss. Suddenly struck by an amusing thought, he nodded earnestly and remarked, "Indeed, she does have a sister, one who is not only a high-ranking official but also single." "What?" Grelfoss exclaimed, nearly drooling, as he turned and rummaged beneath the bed, retrieving a large box of cigars that left Bridge wide-eyed. Handing the substantial box of cigars to Chienha, Grelfoss rubbed his hands together and leaned closer, inquiring, "So, Chienha, I was wondering, my friend has also been single for many years and is quite eager to find a soulmate. Would you be so kind as to introduce him? Rest assured, if this comes to fruition, I shall reward you with a grand box of exquisite cigars." Chienha gently patted his shoulder and solemnly declared, "Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Boss Chienha." Griefus was utterly moved, nearly ready to acknowledge him as a father figure. Bridge approached the scene, saying, "Griefus, I actually have a sister as well. Get lost. Go look in the mirror first." Griefus retorted, eyeing Bridge's short stature and his hands that resembled large basins. His face filled with disdain. "Huh, what kind of aesthetic is that?" Bridge, feeling disheartened, retreated to his bed in silence, hands tucked away, realizing he was no match for Griefus. Binzi, however, was lost in his own world, contorting his body in front of a pot of cacti. A rather painful sight to behold. The cacti in the pot swelled with each twist of his form, their spines becoming increasingly sharp. This was the manifestation of Binzi's ability, the fruit of abundance, enabling him to manipulate nearby plants and accelerate their growth. It seemed this ability required physical movement to activate. The faster he twisted, the stronger his power became. Chienha mused, wondering if every fruit of abundance user had to engage in such antics to harness their abilities. He found it rather amusing to imagine a socially anxious individual consuming the fruit of abundance, who, under the watchful eyes of others, might never muster the courage to utilize their powers, even if faced with dire circumstances. Binzi, now drenched in sweat from his exertions, ceased his movements and settled down to rest. Chienha approached him and inquired, "Binzi, do you have confidence this time? I've noticed that you have been particularly diligent lately. If you were to achieve a commendable rank, what reward would you desire?" Binzi pondered for a moment, appearing somewhat dazed, before replying, "To be honest, I lack assurance. After all, with you, Chienha, around, there are only 2 actual slots available. However, if by some stroke of luck I were to secure one, I would wish for a fine swift blade." A fine swift blade? Chienha recalled the scene from the theatrical version where Binzi bore a knife with a green hilt on his back. Could it be that he obtained it during one of the assessments? Perhaps Binzi might indeed achieve a remarkable result this time. Chienha gave Binzi's shoulder a reassuring pat and said, "You must have faith in yourself. I firmly believe you will certainly attain a commendable rank." Binzi, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected confidence Chienha had in him, rose, feeling a surge of emotion, and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Chienha. Chienha urged him to relax a bit. Among the 3 roommates, Binzi was the most earnest. Fortunately, the others were decent and did not bully him because of this. Even Grafus, who resembled a bully, only occasionally picked on Blitch, and that was always provoked by Blitch himself. After reassuring Binzi, Chienha turned to the other 2 and said, "You 2 should also put in some effort during this time. After graduation, we might find ourselves on the same boat." Blitch and Grafus exchanged puzzled glances, pointing at themselves. Since entering the training camp, one had been solely focused on smoking cigars while the other discreetly indulged in the same habit. Their commitment to improving their skills paled in comparison to that of Chienha and Binzi. Chienha suspected that apart from himself, the most formidable individual in the dormitory might be the usually taciturn Binzi. The current ocean was far from safe, the number of pirates was on the rise, and the casualties within the Navy had also been increasing in recent years. If we could secure a position on the same ship upon graduation, we would be able to look out for one another. I certainly do not wish for any of our names to appear on some grim list in the future. This statement carried a certain weight, prompting Bridge and Grafus to fall silent, while even Binzi contemplated the gravity of Chienha's words. After a long pause, Bridge, typically the most frivolous among them, was the first to speak up. "I understand, Boss Chienha. Thank you. From now on, I shall strive to practice diligently and smoke fewer cigars." Grafus shot an incredulous glance at Bridge, silently questioning where he had acquired cigars, as they were all his. After a moment of silent intimidation towards Bridge, Grafus added, "Rest assured, Boss Chienha. Although I know it will be challenging to match your prowess, I do possess a certain skill in marksmanship. It would suffice for me to serve as a gunner on your ship in the future." In his heart, Grafus had long accepted that Chienha's future rank would undoubtedly exceed that of a rear admiral, and possessing his own warship was a matter of course. Binzi remained silent, merely nodding resolutely. Chienha felt a sense of satisfaction from the reactions of the crowd. If they could not comprehend this, they would have no one to blame but themselves when they were eventually cast aside by this vast ocean. Chica firmly believes that he will undoubtedly possess his own warship in the future. Consequently, the initial crew members must be his own trusted companions, equipped with commendable skills and distinct strengths. His current roommates, both in terms of camaraderie and capability, are indeed excellent candidates. Extending a hand, Chica addressed the group, stating, "Very well, from this moment forth, let us strive together and not falter." In unison, the trio of Bridge placed their hands atop his, exclaiming, "Let us work diligently. We shall not be left behind by our leader, Chica." Chienha gazed in astonishment at the other 3, who responded with sly smiles, remarking, "After all, our leader Chienha is truly formidable. Merely not being outshone by you is sufficient for us to stride confidently through the training camp." Chienha was amused by the remark, and soon the laughter of the other 3 filled the dormitory, resonating through the room. As night fell, some dorms had already begun to settle down for rest. Someone shouted in annoyance, "What the hell? Are we getting frisky in the middle of the night? Are we not allowed to sleep?" With the year-end assessments approaching, the evaluation venue was designated at the central square of Marineford, which would later become the battleground for the upcoming war. On the morning of the assessment day, the area was already bustling with voices, and on the platform stood high-ranking officials from various divisions. Among them were figures like Sengoku, Garp, Suru, and Gion, Akainu, Akichi. And Kizaru also arrived at the assessment site that day. Seated in his place, Akainu coldly observed the noisy crowd below, appearing somewhat out of sync with the surrounding atmosphere. Under normal circumstances, given his status and temperament, he would never participate in such year-end assessments for recruits. Ever since he ascended to the position of admiral and subtly emerged as the leader of the Navy's hawkish faction, his mind had been consumed with executing his brand of justice. His attendance rate could be described as the highest among admirals, earning him the title of a model naval officer. However, even he, with his extraordinary prowess, felt somewhat overwhelmed. The sheer number of pirates was staggering, and he understood that it was impossible for him alone to eradicate them all. This batch of recruits might very well be the last group personally trained by former Admiral Zephyr, despite his deep-seated disagreement with Zephyr's philosophy of non-lethal justice. Akainu held a profound respect for Zephyr's teaching abilities. Thus, he wished to scout a few outstanding candidates to join his ranks. Notably, a recruit named Uchiha Chihe had caught his attention. He had heard this name more than once, from both subordinates and superiors alike. Glancing at Kizaru and Akiji on either side, he slowly remarked, "I didn't expect you two to be here as well. Are you truly interested in just a rookie assessment?" Kizaru, nonchalantly crossing his legs and idly trimming his nails with a nail clipper, lazily replied, after sitting in the office for too long, "Why not to join in the festivities?" The only one who did not cross his legs was Akiji. Resting his chin on his hand, he casually stated, "Since both of you are here, I suppose my presence is not an issue." Akainu let out a cold snort and fell silent. Yet the temperature around him began to rise steadily. Akiji sat quietly to his right, seemingly indifferent to the change in warmth. From a distance, the space they occupied appeared to radiate two contrasting colors, red and blue. Sengoku, seated between them, noted the palpable discord and furrowed his brow, tapping lightly on the armrest of his chair. Only then did the two men quiet down, as if nothing had transpired. With a slight sigh, Sengoku understood that the animosity between Akainu and Akiji stemmed from the earlier incident involving the buster call on O'Hara. While Akiji was not particularly invested in the matter, he had followed orders. The situation soured when Akainu commanded the bombardment of a ship laden with civilians. Akiji had witnessed the vessel sink before his eyes, and given his character, he could not stand idly by. Throughout their return journey, tension had escalated to the brink of violence, and it was only through Sengoku's intervention that the situation was temporarily diffused. Following this incident, Akainu's actions garnered favor from the world government, marking a significant milestone in his ascent to the rank of admiral. Subsequently, Akiji also achieved the rank of admiral. Yet the differing ideals they carried created a profound rift between them. Should this fracture remain unhealed, it would undoubtedly lead to future turmoil. However, the challenge of mending such a divide was daunting, and Sengoku felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The friction above did not dampen the enthusiasm below, as not only the candidates participating in the assessment had arrived, but numerous officers and soldiers from the headquarters gathered to witness the event. Conversations buzzed about the assessment, with whispers of rewards including a large sword and even a devil fruit. Have you heard? A devil fruit is a treasure of the sea, worth millions of berries. I can hardly afford one in my lifetime as a Navy officer. Indeed, knowing that this assessment offers a devil fruit makes me want to join the training camp. Come on, only geniuses get into the training camp, and those in the elite camp are the cream of the crop. Do you really think you can just waltz in? Enough of this idle chatter. Do you know who the frontrunner for the championship is? It must be Uchiha Chihe. I've heard that name so many times it's starting to wear on my ears. Not necessarily, though, given the rewards. Many upperclassmen with real combat experience have returned to participate. No matter how strong Uchiha Chihe is, he's still a sheltered flower, lacking in practical training. Are upperclassmen really participating? Doesn't that seem a bit unfair for those who have only been training for a year? Who knows? The headquarters approved it. Perhaps they believe the overall level of this year's candidates has significantly improved. Well, whoever ultimately claims the reward doesn't concern us much. However, witnessing these prodigies should be quite enlightening. Indeed, the battles are bound to be spectacular. The groups have been assigned. The assessment is about to commence. Let us focus on the competition. Today, Chihe donned his favorite black robe adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, as this assessment permitted participants to wear whatever attire they deemed most comfortable. Having received information regarding his first opponent, he glanced at the document in his hand before carelessly discarding it into the trash. Observing Chihe's actions, Burridge approached with curiosity and inquired, "Chihe, who is your opponent?" Chienha shrugged and remarked that he did not recognize the individual, only knowing that his name was Curry's. Upon witnessing Chienha's nonchalant demeanor, Bridge immediately began to flatter him, exclaiming that it was typical of the great Chienha to be utterly unconcerned about his opponents. Nearby, Grifos seized the opportunity to chime in, noting that just moments ago, someone had scrutinized that tattered list no less than 10 times, likely even aware of the color of the individual's underwear today. Bridge, infuriated, felt steam rising from his forehead as he glaringly retorted to Grifos, asserting that he was merely exercising caution. He warned Grifos to pray they would not be grouped together, for he was determined to show him why flowers bloom so vividly. Ever since that fateful day in the dormitory when Chienha had fed him a generous bowl of chicken soup, Bridge had been training vigorously, currently experiencing a novice's inflated confidence. Believing he was superior to all save Chienha, Grifos raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile emerging on his rugged face as he disdainfully replied, "Very well. I shall await your challenge. But let me make this clear. Should you lose, you owe me a year's worth of cigars, and when you light one, you must say, 'Boss, allow me to light this for you.'" Bridge, equally unwilling to concede, declared that if Grifos were to lose, he would be obliged to do the same. With Grifos providing the cigars, a gunshot suddenly interrupted the playful banter between Bridge and Grifos, signaling the official commencement of the year-end assessment. The host appeared at the center of the arena, and Chienha was astonished to discover that it was the long-unseen Kaji. Kaji had finally shed his perpetually drab-brown attire in favor of a sleek black suit. However, due to his physique and appearance, he resembled a rather large black pig. Striking what he deemed a dashing pose, Kaji confidently recited the competition rules, casting a glance toward the elevated platform housing Gion. Yet, the audience below showed little respect, impatiently urging him to announce the start of the competition rather than dawdling, forgetting that he was, after all, a major general. Kaji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily declared the competition open before retreating in haste. The rules of the contest were straightforward, given the limited number of trainees in the camp. The participants were divided into 4 large groups, A, B, C, and D. Each group would engage in head-to-head matches, with the arena divided into 4 sections. Ultimately, 4 victors would emerge, who would then draw lots for their subsequent matchups. The winners of the 2 groups would face off in the finals, while the 2 losers would compete for 3rd place. Chienha and Bridge, along with 2 others, were aptly distributed among 4 major groups, thus averting the awkwardness of prematurely eliminating their own team members. Chienha was the first competitor to take the stage in Group A. As soon as the T-Pig announced the commencement of the competition, a staff member approached to inform Chienha to proceed to the stage. Meanwhile, Bridge and others made their way to their respective competition areas. Chienha ascended the arena with a measured pace, coming to a halt at its center. His pair of Rinnegan eyes shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. He cast a glance towards the elevated platform and made a subtle gesture of reassurance. The high-ranking naval officers on the platform turned their attention towards Gion, naturally discerning that Chienha had been gazing at her. Gion, unfazed by the surrounding reactions, felt a spark of excitement upon Chienha's appearance, instinctively leaning forward. Beside her, Tsuru cast a sidelong glance, reflecting on her sister's earnestness. Just days prior, she had approached Tsuru, seeking to procure several devil fruits for the formidable Uchiha Chihe. Good heavens, preparing multiple devil fruits. Did she not realize the absurdity of her request? It seemed her sister regarded these treasures as mere cabbages. Nevertheless, as he was the object of her affection, Tsuru felt compelled to acquiesce, considering it a form of dowry. Yet, despite her agreement, Tsuru resolved to observe Uchiha Chihe closely, assessing both his prowess and character. Meanwhile, Chienha withdrew his gaze and turned to face his opponent. Curries appeared visibly distressed. As a fellow student in the same cohort as Chienha, he was acutely aware of Chienha's formidable skills. The memory of Smoker's dismal fate in the cafeteria lingered vividly in his mind. How had he found himself pitted against such a monstrous adversary? Curries lamented his unfortunate predicament. Chienha was oblivious to the intricate psychological machinations of Curries, standing silently in place, awaiting the signal to commence the match. At last, the gunshot rang out, heralding the start of the competition. In that fleeting moment, Chienha remained motionless, merely raising his gaze, unleashing the faintest power of the Shinra Tensei. In the next instant, Curries was embedded into the wall beneath the audience seats. The entire contest transpired in a mere second. Competitors in other regions had yet to unleash their initial moves. The audience, still in bewilderment, was left searching for Kuri's figure, unaware that the match had already concluded. On the platform, Gun, witnessing Chienha's swift and decisive victory, felt a surge of elation and was the first to applaud. This act prompted others to join in, and gradually, the arena resonated with applause. Although there had been no fierce combat, the impact of such undeniable prowess was immense. Chienha's inaugural strike had firmly established that his strength was commensurate with his reputation. Chienha did not hasten to depart the arena. Instead, he used the universal pull to extract Kuri from the wall, allowing him to land gently on the ground. Kuri sustained no serious injuries, merely dazed from the force. But he soon regained his senses. Observing that Chienha had taken the time to lower him respectfully, he felt a modicum of dignity restored, and any lingering grievances dissipated. Before departing, he cast a grateful glance toward Chienha. On the platform, Crane nodded slightly at Chienha's gesture, irrespective of the disparity in strength. She recognized the importance of respecting one's peers, a principle she wholeheartedly endorsed, especially given her inclination towards a more pacifistic approach. Others, however, were primarily focused on Chienha's capabilities. Sengoku, with a beaming smile, stroked his sparse beard, reveling in the realization that Chienha's remarkable performance validated the correctness of his judgment and decisions. Kizaru paused his nail trimming, commenting in a peculiar tone, "How frightening. This newcomer, Uchiha Chihe, is said to possess multiple abilities without having consumed a devil fruit. Truly a little anomaly." Gun shot a glare at Kizaru, internally retorting, "You are the real anomaly, you glimmering yellow monkey who has consumed the perverse fruit." Akainu adjusted his cap, showing little interest in Chienha's methods of attack. To him, any form of assault was merely an expression of strength. As long as one possessed sufficient power, the specifics mattered little. He had already formed a preliminary understanding of Chienha's prowess. Although Kuri's was dispatched in a single move, it did not imply incompetence. Kuri's was from an elite training camp. And Akainu, having spent time there, knew that even the least skilled participants were not to be underestimated, typically possessing at least the strength of a captain. The fact that someone of such caliber was subdued by Chienha in a single blow spoke volumes. This Uchiha Chihe possessed at least the battle prowess of a major, and he was yet to reach the age of 18. Uchiha Chihe was resolute in his determination to win him over, to make him comprehend his sense of justice. He could not afford to let him fall into the hands of Akiji. Indecisiveness could not bring an end to evil. Akiji remained poised in his seat, casting a discreet glance toward Akainu, aware that the latter had taken a particular interest in Uchiha Chihe, desiring to bring him under his command. Before the O'Hara incident, he had been indifferent to such matters. However, after that event, he vehemently disagreed with Akainu's notion of justice. Thus, if Akainu were to truly attempt to recruit him, Akiji would not remain passive, for should a talent like Chihe join Akainu's ranks, it would not be long before a second Akainu emerged. The high-ranking officers of the Navy, each harboring their own thoughts, fell into a contemplative silence, quietly observing the remainder of the match. Meanwhile, the battle involving Bridge commenced. His opponent was Ein, and his situation was rather precarious. Ein possessed the power of the repel fruit, capable of unleashing purple flames that could revert any being or object struck by them to a state from several years prior. A remarkably overpowered Paramecia Type devil fruit. This ability posed a natural counter to Bridge's close-quarters combat style. Fortuitously, Ein had yet to reach the level of mastery over her fruit's capabilities that she would later display in the theatrical adaptations. She could not yet launch her purple flames from a distance, and even if struck, the victim would only regress 5 years. At the outset of the battle, Bridge inadvertently fell victim to one of her attacks, causing his body to revert to that of a 17-year-old. The impact was not devastating, yet he dared not act recklessly. He retreated to a corner of the arena, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Ein stood opposite him, each hand cradling a sphere of purple flame, equally wary of Bridge's offensive maneuvers. During their earlier exchange, Bridge had grazed her shoulder, and should she let her guard down even slightly, his attack could easily find its mark. Such a stalemate was decidedly unfavorable for Ein. In terms of physical prowess and martial skill, she could not match Bridge. Her only hope lay in utilizing her devil fruit abilities to seize the right moment for a decisive strike. Having already suffered one regression, if she were to endure another, she would revert to a 12-year-old, and no matter how strong her physique, she would be unable to make a significant impact at that age. Bridge began to feel the pressure, once again activating the hook fruit's powers. His right hand transformed into a curved hook, darting toward Ein with remarkable speed. Ein, unwilling to confront it head-on, swiftly executed a shave to evade. Bridge, proficient in the 6 styles finger pistol technique, most suited to his combat style, launched the hook, which carried the added effect of the finger pistol. Should the reverse fruit ability be activated at this moment, it would undoubtedly result in severe injury, potentially incapacitating her. Ein materialized at another section of the arena, with Bridge's assault following closely behind. This time, Bridge resolved to wager everything, determined to conclude the battle even at the cost of enduring another blow from the reverse ability. The repeated use of shave was exhausting her stamina tremendously. Narrowly evading the claw once more, Ein stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, she gazed at the approaching claw, as if having made a momentous decision. This time, Ein did not shy away. She forcefully thrust her shoulder forward. Blood spattered as the curved hook pierced through her shoulder, locking her in place. With her other hand pressing against the hook embedded in her shoulder, she emitted a pained groan and bowed her head, seemingly on the verge of losing consciousness. Bridge was taken aback by Ein's audacity, as she, a woman, had braved his attack head-on. However, there was no room for hesitation in battle. No one would show mercy simply because the opponent was female. In his perspective, Ein, having sustained such grievous wounds, would find it exceedingly difficult to move, let alone activate her fruit ability. Thus, he exerted force with his right hand, pulling Ein's body toward him. He believed that once she was drawn close, he could deliver a decisive blow to end the conflict. Yet, matters did not unfold as Bridge anticipated. Instead of being dragged over, Ein, nearly unconscious, suddenly lifted her head. The hand resting on the hook ignited with a violet flame as the reverse fruit ability activated. The purple fire swiftly spread from Bridge's hand, which had transformed into a hook, enveloping his entire being. Damn. Upon witnessing the violet flames, Bridge immediately sought to nullify his ability, but it was too late. His body erupted in a radiant purple glow, and after emitting a series of awkward cries, he transformed into a chubby boy with blonde hair. Bridge stared at Ein with eyes that were now even smaller than before. Although he had reverted to his 12-year-old self, he did not concede defeat. For Ein's condition was hardly enviable either. However, the next moment plunged him into despair. Ein discerned Bridge's thoughts. A faint smile crept across her pale face as she trembled. Raising her uninjured arm, a small orb of light purple flame, noticeably diminished in size, materialized, which she pressed against her body. Within mere seconds, the gaping wound in her shoulder vanished, while her overall appearance remained largely unchanged. Though Ein could not extend the duration of the reverse ability, she could diminish it. By applying it to herself, she restored her condition to one devoid of injury. Truly, it was a testament to the prowess of a Paramecia Type fruit related to time. Observing Ein now seemingly unscathed, and realizing that he stood at her waist height, Bridge could only manage a bitter chuckle. He understood at that moment that he had lost. The pivotal error being his underestimation of Ein's indomitable spirit due to her gender. The analysis of his opponent's devil fruit ability was not thorough, ultimately. The loss was not unjust. In truth, he was not as fixated on the rewards of the competition as others. Having already consumed a devil fruit and not being a swordsman, his greatest desire was to encounter Grelfors during the match, to teach him a harsh lesson, and to openly claim the privilege of enjoying cigars for a year, all while watching him, with a face of constipated frustration, call him bro, and light his cigarette. Alas, this has now become a regret. Bridge shook his head and, in a rather straightforward manner, raised his hand to concede. Upon seeing his surrender, Ein released her devil fruit ability, and Bridge reverted to his original state. Back in the lounge, Ein slumped into a chair. From the moment the hook pierced her shoulder until now, both her stamina and physical condition had been utterly depleted. At that moment, a teammate who had just finished her match returned to the lounge, and, upon seeing Ein's condition, hurried to her side. As the teammate approached, she noticed Ein's pallor, the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and the gaping wound on her shoulder from which blood flowed incessantly. This was the result of Ein's exhaustion leading to the automatic release of her devil fruit ability. The teammate anxiously called for medical assistance and turned to Ein with a pained expression, remarking, "It was just a match. Was it worth such desperation?" Ein mustered the last flicker of her spirit, a slender figure emerging in her mind, and in a daze, she murmured, "If I cannot achieve even this, how can I ever reach his side?" Seated in the spectators' area, Chica appeared utterly bored, his eyes half closed, as if he had succumbed to slumber. He was no longer required to participate in the ongoing competition. Do not misconstrue this as a consequence of elimination. Rather, it was a result of altered assessment rules. Chika's prowess was deemed so vastly superior to that of his peers that the higher-ups decided to segregate him from the rest, sparing him from further contests. The unfortunate Kuris, who had faced Chika in the very first round, was now granted another opportunity to compete. The assessment designed for Chika would transition from sparring with fellow students to an evaluation conducted by a vice admiral dispatched from headquarters. Prior to this decision, headquarters had sought Chika's input, acknowledging the potential unfairness of the arrangement. Nevertheless, they resolved that regardless of Chika's performance against the vice admiral, he would undoubtedly receive a devil fruit as a reward. Chika harbored no objections to this arrangement. It simplified matters and spared him the awkwardness of eliminating acquaintances. On the third day of the competition, the final 4 contestants emerging from groups A, B, C, and D were Ein, Smoker, Binz, and Griefus. Ultimately, Griefus was eliminated, while Smoker, Binz, and Ein claimed the first, second, and third places, respectively. Smoker opted not for a devil fruit or a large blade, but instead requested a weapon embedded with sea prism stone, which the Navy headquarters readily agreed to. Recognizing Smoker as a Logia type user and the victor of this iteration of the competition, despite Chika's absence from the final battle, Binz chose a large blade with a green hilt, known as the Green Vine. Curiously, Ein, despite being a power user, selected a devil fruit as the third-place contestant. She was limited to choosing an unknown fruit not listed in the encyclopedia. Holding the devil fruit close, Ein returned quietly to the spectators' area, where her roommate immediately inquired about her choice. Ein pressed her lips together, recalling a conversation with Chika prior to the assessment. "What reward would you desire for this evaluation?" he had asked. "Well, apart from you, I can't think of anyone else who might secure first place. A devil fruit, perhaps, which holds special significance for me." "Special significance?" "Oh, that's a secret. All I can say is that it will greatly enhance my abilities." "You intend to consume it?" "Not at all. Eating it would render me useless." "Who are you referring to?" "Oh, sorry. Forget I said anything. It's your secret now, but I am aware of it." "What do you know?" "Hee, a secret." Regaining her composure, I turned to her roommate with a smile. "Honestly, I have little else I desire. Perhaps this devil fruit could even be exchanged for money in the future." Her roommate pondered this and agreed, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. "All right then. You little money grubber. Let's watch the match. The main event is about to unfold, the duel between Uchiha Chihe and the Vice Admiral from headquarters. This is unprecedented. Uchiha Chihe truly is a monster, operating on an entirely different level from us." Upon hearing her roommate refer to Chienha as a monster, Ein cast a reproachful glance in her direction. It was then that her roommate recalled that Ein was practically an ardent admirer of Uchiha Chienha, thus finding herself caught in an embarrassing moment. With a sheepish smile, she quickly exclaimed, "Oh dear, let's focus on the match. It's about to begin." Ein, not truly upset, tucked away the devil fruit in her hand and quietly awaited the forthcoming contest. The arena had been largely restored and cleared, and there stood Kaki, draped in a coat of justice, on stage, dressed not in his customary black suit, but rather in his most comfortable brown attire. Grasping the microphone, Kaki cleared his throat and announced to the audience that the forthcoming battle would feature Uchiha Chienha against the Rear Admiral of the headquarters. Given Uchiha Chienha's considerable disparity in strength compared to other students, this arrangement had been made with his consent. The audience was already well aware of this development, resulting in little reaction. Observing the calm atmosphere, Kaki continued, stating that regardless of the outcome, Chienha would receive a devil fruit as a reward, and if he emerged victorious. Here, Kaki deliberately paused, attempting to heighten the audience's anticipation. However, the crowd showed no interest, and before long, he found himself pelted with banana peels and eggs. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Kaki quickly resumed, declaring that should Chienha win, he would be awarded the rank of Brigadier General upon graduation. This proclamation sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Even the top student of the elite training camp had only been able to attain the rank of colonel. The gap between colonel and brigadier general was substantial, as the latter was already half a step into the upper echelons of the Navy headquarters. Considering that Uchiha Chienha was merely 17 years old, the prospect of a 17-year-old brigadier general seemed outrageous. However, upon reflection, one must first surpass the Rear Admiral, which appeared even more implausible, for entering the ranks of the Navy headquarters was no small feat. While the anime may have portrayed this scenario somewhat lackluster, the potential was undeniably present. Many in attendance mused that perhaps the higher-ups had merely concocted a grandiose promise as a gimmick. This sentiment was echoed not only by the audience, but also among the numerous high-ranking Navy officials on the platform, with the exception of Zephyr and Sengoku. Hearing this news, Crane turned to Sengoku in astonishment, inquiring, "Sengoku, what is the significance of this move? Is it merely for the sake of spectacle?" Other officials cast their gazes toward Garp, sharing the same curiosity. Sengoku shook his head, his eyes fixed on the crowd below. "I have received confirmation from Zephyr that Uchiha Chihe currently possesses at least Rear Admiral-level combat capabilities." Nani? Sengoku's words detonated like a bombshell, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. They turned to Zephyr, who nodded gravely in affirmation. The rate of growth was astounding. One could be certain that Zephyr would never jest about such matters. Thus, 17-year-old Chika now possesses the combat prowess equivalent to that of a lieutenant general. Sitting beside Tsuru, Gion has his legs together, hands clasped upon his thighs. His peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Chika in the spectator stands, his expression enigmatic. Chika, seemingly sensing this gaze, lifts his head toward the elevated platform, his gaze locking onto Gion, who is observing him intently. Chihe smiled gently, shaping her lips toward Shirguan, causing a faint blush to rise on Shirguan's cheeks. With her capabilities, she could easily comprehend Chihe's intentions. "Do not forget our agreement, Sister Shirguan." Naturally, Shirguan would not forget. She recalled it more vividly than anyone else. She responded to Chihe through lip movements, conveying her thoughts. "I certainly haven't forgotten, but are you perhaps becoming a bit overconfident? Are you so assured of securing that Lieutenant General?" Chika offered no further explanations, merely articulating 3 words through lip movements. "Trust me." Upon receiving Chika's response, Gion ceased all communication, for she had acquired the answer she longed for most. Although uncertain of Chika's true capabilities, she invariably found a sense of security emanating from him, a feeling that enraptured her. She softly murmured, "You truly must succeed, Chika." Chihe and Gion were separated by an entire venue. Yet their silent exchange of emotions was keenly observed by the on-stage figure of Jiaji, witnessing the profound feelings reflected in his goddess's eyes, which seemed on the verge of shimmering. He hastily seized the microphone and proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce the commencement of the assessment." His interruption caused Chihe to divert his gaze. In the next instant, he found himself on the stage. The sudden disruption left Gion feeling somewhat unfulfilled. She licked her crimson lips and shot a fierce glare at Jiaji, blaming him for the disturbance. Sensing the piercing gaze of Gion behind him, Chibuta felt a shiver run down his spine. However, he dared not turn around and could only concentrate all his attention on Chihe before him. As Chihe observed the host lingering on stage, he inquired, "May I ask where my opponent is?" Jiaji let out a cold laugh, then abruptly grasped his collar and forcefully flung his coat, a symbol of justice, into the audience. However, his excessive force caused the coat to soar into the stands, inciting a commotion among the spectators, followed by a chorus of jeers. "What nonsense is this? What is so special about a tattered coat?" "Exactly. It nearly hit me. If you don't want it, perhaps you should donate it to someone in need. Just a suggestion." One could only wonder what had possessed him to disrobe so suddenly. Perhaps a bout of hyperthyroidism? Jiaji, however, paid little heed to the audience's reactions. His beady eyes fixated intently on Chihe's unique eyes as he declared, "I am Vice Admiral Jiaji, sent by the headquarters to assess you, Uchiha Chihe." With these words, both high-ranking officials and onlookers found it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure. Those familiar with Jiaji understood that, despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, he ranked among the most formidable vice admirals. His prowess was widely acknowledged, particularly by Gion, who gazed at her sister Crane with an expression of discontent, believing that Crane was intentionally putting Chihe in a challenging position. "Is it too much to ask for a smooth path in matters of the heart at my age?" Crane, feeling quite innocent, shared her sentiment regarding the heightened difficulty of this arrangement. After all, could one truly compare the likes of Mihawk and Moria within the 7 warlords? Yet, this arrangement was beyond her control. Those on the high platform, to varying degrees, sensed the challenge was excessive, save for Zephyr and Sengoku, who remained unperturbed, arms crossed, as still as a sage in meditation, showing no inclination to respond to the murmurs below. The orchestrator of this situation was now abundantly clear. Below the platform, upon discovering that his opponent was the very Jiaji before him, Chihe felt a long-lost thrill of excitement. Since arriving in the world of pirates, he had yet to unleash his full potential. Even he was uncertain of his current capabilities. Thus, when the higher-ups approached him to inquire if he would prefer a different assessment method, he readily acquiesced. Generally, he regarded typical naval vice admirals with disdain. From the portrayal in the anime, those worthy of his attention among the vice admirals were merely figures like Mole, Fire Fist, and Spider Demon. As for Garp, he did not even factor into the equation of vice admiral strength. Initially, Shinha anticipated that his opponents would merely be those previously mentioned. Yet the naval command had surprised him once again. Who was Jiaji? He was a figure who emerged later in the saga of the Pirate King. Already designated as a candidate for admiral, his strength second only to that of the admirals themselves. Such formidable prowess was certainly cause for Shinha's exhilaration. It appeared that this would indeed be an intriguing battle. Shinha brushed aside the hair that fell across his forehead, allowing his pair of reincarnation eyes to be fully revealed. As the fervor of battle surged within him, the ripples in his gaze began to stir, reminiscent of the concentric waves created by a stone cast into water, expanding outward in ever-widening circles. Observing the unusual movement in Shinha's eyes, Kaki's expression grew grave. As a fellow high-ranking officer in the Navy, he possessed a measure of understanding regarding the peculiarities of Shinha's eyes. The myriad of abilities that emerged from them were enough to send shivers down one's spine merely by hearsay. Therefore, he would not underestimate Shinha simply because he was still a trainee in the camp. Chika raised his hand, gripping a seal, and inquired, "Shall we commence?" Kaki nodded slightly. And after a brief silence between them, the battle erupted. In an instant, Kaki's entire right arm was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black armor, and he unleashed a swift strike, aiming a punch directly at Chika's abdomen. Sen unleashed the Shinra Tensei with remarkable intensity. However, unlike previous instances, this time it merely slowed down Kaki's movements rather than casting him aside in an instant. One might argue that an elite general like Kaki could withstand such an assault, as Sen's current ocular power was insufficient to propel him away instantaneously, yet it proved adequate nonetheless. Seizing the moment as Kaki's actions faltered, Sen vanished from his original position. Kaki, undeterred by the missed strike, swiftly countered with a backward punch. The sound of impact resonated as Sen deftly blocked the blow with his palm. A smirk crept across Kaki's lips as he felt the tremor of Sen's fist within his grasp. Noticing the change in Sen's expression, he quickly released his grip, activating his divine ability and soaring into the air. Suspended aloft, Sen gazed at the hand that had just grasped Kaki's fist, noticing a faint redness and swelling in his palm. Even his entire arm throbbed with a dull ache, a surprising consequence even for one endowed with Hashirama's cells, leaving him unable to recover swiftly. Shaking his numbed arm slightly, Sen glanced down at Kaki, inquiring about the peculiar effect, suspecting it was no ordinary form of armament chakra. Kaki chuckled in response, remaining silent, as he executed a swift moonwalk towards Sen. Boom, boom. Terrifying shockwaves reverberated from above, and before long, the clouds above the examination ground were scattered, revealing an expanse of azure sky. The spectators surrounding the venue were captivated, their minds converging on a singular thought. Is Uchiha Sen truly just a mere student? The atmosphere felt decidedly different. The aerial clash endured for nearly 10 minutes, culminating as Sen's figure descended to the ground. At this moment, Sen appeared somewhat disheveled. Both sleeves had vanished, his collar was torn, and his chest was slightly exposed. Yet, the skin visible bore no significant injuries. Kaki followed closely behind, appearing before Sen, looking notably more composed, though his attire bore slight wrinkles. A comparison of their appearances suggested that Kaki had the upper hand in their recent skirmish. However, Kaki was well aware that Sen had not exerted his full strength. In truth, neither had he, and what had seemed like an intense battle was merely a warm-up for both. The true confrontation had only just begun. Shinha and Jiajing stood on opposite sides of the ring, each adjusting their own state of readiness. The atmosphere was remarkably serene, with the audience beside the ring holding their breath, fearful of missing a moment of the impending spectacle. After a brief stalemate, Shinha took the initiative, having entered a transcendent state that amplified his speed several-fold. Caught off guard, Jiajing was struck and sent flying, barely managing to halt just at the edge of the platform. Shinha did not grant Jiajia a moment's respite, and the next wave of assaults swiftly followed. This time, Jiajia was somewhat prepared. He turned to the side, seemingly evading the attack. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was struck again and sent reeling, spitting a small mouthful of blood. Jiajia wiped the corner of his mouth, his mind swirling with confusion. He had clearly dodged the attack, so how had he still been hit? Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, he lifted his gaze to fixate on Chihe and inquired, "Advanced armament haki? You can use it too?" The advanced armament haki, also known as flowing cherry haki, emerged in the anime One Piece during the Wano Country arc. It allows one to strike an opponent without physical contact. Of course, there are even more formidable forms of armament haki, such as the internal destruction variant, which only the most elite of the seas can master. Although Jiajia voiced a question, deep down he was already convinced that Chihe's previous attack was indeed an application of advanced armament haki. Not only him, but the high-ranking officials in the audience shared the same sentiment. Those seated here were the Navy's elite forces, well acquainted with advanced armament haki. However, could a mere naval recruit truly master such a technique? Kazara cast a sidelong glance at Zifa, sarcastically remarking, "When did advanced armament haki become part of the training camp curriculum? The newcomers today are quite exceptional, aren't they, Teacher Zifa?" Zifa fell into a brief silence, aware that Kazara was subtly mocking his decision to give Chihe special attention. It was a valid point, and there was little to argue. However, regarding Chihe's earlier attack, Zifa understood that it was not a manifestation of advanced armament haki, for he had yet to teach him that technique. After a moment of contemplation, Zifa spoke slowly. That was not advanced armament haki. Chihe's method of attack was his own technique, which he refers to as Sage Mode. When in that state, he can harness natural energy and envelop it around his fists and feet, resembling advanced armament haki to a degree. Sengoku chimed in to support him. Indeed, there is a distinction. Just now, Uchiha Chihe did not utilize haki at all. His arms showed no signs of transformation. Seeing the two rebut his claims, Kazara chose to remain silent. After all, seeking trouble was not his style, especially when one of them was responsible for his paycheck. Meanwhile, on the arena, Chihe had not elaborated on the situation to Jiajia, seizing the opportunity while Jiajia's breath was still somewhat disordered from the previous blow. He raised his hand and unleashed his maximum power of universal attraction. A tremendous gravitational force emerged, causing the stone slabs of the arena to crack beneath Chihe's palm. Even the spectators behind Jiajia found themselves struggling against the pull, despite Chihe having controlled the attack's range. Having just sustained injuries, Jiajia was abruptly drawn toward the universal attraction. "Damn it, don't get too arrogant, rookie." Jiajia, increasingly incensed from the continuous setbacks, once again enveloped his right hand in armament haki. However, the color of the armament haki this time is distinctly different from before, exhibiting a reddish hue that signifies a true mastery of advanced armament haki. With a sudden and forceful swing in midair, a more formidable wave of energy is unleashed, surging straight towards Chica. Chihe sensed the peril of the impending strike and unleashed a divine wrath with minimal effect. Without hesitation, he swiftly conjured a black staff of yin and yang to shield himself. With a resounding crack, the gang's attack shattered, and this time, it was Chihe who was sent flying. Forcing the power of the heavenly path, he finally stabilized his form after soaring several meters. Kikichi seized the opportunity to regain his ground, feeling a surge of satisfaction, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He drew his arms to his sides, gathering strength for a moment before launching them towards Chihe. Boar's impact. A transparent shockwave, resembling a wild boar, materialized on the battlefield, even letting out a resounding roar as it charged directly at Chihe. Just as Chihe had steadied himself, he found himself on the brink of being struck. In the stands, Gion nervously dug her nails into her thigh, while Ain, seated below, bit her lip, fully aware that Kikichi's attack held considerable power. Anyone struck would surely suffer. Boom. The center of the arena was enveloped in smoke, shattered stone tiles flying in all directions. The naval officers stationed around the ring quickly intervened to prevent harm to the spectators. Chihe, a shout pierced the chaos, yet most paid it little heed. Gion, however, turned her gaze towards the source of the cry. It came from Ain, who, witnessing Chihe vanish into the cloud of smoke, struggled to contain her emotions. Noticing that the shout had originated from a naval cadet, a strikingly beautiful female cadet at that, Gion couldn't help but curl her lip, thinking that Chihe indeed had more than just her concern about him. However, oblivious to his current predicament, she quickly cast aside these scattered thoughts and focused intently on the center of the arena. After a considerable time, the smoke began to dissipate. The figure emerged into the side of the crowd, his head bowed and his right hand directed towards the source of the recent shockwave. Wisps of white smoke emanating from it. However, what captivated the onlookers' attention was the back of his hand, upon which a black circular pattern had manifested. 5 thick black lines extended from the pattern, connecting to the tips of his fingers, and at that moment, the black circle pulsated rhythmically, resembling a dark heart. Chihe slowly lifted his head and softly spoke. Armed elevation. Armed elevation? What is that? Jiaji felt a pang of confusion, as this was not something taught by the teacher. Lowering his arms and slightly relaxing, Chihe's gaze gradually turned dangerous, emanating a terrifying aura from his right hand. Jiaji dared not be careless, his body tensed, bracing for the impending attack. Sensing the explosive power building in Chihe's right hand, he swiftly unleashed 12 strikes with his right arm, executing the 12 divine sky blows. 12 fist-shaped shockwaves coalesced into a massive wall of air, rendering evasion nearly impossible, while the speed of the attack distorted the very fabric of space around them. Understanding that evasion was futile, Jiaji planted his stance firmly, his expression resolute, and shouted, "Iron block." Upon hearing the name of the technique, Chihe promptly retrieved a new outfit from his dimensional space and changed into it. With a resounding thud, the referee appeared beside the unconscious Jiaji, who had already rolled his eyes back, confirming his loss of consciousness. Turning, he raised his hand and declared, "Jiaji has lost consciousness. I hereby announce the victor of this match is." At this moment, the referee swallowed hard, steadied his emotions, and with all his might shouted, "Uchiha Chihe." The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena, and after a brief silence, the audience erupted into a tsunami of cheers. Well done. Truly marvelous. This is the kind of battle that is exhilarating to watch. Uchiha Chihe has indeed defeated the Rear Admiral. Could that Rear Admiral have been a fraud? Nonsense. I know that Rear Admiral. Even among those Rear Admirals, he is top tier. Regardless, we have witnessed the birth of a legend. Chihe, I wish to celebrate your achievements. In contrast to the fervor below, the high-ranking Navy officials on stage appeared composed, though it was merely an illusion of calm. Akainu slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, declaring in an irrefutable tone, "I want that Uchiha Chihe." However, Akiji was unimpressed. Resting his chin on his hand and coolly responding with a single word, "Reason?" Akainu's right arm transformed into magma, droplets sizzling upon contact with the ground, sending up plumes of black smoke as he coldly retorted, "Simply because I am an admiral of the Navy." Akiji scoffed disdainfully, also elementalizing his arm, radiating an icy chill. Showing no inclination to accommodate Akainu, he met Akainu's gaze and articulated each word carefully, "I am also an admiral of the Navy." Do you expect me to simply hand him over? It seems you are deliberately seeking conflict with me. How could I dare oppose you? After all, you can slaughter an entire ship of innocents at your whim, can't you? Naive, for the sake of justice, sacrifice is inevitable. Absurd. How can indiscriminate slaughter be considered justice? As the two individuals grew increasingly agitated, it became evident that the situation was on the brink of spiraling out of control. Huang Yuan, standing closest, exhibited no intention to intervene. Instead, his body began to phase into a photon state. Should a confrontation ensue, he would likely be the first to vacate the scene. Sengoku, of course, could not allow such a spectacle to unfold. What would it portray to the cadets below? What would become of the Navy's dignity? His expression darkened as he admonished in a low, furious tone, "Enough. Do you wish to bring shame upon the Navy?" Upon uttering these words, an aura laced with black lightning erupted from Sengoku, as he unleashed his conqueror's haki to swiftly quell the turmoil. As the supreme commander of the Navy, Sengoku's mastery of this skill was formidable, and both Akainu and Akiji, the primary targets of this imposing presence, were visibly taken aback, falling into a renewed silence. Noticing their quietude, Sengoku retracted his haki and coolly declared, "The future of Uchiha Chihe after graduation is not to be interfered with. It is for him to decide." Akainu, poised to voice further objections, was met with a cold glare from Tsuru, who had remained silent until now. Recognizing the futility of his words, he swallowed his retort. No matter how obstinate he might be, he could not contend with the combined authority of Sengoku and Tsuru. Ultimately, the Navy remained predominantly under the influence of the pacifist faction, compelling him to endure this moment. Clenching his fists in frustration, he thought, "If only I were the fleet admiral." The near explosion of conflict between the two admirals did not disrupt Gion, who was solely focused on Chihe at the center of the arena. She yearned to rush down and embrace him tightly. Disregarding any conditions, she had irrevocably decided that this younger brother, who was more than a decade her junior, yet consistently brought her joy and a sense of security, was irreplaceable. After all, age had never been a barrier. Strictly speaking, Chihe was not merely 17. In the audience, Ain covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For her, Chika's ultimate victory and the miracle he had wrought for the Navy were even more exhilarating than any personal achievement. In that moment, her heart swelled with pride for the boy she cherished. Chika, still on the stage, sensed the fervent gazes directed at him from opposite ends. He was well aware of their owners. He had heard Ain's voice through the smoke, and even a blockhead would understand her intentions. However, the complication lay in the fact that he had Gion. Well, not yet, but wasn't that a foregone conclusion? Chika held a deep admiration for Ain, the resilient girl who had bravely spoken out in the cafeteria, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. Alas, with a soft sigh, he raised his thumb toward the platform, where Gion flashed a charming smile, her lips forming the words, "The match is over. I'll wait for you at the dormitory entrance." Oh, she must have received the wrong title. She was truly a fox spirit at heart, Chika silently exclaimed. Yet he quickly shifted his thoughts to collecting his rewards before hurrying back to the dormitory. Indeed, the true reward lies ahead. I must admit, the assessment from a certain orange-haired little girl is remarkably astute, incisive, and to the point. From the audience, Ain observed this scene, her heart tightening as if she had lost something of utmost importance. Her complexion paled instantly. Noticing her distress, her roommate hurriedly inquired, "Ain, what is the matter? Is it an old injury from that battle acting up again? Shall I assist you back to rest?" Ain forced a smile, waved her hand dismissively, and weakly assured her friend that she was fine, urging her not to worry. She then fell silent, staring vacantly at Chika on stage, tears streaming down her cheeks. No matter how hard she tried, the chasm between her and Chika remained insurmountable. In her eyes, only someone as formidable and well-connected as Gion would be worthy of Chika. Subsequently, the year-end evaluation concluded successfully after Sengoku delivered an eloquent speech. After the match, Chika was escorted to the office of Sengoku by the referee. The other high-ranking naval officers had been dismissed by Sengoku, particularly Akainu and Akiji. Heaven knows how these two would react upon encountering Chika. Setting aside those two troublesome individuals, Sengoku found himself increasingly fond of Chika, who had brought him such delightful surprises in under a year. He had heard that Gion had a particular affection for this young man. Thus, why not seize the opportunity? Surely, someone I have taken a liking to cannot be lacking in merit. Such sentiments remained unspoken in Sengoku's mind, for he would never voice them, certainly not because of Tsuru. Absolutely not. Noticing Sengoku's prolonged silence, Chika feigned a cough to draw his attention. Sengoku, regaining his composure, echoed the cough to alleviate the awkwardness. It must be said, a casual cough can indeed serve as an effective remedy for breaking tension. Resuming his customary serious demeanor, Sengoku retrieved 3 exquisite boxes from a cabinet and presented them before Chika. These boxes contained the rewards prepared for Chika by the Navy headquarters, 3 formidable devil fruits for him to choose from. In the marshal's office at Navy headquarters, Chika gazed at the 3 boxes, surmising that these must indeed be the devil fruits awarded for his exemplary performance. Sengoku, not one to keep secrets, promptly began to elucidate the contents of the boxes. These were the devil fruits awarded for achieving first place in the assessment. Upon receiving confirmation, Chika nodded, eager to learn about the fruits. Based on prior information, the fruits designated as rewards for the top performer were all documented in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, ensuring that no inferior fruit would jeopardize a person's future. Observing Chika's calm demeanor, Sengoku assumed he was concerned about the quality of the fruits and reassured him, "Rest assured. These abilities are all recorded in the encyclopedia, and I have also taken the liberty of curating them slightly. You should find them satisfactory." Upon hearing this, Chika cast a surprised glance at Sengoku. As the fleet admiral of the Navy, he had carefully considered his choices. Was he truly concerned that the door he had opened for himself was not sufficiently wide? Now, he was being led directly by Sengoku. Regardless of the circumstances, Chika had indeed received his favor. Sengoku had already assisted him immensely, along with Zephyr. Although their support was largely due to his own talent and strength, the fact remained that they had helped him, and as the saying goes, a gentleman values deeds over intentions. It was time for him to reciprocate. It would not be appropriate to continuously rely on their kindness. He couldn't help but wonder how Corazon was faring now. Senj knows that Sengoku harbors profound feelings for Corazon. In the anime, upon receiving the news of Corazon's demise, Sengoku openly wept, revealing the depth of his sorrow. Thus, should the opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly intervene to safeguard Corazon. Shinji's thoughts were unknown to Sengoku, who continued his introduction of the devil fruits. The one on the far right is the Paramecia Type scythe fruit, which possesses the ability to generate air slashes resembling razor-sharp scythes, boasting considerable attack power. In the center lies the ancient Zoan Type cat fruit, which allows transformation into a saber-toothed tiger, providing a more balanced enhancement to one's physical capabilities. However, it may also influence your temperament to a certain extent. As Sengoku spoke of the final fruit, he deliberately glanced at Shinja, noting that he remained unfazed by the first two. Sengoku mused to himself, "I knew this kid had high standards. These two fruits are already fiercely coveted by many. Yet he seems indifferent." Nevertheless, no matter how lofty his ambitions, Sengoku was confident that Shinja would not remain unmoved by this last fruit. This one is a prized possession of the Navy, and in comparison, the first two merely serve as a prelude. With that thought in mind, Sengoku maintained his unwavering tone as he introduced the final fruit. This one is also a Zoan type, but is of the rarer mythical beast variety, known as the cat fruit, Kai form. Upon hearing this name, Shinja's expression finally shifted, not solely due to the fruit's rarity, but also because of its name. Is this not the tailed beast from my previous life? Shinja felt a sense of disarray, but upon reflection, he recalled that Kai indeed exist in Japanese mythology, indicating they are likely two distinct entities. Seeing Shinja's reaction, Sengoku thought to himself, so this little brat is finally impressed. Do you understand the value of the fleet admiral now? I personally retrieved this one. It seems you have an eye for quality. I shall claim this Kai fruit. There is no need for Chiha to be indecisive any longer. The decision has been firmly established. Sengoku, upon meeting Chiha, indeed observed that he had chosen the fruit of the Y fruit. Satisfied, he stroked his small tuft of beard and presented the box containing the Y fruit to Chiha, casually inquiring, "Will you consume this fruit now, or would you prefer to make some preparations first?" Now, Chiha did not wish to dither. When the box was pushed before him, he felt a warmth in his eyes, and an insatiable longing surged within him. Ever since absorbing the MNMN fruit, the allure of the devil fruit had only intensified. Observing Chiha's eagerness, Sengoku thought to himself that youth often brings with it a certain impatience, yet it was understandable. Consuming a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit could secure one's place upon the seas, provided one's physique was not too frail. However, the consumption of a devil fruit is notoriously challenging. Sengoku, having partaken in such an experience, could still vividly recall the taste. It was said to be more repugnant than excrement, though he had never tasted the latter. He could confidently assert that this statement was no exaggeration. Thus, when he heard that Chiha intended to consume the devil fruit immediately, Sengoku fixed his gaze upon him, eager to witness the expression of someone who had just ingested something so dreadful. However, what transpired next was destined to disappoint Sengoku. Chiha opened the box to reveal a black fruit resembling an apple, then promptly struck it, activating the Hungry Ghost Path ability. In an instant, the fruit transformed into an ordinary red apple. To Chiha, an intact devil fruit was merely a special energy entity. There was no need for the human path's cooperation, as he could effortlessly extract its power using the Hungry Ghost Path, efficient, effortless, and worry-free. After completing the absorption, Chiha clapped his hands and pushed the box back to Sengoku, indicating that the process was finished. Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he glanced at the bright red apple on the table, then looked back at Chiha and inquired, "Is it done?" "Yes, it is done." Just like that. Where was the anticipated expression of disgust? Moreover, what manner of consumption was this? How did it differ so drastically from his own experience? Sengoku found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Chiha gently touched his right eye, and at that moment, an additional tomoe appeared within his right Rinnegan, imparting a peculiar sensation. He sensed that this new tomoe was restless, as if it possessed a life of its own. Attempting to activate the powers of the fruit, he ignited black flames around his exposed hands. However, rather than a scorching sensation, the flames emanated a chilling aura. The skin within the flames sprouted black fur, and his nails transformed into sharp talons. This was a form of partial beastification, a combat state that Chiha favored most. In this condition, his offensive prowess, regenerative capacity, and physical endurance were all significantly enhanced, particularly his speed, which saw the most pronounced improvement. Yet, despite harnessing this ability, the newly formed tomoe in his right eye continued to pulsate incessantly, as if yearning to break free, a sensation that left him uneasy and without a solution, prompting him to temporarily close his right eye. Seeing his actions, Sengoku felt a pang of worry, fearing that something had gone awry with Chienha's method of absorbing the devil fruit, particularly with respect to his eye, which was of far greater value to the Navy than any mythical Zoan Type devil fruit. He hurriedly inquired, "What is wrong? Is there discomfort in your eye? Should I summon a doctor?" Chienha waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, but Sengoku still harbored some concern and pressed on, inquiring if there was an issue with his method of absorption and whether he could elucidate this approach. To be honest, he had initially been reluctant to question Chienha about this. After all, everyone possesses their own secrets, especially regarding their abilities. However, his worry for Chienha prompted him to ask, as apart from Corazon, Uchiha Chihe was currently Sengoku's most cherished junior. In response to Sengoku's probing, Chienha pondered briefly and formulated a succinct reply. Covering his right eye, he addressed Sengoku, saying, "I am unharmed, Admiral Sengoku. Thank you for your concern. You may understand this method of absorption as my eyes consuming the devil fruit." Chienha was not apprehensive about the potential exposure of his secret leading to being subjected to human experimentation by the world government. He was well protected by figures such as Sengoku and Zephyr within the Navy, and his own strength was sufficient for self-defense. Whether it was the Flying Thunder God technique, the Door fruit, or the Yomi Yomi no Mi, Chienha possessed a sense of invulnerability, asserting that few could hinder his departure if he truly wished to leave. However, upon receiving such a response, Sengoku's expression changed to one of bewilderment, as he pondered whether eyes could indeed consume devil fruits. Did this imply that ears, noses, and other body parts could partake as well? Was it a matter of only being able to consume one fruit solely through the mouth? Anticipating Sengoku's reaction, Chienha clarified that only his Rinnegan was capable of such feats. At this juncture, Sengoku had no choice but to accept this peculiar premise. Nevertheless, he could not help but reflect on the bizarre nature of Chienha's lineage. It was said that he was the last of his family. Was it possible that even the heavens could not bear witness to such absurdity? Well then, Admiral Sengoku, my right eye feels somewhat off. I shall take my leave to rest, Chienha announced. The anomaly in his right eye was intensifying, prompting him to seek a secluded location for further investigation. All right, if necessary. I must head to the infirmary. Understood? Yes, understood, came the reply. With that, Chienha vanished, leaving behind a flying thunder god Kanai in the desolate area of the rear mountain. Though his proficiency with the technique was not yet on par with the fourth Hokage, he could still effectively utilize it for precise teleportation. In the desolate training camp area, with a whoosh, Chienha's figure materialized beside the Kanai. As he arrived, a sultry voice echoed in his mind. "Master, allow me to emerge." Chienha was taken aback. The sensation was utterly bizarre. He attempted to communicate with the voice in his mind. "Who are you? How did you end up in my body?" The sultry voice resonated again. "As per the explanation of that human, I am you, and you are the one who brought me into existence." What? Chienha was completely bewildered. Was this a situation associated with the Zoan Type fruit? However, the pressing matter was to release this entity. Having a voice echoing within his mind was exceedingly strange. "How do I release you?" "I do not know. I am trapped within your eyes, alongside a three-headed dog and a chameleon." Isn't that the summoning beast of the animal path from the 6 paths of reincarnation? Since awakening his Rinnegan, Chienha had not used the abilities of the animal path, nearly forgetting about it. It was primarily unnecessary, as the physical advantages of animals were not particularly pronounced in the world of pirates. The chameleon's invisibility was completely countered by observation haki, and he certainly did not wish to end up in the chameleon's maw. To his surprise, you had manifested within his animal path. This made things easier. Chienha decisively bit his fingertip and slapped it onto the ground, proclaiming, "Summoning technique." Boom. A large cloud of smoke erupted, accompanied by a piercing cry, which dissipated instantly, revealing a gigantic, pitch-black creature adorned with flickering black flames on its back. "You." Upon seeing Chienha, it immediately lowered its head, affectionately rubbing against him with its massive skull. The creature's fur was smooth and sleek, exuding a refreshing aura, causing Chienha to involuntarily shiver. He reached out to stroke Yu's head, which elicited an expression of pure enjoyment from the creature, observing the immense being before him. Chienha confirmed that this Yu was a wholly different entity from the tailed beast in Naruto. Reflecting on this, Chienha posed 2 questions that piqued his interest. Do you possess any special abilities? And if you emerge from my eyes, will I still be able to utilize your powers? Yu respectfully replied, "The black flames I generate possess an exceptionally low temperature, capable of freezing targets. I can also manipulate corpses with these flames." A body engulfed in my black flames can exert 50% of its original strength. Moreover, please rest assured, even when I am outside, you can still wield all my abilities, including beast transformation. Upon hearing US response, Chienha nodded in satisfaction, not to mention the offensive capability of the black flames. The ability to manipulate corpses was incredibly practical, undoubtedly superior to the Edo Tensei, without the body of white Zetsu. While he could also control corpses using the black rods, the efficacy paled in comparison to US black flames. Furthermore, you could serve as a formidable summoning beast to aid him in battle. In summary, Chienha enthusiastically rated this reward from the assessment with 5 stars. In high spirits, he found you increasingly agreeable to behold. However, time was pressing, and he prepared to return to his dormitory. Yet, he couldn't possibly bring such a large creature back with him, could he? Seemingly perceiving Chienha's thoughts, US sultry voice echoed in his mind, "Master, I can alter my size. May I sleep beside you tonight? The space within your eyes is truly quite uncomfortable." "May I, master?" As she spoke, her visage transformed into one of pitiable charm, even adorned with a hint of allure. How could anyone possibly summon the resolve to refuse such a sight? Without hesitation, Chika acquiesced. Delighted by her master's consent, she let out a joyful mew, and gradually diminished in size, ultimately becoming a creature of ordinary proportions, leaping onto Chika's shoulder and affectionately licking the side of her face. Chienha gently stroked the tail of Yu, who, upon being touched, exhibited a slight puffiness, yet did not resist. Intriguingly, despite Yu being entirely black, a hint of crimson could be discerned upon its face. Chienha felt an exquisite sensation, akin to extending his hand in a claw-like manner out of a car window while cruising along the highway, grasping the essence of something intangible. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Yu's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and she discreetly cast a glance at Chienha. With the matter of the reincarnation I resolved. Chienha prepared to return to his dormitory. Before departing, he bestowed upon Yu a name, Mortis. She found great delight in this moniker, wrapping her tiny arms around Chienha's neck with fervor. The silhouettes of the two against the backdrop of the setting sun radiated an aura of harmony and beauty. Chika did not leave behind a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique beside the dormitory. After each training session, he always preferred to stroll back to the dormitory at a leisurely pace, but today he was not alone. Perched on his shoulder was a small black creature, and together they ambled along the path in serene silence. However, this tranquility belied the commotion within Chika's mind, where the sultry voice of Merdice incessantly chimed, "Master, may I remain by your side from now on?" "Of course," he replied. "Yea, I adore you, master. By the way, I'm actually a girl. I am aware. It's not the kind of girl you're imagining. Well, you'll find out in due time." "I've noticed something since earlier." "Can you hear my inner thoughts?" "I can discern certain aspects. If your thoughts pertain to me, I can hear them." "Oh, well, that is quite agreeable." As Chico engaged in an animated conversation with Meredith, a spherical figure emerged in the distance, swiftly approaching their direction. Meredith immediately became alert, having just come into existence. It remained wary of all creatures except Chika. "Master, someone is approaching. I've spotted him. Do not worry, all is well." Chienha extended a hand to soothe Modis, indicating that the newcomer was an ally. As the figure drew nearer, Chienha had already discerned the identity of the person. It was Bridge. Upon spotting Chienha, Bridge's face lit up with joy, and he waved while calling out, "Boss, that beautiful officer is back and waiting for you at the dormitory." "Oh, he nearly forgot about Guion." Chienha slapped his forehead, and like last time, he hoisted Bridge up, launching him into the air. Experiencing flight once more, Bridge had resigned himself to the situation, no longer struggling. There is a saying that life often resembles this. If you cannot resist, you might as well embrace it. Upon landing, a figure leaped into Chienha's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. The one who had dashed into Chienha's arms was none other than the beautiful officer, Guion, whom Bridge had mentioned. Although she had waited for Chienha all day and had even been stood up by him in the afternoon, she bore no ill feelings. Having heard from the warring states that Chienha's eyesight seemed to have deteriorated, she understood how vital those eyes were to him. Thus, she hurried over, even enlisting a strong companion to help find him. At the sight of Chienha appearing safe and sound, her heart finally found peace. As Chika gazed at Guion in his arms, his expression softened, and he unabashedly embraced her tightly in return. Guion straightened up, yet due to Chika's shorter stature, her elevation caused his face to become nestled amidst her soft bosom. The warmth of Chika's breath was palpable against her chest, rendering Gion's cheeks as red as a ripened apple. Observing this scene, Bridge hastily retreated, keen to distance himself. However, amidst this tender moment, they overlooked the presence of a small black creature, which was enjoying a cleansing service. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chika's mind. Master, do you intend to mate with that human? Chika sputtered, startled, causing Gion to worry that something was amiss with his eyes. Ignoring the dampness on her attire from Chika's reaction, she cupped his face with both hands, scrutinizing his reincarnation eyes intently. Aside from the additional magatama, you seem fine. I'm all right. Just choked a bit. Cough, cough, just choked. Gion's grip was somewhat firm, causing Chika's lips to pucker. He gently patted her hand to reassure her, seizing the opportunity to extricate his face. At that moment, Gion noticed the presence of Metis perched on Chika's shoulder. As night fell, the deep color of Metis' fur had gone unnoticed until now. Upon seeing Metis, Gion clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "When did you get her? She's quite adorable." As she reached to embrace Metis, the little creature vanished in an instant, only to reappear on Chika's other shoulder, casting a provocative glance at Gion. This startled her. Metis' speed had far surpassed that of Bridge, indicating she was no ordinary creature. Ignoring Metis' taunts, Gion turned to Chika with a curious expression. Chika, feeling no need for concealment, explained that Gion was the person he was closest to in the Navy, and thus had nothing to hide. He briefly narrated the origins and identity of Metis to her. After a lengthy pause, Gion took considerable time to digest the revelations. Were it not for the fact that it was Chika, this man who defied conventional understanding, sharing such extraordinary news, she would have slapped anyone else who dared to utter such absurdities. Taking a deep breath, Gion finally spoke. So, you are saying that this black creature is the embodiment of the phantom beast, the devil fruit? Indeed. I have named her Metis. Metis? That's a lovely name. So, she is a little female? Ah, yes. Chienha gazed at Gion with a sense of bewilderment. Did the gender of a being like Modis truly matter? Gion, of course, held a different perspective. Just moments ago, Modis' anthropomorphic expressions and movements had instilled in her, as a woman, an inexplicable feeling of unease, yet it was not the kind born of combat. However, it would be unseemly to engage in a contest of wills with a creature. Shaking her head lightly, Gion extended a finger to gently poke Chienha's chest. Her voice laced with a hint of allure as she said, "Well then, dear brother Chienha, do you recall the promise I made to you?" Of course I remember. The moment had arrived. The long-awaited reward was finally at hand. Chienha's excitement surged, and he instinctively tightened his grip around Gion's arm. "You're hurting me," Gion exclaimed, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in her tone as she patted Chienha's arm. Realizing his eagerness, Chienha quickly eased his hold. This eagerness was hardly surprising for Chienha. After all, he was navigating life for the third time, yet still remained a novice in many respects. On Blue Star, he had been an orphan, struggling even for basic sustenance. In the world of Hokage, he faced constant life-threatening dangers, leaving little room for such contemplations. Gion, of course, held no real grievance against him. She continued, "It is enough that you remember. You have fulfilled the conditions we discussed, so feel free to voice any request you may have." With that, she found herself unable to meet Chienha's gaze, turning her eyes elsewhere in a moment of shyness. Chienha gently released his embrace of Gion, tenderly grasping her chin to turn her face towards him, and earnestly stated, "My condition is that I want you to be mine. Is this condition acceptable?" Gion gazed at him in a daze. Undeniably, this was the very condition she yearned to hear. In truth, when she had posed that objective to Chienha at the dormitory entrance, it was merely to ascertain his feelings. After all, she had already developed affections for him at that time. Yet, uncertain of Chienha's feelings, she impulsively set forth what she deemed a rather daunting goal. To her astonishment, Chienha achieved that goal in the brief span of a year, and now he had turned the tables, professing the very condition she most desired to hear. In that moment, Gion was enveloped in pure bliss. Timidity was not in her nature. Having articulated his condition, Chienha was swiftly met with a kiss from her crimson lips. After a momentary lapse of thought, he reciprocated with fervor. The only witness to this moment was the mischievous Meredith perched on someone's shoulder, her tiny paws shielding her eyes, the slight gap between them suggesting her cheeky demeanor. The following day, Chienha appeared at the training grounds, invigorated. Beside him, Bridge whispered to Greyfuss, "Look. Chienha has blossomed like an iron tree. See how cheerful he is today." Greyfuss shot Bridge a sidelong glance, remaining silent. He dared not comment on Chienha's affair, remembering Chienha's promise to introduce him to that beautiful officer's sister. Good heavens, given Miss Guillaume's stunning appearance, how could her sister possibly be lacking? Just the thought sent excitement coursing through him, so he deemed it wise to distance himself from Bridge at such a time. Noticing Greyfuss's disinterest, Bridge sulked into silence, then turned to Binns, silently imploring him to ask. Come on, ask me. Ask me what happened last night. However, Binns remained predictably mute. Fine, you all are extraordinary. So aloof, refusing to indulge in gossip, are you? I'll savor it quietly in my heart. Zephyr, as customary, took to the podium, surveying the crowd below before announcing, Today, I have 2 matters to declare. The first is to congratulate Chienha for achieving first place in the year-end assessment. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, many students blushing as though they themselves had secured the top position. It was noteworthy that participants included not only their cohort, but also many upperclassmen. Yet the ultimate victor remained one from their year, a source of considerable pride. At least, they would not have to endure the classic remark, You are the worst class I have ever taught. As the applause subsided, Zephyr continued, The second matter is that Chienha will temporarily depart from our training camp. As per the headquarters decision, given Chienha's exceptional abilities, he will be assigned to a different post for the upcoming year. After finishing his final words, Zephyr gazed at Chienha amidst the crowd, his eyes reflecting pride and reluctance, yet predominantly filled with a sense of solace. Chienha is his most exemplary student, and now this student has already matured and is ready to soar into the vast ocean. As a teacher, all he can offer is encouragement and support. Beside Chienha, his roommate was overwhelmed with reluctance. Bridger enveloped Chienha in a heartfelt embrace, sobbing profusely and exclaiming, Boss Chienha, please don't go. This prompted Modis, who was resting on Chienha's shoulder, to grimace in distaste and gently push against his chubby face with her tiny paw, wishing to spare Chienha's attire from the mess of tears and mucus. Greyfuss, unperturbed by the surroundings, silently produced a cigar and lit it, while Binns gazed intently at Chienha, conveying his sorrow through his expressive eyes. Chienha felt somewhat at a loss. Pushing aside the clingy Bridge, he spread his hands and said, What has happened to all of you? We will meet soon. Perhaps within a year, you will find yourselves aboard my ship. Do you believe that? The other 3 paused. But Bridge reacted the quickest. Indeed, given Chienha's strength, earning some merits should be a piece of cake. Won't that lead to a swift rise in rank for him? Well, chickens and dogs might not be entirely accurate, but you get the drift. Soon, the trio's spirits were lifted, and Chienha patted their shoulders. Suddenly, he glanced in one direction. Bridge inquired, What's wrong? Chienha shook his head, indicating that all was well. Meanwhile, Anne silently withdrew her gaze, casting her eyes down to her toes. However, due to her physical development, all that captured her attention were 2 towering peaks. Will we meet again, Chienha? After concluding 2 matters, Zephyr announced a day of rest to celebrate the commendable performance of the trainees at the camp. The students erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere of parting was alleviated. Afterward, Chienha was once again summoned to Zephyr's office. This time, Zephyr was no longer wearing his customary stern expression. Upon entering, Chienha found Zephyr smiling at him, exuding a hint of warmth. Teacher Zephyr, may I ask what brings me here? Nothing of great importance, merely a desire to see you once more. After all, you may find yourself quite busy in the time to come. Observing Zephyr in this manner, Chienha felt a pang of loneliness emanating from him, stirring discomfort within his heart. Those damned pirates. The closer Chienha got to Zephyr, the more he despised pirates. Wasn't this the man known for his vow not to kill? How could such scum bring about his downfall? His emotions stirred. Chienha abruptly posed a question to Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, what is your current stance on pirates? Hearing this, Zephyr paused, then remained silent for a considerable time. Instead of answering directly, he countered with a question. What is your perspective on kindness? Chienha pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. Kindness must bear a sharp edge. A heart devoid of boundaries will only embolden others to take advantage. Mercy without principles will merely enable others to act freely. Must kindness indeed possess a sharp edge? Zephyr mused, shaking his head in self-deprecation. He found himself in complete agreement with Chienha's words, recognizing that they also served to some extent as a repudiation of his previous notions of justice. But what of that? Could a justice that refrains from killing restore life to his wife and children? Could it compel that band of pirates to genuinely repent? Chienha's words were not merely directed at him. They served as a wake-up call for the doves within the Navy. Many among the doves have adopted an overly lenient interpretation of justice, while Akainu's brand of justice is often excessively radical. One cannot deny that the vast seas require a navy reminiscent of Akainu. The very articulation of such sentiments signifies that Chienha has cultivated his own sense of justice. The righteousness of each individual cannot be deemed right or wrong. Nevertheless, Zifa acknowledged Chienha's potential, convinced that his future extends far beyond the rank of admiral. He is destined to become a fleet admiral, or perhaps even higher. How he longed to witness that day. For this reason, he must ensure he lives well. Since relinquishing his title as admiral, Zifa once again felt invigorated, resolved to channel all his remaining strength into elevating Chienha to the pinnacle that rightfully belongs to him. With that thought, he rose and placed a hand upon Chienha's shoulder. Go forth with confidence. Chienha, your teacher shall always be your most steadfast support in the headquarters. At the Navy headquarters, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku handed Chienha a letter of appointment, stating that you have yet to graduate. The headquarters has decided to make an exception and grant you the rank of colonel, assigning you to temporarily oversee the Sabaody archipelago. He presented Chienha with a document and a set of colonel's uniform, awaiting his response. After scanning the document, Chienha looked up at Sengoku and said, "Understood, Fleet Admiral. Shall I depart immediately?" "Yes, the delay has persisted for some time. This assignment to Sabaody is not only the headquarters' decision, but also reflects the will of the world government. Exercise utmost caution." Chienha raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he had already attracted the attention of the world government. He inquired, "The world government? What directives do they have?" Sengoku shook his head, indicating that there were no explicit instructions. However, he surmised some implications and reflected, "Your potential displayed within the Navy is indeed remarkable. The world government likely perceives your future standing in the Navy as significant and wishes to assess you further. You must understand, the celestial dragons frequently visit to procure slaves, and your demeanor towards them is of paramount importance to the world government. It must be noted that after so many years within the Navy, Sengoku had engaged with the world government extensively. He had gleaned certain insights into their thoughts and motivations. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his underlying disdain for certain individuals. As the fleet admiral, he was compelled to conceal any such sentiments. With a contemplative nod, Chienha acknowledged the gravity of Sengoku's words. Sengoku reiterated the importance of avoiding the celestial dragons at all costs, advising that if they encountered such individuals, it would be prudent to steer clear of them, as they typically held little interest in the Navy. Sengoku, concerned that the youthful Chienha might be swayed by the reckless actions of the celestial dragons, urged him to exercise caution and not jeopardize his future. However, Chienha, despite his youthful appearance, possessed a mature understanding of Sengoku's counsel. He assured Sengoku that during his time in Sabaody, he would refrain from causing any disturbances. With Chienha's promise, Sengoku felt a sense of relief and waved him off, signaling that he could leave. Exiting Sengoku's office, Chienha unexpectedly encountered the familiar face of Garp, who, upon recognizing him, jovially threw an arm around Chienha's shoulders and exclaimed, "Is that you, Chienha? Come. Let me treat you to some senbei at Sengoku's." Chienha smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he had just come from there and would not be seeking the senbei of the warring states. Observing this, Cap did not press him further. Noticing the documents in Chienha's hand, he inquired, "Is that a letter of appointment? Have you graduated early? Where will you be taking up your position?" Chienha replied that he had not graduated early, but was merely undertaking an internship on Chambord Island. Chambord Island? What on earth are you being sent to that wretched place for? The celestial dragons frequent that locale, and they are certainly not the finest company, Garp exclaimed, his voice brimming with disdain. In his view, although it was not far from the headquarters, the island was rife with unsavory dealings, particularly involving the celestial dragons, a group he found utterly revolting. "Garp, what nonsense are you spouting? Get in here at once." Sengoku's voice rang out from the office, having overheard Garp's outrageous remarks. He hurriedly intervened, aware that if Garp continued, the world government might catch wind of it. Garp merely shrugged, making a comical face towards the office, then turned to Chienha with utmost seriousness, advising him to remain vigilant during his assignment and to minimize contact with the celestial dragons. Despite Garp's usual boisterousness and disregard for trivialities, he was not a complete fool. To him, handling affairs required a balance of bluntness and delicacy, as circumstances dictated. Chica graciously accepted Garp's kindness, bid farewell, and departed. Upon exiting the building, Chica utilized the powers of the heavens to soar towards the port. Along the way, Metis, who had been quietly perched on her shoulder, suddenly inquired, "Master, what are the celestial dragons? Why must you exercise caution around them? Are they truly formidable?" Chiha shook his head disdainfully and remarked, "They are merely a bunch of worthless individuals. Sooner or later, I shall carry several bags of rice to the Red Earth continent." "Carry several bags of rice? What does that mean, my master? Are you still going to provide them with food?" "No worries. It simply signifies their demise." "I see, master. When the time comes, I will surely assist you in carrying more bags of rice. I have faith in you." With a gentle smile, Chienha playfully scratched Metis' chin, eliciting a look of enjoyment from her as she narrowed her eyes. "You certainly have confidence in me," she remarked. "Indeed, my master is the most formidable." As she spoke, Chienha arrived at the port and began searching for the military vessel designated in her commission. After a brief search, she finally located the ship, but the large character emblazoned on its sail made her chuckle in disbelief. The sail boldly displayed the character Crane, unmistakably identifying the ship as belonging to the renowned Admiral Crane. As Chienha approached the ship, preparing to board, she spotted Gion waving at her from the deck. Since their spirited verbal sparring that evening, this was their first encounter, and the memory caused Chienha to involuntarily bite her lip, prompting an eye roll from Metis. Today, Gion donned the Navy's distinguished cloak, exuding an air of gallantry. Chienha, feeling a tinge of disappointment about not having her own cloak despite being a major, decided to abandon the formal boarding process and soared directly onto the ship. Touching down on the deck, Chienha surveyed her surroundings and was surprised to find that the area was filled with female soldiers, all curiously observing the newcomer who had descended from the sky. "Who is that? Quite handsome," one remarked. "Look at his uniform. He seems to be a major." Another noted, "He looks so young. I wonder what brings him here. Could he have a romantic interest? I don't know, but isn't Admiral Crane strictly prohibiting male Navy personnel from boarding this ship unless there is a significant reason?" Upon seeing Chienha, Gion's face lit up with a radiant smile. She hurriedly approached Chienha in her high heels, suppressing her urge to embrace her due to the presence of her subordinates. "Well, what do you think? I bet you didn't expect that I would be the one to escort you to your assignment." "Indeed, I didn't see that coming, but I quite like it," Chienha replied with a grin. "Hee. By the way, is Admiral Crane not here?" Gion responded, "Sister is not present. She must remain at headquarters. This ship is entirely under my command now." "Haha. Then I shall rely on you, Gion." "That depends on your performance, dear brother Chienha." On this splendid day, aboard the Crane's ship, Chienha reclined on the deck with her head resting on Gion's lap, sipping juice from the glass she held. It was a scene of pure contentment. The female sailors on duty stood at attention, their expressions now accustomed to this unusual sight. Gion gently patted the nearly dozing Chienha and inquired, "So, what are your plans for this trip to Chambord?" Chienha stretched lazily and remarked, "I have no particular plans. Perhaps I shall drift through the year. My primary objective this time is to enhance my credentials with the world government." "The world government? How did you catch their attention?" "From the words of Admiral Sengoku, it seems they intend to evaluate me. And isn't that precisely where the celestial dragons prefer to frequent? Thus, I shall remain there for a period of time." "Do you understand what the name Chienha signifies among the celestial dragons?" "Indeed, it represents a group of detestable beings. However, I have grown weary of their affairs. Rest assured, as long as they do not provoke me, I shall not engage with them." Upon hearing this, Gion chose to remain silent, hoping that Chienha was sufficiently aware of the situation. Given the proximity of the Navy headquarters to the Sabaody archipelago, the warships swiftly arrived at their destination. Once disembarked, Chienha was greeted by a row of naval personnel, led by the highest authority in the area, Rear Admiral Ambuster. Ambuster's presence was not solely to welcome Chienha, as he currently held only the rank of colonel. Swiftly, Gion appeared behind Chienha, prompting Ambuster to lead the naval officers forward for a greeting. It seemed Chienha's rank was still insufficient, as he shook his head and smiled, not overly concerned. Gion waved at Ambuster, indicating that she had delivered Chienha and was preparing to depart, then turned to Chienha with a gentle smile, saying, "This is where I must leave you. I shall take my leave now." Chienha nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Gion." Gion feigned anger and replied, "Why should we be so polite between the two of us?" After saying this, she playfully pinched Chienha's cheek, intending to create a more comfortable atmosphere for him. Their interaction did not escape the notice of Ambuster, who wiped the sweat from his brow and thought to himself that this Uchiha Chihe was quite impressive for his youth. He resolved to treat him with caution. After Gion imparted a few pieces of advice to Chihe, she took her leave without lingering, partly because their relationship had evolved significantly, and partly because her usual work area was quite close, allowing her to return whenever she wished. Once Gion departed, Ambuster hurriedly approached Chihe, discarding any pretense of authority. With warmth in his voice, he said, "You must be Colonel Uchiha Chihe, dispatched from headquarters. I am Major General Ambuster, the highest commander here. Feel free to seek me out if you need assistance." Chihe responded with a smile, "I have no particular matters at hand. I will be serving under your guidance for the foreseeable future, and I kindly ask for your continued instruction." Chihe's demeanor significantly eased Ambuster's mind. It appeared that this Uchiha Chihe was quite amiable. One cannot deny that having a background indeed facilitates one's journey in any realm. Even though Ambuster held a military rank superior to Chihe's, he dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. After exchanging pleasantries, Ambuster escorted Chihe to Area 66 of the Sabaody Archipelago, the naval station's location. Upon entering an office, Ambuster was astonished to find two women already seated within, of whom he was entirely unaware. One of the women possessed short, golden curls and wore an elegant orange gown, sitting gracefully with her hands clasped together, smiling in their direction. The other appeared younger, with long golden hair, her expression rather aloof. She donned glasses and was dressed in a fitted black blazer paired with a snug miniskirt. Her legs were adorned with fishnet stockings, and she stood confidently in a pair of black high heels. "Who are you, and how did you come to be here?" Ambuster inquired, his mind preoccupied with anything but the allure of beauty, adopting a vigilant posture as he scrutinized the two women before him. Chihe's demeanor was notably composed. From the appearances of the two individuals, he had discerned their identities. The one adorned with a white hat was Stussy from CP0, and the other was Khalifa, who would later become associated with CP9. Observing Ambuster's anxious stance, Stussy rose and handed a document to him. Then, covering her mouth, chuckled lightly, "Oh dear, Major Ambuster. There's no need to be so tense. We bear no ill will. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are representatives of the world government. I am Stussy, and this is my companion, Khalifa." The mention of the world government caused Ambuster's pupils to constrict as he glanced at the document in his hand. Once again, he found himself in the presence of individuals he could not afford to offend. Just who was this Uchiha Chihe? How was it that upon his arrival, these elusive figures emerged as if summoned without cost? Regardless of their identities, they were all beyond the reach of a mere major, and he could only endure in silence. Regaining his composure, Ambuster respectfully returned the document to Stussy and inquired, "Ah, so it is you, Miss Stussy. My apologies for the oversight. May I ask what brings you here personally?" Stussy settled back into her seat, elegantly crossing her legs, lifting a cup of hot tea to her lips after gently blowing on it. Observing this, Meredith quietly remarked to Chihe, "Master, this old woman certainly knows how to put on airs. I wish I could give her a good swipe." Chihe gently reassured her and contemplated inwardly, resolving to observe this woman of considerable stature, who likely had intentions directed towards him. After sipping her tea, Stussy set down her cup, diverting her gaze from Ambuster to focus on Chihe, maintaining her smile as she spoke. "I have come to meet our naval prodigy, Colonel Uchiha Chihe." Indeed, it was him. "Very well, you esteemed individuals enjoy your discourse. Just do not involve me in it," Ambuster thought, discerning that she was not the focus of their attention. She promptly turned to exit the office, closing the door gently behind her. Once Ambuster departed, Chihe inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, Miss Stussy?" Stussy smiled and shook her head, extending a finger towards the woman beside her. "While I too was curious to meet this generation's naval prodigy, the spotlight is not on me today. My role is merely to introduce you to her. This is Khalifa, who will serve as your secretary during your time in Sabaody." Upon hearing her name, Khalifa stood and approached Chihe, executing a deep 90-degree bow. From Chihe's perspective, a pronounced cleft was visible. "It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Colonel Chihe. I look forward to working with you," she said. Chihe remained silent, directing her gaze towards Stussy, who recognized that this action was indeed somewhat abrupt. After all, Chihe was merely a colonel at present, and appointing a secretary seemed rather ostentatious. Nevertheless, she had prepared an explanation. The assignment of Khalifa as your secretary was a government arrangement, primarily tasked with overseeing your daily needs and work affairs. Considering you had just emerged from the training camp and possessed little experience, And given that Chambord was a rather unique location, this was, after all, an act of goodwill from the government. Ah, how conveniently flattering, though, in truth, it was merely a guise to monitor her, to assess whether she possessed the potential to become a loyal hound. Yet, cognizant as she was of this reality, she had little reason to decline. With this thought, Chihe gently helped Khalifa, who was still bowing, to her feet and extended her hand towards her. Khalifa looked at her with a hint of confusion, to which Chihe smiled and said, "I shall rely on your care in the days to come, Secretary Khalifa." Observing Chihe's demeanor, Stussy couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, thinking that Chihe was quite perceptive, and her evaluation of him had, in turn, risen subtly. With the primary task accomplished, Stussy prepared to take her leave. Before departing, she handed Chihe a card, casting a flirtatious glance and leaving her with the words that she could seek her out whenever she wished to unwind at Joy Street. Before she exited, once Stussy was gone, only Chihe and Khalifa remained in the office. True to her training as a covert operative, Khalifa swiftly transitioned into her role as a secretary. She brought Chihe a cup of hot tea and stood respectfully to the side, inquiring if Chihe had any further instructions. This marked the first occasion for Chihe to experience the services of a secretary, and he found it rather intriguing. Although this secretary was, in truth, a spy, the experience was nonetheless fully realized. After some contemplation, Chihe instructed Khalifa to compile a comprehensive account of all recent events, both major and minor, occurring in the Sabaody archipelago. He needed to gain a general understanding of the current situation. After all, one cannot simply languish in idleness for an entire year. Upon receiving the task, Khalifa promptly set about gathering the necessary information. Before long, she returned with a stack of documents that towered to half her height, depositing them upon Chihe's desk. It must be said, her efficiency was remarkable. Chihe mused that had she not been affiliated with the world government, he would have certainly appointed her as his genuine secretary. Casting aside his myriad thoughts, Chihe began to scrutinize the materials Khalifa had organized, extracting a wealth of valuable insights. For instance, he learned that areas 1 through 29 of the Sabaody archipelago were notorious hubs for illicit activities, such as human trafficking and other nefarious dealings, where the celestial dragons often ventured to procure slaves. After perusing the documents for a while, he closed the materials and rose to address Khalifa, instructing her to prepare for a visit to Area 16. Without delay, Khalifa summoned a squad of Marines to stand by, and then brought forth a white suit for Chihe to don, following closely behind him as they made their way to Area 16. Upon entering the area, Chihe keenly sensed the weight of malicious gazes upon him. It was evident that the designation of this place as an unlawful zone was well-deserved, as the deterrent effect of his naval status proved to be limited in this environment. As Chihe strolled along the street, he could faintly hear the sounds of weeping and wailing, likely the cries of enslaved individuals or the desperate pleas of pirates engaged in treachery. When it comes to the abhorrent trade of slavery, Chihe would not intervene. This practice has persisted under the very noses of the world government and the Navy for so long, indicating that there are powerful forces supporting it. Whether it be the celestial dragons or other officials of the world government, none would permit any disruption to such a lucrative transaction. At present, all that Chihe can do is to excel as a naval officer. Other matters shall await his future ascension to greater strength and higher status before he can address them. Meanwhile, within a dwelling by the street, a band of pirates has been observing Chihe and his companions for quite some time. At the center of the room sits a diminutive, thin man who is pouring a barrel of beer, almost as large as himself, into his mouth. A lackey retreats from the window and respectfully informs the small man, Captain Jerry, that group of Navy officers is not making any moves. They are merely strolling about. This small man, known as Captain Jerry, the leader of the Blood Rat pirate crew, with a bounty of 120 million berries, sets down his beer upon hearing his subordinates report. Wiping his mouth, he inquires in an exceedingly high-pitched voice, who is leading them? Ambuster? I do not recognize him. He appears to be a newcomer. There is also a woman following behind, quite beautiful. The mention of a beautiful woman immediately sharpens Jerry's alcohol-clouded mind. What does a beautiful woman signify in this context? It represents a bounty on legs. In recent years, the availability of goods has dwindled, and their quality has notably declined. Upon hearing of a beautiful woman, he hastens to the window, shoving aside the lackey to take a look. Peering through the window, he immediately spots Khalifa behind Chihe. Her exquisite figure, coupled with her strikingly cold beauty, instantly categorizes her as a prime catch. He glances at Chihe, standing before Khalifa, and scoffs disdainfully. Such youth. Yet already a colonel, perhaps he is merely a privileged heir seeking to gain credentials. What a pity his luck has run dry, coming here of all places. I will gladly accept the weapons of your crew and the woman behind you. Take heed in your next life. With that, he beckons his crew to rush out of the house, positioning themselves before Chica and his companions. With arrogance, he points at Chica and declares, "Kid, this is no place for someone like you. Hand over the woman and the arms behind you, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame Blood Rat Jerry for his lack of courtesy." Blood Rat Jerry? He furrowed his brow, unexpectedly encountering such a situation during his inspection. Karifa adjusted her glasses and dutifully began to relay information about this Jerry. Blood Mouse Jerry, with a bounty of 120 million, possesses a devil fruit of the Zoan type, known as the Mouse fruit, which allows him to transform into a giant toothy rodent. He is notorious for his penchant for forceful robbery and the torment of women, and in recent years, he has taken to the abhorrent trade of human trafficking. Chienha crossed her arms as she listened, pondering that this Jerry was indeed a despicable person. With this realization, she decided to deny him any opportunity to enter the deep-sea prison. With this thought in mind, Chienha lowered her hands, ready to deal with this so-called rat. Khalifa, observing Chienha's movements, narrowed her gaze, wondering if she was about to strike. Chienha's abilities and strength had been a focal point of her scrutiny. However, the outcome was bound to disappoint her. Chienha is indeed prepared to take action, yet he was halted by the gentle intervention of Medes upon his shoulder. Medes meowed softly. "Master, allow me to handle this mouse." Are you confident? The bounty on this creature is not insignificant. Rest assured, my master, I shall take care of it. After all, it is merely a mouse. Chienha pondered for a moment. Ever since the birth of Medes, it had yet to reveal its prowess. This time would serve as an opportunity to witness its true strength. However, as Khalifa eagerly anticipated Chienha's action, she was instead taken aback as the dark creature perched on his shoulder leapt forth, landing before Jerry and his crew of pirates. What was the intent behind this? Not only was Khalifa bewildered, but even the opposing pirate crew found themselves equally perplexed. What could possibly be the meaning of releasing a pet in such a manner? Jerry, however, was seized by an unsettling sensation. Upon glimpsing the creature, every hair on his body stood on end. An instinctual dread welled up within him. Shaking his head, he questioned his own reaction. It was merely a pet. Even as a user of the mouse fruit, he shouldn't be so frightened by it. With all four paws firmly on the ground, Medes let out a resounding meow that echoed to the heavens, a surge of black flames enveloping it instantly. The flames grew in size, expanding until they reached the dimensions of a small house, before finally subsiding. As the black flames dissipated, the onlookers gasped in shock. For the pet they once knew had vanished, replaced by a pitch-black apparition that flickered with black flames. Medes licked its lips, its large eyes fixated intently on Jerry. As Chienha recalled her voice, "Master, I am ready." Jerry's unease intensified, especially after witnessing Medes assume a combat stance. What in the world was happening? The members of the surrounding pirate crew were rendered completely motionless, paralyzed by the chilling aura emanating from Medes, reminiscent of a descent into hell. If this continued, there would be no need for a battle. Surrender would be the only option. Jerry, unwilling to underestimate the situation, activated his fruit ability, entering a half-beast transformation. His physique ballooned, the once petite frame expanding to that of an average person, gray fur sprouting across his body, and his incisors transforming into enormous, glistening fangs. Yet, the sight of him in this form only exhilarated Medes further. In an instant, it dashed toward Jerry, its claws entwined with black flames, striking with tremendous force. Its massive paw was nearly the same size as Jerry's half-beast form. Jerry, too, hardened his clawed hand and raised it defensively across his chest, bracing for the impending assault. A horrifying sound of grinding teeth echoed as Jerry was sent flying by Medes' strike, crashing through several buildings before disappearing into a cloud of dust. Beside Chica, Karifa pressed her finger against the center of her glasses, gazing warily at the formidable Medes, whose recent display of power had far surpassed her own abilities, honed through years of covert training. The enigma of Chica deepened in Karifa's eyes. From where had he acquired such an extraordinary creature? As the battle resumed, an explosion reverberated through the air, and Jerry emerged from a pile of rubble. A picture of disarray. His clothing had been reduced to mere trousers, having already been torn apart by the transformation into his beastly form. And now even those were barely clinging to him. The most harrowing aspect lay across his chest, where deep claw marks marred his skin. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wounds, for they were encased in a sheath of solid ice. This ice did not serve to staunch the bleeding. Only Jerry understood that a bone-chilling cold permeated from the wounds, slowing the flow of blood within him and clouding his consciousness. A sharp slap to his own face brought him back to a semblance of clarity, and he cast a grave look towards Metis, who languidly groomed her claws nearby. He realized that if this battle dragged on, it would spell his demise here today, compounded by the fact that the young naval officer behind her had yet to make a move. If her pet was this formidable, how powerful must its master be? He dared not dwell on this thought. All he could do was summon his utmost strength to conclude this fight swiftly and seek an opportunity to flee. Resolving to act, Jerry unleashed the full potential of his fruit's power, his form swelling even further, his eyes ablaze with intensity, nose protruding, ears elongating, and his incisors enlarging to an immense size. He had fully transformed into a massive gray rat, complete with oversized fangs. With a sharp, piercing squeak, his gleaming white incisors were enveloped in a layer of dark, armored haki, marking his most potent attack, Blood Rat, Black Fang. Aiming for Metis' throat, he propelled himself with a powerful thrust of his hind legs, charging forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed rendering him nearly invisible to all but Chica. Chihe gazed at Jerry, now fully transformed into a large gray rat, contemplating the remarkable enhancement in physical prowess that accompanied complete animalization. Such swiftness compelled him to focus intently to discern the details. However, in the face of Jerry's newfound strength, Metis remained utterly unfazed, disdainfully emitting a couple of meows as the fur around her neck ignited into a denser black flame, surging outward. The moment Jerry's incisors brushed against this black flame, they were encased in ice, the frost swiftly creeping along his teeth and spreading across his entire form. This terrifying scenario left him utterly petrified. As the ice threatened to extend to his facial region, he steeled himself, halting his assault and abruptly redirecting his trajectory towards the ground. With a resounding crack, Jerry's prized incisors shattered upon impact with the earth, scattering into fragments. The loss of his teeth resulted in a direct face-first landing. Were it not for the robust constitution afforded by his complete animalization, the sheer force of the impact would have rendered him unconscious in an instant. Nevertheless, despite retaining some awareness, the absence of his incisors and the injuries he sustained led to the dissolution of his devil fruit powers, causing him to revert from his fully animalized state, pitifully crawling on the ground while gasping for breath. Witnessing their leader in such a dismal condition, the lackeys of the Blood Rat pirates abandoned their weapons and fled. It must be said that pirates are indeed pirates. Loyalty is a rare commodity among most of them. The nature of a captain invariably reflects upon their subordinates. Chihe, unwilling to let this scum escape so easily, activated his Rinnegan, which flickered with a hint of purple light. He raised his hand, executing a combined technique of universal pull and heavenly push. The fleeing pirates of the Blood Rat pirates suddenly trembled, blood gushing from their orifices, collapsing to the ground like limp rag dolls. This method proved exceptionally effective for dispatching such minions, utilizing the opposing forces of heavenly push and universal pull to invisibly crush the internal organs of these pirates, leaving them no opportunity to even scream in agony. In a fleeting moment, Chica's strike was so swift that Califa barely had time to react before the pirates before her met their demise. The realization that this ability might merely be the tip of the iceberg of Chica's formidable prowess sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Califa's forehead. Stealing a glance at Chica's violet eyes, she mused to herself, is this truly the extent of his power? What a terrifying man he is. Utterly unimaginable at merely 17 years of age. The Navy soldiers behind her, who had merely played the role of bystanders from the outset, were now flushed with astonishment. None of them had anticipated that this seemingly overly youthful colonel, Chica, dispatched from headquarters, possessed such terrifying strength. It was only such a commanding officer that could earn their respect. Meanwhile, Jerry, who was sprawled on the ground witnessing the annihilation of his subordinates, wore a ghastly smile, muttering nervously, short-sighted indeed. Suddenly, his laughter was cut short as Metis appeared above him, her half-beast form nearly matching Jerry's size, especially when he was not in his human state. With a swift motion, Metis raised her paw and struck down, obliterating the bounty of 120 million berry that was the Blood Rat Jerry, leaving nothing but sanguine remnants. Expressing disdain at the bits of flesh on her paw pads, Metis summoned black flames to freeze the filth, and with a gentle exhale, the impurities transformed into icy fragments. Carried away by the wind, proudly mewling twice, Medice shrank back into her smaller black form and leapt onto Chica's shoulder, prompting Califa and several Navy soldiers to hastily distance themselves from him. Observing Medice affectionately nuzzling Chica's side, they found it hard to reconcile this endearing creature with the formidable beast that had just vanquished Jerry with a single swipe. Playfully pinching Medice's little behind elicited adorable meows from her, and Chica turned to the gathered Navy soldiers to issue commands. The battle was over, and they should not linger but instead proceed to clean the battlefield. Only then did they awaken from their stupor, rushing to tally the bodies and spoils, eager to ensure that the young commander remained satisfied. Once the sailors had tended to the battlefield, Chica ordered the formation to depart. On the way back, Califa maintained an expression of hesitation, a myriad of words caught in her throat. It wasn't until they returned to the previous office that she helped Chica remove his suit and hang it up. Gradually, she approached him from behind and began to knead his shoulders. As Chica closed his eyes and reveled in Califa's massage, he reflected on why the affluent of Blue Star often sought secretaries, particularly those who were young and beautiful. Such indulgence was indeed a form of decadence. With his eyes slightly ajar, Chica caught Califa staring at him. As their gazes met, she quickly averted her eyes, which amused him. He then encouraged, "If there is something on your mind, please ask swiftly. Opportunities like this are fleeting." Califa hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "I have heard that Lord Chica triumphed over the Vice Admiral in the year-end assessment and acquired a Zoan Type devil fruit. May I ask if you have yet to consume this fruit?" Indeed, the information from the world government was remarkably astute. However, it is understandable, as the Zoan Type devil fruits are quite rare, especially considering it was bestowed upon a newcomer. After a brief contemplation, Chica concocted an excuse, stating, "No, I have not consumed it myself. I have fed that fruit to my pet. Behold, it is the creature perched upon my shoulder, as you can see." Chiha gestured toward the creature Medice on his right shoulder, adding, "By the way, its name is Medice." Califa, her expression solemn, scrutinized the Medice once more, nodding to herself in quiet acknowledgement. Indeed, this explained the peculiar combat prowess and abilities of this creature. It was evidently a testament to the power of that mythical Zoan Type devil fruit. However, one couldn't help but wonder what the Uchiha Chihe was thinking. Such a precious Zoan Type devil fruit, if left unguarded at sea, would undoubtedly attract relentless conflict. Yet he had chosen to gift it to his pet. How generous! Califa gazed enviously at Medice, pondering how delightful it would be to possess such a remarkable devil fruit herself. Sind noticed the envious gaze of Califa and recalled that during this period, she had yet to consume a devil fruit. He casually remarked, "You have not yet partaken of a devil fruit, have you? As my secretary, should I acquire any surplus devil fruits in the future, I shall certainly reward you with one." Chica deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word "I," and Khalifa naturally understood his implication. Their mutual understanding regarding the covert surveillance imposed by the world government upon Chica was already an unspoken agreement between them. However, Khalifa did not take Chica's words to heart. The mere allure of a devil fruit was evidently insufficient to sway her loyalty to the world government. Chiha understood that a single devil fruit was somewhat insufficient to justify Califa's betrayal. He considered it merely a test. Her lack of resistance indicated that as long as the price was right, negotiations could indeed be favorable. Such a capable secretary had begun to grow on Chiha, making it difficult for him to part with her. As he contemplated the Eye of Reincarnation on his right side, he mused that acquiring one more devil fruit would allow him to unlock the third tomoe of his eye. He had a premonition that this third tomoe would signify a qualitative transformation, and thus he felt pressed for time. With this thought in mind, Chiha raised his gaze to Califa, who was still massaging him, and inquired, "Do you happen to know of any reliable channels through which one might acquire a devil fruit, preferably one with confirmed abilities?" Califa paused, suddenly realizing that Chiha had yet to consume the devil fruit he had previously acquired. Was he now seeking a suitable one for himself? Despite her inner musings, her professional integrity compelled her to promptly provide a suggestion. As for the devil fruits, there is an auction occasionally held in Area 1 of Sabaody Archipelago. However, it predominantly features slave auctions. An auction? Chiha recalled that when Luffy and his crew first arrived at Sabaody, they indeed participated in an auction, causing quite a commotion and even striking a celestial dragon, which had drawn the attention of Kazuru, who had been on duty. It seemed this was the very auction Califa mentioned. The celestial dragons were known to frequent it. Although they were not the most virtuous of individuals, they often coveted items of great value. This auction was certainly worth attending. Nodding, Chienha acknowledged Khalifa's suggestion as quite astute. He snapped his fingers and declared, "Very well, make the arrangements. Let us venture to Area 1 tomorrow and test our luck." "Understood," Khalifa replied, slightly bowing. Pausing her movements to prepare the relevant materials for the auction and organize their itinerary for the following day. However, as she stepped out from behind the chair and passed by Chienha, he unexpectedly pulled her into his embrace. Caught off guard, she found herself sitting squarely on his lap, momentarily stunned into silence. Being a girl, she quickly regained her composure and, with a mix of embarrassment and anger, glared at Chienha, exclaiming, "Release me. This is sexual harassment." "Colonel Chienha." Chienha gazed at her with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely false. Noticing that she had regained her composure, he tightened his embrace around Khalifa's waist, causing her some discomfort as she squirmed in his hold. However, Chienha disregarded her resistance, leaning closer to her ear and softly murmuring, "You are such an invaluable secretary. I find it hard to imagine life without you." The unusual sensation against her ear sent a jolt through Khalifa, leaving her astonished by Chienha's unpredictable demeanor. She had heard rumors of his close ties with Vice Admiral Guillaume in the Navy. Did he not fear her reporting him? "By the way, Guillaume, aren't you afraid I might share this with Vice Admiral Guillaume?" Upon hearing Guillaume's name, Chienha paused momentarily, then chuckled and shook his head, maintaining his current position as he continued to whisper in Khalifa's ear, "Why should I be afraid? Guillaume is on my side. There's nothing to hide. And what about you? If I were to claim you, the world government might actually be pleased, don't you think? That way, my leverage would rest in your hands." "What are you saying? That kind of thinking is perilous." Khalifa was thoroughly alarmed, realizing that Chienha was right. If sacrificing her body could secure leverage over someone as promising as Chienha, a potential top-tier force for the Navy, the world government would have long since presented her as a gift to Uchiha Chihe. The reason they hadn't was that there were hardly any figures among the Navy's elite who had an affinity for such matters. Each was colder than the last, and the world government had never even considered this approach. Not to mention, the Uchiha clan rarely produced individuals like Chienha. After all, Chienha's soul ultimately hailed from the blue planet. Finding herself unable to escape Chienha's grasp, Khalifa's long legs, encased in fishnet stockings, tensed as she contemplated employing the Gale step from the Navy's sixth forms. As a senior agent of the world government, Khalifa was more than familiar with the six forms and was confident that, even if her Gale step could not harm Chienha, it would at least allow her to break free from his clutches. However, as she made a move, Chienha's companion, Metis, sensed her intentions. With a sharp cry, Metis leaped from Chienha's shoulder, her upper body slightly bent forward, her eyes flickering with dark flames, exuding an aura of extreme danger as she locked her gaze onto Khalifa. Gulping, Khalifa swallowed hard, entirely abandoning her earlier thoughts as she obediently slumped back onto Chienha's thigh. She had no doubt that should she dare to unleash her Gale step, Uchiha Chienha's pet would swiftly encase her in ice, meeting a fate not unlike that of Jerry. Observing that Khalifa had settled down, Chienha decided to cease his teasing, releasing her and allowing her to rise. "It is sufficient to occasionally tease my delightful secretary. Beyond that, it loses its charm." Khalifa, rising from her seat, hastily straightened her disheveled attire. She intended to cast a glare at Chica, yet faltered under the menacing gaze of Meredith, muttering a hasty, "I shall get to work," before fleeing the scene, leaving Chica seated in his office with an expression of playful mockery. Having escaped from Chica's office, Khalifa now leaned against the wall of a nearby room, her right hand, clad in a black leather glove, pressed against her chest, where her heart still raced fervently. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm her tumultuous emotions. She then reached into the cleft of her bosom and remarkably retrieved a communication device, dialing a number. After a brief pause, the device responded, morphing into a feminine visage that spoke. "This is Stussy. What do you have to report, Khalifa?" Indeed, Khalifa was contacting Stussy, her direct superior within CP0. The events of the day were of utmost significance. As a competent spy, she would not allow personal sentiments to interfere with her duties. Today's target, Uchiha Chihe, had ventured into the lawless territory of Zone 16, obliterating the Blood Rat pirates. Oh, were there any survivors? Not a single one. He crushed the pirates' innards with that peculiar ability of his, and the captain, Jerry, was reduced to a pulp by his pet. It seems Uchiha Chihe leans towards a more hawkish approach. This is indeed promising. Now, regarding that pet, elaborate further. According to Uchiha Chihe himself, the mythical Zoan Type devil fruit, awarded as a test reward, has been fed to his pet. The creature, a formidable black beast, possesses the ability to unleash black flames imbued with freezing properties. Jerry, the blood rat with a bounty of 120 million, appeared as nothing more than a toy before it. A mythical Zoan Type devil fruit. Such combat prowess is certainly plausible. Your intelligence is indeed valuable. Is there anything else to add? Carlifa bit her lip, hesitating before confessing. Uchiha Chihe seems quite interested in me. What do you mean? Are you suggesting? He wishes for me to become his, including a romantic connection. Huh. I did not expect our new marine prodigy to harbor such inclinations. However, this is good news. Do not yield easily. Continue your observations. Uchiha Chihe is destined to become a top-tier force within the Marines. If we can secure his allegiance to the world government through such means, it would be a monumental achievement for both you and me. Do you understand? Understood. As Carlifa terminated the communication device, she exhaled softly, confirming her suspicions. Sacrificing herself to gain Uchiha Chihe's favor was indeed a shrewd transaction in the eyes of the government elite. Yet, had she truly resigned herself to becoming a mere pawn? Although Uchiha Chihe is undeniably handsome and possesses formidable strength, instilling a sense of security, the circumstances compel a cautious approach. At this juncture, one can only proceed step by step, as the intricate machinations of influential figures are beyond the influence of an inexperienced spy. Her immediate task is to meticulously arrange Chihe's itinerary in preparation for the auction the following day. Early the next morning, Chihe set forth to Area 1, accompanied solely by Modis and Khalifa. Eschewing his naval uniform, he donned his favored black robe, signaling a remarkably understated expedition. Yet, despite this discretion, his entrance into the auction attracted considerable attention. The news of Chihe's recent annihilation of the Blood Rat pirate crew had swiftly disseminated throughout the Sabaody archipelago, and his likeness had been noted by many prominent figures. Thus, upon his arrival at the auction, he was readily recognized. That individual is the newly appointed naval colonel from headquarters, Uchiha Chihe, indeed, quite youthful. I have learned from acquaintances at headquarters that Uchiha Chihe ranked first in this year's naval elite training camp, having even bested a rear admiral during the year-end assessments. His exceptional prowess warranted an early assignment to this position. Just yesterday, he vanquished the Blood Rat pirate crew entirely. Being young and spirited, some pirates in Sabaody may find themselves in dire straits. Rest assured, the influential will not allow him to create too much of a ruckus, if you catch my drift. Settling into a favorable position, Chihe once again commended Khalifa for her professional capabilities, a position she undoubtedly secured in advance. Since her arrival, Chihe has felt himself slipping into a more languid lifestyle. Khalifa, maintaining her composure, adjusted her glasses and took a seat beside him. However, as soon as she sat down, Chihe pulled her closer, causing her to lean against him. This time, Khalifa offered only a token resistance before relenting, casting a sideways glare at Chihe. He chuckled, gently patting her shoulder, and remarked that the auction was about to begin, urging her to behave. Clearly, it is you who is misbehaving. Khalifa retorted with a resigned adjustment of her posture, turning her gaze towards the stage below. Following a lively opening dance, a host took the stage to announce the commencement of the auction. The first item presented was a mermaid girl submerged in a tank, whose appearance could be described as merely average. However, the rarity of her kind made her an appealing asset, particularly to nobles with peculiar tastes, as her fishtail constituted a significant enhancement to her value. Once the bidding commenced, many attendees eagerly raised their offers, and before long, the mermaid girl's worth soared beyond 100 million, leaving Chihe momentarily astonished. These individuals are truly affluent, he mused. Khalifa glanced at Chihe and remarked, "Aren't you intrigued? She is a mermaid, and such auctions are not a daily occurrence, even here." Somewhere on Khalifa's body, she was struck heavily by Chihe, causing her to gasp and turn crimson as she glanced at him. In a lowered voice, she exclaimed, "Colonel Chihe, is this sexual harassment? A mere slight punishment for you. What do you take me for?" In Khalifa's mind, Chica's name had become irrevocably associated with that of an old lecher. Looking back at the stage, after several rounds of slave auctions, a fruit with a completely purple hue and peculiar patterns was finally presented on an exquisite tray by the auction staff. Indeed, it was a devil fruit. At its appearance, Chihe withdrew his arm from around Khalifa, leaning slightly forward, his Rinnegan narrowing as he scrutinized the devil fruit on stage. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a Paramecia Type devil fruit, and the fluctuations of his Rinnegan indicated that it was indeed a remarkable specimen. As anticipated, the host's next words confirmed Chika's premonition. The item to be auctioned next was a treasure of the seas, the devil fruit, Paramecia Type, gravity fruit. Upon hearing its name, a smile crept across Chika's face. The gravity fruit, he mused, would significantly enhance his abilities, as his basic powers were proving insufficient against increasingly formidable foes. With a subtle gesture towards the devil fruit, Chika quietly declared, "I, Uchiha Chihe, shall claim this devil fruit." Compared to the slaves, the reaction to the devil fruit was somewhat muted. Perhaps Chika was fortunate, as very few attendees at the auction expressed interest in it. Nonetheless, bidding ensued, though the prices were not as high as those for the slaves. After several rounds of bidding, Chika successfully acquired it for 280 million berries. A fortunate find indeed, considering the average market value of a devil fruit, which typically stands at around 100 million berries. The final price for the gravity fruit was substantial, leaving Chika's finances considerably strained. With a wry smile, he acknowledged his impoverished state, reminding himself that wealth is ultimately secondary to the tangible enhancement of strength. Soon, a servant respectfully brought the gravity fruit to Chika. In this auction, he had no fear of disruption. According to the information at his disposal, the back end of this auction was likely connected to one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. After receiving the fruit, Chika casually tossed the gravity fruit into his dimensional space, mindful not to utilize the powers of the hungry ghost path here, as any excessive movement might attract the attention of the ever-watchful Khalifa. The secret of the Rinnegan was one he could only share with those he trusted. Should outsiders learn of it, he would have no choice but to silence them. Even now, with the Secretary Khalifa proving to be quite adept, upon witnessing Chiharu's actions, she promptly inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" The power of gravity was one I possessed myself. I shall set this fruit aside for my collection. Upon hearing this, Khalifa ceased her inquiries, wary that she might inadvertently provide Chiharu with leverage to manipulate her, as she currently lacked the means to resist him. After acquiring the devil fruit, Chiharu's interest in the subsequent auction items waned significantly. He reclined in his chair, appearing on the brink of slumber. Observing Chiharu's posture, Khalifa instinctively asked if he wished to depart early. Chihe pondered for a moment, realizing that continuing in this manner would merely squander his time, and thus resolved to embrace Khalifa's suggestion. Just as he was about to rise and depart, another slave was presented for auction below. In stark contrast to the previous rare specimens, this slave appeared quite ordinary, a gray-haired old man. The sole aspect that captured attention was the expression on the slave's face, which diverged from the despair commonly etched on the features of others being sold. He bore a perpetual smile, as if entirely indifferent to his predicament. One might mistakenly assume he was merely a tourist in this venue. The attendees at the auction quickly lost interest upon the revelation that the individual being showcased was merely a human elder. When the auctioneer declared the starting bid at 10 million belly, a conspicuous silence ensued, with no one willing to place a bid. Just as the atmosphere threatened to grow cold, a youthful voice suddenly broke through, offering 15 million belly. The auctioneer, as if rejuvenated, promptly inquired thrice whether there were any higher bids. Upon receiving no response, lest the bidder reconsider, he hastily confirmed the sale. The unfortunate soul who purchased the seemingly useless old man was, of course, Chihe. Observing his decision to spend money on such an apparently inconsequential figure, Khalifa, bewildered, inquired, "What purpose do you see in acquiring him? He is merely an ordinary human, and given his age, I doubt he could manage even the simplest tasks." Chihe smiled silently. A figure unfamiliar to others, yet known to him from the realm of animation. Who could have imagined that the seemingly harmless old man on stage was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger? Spending 15 million for a mere appearance of Rayleigh was undoubtedly worth it. With a casual wave of his hand, Chihe offered no further explanation as he guided Khalifa away from the venue. At the rear exit, a servant awaited, leading Rayleigh, adorned with a collar around his neck, ready to be claimed by Chihe. Upon Chihe's arrival, the servant handed Rayleigh over with a slight bow before taking his leave. Rayleigh, upon seeing the young man who had purchased him, felt a flicker of curiosity. Frequently, he found himself sold at auctions due to financial constraints, only to later use his conqueror's haki to incapacitate those who had bought him and escape. Previously, his buyers were often idle nobles seeking amusement, This time, however, he was astonished to encounter a youthful individual. Unbeknownst to Rayleigh, having sold himself to the auction house in recent days, he was unaware that a young naval captain had recently arrived at Sabaody Archipelago and had decimated the Blood Rat pirates. Chihe was scrutinizing the first mate of the Pirate King, the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. In comparison to his later appearance during the initial encounter at Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh appeared significantly younger. Although he still bore traces of age, Chihe was acutely aware of the formidable power that resided within this aging vessel. For he was one of the foremost formidable figures from a bygone era. Without intending to dance around the subject, Chihe directly revealed his identity. "How much longer do you intend to pretend?" Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Upon hearing these words, both Khalifa beside him and Rayleigh before him widened their eyes in astonishment. Rayleigh was taken aback that this young man recognized him. Since the demise of Captain Roger, he had maintained a low profile, and over the years, his appearance had changed considerably, fading from the public's consciousness. Khalifa was utterly shocked. The old man before her was indeed the legendary Dark King Rayleigh? What caliber of individual was this? As a former member of the world government, Khalifa had certainly perused his dossier. The documents meticulously detailed Rayleigh's prowess. And it could be said that merely through those records, Khalifa understood that his strength was beyond her wildest imagination. The fact that such a figure had his identity so casually exposed by Chihe left her feeling a twinge of irritation. If you recognized his identity, you ought to maintain a lower profile. At the very least, inform someone. Does this Uchiha Chihe truly believe that he and one other could possibly subdue the Dark King Rayleigh? Chihe was acutely aware that, given his current abilities combined with those of Meredith, it was utterly impossible to defeat the Dark King, Rayleigh. He dismissed Khalifa as combat prowess entirely. However, he also recognized that Rayleigh had adopted a rather laid-back demeanor. He would undoubtedly refrain from causing any significant disturbance. In a confrontation, Chihe knew he would most likely face defeat, yet he believed that escaping would not encounter insurmountable obstacles, and at the very least, he would not lose his life. Indeed, Chihe yearned for a duel with Rayleigh to ascertain his own capabilities, for the Uchiha clan was inherently combative. Moreover, the Dark King Rayleigh was unlike any opponent Chihe had encountered thus far. There existed a chasm between them, rendering even Kaji insignificant in comparison. Engaging in battle with Rayleigh would provide invaluable insight into his current limits, an opportunity that was rare and not easily sought. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and remarked, "Oh, young man, you dare to address my identity so boldly. What is your aim?" "Aim? I am a Navy officer, and you are a pirate. Should the Navy encounter pirates? Are we to sit together over tea instead of engaging in battle?" Upon hearing Chihe's words, Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that this young man was, in fact, a member of the Navy. Nonetheless, the youth of today seemed rather oblivious to their own limitations. Rayleigh shook his head, reflecting that it might be time to stretch his old bones and let this younger generation learn a lesson. Chihe followed closely behind Rayleigh until they arrived at an expansive clearing. Rayleigh halted his steps, turned to face Chihe, and remarked, "Let us settle here. Before we engage in battle, I wish to inquire how the Navy came to know my whereabouts." From Rayleigh's perspective, the fact that even such a youthful naval officer was aware of him indicated that his information had spread widely within the Navy headquarters. Yet, he was certain he had concealed himself adeptly, leaving him perplexed as to how his position had been compromised. Naturally, Rayleigh would never fathom that Chihe was a time traveler, and moreover, one who had experienced the world of One Piece. Chihe, of course, could not claim to have perused the script, but rather spoke with a hint of sarcasm, cautioning not to underestimate the Navy, even if they were mere pirates. This remark sent a chill down Khalifa's spine, as she thought to herself, "Oh, my little ancestor. Please refrain from elevating the Navy's stature. Intelligence work is the prerogative of the world government, which is still unaware of Rayleigh's whereabouts, let alone the Navy. Furthermore, do not provoke Rayleigh any further. Should he become enraged, both of us may find ourselves in dire straits." Rayleigh merely smiled, unperturbed, after living for so long. He had encountered myriad situations and could hardly be incensed by Chihe's trivial remark. It seemed he had underestimated the Navy. "If you wish to engage me in combat, then first try this," he declared. "Survive this challenge, and only then will you be worthy of a duel with me." With that, Rayleigh's eyes suddenly widened. A surge of invisible pressure erupted from him, manifesting his conqueror's haki. As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, the strength of Rayleigh's haki was indisputable. Khalifa was immediately overwhelmed by this force, her eyes rolling back as her body softened, and she began to collapse. Chihe extended his hand to embrace Khalifa, gently parting her eyelids with his fingers. As his Rinnegan flickered, Khalifa abruptly awakened. Disoriented, she turned her head to survey her surroundings, only to realize, to her bewilderment, that she had somehow ended up in Chihe's arms. Instinctively, she broke free from his embrace, a reaction that felt oddly disconcerting as Chihe did not attempt to restrain her this time. This unexpected response made her recall the events that had transpired, how she had been rendered unconscious by an unseen attack from Rayleigh, and how it was Chihe who had steadied her and roused her from her stupor. As this realization washed over her, Khalifa's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, and she shyly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, and I apologize for the trouble I caused." This sentiment momentarily caught Chihe off guard. He had not anticipated that his usually aloof secretary would show such humility. Yet, there was a certain satisfaction in witnessing her vulnerability. Nevertheless, Chihe maintained his composure, merely waving his hand dismissively, indicating that it was no bother. What just happened was Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki. You cannot intervene in the upcoming battle, so keep your distance. Khalifa was not the type to be oblivious to reality. She understood that her capabilities would be of no use in such a conflict and might even impede Chihe. Thus, upon hearing his words, she promptly utilized Shave to find a relatively safe corner, lying flat on the ground with her eyes fixed intently on the unfolding confrontation between Chihe and Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Rayleigh showed no concern for her presence, having dismissed Khalifa, who had fainted under the influence of his Haki, from his mind. His interest lay solely in the young naval officer before him, for the intensity of his Conqueror's Haki had the potential to incapacitate many rear admirals. Even those of the vice admiral rank would feel its effects, yet here stood this young naval officer, seemingly unaffected, as if merely experiencing a gentle breeze. Upon witnessing that Khalifa had reached a place of safety, Chihe turned to Rayleigh with a smile, remarking, "That was the Conqueror's Haki, wasn't it?" Truly befitting of the Dark King Rayleigh, I nearly lost consciousness. Rayleigh chuckled softly in response. "You're joking. You appeared remarkably at ease." As Chihe's smile faded, his expression grew serious. A flicker of purple light danced within his Rinnegan. In his right eye, two black tomoe began to revolve slowly around the intricate pattern. Now, how about this? A similar aura emanated from Chihe, manifesting as his own Conqueror's Haki, awakened in the wake of Rayleigh's earlier display. Rayleigh remained unfazed, arms crossed before him, effortlessly absorbing the surge of power. "Impressive. It seems you possess the qualities of a king as well. Such a rarity within the Navy." Chihe's lips curled into a smile. He held no illusions that his recently awakened Conqueror's Haki could sway the seasoned and formidable Rayleigh, who had immersed himself in this path for many years. It was merely a matter of discomfort, as he felt the need to unleash the power that had just awakened within him. Moreover, his Conqueror's Haki was far from being limited to such a trivial level. The fluctuations within Chihe's Rinnegan intensified dramatically. Suddenly, Chihe's aura surged exponentially, radiating outward in a 360 explosion of countless blade-like shockwaves. The towering trees, standing at over 100 meters, were severed as effortlessly as tofu by these razor-edged waves. Rayleigh, awestruck by the terrifying spectacle before him, found himself compelled to evade the oncoming shockwaves using his observation Haki, while pondering in disbelief. Is this also Conqueror's Haki? How could it inflict such tangible damage? Wasn't it merely just awakened? Yet, the intensity of that earlier display was undeniably authentic. The sudden surge of momentum from Chihe, accompanied by the shockwaves, is not merely a manifestation of his Conqueror's Haki. Rather, it is a manifestation of the power inherent in his Rinnegan. This technique, known as Rinnegan pressure, amplifies the potency of his Conqueror's Haki. It not only enhances his presence, but also unleashes shockwaves capable of inflicting tangible damage. The release of this ability lasted a full 5 minutes, and when Chihe finally ceased, all present were momentarily stunned. Every towering tree, standing 100 meters high, lay severed at its base, while the ground was riddled with countless intersecting ravines. The once lush and verdant area had, in an instant, transformed into a scene of desolation. The quietly perched Medes on Chihe's shoulder gazed up at her master with adoration, reflecting on the fact that he was indeed the one who had brought her into existence. He was a deity in her eyes. In the distance, Khalifa stood utterly bewildered, as everything before her transcended her understanding. How could it be that Chihe had not even lifted a finger, and yet the environment had been ravaged so? Was this truly the extent of Chihe's power? Such strength could not possibly belong to a mere Navy colonel. Rayleigh, too, had abandoned his previously relaxed demeanor. He slowly drew his sword from beneath his cloak and regarded Chihe earnestly, stating, "Young man, your prowess has earned my respect. Please, reveal your name." Chihe gently swept aside the locks of hair that obscured his forehead, declaring, "Uchiha Chihe." Upon uttering his name, a hue of violet eyeshadow adorned the corners of his eyes, while the backs of his hands manifested the marks of dominance. Ever since his battle with Kaji, Chihe had mastered the art of simultaneously entering the state of armed color enhancement with both hands. Undoubtedly, he had now entered his most formidable combat state. For his opponent was the formidable king of hell, Rayleigh. A moment's inattention could lead even Chihe to a swift downfall. Confirming his readiness, Chihe initiated his assault with the 12 divine sky strikes. 12 punches, enveloped in armed color, unleashed a barrage of shockwaves that instantaneously obstructed Rayleigh's movements, rendering him unable to evade. Yet, Rayleigh, being Rayleigh, remained unfazed in the face of this technique that had previously obliterated Kaji. With a sword held in one hand, he casually waved it, cleaving through the air wall created by the 12 strikes, allowing Chihe's attack to pass harmlessly by him, vanishing into the distance. Although Chica's assault appeared to be effortlessly countered by Rayleigh, the true might of that move was known only to Rayleigh himself. Suppressing the trembling sword, Rayleigh pondered momentarily and remarked, "Have you compressed your haki and infused it with some additional force? This is becoming increasingly intriguing." It is indeed no surprise that a renowned powerhouse of the seas could discern the extraordinary nature of the Godspace strike in a mere exchange. Noticing Chica's silence, Rayleigh chose not to prolong the conversation. In an instant, he vanished from sight, his speed so remarkable that even Chihe, possessing the Rinnegan, experienced a fleeting sense of disorientation. However, the danger perception of Sage Mode, coupled with the foresight of observation haki, compelled Chihe to instinctively evade. With an explosive burst of repulsion and a swift step, Chica's velocity surged, his form reappearing 100 meters away. Boom! In the next moment, an unfathomable fissure appeared in the ground where Chihe had stood, its dark abyss rendering its depth inscrutable. Maintaining his sword-swinging posture, Rayleigh flashed a slight smile at Chihe, who gazed at the chasm with trepidation. It was a close call. Had he been struck, it would have been troublesome, as it seemed merely a basic attack. For a warrior of Rayleigh's caliber, techniques had reached an essence of simplicity. Often, a casual slash or swing of the sword could unleash devastating destruction, especially for swordsmen. The sheer force behind Mihawk's basic strikes is evident to all who have witnessed the anime. One might recall Kaido's seemingly grandiose Thunder Bagua, which, in reality, resembled nothing more than a wild swing of a spiked club. Yet, that very swing nearly felled the Pirate King, Luffy. Chihe realized that in close combat, he was no match for Rayleigh. He understood that his haki was still in the early stages of development, and attempting to exploit his weaknesses against Rayleigh's strengths was undeniably foolish. With this thought, Chihe clapped his hands together with a decisive sound, leaving Rayleigh momentarily startled. Just as Rayleigh pondered the sudden peculiarity of Chihe's gesture, he felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble violently. From a distance, Chihe fixed his gaze on Rayleigh and shouted, "Would release, the roots unleashed. The tree realm descends. Sins is not only the awakener of the Rinnegan, but also possesses cells of Hashirama within his body. Although he may not match Hashirama in the art of wood release, unable, for instance, to perform techniques such as the wooden human technique or the true thousand hands, he can effortlessly utilize abilities of significant magnitude, such as the advent of the tree world." With a crackling sound, the ground beneath Rayleigh's feet began to fracture, and immense trees surged forth from the fissures, as if driven by a sentient will, rushing toward him. The absurdity of the scene momentarily left Rayleigh at a loss, as the creeping vines from the colossal trees ensnared his waist. In that instant of contact, Rayleigh realized with alarm that his stamina was being siphoned away through the very tendrils that bound him. Seizing the opportunity while Rayleigh was momentarily restrained, Sen swiftly formed hand seals, positioning his palms toward Rayleigh, with his index fingers and thumbs aligned. He inhaled deeply and, with a sudden exhalation, unleashed fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from Sen's mouth, transforming upon contact with the air into a vast sea of fire engulfing the entire forest. The inferno intensified further upon making contact with the trees, creating a scene of utter devastation. By heavens! The relentless and unconventional tactics employed by Chica provoked even the typically composed Rayleigh to utter expletives, only to be subsequently engulfed by a sea of flames. Not only Rayleigh, but also Khalifa, observing from afar, found her glasses reflecting the continuously burning forest, under which her pupils dilated in astonishment. Each of Chica's maneuvers appeared utterly irrational to her. The rapid shift in the nature of the battle had left this unfortunate lady in a state of bewilderment, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Who am I? Where am I? Is this Uchiha Chihe even human? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the inferno, extinguishing the once raging flames in an instant. Following this, a series of terrifying slashes carved a wide path through the dense forest. Rayleigh's figure emerged at the end of this pathway, his demeanor now devoid of the earlier nonchalance. The upper half of his attire had been reduced to tattered remnants, clinging to his form in shreds, while a single pair of shorts remained relatively intact, likely a testament to his conscious effort to preserve some semblance of dignity. After all, who doesn't carry a modicum of vanity? With a deep exhale, he expelled a cloud of black smoke, casting a cold gaze towards Chica. It was clear that, after such an ordeal, any semblance of goodwill towards him would be utterly impossible. It seems you harbor many secrets. Just what is your true origin, Navy? Chienha raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and remarked, in truth, I am a ninja. A ninja? Are you from Wano? Do you know Kazuki Oden? Here it comes again. Whenever the topic of ninjas arises, most of the people here immediately associate it with Wano. The question is, can those fellows truly be called ninjas? Just donning some ostentatious attire and proclaiming oneself a ninja does not make it so. Does spewing a bit of spittle grant one the ability to perform water techniques? With a disdainful sneer, Chienha retorted, do not conflate me with that trash from Wano, you fool. And what of Oden? Merely refuse among refuse. What did you say? After all, Kazuki Oden was once a companion of Rayleigh on the same ship. Hearing his comrade insulted ignited Rayleigh's fury, transitioning from a one-handed grip to a two-handed stance. Rayleigh summoned his true might, his speed surging to several times faster than before, as he instantly appeared above Chienha, his sword aimed fiercely at Chienha's head. Chienha recognized that Rayleigh was genuinely enraged this time. However, this served his purpose well, for he required Rayleigh's formidable strength to test his newfound powers. He internally shouted, Mortis. Understood, master. As a spirit beast in perfect harmony with Chienha's will, Mortis comprehended her master's intent without further instruction. She tilted her head upward and unleashed a torrent of black flames that swiftly enveloped Rayleigh, effectively encasing him in ice. The icy grip of the black flames would not bind Rayleigh for long, but for Chienha, it was more than sufficient. In the air beside Chienha, a door materialized out of thin air. He extended one hand, pressing it upon the gravity fruit he had just acquired from the auction. No one could perceive the actions of that hand. The abilities of the hungry ghost path activated, drawing the power of the devil fruit into his being. As this new strength coursed within him, Chienha's ocular prowess surged dramatically, overwhelming waves of energy prompting him to instinctively cover his right eye. With a crack, the ice that had entrapped Rayleigh shattered, and he tumbled forward, landing not far from Chienha. A serious expression etched on his face, sensing that during his brief confinement, a perilous transformation had occurred within Chienha. Ha 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 ha. Chienha, still shielding his eyes, erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Rayleigh, bewildered and somewhat unnerved, instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Chienha slowly lowered the hand that had covered his right eye. Within that eye, a new black tomoe appeared, and a chilling voice emerged from his lips. The real spectacle is just beginning, king of the underworld, Rayleigh. Observing Chienha's peculiar demeanor, Rayleigh hesitated to act, fully aware of the indelible impression left by Chienha's seemingly endless array of techniques. Meanwhile, Chienha focused intently on assimilating the capabilities of the gravity fruit he had just obtained. Chienha discovered that after absorbing the gravitational fruit, the most remarkable effect was the dramatic surge in his ocular power, especially concerning the abilities of the heavenly path. With his current capabilities, he felt confident that if he unleashed the universal pull or the heavenly convergence against an opponent of Kajiri's caliber, even with his internal organs shielded by haki, he would still suffer significant damage at the first impact. Furthermore, as Chienha gazed skyward, he sensed that the power of his Rinnegan had reached a level capable of penetrating the atmosphere and extending into the cosmos. This signified that he could now wield a skill of unparalleled destructive potential. Without keeping Rayleigh waiting for long, Chienha raised his hand once more to activate the universal pull. This time, the force of the universal pull was so immense that even Rayleigh struggled to withstand it. He forcefully drove his sword into the ground, leveraging the resistance of the earth to prevent being drawn into the pull, yet the massive trees and boulders behind him were not afforded such a courtesy, swiftly converging toward the source of the gravitational force. During this tumultuous process, Rayleigh's back was relentlessly battered by various hard objects, forcing him to envelop himself in a layer of haki. Despite his age, enduring such a frequency of assault was no longer feasible for him without defense. Countless colossal trees and stones amassed in Chienha's palm, ultimately compressing into a gigantic sphere. With a fierce glare, Chienha unleashed the heavenly convergence, propelling the massive sphere forward, crashing violently toward Rayleigh. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rayleigh did not dare to be reckless. He withdrew his sword from the ground and swung it horizontally, releasing a blade of energy to collide with the oncoming sphere. In Rayleigh's estimation, cleaving a sphere composed of rotting wood and rubble should be a trivial task. But was that truly the case? Upon striking the sphere, the blade left a profound gash, yet the sphere remained intact, hurtling toward Rayleigh with relentless speed. Cursing under his breath, he discerned the cause of the sphere's incredible density resultant from its formidable compression. The realization struck him just as the gigantic sphere was about to make contact. With a solemn expression, energy coiled around his sword-wielding arm. The sword began to flicker with ominous red and black lightning, exuding an exceptionally fearsome aura. King of Hell, severing the void. A strike infused with black lightning, amplified severfold, surged forth, colliding with Chienha's attack. This time, upon contact, the sphere shattered into fragments. Yet, astonishingly, the momentum of the strike did not wane, and it continued its trajectory toward Chienha. Such power must be intertwined with Conqueror's haki, he thought. I, Uchiha Chihe, acknowledge your strength. Among all the foes I have encountered, I am willing to deem you formidable. Chienha initially intended to proclaim his supremacy, yet upon reflection, he recognized that the journey ahead was long. Thus, he refrained from uttering such words, lest they diminish in significance. He chuckled, remarking on the resilience of his opponent's resolve, and challenged, if you can, withstand this blow and show me. Rayleigh believed that even if Chienha had somehow augmented his strength, the strike imbued with Conqueror's haki was beyond his capacity to endure. His gaze shifted towards Khalifa in the distance, contemplating whether to eliminate her as well. At that moment, Rayleigh still harbored the ferocity from his pirate days. Having been provoked by Chienha multiple times, he now felt a murderous intent brewing within him. Khalifa felt a chill run down her spine. She was acutely aware of Rayleigh's lethal intent, and under his piercing stare, her heart seemed to halt. However, she possessed an inexplicable confidence in Chienha, a belief that she would emerge unscathed that day, the source of which eluded her comprehension. Yet, whenever his eyes surfaced in her mind, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped her. Struggling to move her rigid body, Khalifa retreated several hundred meters, fully aware that her sole objective was to avoid becoming a burden to Chienha. If Rayleigh intended to intervene, she hoped to at least distract him momentarily, granting Chienha a sliver of time, even if just a few seconds. As long as Chienha survived, hope remained. If he were to falter, her own fate would inevitably lead to death. Turning her attention back to Chienha, he faced the impending strike with his arms extended in a straight line, a dreadful power brewing within his gaze. Just as the slash was about to make contact, an immense repulsive force erupted from him. Ultra Shinra Tensei. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The terrifying repulsion surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing everything within a radius of thousands of meters, leaving desolation in its wake, devoid of life. After a prolonged silence, the attack subsided, and a pile of rubble suddenly exploded as Rayleigh emerged from the debris. Upon his arrival, he coughed up a significant amount of blood. Despite having shielded himself with armament haki at the earliest opportunity, the Ultra Shinra Tensei had inflicted considerable internal injuries. However, he possessed no inclination to attend to his wounds. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: the annihilation of Chienha. Should this exceptionally gifted young naval officer be allowed to flourish, he would become a more fearsome entity than the current three admirals. Conqueror's haki surged violently towards Rayleigh's sword, which emitted a low hum, trembling in anticipation as increasingly dense black lightning coursed across its blade. Rayleigh resolved to deliver a decisive blow that would fell Chienha. Nevertheless, this time, Chienha would not grant him the opportunity to gather strength. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, and, employing several instantaneous movements, swiftly reached the disheveled Califa, pulling her into his embrace. This time, Califa naturally leaned against Chienha's chest, feeling the warmth of his vigorous heartbeat. She softly inquired, "Have you won?" Chienha smiled and shook his head, saying, "You overestimate me. At this moment, I am not his match. However, I shall eventually eliminate him myself. A deceased king of the underworld holds far greater value than a living one. I trust you, but will he truly allow us to depart so easily?" Chienha turned to glance behind him, his expression laden with meaning as he replied, "He will, for I have left him two significant gifts." Califa tilted her head in a somewhat adorably perplexed manner, unable to comprehend fully, yet she obediently rested her head against Chienha's shoulder once more, falling into silence. Chienha cast a glance at the ground beneath him, and as the yellow Springsbury Sokka activated, a black hole materialized, engulfing him and Califa within its depths. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Rayleigh observed Chienha's intent to depart, he was poised to launch an immediate assault, a strike potent enough to make a considerable impact. However, just as he prepared for action, his Kinbunshika Haki alerted him to an overwhelmingly perilous signal. He suddenly lifted his gaze, and the sight before him rendered him momentarily paralyzed. Above, a colossal meteorite, measuring 200 meters in diameter, had breached the clouds and was hurtling towards the earth. This apocalyptic phenomenon was not only perceived by Rayleigh. Individuals in distant regions also bore witness to it. "What is that? My heavens, it's a meteorite. How could a meteorite appear here? This is terrifying." In contrast to ordinary folk, some powerful beings concealed within various areas sensed that the situation was far from simple, for meteorites had never descended upon the island of Sabaody. Thus, the very occurrence of such an event was steeped in strangeness. Indeed, the subsequent scene validated their suspicions. As the meteorite plummeted towards the ground, a horrifying slash erupted, cleaving the meteorite in two. The source of this strike was none other than Rayleigh, who had initially aimed it at Chienha. Once more, he unleashed a blow entwined with Conqueror's Haki, but the seasoned Rayleigh found himself slightly breathless. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, as the warnings from his Kinbunshika Haki had yet to cease. As anticipated, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of a second meteorite, one that was a full magnitude larger than the first, descending towards the same location. With a wry smile, Rayleigh braced himself, once again employing the Conqueror's Haki. This time, due to the larger size of the meteorite, he was compelled to strike twice in quick succession. As the two slashes were executed, the second meteorite shattered upon impact, crashing to the ground with a deafening cacophony. Rayleigh, propping himself up with one hand on his sword, collapsed onto the ground. Casting his gaze towards the spot from which Chienha had vanished, murmuring, "Captain Roger, it seems I have left behind an incredible naval monster for the younger generation." Sabaody Archipelago. Area 16, Naval Base. Suddenly, a black hole materialized in Chienha's office, from which emerged a man and a woman, Chienha and Califa. As they exited the black hole, Chienha stumbled slightly, startling Califa, who quickly steadied him, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Chienha's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Yet she managed to smile as she remarked, "It's nothing, merely a bit exhausting. A short rest will suffice. Furthermore, with your attentive care as my secretary, I feel considerably better." Califa gently patted Chienha, playfully admonishing her, "Even in such a state, you still have the spirit to jest. Please, go rest for a while." With that, she assisted Chienha to a seat, then turned to fetch her a cup of hot tea. After softly blowing on it, she noticed the temperature had slightly cooled, and carefully brought the cup to Chienha's lips, encouraging her to sip the warm tea. Chienha cooperatively took a few sips, and upon witnessing this, Califa felt a surge of tenderness within her heart. She moved behind the chair to massage Chienha, hoping to help him relax his muscles. With his eyes closed, he reveled in the soothing touch of Califa's delicate hands. After a while, Chienha suddenly spoke. "All right, you must have work to attend to, right? News of my battle with Rayleigh will soon spread. It wouldn't bode well for you if your tasks were delayed." With a slight pause in her movements, Califa gently replied, "Let me take care of you first. After all, you saved my life this time, did you not?" With a firm grip on Califa's hand, Chica turned to her earnestly and said, "I am fine now. Go about your work, and letting the government know of my current strength may prove beneficial for me. But be obedient." "All right." Califa ceased her protests and prepared to attend to her duties. As she reached the door, she glanced back at Chica, who offered her a reassuring smile. She quickly turned away, closed the door, and departed. Once Califa left, Chica closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the three tomoe in his right Sharingan suddenly expanded and then reverted to their original form. Chica's pale complexion transformed, becoming flushed with vitality, and he appeared revitalized, showing no trace of his earlier weakness. The cause of this remarkable transformation was the ocular technique of his right eye during the Mangekyou Sharingan phase, known as Shichibukai. Shichibukai, the daughter of the mountain god in Japanese mythology, symbolizes longevity and resilience. This ocular technique, named in her honor, instantaneously purges all negative conditions from his body, restoring him to his prime state. The only drawback is its limited use of once per day. However, one should not consider this limitation overly burdensome. Imagine if Aokiji possessed such a technique. During his 10-day battle with Akainu, he could utilize it 10 times. The fight would hardly last that long, as Akainu's stamina is not boundless, and Aokiji would likely emerge victorious before the conclusion of the ordeal. Thus, this ability is akin to wielding an unfair advantage. It is said that the ocular techniques produced by the Mangekyou Sharingan are profoundly intertwined with the user's intense mental resolve at the moment of activation. Chica's awakening of this technique stemmed from an overwhelming sense of insecurity during his time in the Naruto universe. Indeed, as a member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, he faced exclusion from the higher ranks, while being scrutinized by the ever-watchful Danzo, and subsequently threatened by a certain prodigal son bent on annihilation. Death seemed inescapable. Fully aware of the unfolding narrative, Chica was perpetually anxious about his own survival. Ultimately, during a minor conflict where all his comrades perished, the intense psychological trauma propelled him to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan and acquire the Shichibukai technique. The activation of the third tomoe served as a foundation. Upon returning to his office and feeling his physical frailty, it acted as a key that, combined with the earlier awakening, allowed him to restore himself from the extensive energy expenditure incurred during his battle with Rayleigh. It is worth noting that, throughout this confrontation, aside from several standard Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, Chica also deployed the more energy-consuming Shinra Tensei and 2 Tenshinchi, leading to a significant drain on his resources, especially considering his physical age here was still under 18. As for why he did not employ the technique immediately upon his return, well, it certainly was not because he wished to linger a moment longer in Califa's company. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, back in her room, Califa retrieved her Den Mushi once more, preparing to report to Stussy. Before long, the transponder snail was answered. It is safe to say that Califa's call holds a prominent priority with Stussy. This is Stussy. Do you have any intelligence regarding Uchiha Chihe to report? Indeed, just moments ago, Uchiha Chihe engaged in combat with the Dark King, Rayleigh. The Dark King Rayleigh? The right-hand man of the Pirate King? Yes. It is astonishing that such a figure could be concealed there. Truly, darkness lies beneath the light. What was the outcome of the battle? Is Uchiha Chihe still alive? Stussy, not being youthful herself, possessed a more visceral understanding of Rayleigh's terrifying prowess than Califa. She had witnessed Rayleigh's combat firsthand during a previous operation, the apocalyptic sight of warships being annihilated with a mere wave of his hand, and the ocean itself parting, still lingered hauntingly in her mind. Now, the thought of Uchiha Chihe facing him filled her with foreboding, leading her to believe the outcome would not bode well. Sigh, the youth are too impetuous. One can only assume that Uchiha Chihe's journey has come to an end. Contemplating this, Stussy shook her head in regret. It was indeed a cruel twist of fate that such a gifted talent would perish in Sabaody. Califa sensed an uncomfortable undercurrent in Stussy's tone, leading her to respond somewhat stiffly. Uchiha Chihe is unharmed, merely experiencing severe fatigue, and is currently resting in the office. Moreover, Rayleigh did not gain a significant advantage in this battle and even sustained injuries. Oblivious to the sudden shift in Califa's tone, Stussy was momentarily stunned by the news she had just received. After a prolonged silence, she finally addressed the transponder snail. Califa, do you stand by what you just said? I am willing to assume full responsibility. Well, you have been performing admirably of late. I shall report this to the higher-ups. If there is nothing further, we shall conclude this report. Understood. Califa hung up the phone and sat in silence for a moment. In this report, she had not been entirely diligent. She had omitted details such as Chica acquiring a gravity fruit and the unique techniques he employed during the skirmish. She believed it prudent not to disclose these matters to the world government just yet, perhaps as a means of repaying Chica's life-saving grace. As for other details, those remained solely her knowledge. On the other end, after ending the call, Stussy endeavored to quell the tumultuous emotions within her. After some time, having regained a semblance of calm, she retrieved another transponder snail from a concealed cabinet. After a few firm pats to her chest to ensure her emotions were fully settled, Stussy dialed the new transponder snail. With a gurgling sound, the transponder snail connected, and an aged yet authoritative voice resonated. What matters require reporting. Stussy immediately responded with reverence. Esteemed lords of the Five Elders, I possess critical intelligence to report concerning Uchiha Chihe and the Pirate King Rayleigh, pertaining to the Red Earth continent and the Holy Land of Mariehua. Very well, we have noted your message. You may leave, came the reply. Yes, the bald elder, marked with a birthmark on his forehead, terminated the call and turned to address the other four elders. You all heard that, correct? It seems our earlier assessment of Uchiha Chihe may have been rather underestimated. The sole elder not clad in a suit, who bore a samurai sword at his side, nodded slowly and remarked, Indeed, we are all aware of Rayleigh's formidable prowess. The fact that Uchiha Chihe managed to injure him and escape unscathed is a testament to his considerable strength. Another elder, dressed in a deep crimson suit with golden locks, crossed his arms and lowered his gaze while stating, I have heard that Uchiha Chihe's methods lean towards the hawkish elements within the Navy. The elder with long, straight white hair lightly tapped the armrest of his chair and interjected, Yes, thus far, all the pirate crews he has eliminated have left no survivors. They could not even retain complete corpses. The final elder, adorned with a flat cap and a scar on his left cheek, pondered briefly before summarizing, Currently, the Navy is predominantly led by the dovish faction spearheaded by Sengoku. Their stance towards pirates, and indeed the world government, does not align with our interests. If we could see more figures of weight like a Kainu emerge, it would be favorable for us. Indeed, I propose we capitalize on his recent battle with Rayleigh to build his reputation, another elder suggested. Furthermore, according to Stussy, Uchiha Chihe appears to have an affinity for collecting devil fruits. What could his objective be? That is of little consequence. We can present him with a commendable fruit as a reward for this occasion. Moreover, isn't it true that Uchiha Chihe has shown particular interest in that new agent, Califa? Califa is practically under constant surveillance. I suspect Uchiha Chihe noticed this from the outset, yet he has chosen to remain silent, allowing Califa to proceed thus far, indicating his perceptive nature. Let us proceed this way. Since Califa has outlived her usefulness, Stussy should inform him that from now on, the authority over Califa's fate is entrusted to him. This is a highly advantageous arrangement. I am in agreement, one elder concurred. Seconded. Thus, the dialogue among the five elders concluded, and Califa's fate was sealed as if she were mere merchandise. Additionally, under the elders' directive, news of the confrontation between Chihe and Rayleigh spread across the seas. As the news disseminated, the entire ocean erupted in excitement. On board the Moby Dick, the cry rang out, Father, the pirate king Rayleigh has re-emerged and has engaged with a new recruit from the Navy. A figure resembling a pineapple head, appearing as a minor henchman, rushed excitedly towards Whitebeard, clutching a newspaper. Whitebeard, who was indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, raised an eyebrow as he took the paper from the pineapple head. A brief glance revealed a shocking headline. Naval rookie Uchiha Chihe battles the Dark King Rayleigh, resulting in Rayleigh's injury and strategic retreat, accompanied by a photograph of Chihe. It caught Whitebeard's attention. Upon reading, he crumpled the newspaper into a ball and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! Rayleigh is still alive? How delightful. As for his retreat, merely the Navy's self-aggrandizement. He's just a kid. The pineapple head, however, wore a worried expression, remarking, But even if the Navy exaggerates, this Uchiha Chihe possesses formidable strength. The fact remains that he is still alive. After taking another hearty gulp of his drink, Whitebeard wiped his mouth and boldly declared, And so what? He is merely a naval brat. I am Whitebeard. The remaining three emperors shared a perspective similar to Whitebeard's. Big Mom chuckled, Mama, how tedious. Bring me some cake. Kaido scoffed, Rayleigh? Just an old man. That naval brat won't stand a chance against me. Shanks mused, Rayleigh, my old comrade, it has been a while. I wish to see you again. I have discovered new hope in the East Blue. In an underground realm, the newspaper king Dakihote Doflamingo held the paper aloft, gazing at Chica's photograph while emitting a strange chuckle. Ha ha ha. The Navy truly enjoys embellishing their own achievements. Nonetheless, I shall keep a close eye on this Uchiha Chihe. Would you not agree, Corazon? Doflamingo turned to his side, where Corazon, draped in a black feathered coat, kept his head down, a cigarette clenched in his mouth, remaining silent. Yet within, Corazone's mind was turbulent as he pondered the emergence of such a rookie in the Navy. He needed to find an opportunity to contact Admiral Sengoku. At Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, Sengoku stared incredulously at the documents in his hand, repeatedly confirming he had not misread. Suddenly, the office door burst open as Carp barged in, brandishing a newspaper, followed closely by Tsuru and Akiji. Carp rushed to Sengoku's desk, slamming the paper down and shouting, "Look, that kid Chika actually faced the Dark King Rayleigh and injured him? Who wrote this nonsense?" Sengoku paid him no mind, simply handing Carp the documents he held. Carp snatched the papers, quickly scanning them, his expression mirroring Sengoku's earlier disbelief, muttering, "It's true. He really did injure Rayleigh?" Tsuru, arms crossed and standing behind, observed Carp's sudden quietness and addressed Sengoku. "Admiral, considering Chika's strength has reached such heights, what is your perspective on this matter?" Beside her, Akiji also gazed at Sengoku, and to be honest, he was quite taken aback by the news. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku articulated his thoughts, stating that this information was deliberately disseminated by the 5 elders, who intended for the Navy to vigorously promote this matter. They seemingly hold high hopes for Chika. Tsuru nodded in agreement, remarking that Chika had twice eradicated pirate crews, and his methods could be deemed rather ruthless, which likely appealed to them. Moreover, Chika was humble and courteous, a stark contrast to the demeanor of most commanders. At this juncture, Tsuru cast a sidelong glance at Garp and the Akiji beside him. Garp, completely unperturbed by Tsuru's gaze, exhibited a similar nonchalance as his former subordinate, Akiji, who followed suit in ignoring it. Garp's massive fists collided with a resounding clap against his chest, and with a hint of excitement, he exclaimed, "That young lad. I've always sensed he was extraordinary. When we meet next, I must thoroughly test his strength." Sengoku chose to disregard Garp's sudden enthusiasm, addressing Tsuru instead, instructing her to assign this matter to the publicity department for emphasis within the Navy, as it was also the will of the world government. Tsuru nodded and led Garp and Akiji away from the scene. After their departure, Sengoku fell silent once more, his gaze descending upon the newspaper left behind by Garp, featuring a photograph of Chika. In the image, Chika wore a smile, his striking Rinnegan particularly prominent, as he faced the camera with his palm raised, from which a swirling black vortex emanated, the method of capture remaining a mystery. Sengoku murmured softly to the photograph of Chika, pondering whether such rapid exposure to the public would be a boon or a bane for him. At the Navy training camp, Zephyr also received news of Chika. Initially astonished, but once his emotions settled, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of pride. Indeed, he felt a deep pride for Chika. Reflecting on the moments spent with Chika in the training camp, Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head with a gentle smile, murmuring to himself, "I never imagined you would reach such heights. Keep striving, for the vast sea ahead belongs to you, Chika." In the girls' dormitory, a roommate excitedly thrust a newspaper into Ain's hands, exclaiming, "Ain, look, Uchiha Chihe is making headlines." Upon hearing this, Ain's previously subdued demeanor brightened, her eyes widening in alarm, as her roommate's words seemed somewhat ambiguous, leading her to fear for Chika's safety. Snatching the newspaper from her roommate's grasp, she anxiously scanned its contents, trembling as she read each word. Finally, as she finished, Ain exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over her. It is a relief that Chika is well. One of the roommates, perplexed by Ain's reaction, remarked with persistence that Chika managed to injure Rayleigh, the very Dark King, Rayleigh, the right hand of the Pirate King. However, Ain remained indifferent, merely nodding to indicate her acknowledgement. Observing Ain's demeanor, the roommate felt a dwindling interest and returned to her bunk to rest. Once her companion departed, Ain let out a soft sigh and quietly picked up the newspaper, her gaze reflecting the image of Chika. As she gazed, she unconsciously lifted a hand to gently caress the photograph, murmuring, "Are we ultimately inhabitants of 2 different worlds? Could you perhaps slow down your pace? It is truly arduous to catch up with you." On a naval vessel, Guillaume similarly caressed the photograph of Chika from the newspaper, pressing it firmly against her chest, her thoughts lingering on the dangers of battle. "I am truly sorry for not being by your side," she pondered. In the East Blue, in the village of Cocoa West, the slightly taller Nami hurriedly clutched the newspaper in her hands as she rushed home, calling out to Nojiko, who was tending to the orange trees. "Nojiko, there's news about Chika." With a start, Nojiko, upon hearing the news of Chika, accidentally clipped a still unripe orange. Ordinarily, as someone who cherished oranges, she would have felt disheartened, yet this time her attention was consumed by the exciting news. With nimble hands, she quickly brushed off her apron and eagerly took the newspaper from Nami, reading each word with great care. Nami, clasping her hands together in admiration, exclaimed, "Chika is truly remarkable, having sent that dark king Rayleigh fleeing. The news has reached us here." Seeing Nami's expression and hearing her words, Nojiko couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. This Nami, who had always been defiant towards Chika when he was present, now openly expressed her admiration in his absence. Gently lifting her hand, Nojiko caressed Nami's little head, and Nami squinted her eyes in enjoyment of her sister's affection before saying, "Let us share this news with Belmere. She isn't aware yet." Nojiko nodded in agreement, taking Nami's small hand as they prepared to seek out Belmere. Exiting their home, the two young girls joyfully raced along the country path, when suddenly, bang! Ouch! Nami, clutching her head, found herself seated on the ground, her eyes shut tight. Upon opening them, she discovered she was enveloped in shadow. Why has it grown dark? With tearful eyes, Nami raised her head to discern the nature of the creature before her. However, upon doing so, she was rendered speechless by the sight. Before her stood a nearly 3-meter-tall humanoid being, possessing a shark-like visage, looming like a wall. Behind it, another creature with a similar fish-like face accompanied it, exuding a pungent odor of fish that made Nami feel slightly nauseous. The approaching Nojiko was equally taken aback by the creature's imposing presence. Nevertheless, her role as an older sister spurred her to muster courage and assist Nami to her feet. Once upright, Nami gazed tremblingly at the creature that still obstructed her path. Stammering, "What are you?" The being lowered its head, casting a cold, penetrating gaze upon Nami and Nojiko, causing them both to shudder involuntarily. After a moment of tense silence, the creature grinned, revealing a row of sharp, serrated teeth, and spoke in a chilling tone, "Human? I am a noble fishman. You lowly humans, summon the villagers to welcome the esteemed Arlong pirates. Otherwise, I shall annihilate every last human in this village." Upon hearing Arlong's words, Nojiko's pupils constricted in fear as she grasped the dazed Nami and turned to flee towards the village. Arlong, the captain of the Arlong pirates, crossed his arms with a wicked grin as he watched the two young girls scurry away. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "You lot, follow me into the village and teach those despicable humans a lesson, so they may understand the might of our kind." Oh! A throng of fishmen trailed behind Nami and Nojiko as they marched into the village with an overwhelming presence. "Belmere, it's terrible. A band of monsters has invaded the village." Wah! Nojiko found Belmere at the village chief's residence, accompanied by the village's security officer, Kinzu. Upon seeing Belmere, Nojiko could no longer contain her tears. After all, she was still a 13-year-old girl, and without any adults nearby. She felt the weight of her responsibilities as an older sister. What would happen to Nami if she were to cry? Thus, upon spotting Belmere, she broke down. Cradling Nojiko in her arms and gently patting her back, Belmere turned to Nami and inquired, "Nami, what exactly transpired? What are these monsters Nojiko spoke of?" Nami, who had been standing in a daze, finally regained her senses and replied, her voice quaking, "They are all so tall, and they have fish faces." "Oh, and they claim to be the Arlong pirates." "Fish faces? Arlong pirates?" Belmere's heart sank as she grasped the gravity of the situation. She realized they were facing a pirate crew composed of fishmen. She had some knowledge about fishmen. They were inherently much stronger than humans, with a reputed tenfold increase in strength. The most troublesome aspect was that most fishmen harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. This was indeed dire. Belmere's expression grew increasingly grave. After a moment of silence, she turned to Nojiko and instructed, "Nojiko, take Nami and find a hidden place to conceal yourselves. Do not emerge under any circumstances." Noki, in a state of bewilderment, nodded slowly before suddenly recalling something. She quickly shook her head vigorously, clutching tightly to Belmere's clothing, and exclaimed urgently, "But what about Belmere? Why aren't you hiding with us?" Belmere, striving to maintain a facade of ease, replied in an exceptionally gentle tone, "I will join you shortly. I must first inform the other villagers." Noki clearly harbored doubts, her instincts foretelling the impending onset of something dreadful. Observing Naki's reluctance to depart, Belmere, now fraught with urgency, raised her voice, commanding, "Listen, take Nami and leave quickly. Do not let me down." This marked the first instance of Belmere raising her voice at Noki, who had always been obedient and considerate, never once provoking Belmir's ire. It was evident that Belmir was genuinely anxious. Noki understood Belmir's concern for their safety. Remaining with Nami would only serve to impede Belmir's efforts. Wiping her tears away, Noki silently grasped Nami's hand, propelling them both towards the direction of their home. Behind them, Belmir gazed at the retreating figures of Noki and Nami, a tender smile gracing her face as she murmured, "Noki, Nami, my beloved daughters, you must survive." "Where are we going, Noki?" Nami inquired. "We're going home." "Home? But didn't Belmir instruct us to hide first? Our home is far too conspicuous." Noki chose not to respond to Nami's questions, instead falling into a resolute silence as she quickened their pace. Finally, the two arrived back at their abode. Noki dashed into her bedroom and retrieved the kunai that Chika had entrusted to her, hidden beneath her pillow. Nami stared at Noki in disbelief, exclaiming, "Even at a time like this, you're still thinking of the kunai that Chika gave you?" Noki shook her head. The words Chika had spoken to her echoing in her mind. "If any danger befalls the village while I am away, hold this and call my name in your heart." Clutching the kunai tightly against her chest, Noki was uncertain of its efficacy, yet the only source of hope she could cling to was the memory of Chika. Growing increasingly anxious, Nami grasped Noki's clothing, imploring, "We cannot waste any more time. Let us find a place to hide and not disappoint Belmir." At Nami's plea, Noki snapped back to reality and nodded. The two turned to leave the house that had ceased to offer them any sense of security. However, at that moment, the sound of gunfire erupted, freezing them in place. After a moment, Nami, trembling, whispered, "That's gunfire. It's coming from the village chief's house. Belmir is still there." Nokigo once again grasped Nami's hand and sprinted frantically towards the village chief's residence. At the chief's house, nearly all the villagers had gathered, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they beheld the grotesque, devilish grins of the fishmen. Arlong brandished a firearm, its muzzle aimed menacingly at the villagers before him, while he callously trampled upon the head of Belmir, erupting into maniacal laughter. Surrounding him lay the lifeless bodies of several villagers. "Ha ha ha, what a feeble race. Before the noble fishmen, you are naught but ants." With that, he lowered himself, pressing the gun's barrel against the bloodied head of Belmir, coldly declaring, "You wretched human woman. How dare you attempt to flee with these people and defy the noble fishmen? What? Do you not welcome our illustrious kind?" With the gun pointed at her head, Belmir spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed violently, unyieldingly retorting, "Noble fishmen, you are merely a band of cursed pirates. The Navy will eventually capture you all and imprison you in the depths of the sea." Upon hearing deep-sea prison, Arlong's expression darkened significantly. He had just been released from there. Her words conjured horrific memories of his time in confinement, torturous physical suffering accompanied by relentless mental anguish. Within those walls, he perpetually felt as though his life was forfeit, treated as if he were not even a living being. Indeed, his experiences in the deep-sea prison had become an indelible nightmare that haunted him for life. How dare this woman reopen his wounds and mention the Navy, the very subject he detested most? In a fit of rage, Arlong increased the pressure on Belmir's head, eliciting a piercing scream from her. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, biting down on her lip with such intensity that blood began to seep forth. Witnessing the human woman's resilience only fueled Arlong's ire. To him, her fierce resistance was a blatant affront to the fishmen. Suddenly, an intriguing thought struck him. Had she not just mentioned the Navy? It seemed her hope was derived from them. How utterly amusing. A sinister smile crept across Arlong's face, rendering his shark-like visage even more menacing as he bent lower, peering down at Belmir. In a tone laced with mockery, he said, "Human woman, it appears you have great faith in the Navy." Struggling to open her eyes, Belmir shot him a defiant glare and firmly asserted, "Justice will surely arrive, and that day shall mark the end for you pirates." "Ha ha!" Arlong bellowed in laughter, clutching his face and shedding tears of mirth. After a moment, he surveyed the villagers before him, sensing that Belmir's words had invigorated them somewhat. "Ha ha!" With a disdainful sneer, Aaron raised his voice deliberately towards the prostrate Belmir. "How absurd. Do you not realize that my presence here is tacitly permitted by your Navy? Surely, you are familiar with that Colonel Rat who oversees this area? With just a trivial chest of treasure and a few threats, he eagerly directed me to a village. And by sheer misfortune, that village is yours. What did you say?" Belmir's eyes widened, struggling to accept this cruel reality. How pitiful it is that the very navy you held in such high regard is the mastermind behind your betrayal. How grotesque humanity is. A race that revels in the deceit of others. Tears streamed down her cheeks, the collapse of her beliefs plunging Belmere into utter despair. The tension in her body dissipated, extinguishing the fighting spirit she once possessed. Seeing Belmere's complete hopelessness brought Eren a sense of satisfaction. Captain Tiger, do you see this? I have avenged you. I shall make these humans taste the bitterness of betrayal. For him, nothing was more exhilarating than psychologically shattering a human being. With the woman having surrendered, Eren deemed it unnecessary to prolong the encounter. He applied pressure to the trigger slowly, intending to torment the loathsome human woman one final time. Belmere sensed the approach of death, yet she did not fear it. Her only concern now rested with Noki and Nami. Closing her eyes, she silently murmured in her heart, Noki, Nami, this may be the end for me. I am truly sorry for not being able to see you grow. I am not a worthy mother, but I hope you both can live well. I love you. However, the subsequent cries of innocence extinguished any flicker of hope within Belmere. No, let go of Belmere. The voices belonged to Noki and Nami. Belmere fervently prayed within, wishing it to be a figment of her imagination. Yet, reality proved to be exceptionally cruel. This day was destined to be Belmere's most despairing. Oh, aren't those the two little brats from before? I nearly forgot about them. How fortunate they're to come right to me. Eren halted his actions, spinning the gun in his hand with a look of amusement as he gazed at Noki and Nami rushing towards him. Just as he was about to speak, Belmere suddenly erupted with a surge of strength, breaking free from beneath him and dashing towards Noki and Nami. Slap, slap. The sharp sounds of two resounding slaps echoed, leaving a bright red imprint on the faces of Noki and Nami. Blood and tears mingled on Belmere's face, creating a fearsome visage as she screamed at them. Why? Why are you so disobedient? Why did you come back? Noki tightly grasped the kunai, covering her face that had just been slapped, remaining silent. Nami, however, shouted loudly, because you are our mother. Belmere paused, momentarily stunned. Oh, I didn't realize these two little brats were your daughters. How amusing. Arlong disregarded Belmere's sudden outburst. As he contemplated something far more intriguing, he approached Belmere and the others slowly, seizing Nami by the neck and lifting her into the air. Let me go? Belmere, help me. I feel terrible. Nami frantically beat against Arlong's arm, yet her feeble strength was nothing more than a tickle to him. Ignoring Nami, Arlong cast a sinister smile at Belmere and said, Would you like me to spare her? If so, kneel here and loudly declare that the Navy is trash. That humanity is the most despicable race, then end your life before me. How about it? Trading your life for these two little brats and that bunch of humans seems quite a bargain, doesn't it? No need to thank me. I am simply this merciful. No. Belmere, don't agree to him. Nami ceased her struggles upon hearing such cruel words, urgently pleading with Belmere not to comply. Belmere gazed at Nami, suspended in the air by Arlong, then turned to Noki and the villagers, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. She slowly rose and walked toward Arlong. No, Belmere, I beg you, don't. Who will save us? Nami cried out desperately, her voice trembling. Arlong watched in excitement as Belmere approached him step by step. Noki, who had remained silent, fixed her gaze on Belmere's retreating figure, the kunai embedded deeply in her thigh, blood oozing from the wound. As Belmere reached for her gun, preparing to kneel, Noki could no longer contain herself. She yanked the kunai from her thigh, blood gushing forth, yet she paid it no heed. With her eyes closed, Noki summoned all her strength and cried out to the heavens, Shinha, where are you? Just then, a powerful blue arm soared through the air, accompanied by Arlong's piercing scream. Noki opened her eyes, trembling, and before her stood the fluttering hem of a black cloak. A gentle voice resonated, Long time no see, Noki, Nami. You've both grown quite a bit. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Noki's eyes as she desperately leapt into the embrace of that familiar figure. Feeling the warmth she had longed for, she felt as though all her strength had drained away in an instant. Noki buried her head in Chinha's chest, whispering softly, Long time no see, Chinha. Chinha. Nami, witnessing Chinha's arrival, rushed forward and squeezed into his embrace. Chinha gently cradled the two little ones in his arms, patiently waiting for their emotions to settle. After a moment of tears, Nami lifted her tear-streaked face, and her first utterance was surprisingly, Chinha, why do you always call Nokigo first? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chinha's forehead as he thought, even at this moment, she could still focus on that detail. It seems there is quite a bit of resentment in Nami's heart regarding this matter. Nokigo also lifted her head from Chienha's embrace, gazing at him with an infatuated look. Noticing the expression in Nokigo's eyes, Chienha offered her a reassuring smile, then gently placed the two little ones on the ground. Subsequently, Chienha turned to face the group of fishmen behind him, his Rinnegan eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Arlong, pale and clutching his shoulder where his right arm had been lost, fixed his gaze on Chienha and exclaimed, "Who are you to dare lay a hand on me?" Chienha disregarded him, merely turning to Metis on her shoulder and asking, "Metis, do you enjoy eating fish?" "Meow meow," replied Metis. "Master, these fish are too repulsive. I cannot bring myself to eat them." Nodding slightly, Chienha mused, "What a pity." Seeing the human before him sever his own arm without acknowledging his presence, Alone began to lose his sanity. He opened his mouth wide and, using his remaining arm, extracted the serrated blade lodged within. Remarkably, after the blade was removed, a new one grew in its place. Clutching the blade in his hand, Alone lunged fiercely towards Chienha, aiming the serrated weapon at him while shouting, "Die, human." Iron tooth technique. Utterly tedious, Chienha thought, perceiving Alone's speed as no different from that of a snail. Instantly, his right hand was enveloped in a layer of armed color, transforming it into an inky black hue that gleamed with a metallic luster. Chienha raised his hand and struck fiercely at Along, who was wielding a serrated weapon. In an instant, the sound of shattering bones and the explosion of flesh filled the air as Along, who had been charging moments before, fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. With both arms severed, the second limb was shattered in such a brutal fashion that the intense agony drove Along into a frenzied roll upon the earth. In a swift motion, Chienha appeared beside Along, wielding a dark rod that had seemingly materialized in his grasp. He thrust it violently into Along's shoulder. Along emitted a series of piercing screams. And before he could even catch his breath, Chienha brandished another dark rod and plunged it into Along's other shoulder. The two rods pierced through Along's scapula and anchored themselves into the ground, emanating a peculiar energy that relentlessly assaulted Along's psyche. Visions of Chienha's Rinnegan swirled in his mind, intensifying his terror. With a sickening sound, two more rods penetrated Along's legs, each embedding itself deeply. Chienha clapped his hands together, surveying Along, who lay like a lifeless dog on the ground, feigning surprise on his face. He approached Along, crouched down, and seized his head, lifting it to align his dazed eyes with Chienha's Rinnegan. In a voice laced with malevolence, he whispered, "What is the matter? Is this all the esteemed Fishman clan can muster? Did I make you faint?" With that, a flicker of purple light danced within Chienha's Rinnegan, causing Along's eyes to widen in terror as if he beheld some unspeakable horror. Upon regaining his focus and locking eyes with Chienha's Rinnegan, he screamed in sheer fright. Chienha, somewhat exasperated, covered his ears before delivering a powerful punch to Alone's mouth. The force of the blow was tremendous, and as Chienha withdrew his fist, a handful of white fragments erupted from Alone's lips, fragments of his shattered teeth. However, Alone's innate racial ability proved remarkable, despite the destruction of his teeth. Within no time at all, a new set emerged in his mouth. Chienha raised an eyebrow, sensing that the teeth indeed seemed to be somewhat in opposition to him. A sphere of black flames ignited in his hand, and as the fiery tendrils danced ominously, he pressed it against Along's mouth, much to the latter's horror. Upon contact with the black flames, Along's wide mouth was encased in a layer of solid ice, rendering it impossible for him to open despite his desperate efforts. Satisfied, Chienha withdrew his hand and continued to scrutinize Along's face. After a moment, he found that the long nose was particularly unsightly. Thus, once more he enveloped his hand with the ominous haki, grasping Along's nose with a firm grip. Chienha gradually exerted pressure with his hand, slowly twisting in a counterclockwise direction, reminiscent of the throttle of a motorcycle. This inhuman pain caused Along's veins to bulge, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. He longed to scream, but found his mouth sealed shut, resorting instead to violent tremors to convey his agony. Meanwhile, the fishmen, who had stood frozen in shock for quite some time, finally regained their composure. It must be said that this band of fishmen exhibited a sense of loyalty. A few of them, summoning their courage, grasped their weapons and cautiously advanced step by step toward Chienha. With his back turned to the group of fishmen, Chienha remained focused on twisting the throttle. Nami and Noki, observing from the side, grew anxious, believing he had overlooked the imminent danger behind him. They hurriedly called out, "Chienha, behind you. Danger." Upon hearing their urgent warning, Chienha, reluctant to disregard their concern, slowly turned his head, casting a nonchalant glance at the approaching fishmen. At the mere sight of Chienha's gaze, the armed fishmen froze as if time had stopped, their weapons clattering to the ground before they fell one by one. The fishmen trailing behind rushed forward to check on their fallen comrades, only to be met with the horrifying reality that their companions had become lifeless, cold corpses. One fishman, upon realizing this grim fate, collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the bodies, muttering to himself in a frenzied state, "A demon. He is not human. He is a demon." Disregarding the fishman's plight, Chienha continued his task of twisting the throttle. Meanwhile, on the ground, Arlong felt an unprecedented loathing for his own nose. Resenting its sturdy form, the agony persisted, and all present silently witnessed the brutal scene, none daring to intervene. Arlong's earlier actions had incited the fury of everyone around him, and they collectively felt a singular emotion, exhilaration. Finally, with a resounding crack, Chienha succeeded in twisting off Arlong's nose. Mmm. Arlong writhed in agony, his eyes rolling back. Chienha, placing a foot firmly on his head, toyed with the severed nose. Nami, upon witnessing this, raced over to Chienha, wrapping her arms around his leg, and eagerly exclaimed, "Chienha, may I have that?" Chika cast a glance at Nami, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "What do you intend to do with that? It appears rather filthy." Nami bit her lip, her gaze shifting to the bloodied visage of Belmir. It seemed she had made a resolute decision. Turning her attention to the nearly breathless Arlong, she clenched her teeth and declared, "I shall wield it as a weapon. And in the future, I will eradicate every pirate. I loathe them." Chienha furrowed her brow, pondering whether Nami had succumbed to darkness. However, upon further reflection, harboring animosity towards pirates was not inherently negative. As someone aligned with the Navy, it would be unacceptable for her to possess any semblance of sympathy for pirates. This particularly applied to Kobe. If that fellow dared to confront her in the future with his incessant chatter, Chienha was convinced she would crush him without hesitation. As for Shank's reputation, she was indifferent to what that even entailed. Chika gently patted Nami's little head and remarked, "This thing is too bloody and filthy. How about I arrange for someone to craft a dagger for you?" Nami nodded vigorously, embracing Chika and falling silent. After soothing Nami, Chika kicked at Arlong lying nearby and discovered he still drew breath. Contemplating for a moment, Chika beckoned to the remaining fishmen, signaling them to approach. The group of fishmen, looking bewildered, pointed at themselves, unsure of who Chika was summoning. Growing somewhat impatient, Chika shot them a glare, prompting the fishmen to hastily rush over. With a decisive motion, Chika tossed a gun onto the ground and declared, "Whoever shoots a round at your captain with this gun shall be spared." The fishmen, filled with terror, cast fearful glances at Chika, paralyzed in place without a single soul daring to move. Without engaging in unnecessary dialogue, Chienhi directly stated, "I will count to 3. 1, 2, bang." Before he could utter the second number, a slightly shorter merman seized the firearm from the ground and, without hesitation, fired a shot at the prone Aaron. Aaron, lying on the ground, convulsed violently but astonishingly remained alive. The resilience of the merman's physique was truly remarkable. After discharging the firearm, the merman looked at Chienhi with an expression filled with hope. Chienhi nodded, signaling him to leave. The merman, as if granted a reprieve, bowed deeply 3 times to Chienhi and then fled, vowing never to set foot in the realm of humans again. Witnessing this scene, the other mermen frantically scrambled for the handgun on the ground, and amidst the chaos, they began to fight amongst themselves. In no time, the ground was littered with the bodies of mermen, sprawled in disarray. Chienha observed the scene with keen interest and nudged along, remarking, "Look, is there still breath left? Just see how noble the fishmen appear in your words. They truly strike their own kind with brutal ferocity." Along remained silent, for at that moment, he felt an even deeper despair than that experienced by Burmer moments before. His faith had crumbled entirely, leaving no hope for redemption. All he yearned for now was to embrace death with unwavering resolve. Chienhi clapped his hands, and the previously chaotic fishmen immediately fell silent. "All right, you there? The one resembling an octopus? Yes, come here." Chienha spoke of octopus Xiaoba. Throughout the recent conflict, he remained motionless, standing there with a sorrowful expression as he watched his kin engage in a brutal struggle against one another. Upon hearing Chienha's call, he shuddered, trembling as he made his way toward Chienha. Chienha utilized the power of the universal pull to draw a firearm from the grasp of a nearby fishman, handing it to Octopus Xiaoba, and instructed him, You shall fire the final shot. Trembling, Xiaoba cradled the pistol in his hands, feeling as though it were the heaviest object he had ever held in his life. Noticing Xiaoba's paralysis, Qianhe raised his hand and unleashed a devastating heavenly pull upon the group of fishmen behind him. After consuming the gravity fruit, Qianhe's heavenly pull had grown exponentially more potent, and this single, ordinary assault obliterated the fishmen, reducing them to mere fragments. Witnessing this horrific scene, Xiaoba succumbed to despair. He aimed the pistol at the fallen Arlong and fired several shots in rapid succession. Ultimately, Arlong lay silent on the ground, his face still marked by the remnants of unshed tears. Qianhe nodded in satisfaction, signaling for Xiaoba to take his leave. The octopus Xiaoba turned around in a daze, preparing to depart, when Qianhe suddenly called him back. By the way, when you return to Fishman Island, inform Jinbei that it was I who killed Arlong and his band of fishmen. Should he need anything, he may seek me out. My name is Uchiha Chihe, currently a colonel in the Navy headquarters. Do you remember? Xiaoba nodded in acknowledgement, and Qianhe waved his hand, permitting the already somewhat mentally unstable Xiaoba to leave. At this moment, the once formidable Arlong pirate crew had nearly been annihilated, and the villagers of Cocoa West Village instinctively shook their heads, ensuring they were not trapped in a dream. Qianhe turned to the villagers, revealing a benevolent smile that inadvertently caused the remaining villagers to step back in fear. Although Qianhe had lived in this place for a decade, they still struggled to reconcile the image of the fish killer with the memory of the youthful fisherman. However, Noki and Nami were unfazed by this. The two little ones supported Burmer in front of Qianhe, cheerfully calling him Brother Qianhe. Burmer gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar boy with a complex expression. It had been less than a year since their last farewell by the seaside, and now this boy had grown to such an extent. In truth, she was already aware of Qianhe's battle with the Dark King Rayleigh, and thus understood that the power he had just displayed was likely merely the tip of the iceberg of his true capabilities. Such astonishing talent. Why was the disparity between people so vast? Burmer shook her head with a wry smile. Concerned, Noki asked, Burmer, what's wrong? Burmer turned to the worried Noki, smiling to assure her that she was fine. On the other side, Nami, upon seeing Burmer in such a state, felt a flicker of resentment. She looked at Qianhe and declared, Brother Qianhe, I want to join the Navy. I want to fight pirates. It seemed that Nami had fully committed herself to the idea of confronting pirates. Qianhe gazed at the resolute orange-haired girl with a sense of helplessness, pondering that if he were to take her to join the Navy at her age, he would likely be ridiculed by other naval officers. Burmer, finding an unexpected surge of strength, grasped Nami's small ear and exclaimed, How old are you? What do you know about being in the Navy? Have you forgotten what that Arlong just said? Nami shook her head vigorously like a rattlesnake, defiantly replying, But Brother Qianhe is also in the Navy. He saved us this time. And Brother Qianhe is a high-ranking officer now. Isn't joining the military just a matter of his word? Hearing Nami's words, Qianhe smiled gently. While he was a colonel in the headquarters, which was not an insignificant rank, it hardly qualified him as a high-ranking officer. Nevertheless, Qianhe took note of Burmer's earlier comment. He pinched Nami's cheek and said, We'll discuss your enlistment when you are older. But first, tell me what that Arlong said. Upon mentioning this, Nami's expression darkened with anger as she eagerly recounted the incident involving Captain Mouse to Qianhe, while Noki nodded tearfully beside her, knowing that with Brother Qianhe around, she would not have to suffer any injustice. Qianhe's expression also turned cold as he silently rose to his feet, casting a glance in a particular direction before inquiring, I understand now. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. How is Granny Lisa? Belmel, in a feeble voice, replied, Granny Lisa is safe. As soon as I received news from the evil dragon pirates, I immediately concealed her and some of the village's elders in a hidden chamber. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qianhe exhaled in relief and bowed deeply to Belmel in gratitude. Belmel hurriedly struggled to rise, attempting to dissuade Qianhe, exclaiming, No, it is you who have saved us all. My actions are of little significance. Upon hearing this, the previously frightened villagers approached, voicing their sentiments. Indeed, Qianhe, you are the hero of our entire village. We apologize for being startled earlier and for not expressing our gratitude. We are fortunate to have you, Qianhe. Qianhe remained silent, gazing at the simple villagers before him, his inner fury intensifying. Gradually, his body began to levitate, and after a moment of introspection, he shot off in a specific direction. Below, Nami anxiously tugged at Belmir's sleeve and inquired, Belmir, why did Qianhe leave so suddenly? Where has he gone? Belmir's eyes followed the path of Chienha's disappearance, her voice laced with resentment. He has gone to deal with the scoundrels of the Navy. At the East Blue Navy's 16th branch base, within the confines of an office, Colonel Mouse's eyes gleamed with avarice as he beheld a small chest of treasures upon his desk, his saliva dampening the documents beneath it. With a dismissive shove, he pushed the soaked papers aside, cradling the treasure-laden chest tightly in his arms. Cautiously, he began to count the gold and jewels inside, murmuring to himself, "Pirates truly are generous. It would take me years in the Navy to amass such wealth. Is it appealing?" A sudden voice echoed in the office, startling Colonel Mouse, causing him to tremble and drop the treasure-laden chest, scattering its contents across the floor. Chienha stood at the entrance of the office, arms crossed, with a contingent of armed naval soldiers behind him. However, those soldiers appeared rather pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Just moments ago, Chienha had descended from the heavens. And upon witnessing this, the surrounding naval personnel hastily surrounded him. Yet, Chienha remained motionless, emanating a subtle yet formidable aura of dominance, causing the soldiers to collapse one by one, their eyes rolling back, still unconscious. The remaining soldiers dared not approach any closer, fully aware that they were no match for the formidable presence before them. Nevertheless, their military duty compelled them to escort Chienha to Colonel Mouse's office. At that moment, Colonel Mouse lay sprawled on the floor, frantically gathering the scattered treasures that lay strewn about. However, the more frantic he became, the more the treasures eluded him, slipping away each time he attempted to gather them with his arms. The naval soldiers behind Chienha gazed at their commander, who lay sprawled on the ground in a most undignified manner, and shame washed over them, prompting them to lower their heads. Truth be told, they were all acutely aware, to varying degrees, of the unseemly demeanor of this Colonel Mouse, and each of them harbored a profound disdain for him in their hearts. Yet, they were powerless to act, for rank held sway, and he was, after all, their superior. Realizing that using his arm was ineffective, Colonel Mouse began to gather the gold scattered on the ground with his hands, one piece at a time. As he continued, his fingers brushed against a pair of shoes, and in a moment of bewilderment, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Chienha's somber, cyclical stare. As if confronted by something dreadful, Colonel Mouse collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at Chienha, his voice trembling as he stammered, "W are you?" Chienha gazed at the naval scoundrel with an expression reminiscent of one who gazes upon the deceased, and said calmly, "Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, Uchiha Chihe. You are a member of the Navy?" Upon hearing that the newcomer was also from the Navy, Colonel Mouse immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. In his view, the arrival of a fellow comrade signified that there would be no significant issues. With this thought in mind, Colonel Mouse nonchalantly rose to his feet, brushing off his trousers with an air of casualness. He then joined his palms together before his chest, approaching with a sycophantic smile, and inquired, "Ah, it is Colonel Chienha from the headquarters. May I ask what instructions you have for us here?" It is important to note that even though the officers of the naval headquarters share the same rank with those of the divisions, their status and strength exist on entirely different planes. Moreover, given Chienha's youth, if Colonel Mouse were unaware of Chienha's significance, then his years of service would have been in vain. It is well known that his rise to the rank of colonel in the naval division was achieved through his astute ability to read the room and his skillful flattery. Otherwise, given his lack of strength, he would be relegated to merely biding his time to eventually achieve the rank of lieutenant. In his mind, regardless of Chienha's elevated position, he was merely a young man. A few well-placed compliments might just inflate Chienha's ego to the point where he would forget himself, potentially paving the way for Colonel Mouse's own advancement in rank. However, what awaited him was the resounding slap from Chienha. With a loud crack, the sound of the slap echoed throughout the small office. Colonel Mouse spun around a full 10 times before finally coming to a halt, clutching his swollen face that resembled a football, staring incredulously at Chienha. "What are you doing? I am a member of the Navy." Hearing this brazen declaration from the man, Chienha could hardly contain his laughter, utterly amused by such shamelessness. Chienha retrieved a serrated nose from the dimensional space, still stained with fresh blood that had yet to dry. Chienha waved the nose before Colonel Mouse, causing the latter to narrow his eyes in recognition. He realized that it was Alone's nose. At this point, even the astute colonel understood Chienha's purpose for visiting, and he fell into a moment of silence. In his grasp, Chienha pinched Along's nose, fixing him with a piercing gaze. "The term Navy escapes your lips with such repugnance. Let me ask you, did you reflect upon your identity as a naval officer when you accepted bribes from pirates?" Upon utterance of these words, The naval officers behind Chienha widened their eyes in disbelief. They were aware of Colonel Mouse's dubious reputation, yet while misconduct might be overlooked, the acceptance of bribes, especially from pirates, was a matter of principle. The profound impact of such actions on their sense of justice was undeniable. A trembling naval soldier dared to inquire, "Colonel Mouse, is what Commander Chienha said true?" Even at this moment, the earnest soldier harbored a glimmer of hope, and in his address to Chienha, he refrained from bestowing the title of colonel upon him. Colonel Mouse, however, was beyond caring for such niceties. He barked at the group of soldiers with feigned bravado. "Of course, it is not true. I am the highest-ranking officer here. I now suspect that this man is not even a member of the Navy. Seize him at once." Faced with their superior's command, the soldiers found themselves in a moral quandary. In truth, their sentiments leaned more towards Chienha, for Colonel Mouse's reputation left much to be desired. Chienha paid no heed to the soldiers behind him. He had no desire to prolong this encounter with the naval scoundrel. With a swift motion, he materialized before Colonel Mouse, seizing him by the neck and lifting him as one might a mere chick. The colonel, standing just over 1.80 meters, appeared diminutive in comparison to the towering Chienha. And now suspended in midair, his legs flailed helplessly as he shouted incessantly, "Release me! Release me! Even if you are from headquarters. You have no authority to deal with me." "Oh, I have no authority." Chienha disdainfully regarded the traitor in his hand, while with the other hand he retrieved a snail phone from his pocket and dialed it in front of everyone present. Gulu gulu. Within mere seconds, the call was answered, and the voice emanating from the snail phone rendered all except Chienha momentarily speechless. "I am Admiral Sengoku, and you must be Chienha. Your affair with Rayleigh has certainly stirred quite a commotion. What brings you to seek me at this moment?" Sengoku's voice resonated through the device. Just as Chienha was about to respond, the voice of Carp interjected, "Chienha, impressive indeed. You have managed to injure the Dark King Rayleigh. Truly worthy of being the one I brought back, haha." The laughter abruptly ceased as Sengoku reclaimed the phone, casting a scornful glance at Carp. His eyes filled with contempt. "The one you brought back? It was I who recognized his potential and granted you this opportunity. Are you now attempting to embellish your own reputation? Where were you all this time? Why not observe a little longer, you old fool?" After dismissing Carp, Sengoku fell silent before the snail phone, anticipating Chienha's response. In his view, Chienha was always composed and confident in his endeavors. Thus, this sudden outreach to him must signify something of utmost importance. However, the words that followed from Chienha drastically altered Sengoku's expression and darkened Carp's countenance as well. "Admiral Sengoku, I am currently disillusioned with the Navy." Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt as if he had plunged into a freezing abyss. Had anyone else uttered such a statement, he would have immediately rebuked them. After all, how could a member of the Navy express disappointment towards the Navy itself? What could be their ulterior motive? Yet, when such words were spoken by Chienha, they carried a different weight. He had begun to be seen by Sengoku as a potential successor. Even the Gorosei held him in high regard. For someone of his caliber to declare disillusionment with the Navy was an exceedingly grave matter. This not only struck a blow to the Navy's overall reputation and morale, but the loss of Chienha would also represent an incalculable detriment to the current Navy. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Sengoku urgently inquired, "What happened? What has transpired?" "Chienha, do not be hasty. Where are you currently?" "I am at the 16th Marine Branch in the East Blue." "The East Blue? Were you not in Sabaody? How did you end up there?" It should be noted that traveling by warship from Sabaody to the East Blue takes several days. It had not been long since he received news of Chienha's battle with the Dark King in Sabaody. So how had Chienha suddenly appeared in the East Blue? Without explaining how he arrived in the East Blue, Chienha spoke in a frigid tone. "How I came to be here is inconsequential. What matters is that I have witnessed the filth within the Navy. The colonel here has accepted bribes from the dragon pirates, allowing them to assault my village." "What did you say?" Upon hearing such matters, Sengoku was filled with immeasurable rage, a golden light emanating from his body. Beside him, Garp clenched his fists, a faint shadow of darkness flickering upon them. Struggling to suppress his emotions, Sengoku spoke with an intensity that was palpable. "I understand. Where is that rat of a captain? I have inquiries to make." Before Chienha could respond, the captain, grasped by Chienha by the throat, seized the opportunity to shout towards the transponder snail, "Admiral Sengoku, I am here. Save me. This Uchiha Chihe has attacked me without any evidence. Is this the conduct of the Navy? I am a Navy officer too." Upon hearing the captain's words, Sengoku furrowed his brow, having never doubted Chienha's assertions. However, as the highest commander of the Navy, He understood that personal emotions could not dictate his judgments in certain matters. For instance, while he shared the outrage with Akainu regarding the bombardment of civilian vessels. From the perspective of the Navy and the world government, Akainu's actions were, regrettably, justifiable. With this thought, Sengoku let out a sigh, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Garp disregarded such considerations entirely, slamming his hand down onto the table with such force that it splintered into a heap of debris. Sengoku stared in disbelief at the ruins before him, eventually snapping back to reality, directing a furious gaze towards Garp. Garp, now genuinely incensed, retrieved the transponder snail from the fragments and shouted, "Chienha, disregard whatever nonsense this scoundrel utters. You may deal with this disgrace as you see fit. Whatever consequences arise will fall upon me. Damn it." Sengoku regarded Garp's fervent emotions with a complex expression, opening his mouth to speak, yet ultimately refraining, tacitly endorsing Garp's course of action. However, the notion that any repercussions would be borne by Garp was implausible. This matter would be shouldered by him, Admiral Sengoku, what was merely a captain from a branch. Regardless of any background he might possess, executing him without evidence would yield consequences that were inconsequential. This time, he chose to unconditionally trust Chienha and support him, recalling the days when he too was a fervent young officer of the Navy. Listening to the voice emanating from the transponder snail, Chienha felt his spirits lifted. These two endearing old men placed such faith in him, he would not let them down. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, I will ensure he reveals everything. With that, Chienha slowly turned to face the captain in his grasp, his Rinnegan locking onto the man. In a tone devoid of warmth, he stated, "Before these eyes, you possess no secrets." Under the gaze of Chienha's Rinnegan, the captain began to struggle desperately once more, shouting that this was against regulations and demanding the nearby Navy soldiers come to his aid. Yet, no one responded to him. Only the chilling words of Chienha echoed in the air, "Hell path. Yama's judgment." Colonel Mouse gazed in terror behind Chienha, where a portal emanating a purple haze had abruptly materialized. A fearsome visage emerged from within, bearing eyes eerily akin to those of Chienha. After a few unsettling rotations, the face gradually turned to regard Colonel Mouse, a sight so bizarre that it caused the colonel to lose all composure, resulting in an unfortunate accident in his trousers. The surrounding naval soldiers looked on in bewilderment at the petrified Colonel Mouse, for in their eyes, nothing had transpired, yet he was rendered utterly incapacitated by fear. The grim figure summoned by the King of Hell could only be perceived by the wielder of the reincarnation eye and the subject of the spell. Others remained oblivious to its presence. He gazed expressionlessly at Colonel Mouse and kindly elucidated, "What you behold is none other than the King of Hell. Should you dare utter a falsehood, he shall claim your tongue, and your existence will be extinguished. Do you comprehend?" Colonel Mouse, filled with terror, shook his head vigorously, for a flicker of hope still lingered within his heart. Chienha disregarded the scoundrel and inquired, "I ask you, have you accepted bribes from the evil dragon pirate group, allowing them to pillage the village?" Colonel Mouse remained silent, merely shaking his head. However, the King of Hell would not indulge such a wretch. An uncontrollable purple tongue extended from Colonel Mouse's mouth, only to be seized by a tentacle-like appendage emerging from the king's own maw, slowly drawing it toward his mouth. Colonel Mouse's eyes widened in terror. He sensed that once his tongue was consumed by that horrific visage, his very life would be forfeit, and even his soul would find no rest. I confess, everything was my doing. The treasures given to me by a loan are right there. What Chienha Uchiha said is true. I am a disgrace to the Navy. I deserve to die. I beg you, spare me. It's terrifying. I do not wish for that thing to devour my tongue." Upon hearing the colonel's words, both the soldiers present and those on the other end of the line, including Sengoku and Garp, instinctively sighed in relief, as none wished for Chienha's future to be compromised by this incident. Yet, with a desperate hope, Colonel Mouse gazed at Chienha and obsequiously pleaded, "Lord Chienha, I have said all that I needed to say. Can you let me go?" Chienha revealed a faint smile and said, "Very well." At once, a look of ecstatic joy spread across Colonel Mouse's face. However, before he could revel in his happiness, the King of Hell suddenly exerted force from behind Chienha. With a sickening snap, Colonel Mouse's tongue severed before his despairing eyes. The King of Hell voraciously chewed in front of him, each bite gnawing at his very soul, and the agony rendered him incapable of uttering a scream. Finally, with a soft gulp, the King of Hell swallowed Colonel Mouse's tongue, leaving the colonel lifeless, his eyes rolled back and drooling repulsively. Releasing his grip, Colonel Mouse's body fell to the ground like refuse, and Shinha gazed indifferently at the lifeless form, remarking softly, "You may let go, but first, you must die." With that, Shinha turned and departed the wretched office, leaving behind the terrified gazes of the Navy personnel. Having eliminated the naval scum, Shinha returned to Cocoa West Village, preparing to bid farewell. His arrival had been rather abrupt, bordering on dereliction of duty, thus he could not linger long in the East Sea. As he prepared to leave, Nami's eyes were red from tears, while Nojiko hung her head, sobbing quietly. Reluctantly, Shinha made a promise to Nami that she could join the Navy once she turned 18, which somewhat soothed her distress. As for Nojiko, the quiet little girl presented an even greater challenge for Shinha. She was far more mature than Nami, and this maturity made her harder to console. With a sigh, Shinha approached Nojiko and, as he had during their previous parting, lifted her into his arms, prompting Nami to pout disapprovingly. It must be said that individuals in the pirate world grow remarkably fast. In just a year, Nojiko had reached a height of 1.60 meters. Yet, standing before the towering Shinha, she still seemed diminutive. After weeping in Shinha's embrace for a while, her tears soaking his garment, she finally lifted her head, a shy smile breaking through her embarrassment. Chika gently pinched Naka's nose and said softly, "All right. Do not cry any longer. If you wish to join the Navy, you too can enlist after turning 18. Noki, taken aback, pointed at himself with hesitation, exclaiming, "Me? Can I really? I am so weak." Shinha waved his hand, interrupting Naka's words, "You are not weak. Weren't you quite brave when facing Eren? Rest assured, I am here for you." Noki replied with a bright, melodious tone, finally revealing a smile on her face. After reassuring the two little ones, Shinha gently set Noki down. Turning back, he waved to the villagers, led by Ibermal, who had come to bid farewell, and said with a smile, "Well then, goodbye, everyone." With that, Shinha's figure vanished before their eyes. Watching the spot where he had disappeared, both Nami and Noki silently made a resolution in their hearts. They would join the Navy when they grew up to ensure that there would be no more farewells. In Area 66 of the Sabaody Archipelago, within the naval base office, suddenly, Shinha's figure materialized in the office, startling Khalifa, who had just entered with documents, causing her to drop the papers all over the floor. Casting a reproachful glance at Shinha, Khalifa bent down to pick them up, inadvertently showcasing an alluring curve. Shinha felt a tinge of embarrassment when he received the signal from the Flying Thunder God. Khalifa was seated on his lap, feeding him oranges. His abrupt disappearance would surely have caused her to tumble unceremoniously. With this thought in mind, Shinha raised his hand to activate a low-power universal attraction technique, drawing all the documents from the ground to the table. Under Shinha's precise control, they were meticulously arranged in an orderly fashion. Once the papers were settled on the table, Khalifa stood up, adjusted the hem of her black skirt, and gracefully moved behind Shinha, instinctively beginning to massage him. Shinha gently squeezed Khalifa's hand, signaling her to ease up. He turned to gaze at this diligent little secretary, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. During his unexpected absence, it was likely Khalifa who had taken on the burden of his workload, which must have been quite taxing. "You've had a hard time during this period, haven't you? Aren't you curious about where I went?" Khalifa tilted her head slightly and replied, "What you did is not important. What matters is that you returned safely." Ever since she learned from Stussy that the elders had gifted her to Shinha, Khalifa had relaxed. Though it seemed she was treated as a mere commodity by the elders, she did not harbor any resentment towards this arrangement, for if she belonged to Shinha, then perhaps it was not such a bad situation after all. Admittedly, Khalifa's words struck a chord within Shinha, leaving him profoundly touched. He pulled Khalifa into an embrace, slowly lowering his head. Sensing his intent, Khalifa naturally closed her eyes, anticipating what might unfold. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was flung open, and two men clad in black suits and sunglasses strode in, carrying a box. They approached Shinha's desk and slammed the box down in front of him, speaking in an arrogant tone, "You must be Uchiha Chihe. This is the devil fruit bestowed upon you by the elders, a Zoan Type, mythical beast, human fruit, Azura form." As one of the blonde-haired men cast a sidelong glance at Khalifa and Shinha's arms, a smirk of amusement crossed his face, making Khalifa feel exceedingly uncomfortable. The other, with a buzz cut, behaved more modestly. After handing the fruit to Shinha, he called to his companion and turned to leave. Throughout their entrance and the exchange, Shinha maintained an impassive expression, regarding them as though they were mere specters. Just as the two were about to exit the office, Chiha suddenly spoke. Truly, you are fine dogs. Do you not realize how insignificant you are after serving so long? What did you say? The blonde-haired man whirled around, ready to teach this insolent Navy officer a lesson. In his eyes, Chiha was merely a figurehead forced into the limelight by the Navy, while he himself was one of those esteemed one's guards. How dare this insolent wretch insult him? However, as he turned, he was met with the sight of an ever-enlarging palm. Boom. The man with yellow hair and black attire was forcefully pressed against the wall by Chiha's palm, his entire being seemingly embedded into the structure. The crew-cut individual clad in black stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the rapid sequence of events. For Chiha's speed was nothing short of astonishing. Some naval soldiers, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene, brandishing their weapons at the two black-clad figures. In their minds, Chiha had become an idol, having engaged in combat with the legendary Rayleigh. Now, the personnel from other bases gazed upon their commander, Chiha, with a sense of envy. After all, only such a formidable leader could inspire their unwavering loyalty, instilling a profound sense of security. Disregarding the surrounding soldiers, Chiha gradually withdrew his hand. The yellow-haired man, once brimming with arrogance, now appeared utterly defeated, his visage a ghastly sight. The area around his nose had collapsed entirely, and his shattered sunglasses revealed shards embedded in his eyes. Even if he miraculously survived this ordeal, his vision would be irrevocably lost. Witnessing his companion's plight, the crew-cut man turned pale with terror, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the figure he had deemed a demon, Chiha, slowly shifted his gaze toward the remaining black-clad individual. Under the weight of Chiha's stare, the crew-cut man ceased his trembling, his knees buckling as he sank to the ground in submission. Chiha approached the kneeling figure clad in black, gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. The man, with his buzz cut, was instantly struck with fear, repeatedly bowing his head and uttering apologies, begging for mercy. I'm sorry. I should not have shown you disrespect. Please, do not kill me. Observing the man's abject humility and somewhat compliant demeanor, Chiha's interest in reprimanding him waned. He crouched down, gently patting the man's shoulder, signaling him to raise his head. The black-clad man, bewildered, lifted his gaze, his face reflecting desperation, as he braced himself for an impending strike. I ask you, are you a guard of the Five Elders? No. We are not worthy to be their guards. We serve Lady Lilia. That fruit was taken from the collection at her behest, as a reward for you. And how do you account for your earlier behavior? The man hesitated, finally realizing Chiha was referring to their previous arrogance. He stammered, Lady Lilia thinks this fruit might be inappropriate for you, and instructed us to adjust our attitude. At this point, Chiha grasped the underlying message. The celestial dragon named Lilia was displeased that her collection was awarded to a mere naval colonel, and had sent these lackeys to provoke him. A cold smirk crept across Chiha's face as he stood up, gesturing for the surrounding naval soldiers to withdraw. He then walked past the kneeling man and returned to his office. Although Chiha had departed, the black-clad figure remained frozen in place, fearful of providing Chiha with an excuse to act against him. It was only when Chiha's voice echoed from the office, You may leave now. Remember to convey a message to your mistress. Thank her for the devil fruit. I am quite satisfied. I shall visit her tomorrow night to express my gratitude in person. That he felt a sense of relief. Yes. I shall remember, Master Chiha. Begone. Upon hearing these words, the buzz-cut man felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hastily slung his barely conscious companion over his back and scurried away from the naval base. Once the black-clad figures had departed, Chiha stood in the center of his office, arms crossed, contemplating how to navigate the impending confrontation with the celestial dragon named Lilia. He had likely offended her gravely, and it was probable that she would retaliate the following evening. Should matters escalate beyond control, it would ultimately depend on the Five Elders' regard for him. If they favored Lilia, then there would be little recourse but to brace himself for the storm ahead. Suddenly, Chiha felt a gentle pressure against her back as a pair of soft, white arms enveloped her waist. Turning around, she beheld the person who embraced her, her petite secretary, Khalifa. In that moment, Khalifa experienced a warmth she had never known before. Having been sent by her father to the world government to be trained as a spy, her childhood had been one of coldness, surrounded by equally ruthless individuals, with no one ever extending a helping hand. Growing up in such an environment, she had nearly become a mechanical entity, tasked with monitoring Chiha's every move. Yet, through her interactions with him, She found the ice within her heart gradually thawing. Moreover, Chica had saved her from Rayleigh, the Dark King. An encounter where even a moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Yet, he had still managed to divert his attention to ensure her escape, and from that moment, she had unconsciously come to rely on him. Now, he had taken it upon himself to confront that disrespectful individual, showing no concern for their status as guards of that group. It was a rather absurd reason, merely due to her insignificant presence. Califa buried her face in Chica's back and laughed softly. As laughter turned to tears, she felt a warmth behind her eyes. Sensing the dampness on his back, Chica furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. What is it? Are you still unsatisfied? Or are you worried about retaliation from the royal palace of Lyria? Fear not, they cannot harm me. Chienha's demeanor exuded a profound confidence, a quality that rendered Khalifa utterly captivated. As she lifted her gaze from Chienha's back, Khalifa's eyes shimmered with a tenderness akin to the boundless sea, stirring a tremor within Chienha's heart. Rising on her toes, her delicate face gradually inched closer to Chienha's, planting a gentle kiss upon his lips. Witnessing this intimate moment, Modi's eyes rolled playfully, and she perched quietly upon Chienha's shoulder, savoring the scene. After a lingering moment, their lips parted, and Khalifa tenderly caressed Chienha's face. Though traces of tears lingered, she radiated a breathtaking beauty that stirred one's heart. With a soft whisper, she said, "Boss, from now on, I shall be yours." Chienha was still immersed in the sensations of the moment, unable to extricate himself, until he finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Khalifa's voice. However, at that moment, it seemed as though his emotional intelligence had been drained by the kiss he had just experienced, leading him to pose a rather unromantic question. "Why do you call me boss?" Khalifa, taken aback by Chienha's sudden dullness, so unlike his usual quick-witted self, could only find him endearingly charming. She covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and replied, "Because I have been sold to you. You are indeed my boss." Oh, well, hello, boss." At this moment, Chica's emotional intelligence finally came to the fore. Realizing his previous behavior was somewhat lacking, he could only mumble vague words to obscure the earlier awkwardness. Khalifa gazed intently at Chica for a considerable time, as if she could not get enough of him. This scrutiny made Chica feel somewhat uneasy, prompting him to touch his face and inquire, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Khalifa narrowed her eyes and earnestly replied, "It's nothing. I just think the boss is truly handsome. I could gaze at you forever." At this juncture, Khalifa's charm was undeniably powerful. Even Chica, who had faced the formidable Rayleigh, found himself at a loss for words, succumbing to a profound silence. Noticing Chica's quietude, Khalifa ceased her advances and gently brushed off the dust that had settled on his clothing, asking, "Boss, how do you plan to handle the meeting with that fellow tomorrow night?" Upon hearing this question, Chica felt indifferent, but his greater concern lay with Guillaume. The mere thought of Guillaume caused him another wave of headache, and his brow furrowed once more. Observing Chica's expression, Khalifa assumed he was troubled by the same issue. She bit her lip and, with a hint of worry, said, "What's wrong, boss? Are you anxious about tomorrow night? It's all my fault for dragging you into this." Chienha cast a surprised glance at Khalifa, realizing that his little secretary had misunderstood him. He hurriedly clarified, "No, those people are insignificant. What I meant was, sigh. I was thinking about Guillaume." Upon hearing Chienha's words, Khalifa was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that, even at this juncture, Chienha would still be preoccupied with such matters. This whimsical notion brought a smile to her face. Chienha gazed at Khalifa with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Khalifa chuckled for a moment before regaining her composure. She extended a finger to gently tap Chienha's chin, saying, "What troubles you? You are my employer, and I am merely your secretary." Chienha fell silent, fully aware that Khalifa was attempting to alleviate his concerns. She would not jeopardize his relationship with Guillaume. In other words, she humbly positioned herself. Sighing inwardly, Chienha reproached himself. My dear Khalifa, I truly am a cad." Indeed, this situation would be considered a rarity even within the Uchiha clan. After all, among a group of pure-hearted warriors, the emergence of someone like Chienha could be seen as both a disgrace and a peculiar triumph. The following evening, Chienha and Khalifa arrived at the entrance of an opulent palace. This night, Chienha donned his favorite black robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem, opting not to wear his naval uniform so that he could make a swift escape should the need arise. Khalifa, too, dressed predominantly in black, nervously clasped Chienha's hand at that moment. Chienha gently released her hand, patted her back, and bestowed upon her a reassuring smile before turning to enter the palace. Khalifa hurriedly followed suit. At the entrance of the palace stood two figures clad in black, who, upon seeing Chihe and Khalifa, immediately extended their arms to block the path of the two. "Who are you?" they demanded. "This is the residence of Lord Shaluolia, not a place for commoners. Be gone at once." Chihe remained silent, immersing himself in his own thoughts as he ventured deeper within. Suddenly, two figures clad in black collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back in unison. Observing this scene, Khalifa let out a quiet sigh. It appeared that the boss was indeed prepared for a confrontation. Who goes there? It was evident that this was the palace of the celestial dragons, as the level of security was notably stringent. Although the two black-clad individuals had fallen soundlessly, the moment Chihe stepped inside, a multitude of similarly attired figures emerged, surrounding Chihe and Khalifa with unfriendly expressions. Chihe has lost all patience with this loyal pack of black-clad dogs. With his eyes narrowed, a domineering aura erupted, causing all the black-clad figures present to follow the two at the door in retreat, leaving only a bewildered, slender figure standing in place. Behind Chihe, Khalifa gazed at the fallen figures clad in black upon the ground, her thoughts drifting to the time when she too had succumbed to the overwhelming assault of the Dark King, losing consciousness in the process. It was once again this technique. Referred to by the Dark King rarely as the Conqueror's Haki, she was astonished to realize that her boss had already mastered it with such proficiency. Chihe cast a glance at the remaining gaunt man in black, and with an air of indifference, stated, "Go and inform Shaluolia that Uchiha Chihe has arrived." Without uttering a word, the slender figure turned and hurried off to notify his master. After a brief interval, the gaunt man returned, his visage marred by blood, as though he had endured a severe beating. Upon seeing Chihe, he hastily exclaimed, "Lady Shaluolia summons you. I shall guide you." As the words escaped his lips, Chihe noticed that the man was missing his front teeth, evidently a result of an encounter with Shaluolia. Truly, she lived up to her reputation of being domineering and treating others with disdain. Nodding slightly, Chihe followed the gaunt man as they prepared to meet the so-called Shaluolia. Upon entering a grand hall deeper within, they were greeted by an expansive crimson carpet that stretched toward the heart of the chamber. Under the guidance of the man in black, Chihe and his companions approached the end of the carpet, where a raised platform awaited them. Chihe raised her head slightly and beheld the imposing figure of Shaluolia seated atop the high platform. Flanking her were two more robust men clad in black. Alongside a panting pug, the woman donned the iconic astronaut suit of the celestial dragon, her vibrant orange hair exaggeratedly styled atop her head, adorned with brown-tinted sunglasses. Below her glasses, a transparent purple silk scarf encircled her neck, enhancing her striking appearance. At that moment, Shaluolia cast her gaze downward, her eyelids lowered, surveying Chihe and the others with the disdainful eyes of one observing mere ants. Upon sighting Shaluolia, the slender man in black before Chihe revealed a flicker of fear on his countenance, yet he stepped forward respectfully, prepared to report. "Your Excellency Shaluolia, I have come to inform you that Uchiha," but before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out. The slender man clutched his chest, incredulously gazing up at Shaluolia, his mouth opening in an attempt to speak. Instead, he coughed up a copious amount of blood, ultimately collapsing to the ground in defeat. Shaluolia held a smoking golden flintlock in her hand, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen man. "Useless trash," she remarked dismissively. Without a second glance at the fallen figure, Shaluolia turned her attention to Chihe, her tone icy as she inquired, "You are Uchiha Chihe, are you not? Are you aware that you injured one of my subordinates a few days ago? Have you become so emboldened by the support of the elders that you have forgotten your own identity?" With a disdainful smile, Chihe replied, "I merely taught two dogs a lesson. Is there a problem with that?" Upon hearing Chihe's audacity to confront her, Shaluolia, in a fit of rage, raised her pistol once more, aiming it at Chihe, intent on ending the life of this disrespectful naval officer. However, Chihe had no desire to engage in further conversation with this woman. The moment Shaluolia pointed her gun at him, he had already materialized beside her. Seizing her arm with a firm grip, Shaluolia was taken aback, while the two men in black flanking them felt their hearts tremble, utterly intimidated by Chihe's sudden move. To them, Chihe's actions constituted a transgression worthy of annihilation. Regaining their composure, the two men in black did not hesitate. They unleashed their armed color and charged at Chihe from either side. Yet, Chihe barely spared them a glance. Although these two were evidently stronger than the other men in black, they still paled in comparison to Chienha's current prowess. Chienha remained motionless as a surge of repulsion erupted. Before the fists of the two men in black could even make contact with him, they were violently flung away, crashing against the walls of the grand hall. They then slumped down like tattered rags, leaving behind two vivid streaks of crimson on the walls. The fate of the two men in black left Shallulea utterly bewildered. Having been the center of attention throughout her life, she had never encountered such a scene and found herself momentarily speechless, frozen in place. Chienha's hand, which was gripping her arm, smoothly glided down to seize the golden flintlock pistol from Shallulea's grasp, wresting it away from her. With the gun taken from her, the last remnants of Shallulea's courage evaporated, and a look of sheer terror finally crossed her face, marking perhaps the first instance in her life where fear took hold of her. With a subtle exertion of force, Chihe shattered the valuable golden flintlock pistol in his palm into a myriad of fragments. Releasing his grip above Shallulea, the pieces cascaded like snowflakes onto her transparent bubble helmet, bestowing upon it a shimmering layer of golden dust that sparkled charmingly. Shallulea, stiffly turning her head to face Chihe, feigned composure and exclaimed, "You wretched peasant. Do you even know who I am? Aren't you afraid that the Admiral will annihilate you and everyone connected to you?" Without responding, Chihe delivered a resounding slap to her helmet, which succumbed to his force within a mere second, shattering upon impact. His hand then made intimate contact with Shallulea's face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the vast hall, as Shallulea was sent sprawling to the ground, tumbling down the staircase until she landed at Caliph's feet, who hastily recoiled as if to escape a plague. The force exerted by Chihe was not particularly great. However, Shallulea's reaction was amplified by her exceedingly frail constitution. Nevertheless, her consciousness remained intact. After a brief moment, Shallulea, lying on the ground, struggled to rise, one hand pressed against her swollen cheek. Her eyes filled with trepidation as she gazed at Chihe on the platform above. Chienha gazed down at Shallulea, who had lost her earlier arrogance, and let out a cold laugh. "Now, tell me, who are you?" The hall was eerily silent. Califa stood quietly in a corner, her eyes darting between the two figures on the platform, contemplating that her boss had truly stirred up a tempest this time. She resolved to follow her boss's lead and flee when the moment arose. Meanwhile, Shallulea stared blankly at Chienha on the platform, bewildered by her own emotions. After receiving a slap from him, she found herself unexpectedly savoring the experience, leaving her at a loss for how to comprehend her feelings. Chienha could hardly fathom the thoughts of Shallulea. As he observed her remaining utterly still, a frown creased his brow. He then turned and seated himself in the chair that Shallulea had occupied moments before, addressing her with a commanding tone. "You, come up here." "What did you say?" Shallulea could scarcely believe her ears. She had never anticipated that Uchiha Chihe would make such a request. Was he truly a denizen of this world? Did he possess no understanding of the weight carried by the celestial dragons? Astonishingly, Shallulea would never have imagined that she had inadvertently stumbled upon the crux of the issue. Noticing Shallulea still lingering in a state of shock, Chienha's impatience began to surface. Raising his voice, he reiterated, "I said come up here. Are you deaf, or do you wish to die?" Startled by his tone, Shallulea trembled, and to her astonishment, she found herself kneeling on the ground, inching her way toward him. As she ascended, her heart brimmed with humiliation yet was steeped in confusion. She was perplexed by her sudden obedience. Upon hearing Chienha's words, an overwhelming inclination to submit had surged within her. After a considerable time, Shallulea finally reached Chienha's feet, lifting her gaze to meet the eyes of this audacious man, her face a portrait of humiliation. Chihe had not anticipated that Shallulea would suddenly become so obedient. He merely intended to provoke her. In his view, how could a celestial dragon, who had always lived in luxury, possibly engage in such behavior? He had even resolved that if she dared to refuse, he would simply eliminate her. However, her unexpected demeanor left Chihe somewhat at a loss. Yet, given her compliance, he temporarily set aside his murderous intent. He reached out a finger to tilt Shallulea's chin, questioning how a being of her lofty status could partake in such actions. Shallulea remained silent, allowing him to grasp her chin, her eyes striving to avert his gaze, unwilling to meet his. Witnessing her vulnerability, Chihe felt a sense of bewilderment. Had she forgotten her identity as a celestial dragon? Shouldn't she assert herself with arrogance instead of this submissiveness? Nevertheless, a resolution was necessary. Rising to his feet, he aimed his hand at Shallulea, who had been lying on the ground. At that moment, the previously silent Shallulea suddenly spoke, inquiring, "Are you going to kill me?" Qianhe's movements momentarily faltered, and then he nodded slightly, coldly remarking, "Whether I kill you or not makes little difference now, does it? You are well aware that everything I have done tonight is unforgivable in your eyes. If I were to say that I would no longer pursue the events of this evening, would you grant me my freedom?" Qianhe raised an eyebrow. If what this fellow said were true, then sparing her life would certainly be feasible. After all, Qianhe initially intended to ascend to the pinnacle of the Navy before plotting her subsequent moves. Thus, betraying the Navy would significantly impact her plans. Yet, could she truly place her trust in Xiaolia? The despicable nature of the celestial dragons offered little in the way of persuasion. Using illusions on her, this woman already appeared somewhat foolish. If ensnared by an illusion, she would likely become utterly daft. Would the Gorsi eye not discern this? Contemplating this, Qianhe shook her head, as a translucent energy began to converge in her palm. Noticing Qianhe's actions, Xiaolia hastily exclaimed, "I speak only the truth. As long as you agree to protect me when I come to Sabaody in the future, I shall pretend that nothing transpired this evening. I swear." Upon uttering this, Xiaolia's face even flushed slightly as she cast a furtive glance at Qianhe. Alas, the situation grew increasingly peculiar. Observing Xiaolia's demeanor, Qianhe found it to possess an air of authenticity. After some reflection, Qianhe deemed it prudent to err on the side of caution. Extending her hand, she seized Xiaolia by the neck, lifting her off the ground. In terror, Xiaolia gazed at Qianhe, perplexed as to why, despite her sincere display, this man would treat her in such a manner. How could he be so heartless? Lost in thought, tears began to well in Xiaolia's eyes, and she found herself weeping in distress. Irritated by the situation, Qianhe shouted impatiently, "Silence! Look into my eyes." At Qianhe's command, Xiaolia immediately ceased her weeping, obediently fixing her gaze upon Qianhe's eyes, murmuring softly, "1, 2, 3. Qianhe gazed at her in bewilderment and inquired, "What are you doing?" Xiaolia hastily ceased her counting and stammered, "Your eyes are so beautiful. I wanted to count the rings in them." Qianhe had long lost count of how many times he had been left speechless this evening. He activated his ability, Hellpath, Yama's Judgment. A terrifying visage emerged from the purple-tinged portal behind him, and upon witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Xiaolia's eyes widened in shock. Her feet began to flail uncontrollably. "Be honest, but the monster behind you is truly terrifying. Enough chatter. You answer my questions. If you dare to lie, this creature will tear out your tongue and devour it." "All right, I understand. Is what you just said true? Will you genuinely pretend that tonight's events never occurred?" "Indeed, I swear," Xiaolia exclaimed, nearly shouting in her excitement. After a moment of contemplation, she timidly added, "But you must agree to be my guardian when I visit Chambord." Ignoring her, Qianhe noted that the Yama behind him remained motionless, confirming the truth of her words, which allowed him to relax and dispel his ability. As the fearsome visage gradually faded from Xiaolia's view, she remarked, "Your power is quite extraordinary. Is it a devil fruit? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." Sensing Qianhe's impatience, Xiaolia finally fell silent. Qianhe, with a gloomy expression, leaped down from the high platform and approached Khalifa, uttering a simple command to depart. Xiaolia, witnessing Qianhe's intention to leave, once again called out, "Are you truly departing now?" Qianhe, without turning back, impatiently remarked, "If I don't leave, am I to stay here? Such an offer is not entirely unacceptable." Qianhe was utterly bewildered by this individual's inexplicable behavior, and with a swift motion, he summoned Khalifa and vanished from the spot using the Flying Thunder God technique. Xiaolia stared blankly at the place where Qianhe had disappeared for a long while, until the sound of a phone bug gurgled from her bosom, pulling her back to reality. Fumbling slightly, Xiaolia retrieved the phone bug and connected it, an elderly voice resonating. "Xiaolia, has Uchiha Chihe visited?" What was his demeanor? Upon hearing this voice, Xiaolia adjusted her attire, stood up, and responded with a composed tone. "His conduct was exemplary. I am quite pleased with him." "Isn't he the one who harmed your men? Did he threaten you?" "Not at all. They were merely a few disobedient hounds." Colonel Qianhe not only expressed his apologies, but also pledged to serve as my guardian in the future, ensuring my safety. "Oh, he truly is quite a commendable fellow. Very well, we shall take note of this." After disconnecting the phone bug, Xiaolia patted her chest, relieved that this matter had come to a close, though she couldn't shake off a peculiar feeling. At Naval Base Area 66 of the Chambord Islands, with a whoosh, Qianhe and Khalifa materialized in the office. As soon as they arrived, Qianhe began to grumble. Is Shalilia unwell? Are all celestial dragons of this ilk? Califa stood silently behind him, her gaze somewhat peculiar, having perceived something but hesitated to voice it, choosing instead to remain mute. Suddenly, the phone bug on the desk began to gurgle, and Chienha answered it casually. Sengoku's voice came through. Is this Chienha? What have you been up to tonight? Even the 5 elders have specifically contacted me regarding you, commending your diligence and suggesting that your rank is too low. Chienha was momentarily taken aback. Had he been diligent during this period? Was it in reference to the destruction wrought by the super divine punishment and heavenly obstruction star that devastated nearly an entire region of Sabaody? Or was it about the slap he had given to Sharilia that evening? He had merely met with a celestial dragon named Sharilia. There was nothing more to it. What? You are referring to that Sharilia of the Roseward family? Indeed, came the reply. Sengoku fell silent on the other end of the transponder snail. Well aware of the Roseward family's reputation, which exemplified the typical vices of the celestial dragons, as the daughter of Saint Roseward, the head of the Roseward family, Sharilia had always looked down upon other races. Yet, Chienha's encounter with such a person had prompted the 5 elders to notify him of Chienha's commendation. He found it hard to believe that there was no connection between the two events. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. The faster Chienha rose through the ranks, the more openly he could delegate authority to him. The future of the Navy was destined to belong to young men like Chienha. Very well. You shall return to the Navy headquarters tomorrow. I intend to bestow upon you the rank of Commodore, and you will briefly participate in the promotion ceremony. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Chienha raised his head to find his secretary, Califa, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Upon glancing down at himself, he confirmed there was nothing amiss and inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?" Califa shook her head in resignation, indicating it was nothing. Indeed, my employer, you delivered a slap to a celestial dragon this evening and returned to be commended. This situation is nothing short of extraordinary, isn't it? Chienha gently rubbed his temples, his gaze drifting to the box on the table containing the Azura fruit. And it dawned on him that he still possessed such a rare fruit. He had left this demon fruit of mythical origin unattended for an entire day and night. Indeed, a sign of negligence on his part. He reached out to open the box, revealing the fruit within, a golden, mushroom-shaped specimen. However, this peculiar mushroom bore 3 heads, giving it an oddly enchanting appearance. Califa approached Chienha, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the fruit, inquiring, "Boss, do you intend to consume this fruit?" Chienha nodded. After all, this was a creature of illusion, perfectly meeting his requirements. This time, he did not shy away from Karifa. He extended his hand and tapped the mushroom cap at the center of the fruit, channeling the path of the starving ghost to absorb it directly. In a short while, the ability was fully absorbed, and an ordinary mushroom appeared on the table. Karifa covered her small mouth, observing the wondrous scene before her, thinking to herself that it was no surprise the boss was so extraordinary. The events surrounding him were always so remarkable. As Chienha closed his eyes to savor the newly acquired ability, upon reopening them, he discovered a 4th tomoe had emerged in his right eye. Karifa, noticing the transformation, inquired curiously, "Boss, is the symbol in your eye a result of absorbing a devil fruit? What a perceptive secretary I have." Chienha replied with a grin. "Indeed. This signifies that I have absorbed 4 devil fruits, including the gravity fruit." "I see, so you require the fruits. Fear not. I shall procure a suitable one for you in due course." Nodding, Karifa leaned against Chienha, choosing to remain silent. To her, the presence of the devil fruits had become inconsequential. Her sole desire was to excel as Chienha's secretary. The following day aboard the warship, reminiscent of their trip to the Sabaody archipelago, Chienha reclined with his head resting on Gion's lap, basking in the sunlight. Gion gently caressed Chienha's hair, a soft smile gracing her face as she gazed at him. Suddenly, Chienha opened his eyes, his Rinnegan shimmering with a divine radiance that captivated Gion. With a slight smile, Chienha playfully patted the spider tattoo on Gion's thigh, teasing, "What's wrong? Have you not seen enough?" "No, I wish I could gaze at you like this forever," she replied earnestly. Chuckling, Chienha stretched and turned to her, saying, "Once I become a general, I will have you assigned to my ship, so you can look at me every day. Let us see if you tire of it." Gion stood, stepping closer to Chienha, adjusting his slightly wrinkled naval uniform with a smile. "I eagerly await the day you become a general. Just don't make me wait too long. Rest assured, that day is not far off." In the office of the fleet admiral, a series of knocks echoed. "Come in." As the door swung open, Shinha strolled in with one hand in his pocket, greeting the engrossed Sengoku. It's been a while, Fleet Admiral. As Shinha spent more time in the Navy, his rapport with Sengoku and others had grown significantly, allowing for a more casual exchange. Ah, Shinha. Come. Here are your Brigadier General epaulets in uniform. Sengoku handed Shinha a small box containing the shoulder insignia along with a coat emblazoned with the word justice. Shinha's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the coat. As most fans of One Piece would agree that the Navy officers' coats, marked with justice, carry a certain allure. Wearing it felt akin to the fourth generation donning divine robes. Simply put, it was magnificent. Before, Shinha had long admired the coat worn by Zifa. And now she finally had the opportunity to don it herself. Without hesitation, she grasped the shoulders of the coat with both hands and pulled it on with a swift motion, creating a crisp sound as it settled into place. After donning the navy coat, Chika, standing over 2 meters tall with long black hair, exuded an aura of solemn majesty. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he shamelessly thought to himself that Chika looked rather handsome, perhaps even surpassing Carp by tenfold. Shaking his body vigorously, Chika realized the coat was remarkably sturdy, which explained why the naval officers during the war could leap about without their capes flying away. After this realization, Chika recalled that he should visit Teacher Zephyr upon returning to headquarters, as he had always treated him with genuine kindness, a fact Chika never doubted. With this in mind, Chika inquired, Admiral Sengoku, is Teacher Zephyr still at the training camp? I wish to see him. Hearing this, Sengoku looked at Chika with a sense of appreciation. This was one of the reasons he held Chika in such high regard. His gratefulness and respect for his mentors made him likable. However, Chika's well-intentioned desire might go unfulfilled. As Sengoku waved his hand and said, there is no need for that. This cohort of trainees has been exceptionally diligent, and Zephyr has decided to take them out to sea for practical training ahead of schedule. They have already departed. What? Sengoku could not comprehend why Chika reacted so dramatically to the news of Zephyr's departure for a mere training exercise. Yet, out of trust in Chika, he still asked, what is the matter? Is there an issue with this voyage? Indeed, there was a significant issue. The film version Z had mentioned that when Zephyr took his last group of students out for their practical voyage, they were ambushed by Whitebeard too, leaving only Ein and Binz alive, and Zephyr even lost an arm. Although history had shifted with Zephyr departing earlier, it was still uncertain if he would encounter Whitebeard too. While the outcome could potentially be favorable, what if it turned out worse? Realizing this, Chika's expression darkened further as he anxiously inquired, where did Teacher Zephyr go? I'm not sure of the exact location, but I will ask him using the snail phone, Sengoku replied, dialing Zephyr's communication snail. However, after a lengthy wait, there was no response. This unusual situation also darkened Sengoku's countenance as he turned to Chika and questioned, what is going on? Do you know something, Chika? Time is of the essence, and the vague reference to the southeast direction is hardly adequate. However, at this juncture, Chika has no time for contemplation. He swiftly opens the window of the Warring States office, activating his divine powers as he ascends into the sky. The documents strewn across the desk are caught in the turbulence created by his departure, yet he pays them no mind. He promptly summons Akiji, commanding him to lead a contingent of soldiers to rendezvous with Zephyr in a vast expanse of ocean. The tranquil surface is suddenly disrupted as a colossal serpentine sea king emerges, its massive head breaking through the water, clutching a gigantic whale in its jaws. With a powerful bite, the whale is effortlessly torn in two, its carcass swallowed whole by the sea creature. After indulging in this feast, the Sea King, exhibiting a semblance of humanity, smacks its lips in satisfaction, preparing to submerge once more. Yet, a distant black dot in the sky captures its attention, expanding rapidly. Squinting its enormous eyes to discern the object, the once small that enlarges in an instant, revealing itself to be a human. This realization marks the end of its consciousness. Get away. With a resounding impact, Chika collides with the Sea King's head, reducing it to a mere mass of flesh. In that moment, a rain of blood descends upon the ocean. This delay causes Chika, who had been soaring at high speed, to come to a halt, his expression darkened with dread. The vastness of this ocean is overwhelming. Despite the perception granted by his Rinnegan and the observation haki, he still cannot locate Zephyr's ship. Cursed fate. Must Zephyr and his students truly face this calamity? He berates himself for not leaving a flying thunder god mark with Zephyr. Was it Zephyr's strength that led to his overconfidence? Shinha struck the surface of the sea with a powerful punch, sending hundreds of tons of water soaring into the sky, transforming into a curtain of rain that cascaded down. As the droplets splashed against his face, Chiena's body shuddered, and an overlooked technique suddenly surfaced in his mind, the Rain Tiger Free technique. In the world of Naruto, this technique is utilized by Pain of the Akatsuki, who creates rain clouds using chakra and infuses it into the falling rain, allowing him to perceive everything within the area soaked by the descending droplets. Its application at this moment is most fitting. Shinha closed his eyes, intertwining his fingers, raising his middle and index fingers to invoke the Rain Tiger's art of freedom. As the technique was unleashed, the sky above the surrounding sea, once radiant and clear, transformed within moments into a tumult of dark clouds, unleashing a torrential downpour. After centering himself to sense his surroundings, he detected a faint cluster of life energy at a particular location, one of its fluctuations already significantly diminished. Upon receiving this information, Shinha immediately opened his eyes and activated his celestial abilities, vanishing from above the surface of the sea in an instant. In a different expanse of ocean, aboard a lifeboat, a group of Navy soldiers clad in blue and white vests huddled together, several familiar faces among them. Bridge, Glyphus, and Binns were present. Each bore traces of blood, a clear indication that they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Yet, none of them paid heed to their own injuries. Instead, they mournfully gazed at a blonde female sailor who clutched another sailor with sea blue hair, weeping inconsolably. The two female sailors were Ayn and her roommate, Alice. Ayn, cradled in Alice's embrace, was in dire condition. Her eyes were half closed, and her long eyelashes trembled from the agony coursing through her. A horrific wound, spanning her entire abdomen, oozed blood in relentless waves. "Please, Ayn, don't close your eyes. We will return to the headquarters soon," Alice cried out, her face a mingling of rain and tears, desperately trying to staunch the bleeding with one hand. But the wound was far too extensive. No matter how hard Alice tried, blood continued to seep through her fingertips. Some of the other trainees could not bear to watch. A few even turned away, silently shedding tears. It can be said that their ability to endure thus far was largely due to Ayn's efforts. What was initially merely a naval training exercise, led by the former Admiral Zephyr, took an unexpected turn. As they navigated into a certain maritime area, they encountered Edward Weevil, the second Whitebeard, along with Miss Bakken. Upon sighting the new recruits, Weevil attacked under Miss Bakken's orders, only to be intercepted by Zephyr. However, Zephyr, being advanced in age and in poor health, was momentarily careless while protecting the trainees and suffered injuries from Weevil's assault. It was Ayn who, utilizing her fruit abilities, temporarily staunched Zephyr's wounds and even reverted his age by 8 years, showcasing her deepening powers. Ayn's intervention drew Miss Bakken's attention, prompting her to instruct Weevil to disregard Zephyr's counterattack and eliminate the extraordinary female Navy officer. In this tumultuous situation, Ayn was struck by Weevil's blade at her waist, rendering her gravely injured and unconscious. With Ayn's unconsciousness, Zephyr's powers also waned, placing them at a disadvantage against Weevil once more. Yet, Ayn managed to awaken, forcibly activating her abilities to once again regress Zephyr's age by 8 years, sustaining her consciousness long enough for the remaining Navy to bring her to safety. Hearing Alice's calls, Ayn opened her mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing Alice to weep even more intensely. Trembling, Ayn reached out for a package beside her and handed it to Alice. As Alice wiped her tears, she accepted the package and inquired, "What is this? You even had Bridge fetch it for you when we left the warship. Is it something important?" Upon seeing Alice receive the package, Ayn felt a sense of relief and weakly replied, "This is the devil fruit I obtained during the assessment. After we return, please give it to Chika. It was meant for him." Just then, a figure descended onto the ship. It was the arriving Chika. With his arrival, the ominous clouds that had loomed overhead dissipated in an instant, and sunlight poured through, illuminating the faces of everyone present. "It's Uchiha Chihe." The crew aboard the ship paused in astonishment upon recognizing Chika, and his fellow trainees and roommates rushed toward him. At that moment, Chika appeared to them as a savior. However, he waved his hand, gently pushing through the crowd to reach Ayn's side. Taking her already cold hand in his, Chika spoke softly, "I'm sorry for being late." Ayn forced a smile, her eyes filled with Chika, and replied, "It's not your fault. I am just too weak, forever unable to catch up to you." Shaking her head gently, Chika carefully took Ayn from Alice's embrace, cradling her in her own arms. Ayn slightly shifted her head, her consciousness growing increasingly hazy. After taking a few deep breaths, she trembled as she lifted her hand to caress Chika's face, summoning the last remnants of her strength to utter a few words. Fearing that if she did not speak them now, it would be too late. It seems my journey ends here, Chika. I have always held a yearning for you. A deep admiration. I need not say more. I understand your sentiments. Now, you simply need to gaze into my eyes. Even as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, I instinctively obeyed Chika's words, making a valiant effort to widen her eyes and look at Chika. As the four tomoe of the Rinnegan to the right of Chika suddenly expanded and contracted, the stone-like figure of Chika activated. In Ain's eyes, tomoe briefly appeared, and she felt a refreshing aura instantaneously permeate throughout her body. The others aboard the vessel gazed in astonishment at Ain cradled in Chika's arms. To their astonishment, the horrific wound on Ain's lower abdomen was visibly healing at an incredible pace, and her pallid complexion began to regain its rosy hue. This phenomenon struck them as nothing short of miraculous. Ain, the one directly affected, abruptly sat up from Chika's embrace, incredulously gazing down at her abdomen. Although the bloodstains remained, it was evident that her skin had returned to its unblemished state. Very well, we shall discuss matters upon our return to the Navy headquarters, understood? Ain stared blankly at Chika and instinctively nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to utter another word, a deafening sound drew the attention of everyone on the ship. Shinha turned to the direction from which the voice emanated, and beside him, Ain expressed her concern, stating that it was Teacher Zephyr, who was still engaged in battle with that formidable pirate. She feared for Zephyr's safety. Upon hearing this, Shinha turned back, gently patted Ain's shoulder, and smiled as he said, "The impending battle may spill over to this area. You should leave here at once." Before Ain could respond, the others on the ship hastily interjected, "Captain Shinha, that pirate possesses terrifying strength. Even Teacher Zephyr finds it challenging to contend with him. We should seek reinforcements together. Indeed, Shinha, you are Teacher Zephyr's most cherished student. He would not wish for you to face such peril." With the others voicing their concerns, Ain remained silent, merely gazing at Shinha with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Having witnessed the fierce clash between Weibel and Zephyr, she was acutely aware of Weibel's formidable prowess and was the least inclined to see Shinha confront such an adversary. However, it was clear that Shinha would not acquiesce to their wishes. Aiding Zephyr through this calamity had been his resolve from the very outset, and he would not abandon it merely due to the enemy's overwhelming strength. For the Uchiha clan, which holds emotions in the highest regard, such a retreat was utterly inconceivable. Shinha turned away from the crowd, raising a hand to signal for silence. The naval coat he wore billowed in the relentless sea breeze. The word justice emblazoned prominently upon it. "I am leaving," he declared succinctly, and with those simple words, he soared into the sky, heading towards the source of the earlier sound. Meanwhile, another thunderous noise erupted, causing the sea to split open, revealing a deep chasm. From above, two figures descended, landing on the battered deck of a warship. Zephyr gasped, his expression grave as he regarded the seemingly tireless monster before him. His thoughts occupied with the group that had escaped under his protection, led by Ain. Across from him stood Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard, who, with a dazed expression, exclaimed, "Mother, this guy possesses incredible strength. He is quite formidable." On a small boat adjacent to the warship, a diminutive figure clad in a leopard print coat, Miss Bakken, scoffed derisively, addressing Weevil on the ship. "My dear son, he is, after all, a former admiral of the Navy. But fret not, he is certainly no match for you. You are the son of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard." "Indeed, I am Whitebeard's son. I will surely vanquish this fellow." Upon hearing Miss Bakken's words, Weevil seemed invigorated, striking his chest with forceful blows. His slender legs unleashed a sudden burst of power, causing him to vanish from sight. As Weevil launched his attack once more, Zephyr quickly steeled himself, expanding his observation haki to its fullest extent, attempting to predict Weevil's next move. However, after a prolonged battle, Zephyr's body bore the scars from earlier efforts to protect his students. Despite the enhancement from Ain's fruit abilities, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed in the confrontation with Weevil. Zephyr ultimately failed to anticipate Weibel's sudden maneuver, receiving a grievous blow to his back. The wounded Zephyr, daunted by the severity of his injuries, swiftly employed Shave to extricate himself from the battlefield. He stumbled to a corner of the deck, nearly collapsing to the ground, as the intensity of his wounds severely hampered his combat prowess. Below, Miss Bakken, witnessing this development, rejoiced, and urged Weibel to seize the moment and deliver a finishing blow while Zifa was incapacitated. Weibel, invigorated by her encouragement, let out another exuberant shout and raised his blade to strike Zifa once more. With no choice but to drag his battered body, Zifa narrowly evaded this attack. However, Weibel appeared unexpectedly astute this time. His previous strike had been executed with minimal force, resulting in little recoil. Aware that evading another attack would be nearly impossible given Zifa's current condition, he seamlessly transitioned into a second assault, aiming his long knife at Zifa's right arm. Zifa's pupils constricted in alarm, realizing that this attack was unavoidable. A mix of relief and regret washed over him. The relief stemming from the notion that he would finally reunite with his wife and child, while the regret lay in not witnessing his most esteemed student, Chika, ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral. Just as Weibel's blade was about to cleave Zifa's arm, a laser beam shot in from a distance, striking the edge of the blade. Consequently, Weibel's attack was deflected, landing instead against the already damaged railing, which now bore a significant new fissure. Below, Miss Bakine squinted her eyes, pondering the source of the laser. Could it be Kizaru? She realized she needed to devise an escape. Though Weibel was formidable, he would be no match against the combined might of Zifa and Kizaru. She was well aware of her foolish son's limitations. Shortly after the appearance of the laser, a whooshing sound resonated, and Chika materialized above the deck. Chika, what brings you here? Zifa felt no joy at Chika's arrival, only dread. Having risked everything to save several students, he questioned whether he could protect Chika in his current state. Although Chika had previously wounded Rayleigh, it was evident that the circumstances had been exaggerated and merely resulted in an injury. The creature before him undoubtedly lacked Rayleigh's strength, yet its relentless nature and insensitivity to pain rendered it, in some respects, more troublesome than Rayleigh. Miss Bakine, upon seeing the youthful Navy officer, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She addressed Chika with a sardonic tone. Oh, so we have a young naval officer here? Quite the age with a commendable rank. It seems we have a prodigy of the Navy. Today, you shall remain here alongside Zifa. With him by your side, you too shall make your name known across the seas. Shinha cast a cold glance at Miss Bagan aboard the small vessel, utterly repulsed by her appearance and demeanor. Raising his hand, he activated the Wanxiang Tianin, and Miss Bagan was immediately drawn upwards, screaming in terror. Damn it, is he an ability user? Son, come save me. Mother. Indeed, Weibel proved to be a devoted son. Upon witnessing Miss Bagan in peril, he disregarded Zifa and swiftly appeared in midair, extending his hefty hand to catch Bagan. Once he confirmed that she was relatively unharmed, a rare expression of anger manifested upon his chubby face, and he turned to Chinha, bellowing, "How dare you harm my mother? I shall twist every limb of yours." Ignoring Weibel's threats, Chinha assessed the duo before him, realizing that their combination resembled Majin Buu and Babidi from Dragon Ball. The only distinction being that this Weibel was even more foolish and truly obedient to Bagan. As Weibel could not fly and had limited time in the air, he descended after delivering his fierce proclamation. Chika also descended, landing beside the injured Zephyr on the deck. Without hesitation, Chika unleashed a formidable attack that sent Weibel flying, then hurried to assist Zephyr, inquiring with genuine concern, "Master Zephyr, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Zephyr replied, "though my combat capabilities are somewhat diminished. I was caught off guard and sustained a deep wound to my back." Upon hearing this, Chika glanced at the gash, which was grievously deep. Fortunately, given the robust constitution of characters from One Piece, Zephyr's survival was assured. Had it been a fragile mage from Naruto, consciousness might have been a luxury and survival a mere hope. Chika had already activated his stone long before, but that was a desperate measure to save the near-fatal Aang, a choice he did not regret. After a moment's contemplation, Chika opened a portal to provide Zephyr a place to rest. However, Zephyr was unwilling to accept. How could he allow his most cherished student to face such a monster alone while he retreated to recuperate? Chinha shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he confidently declared, "Trust me, Teacher Zephyr. If I cannot handle an adversary of this caliber, how could I ever live up to your expectations? You should go inside and rest. From there, you will have a clear view of the outside situation. If anything seems amiss, you can simply come out." Zephyr gazed intently at Shinha, finding the student before him somewhat unfamiliar, not in an emotional sense, but rather in the realization that this former naval cadet had seemingly matured into a competent naval officer. "Very well, I trust you. However, should the situation turn dire, You must flee at once. With your abilities, escaping should be a breeze, yes? Chienha nodded as Zephyr patted him on the shoulder and turned to enter the dimensional space. Damn the Navy, how dare they ambush me? Just as Zephyr departed, Weibel hurried back, cradling the unconscious Miss Bakken, who had rolled her eyes in dismay. A momentary lapse had caused him to be sent flying several miles by Chienha's destructive punch. Nevertheless, his robust physique proved resilient. Being flung away had not inflicted any significant harm. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, combined with his corpulent figure, Weibel resembled a mountain of flesh. Chienha, standing before him, barely reached his waist, a consequence of Weibel's short legs. With no further distractions, Chienha engaged his Sage Mode and Armament Haki, launching a powerful punch at Weibel. Quick to react, Weibel shielded Bakken with one arm while countering with a punch of his own. The moment their fists collided, a formidable shockwave erupted, causing the battleship beneath them to shatter into fragments that floated upon the surface of the sea. After a brief stalemate, the two separated, with Chienha landing gracefully on the water's surface. He shook out his arm, which tingled from the impact of their exchange. It was no wonder that Kizuru had mentioned this man possessed the strength of a younger Whitebeard. He was indeed a veritable monster. Having experienced it firsthand, Chienha confirmed the truth of Kizuru's words. On the other side, Weibel cautiously placed Bakken on a piece of debris and turned, exclaiming, "You little creature, your strength is quite impressive, but at this level, prepare to meet your demise." Little creature? Chienha raised an eyebrow, reflecting that at his age, a height exceeding 2 meters was hardly considered short. Rather, it was the grotesque stature of this individual that seemed abnormal. Nevertheless, the moniker did slightly disgust Chienha. As the fourth tomoe in his right eye began to quiver incessantly, suddenly, a resplendent golden light erupted from Chienha, enveloping him entirely. The brilliance of the golden radiance caused Weibel discomfort, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes with a plump arm. Upon lowering his arm, he was met with a sight that widened his eyes in astonishment. At that moment, Chienha had surpassed a height of 20 meters. His cape of justice and trousers expanded in proportion to his immense size, with the 2 black characters for justice on his cape, now adorned with a golden sheen. His upper garments were torn asunder by 4 newly sprouted arms, revealing the golden inscriptions on his body, while these arms were cloaked in an elevated form of haki, now transformed into a golden hue. Exhaling deeply, Chienha opened his eyes, his pair of Rinnegan shifting between light and darkness, evoking a sense of intermingling shadows. This state represented the powers he absorbed from the Azura fruit, which he referred to as Law of Heaven and Earth, marking his inaugural utilization of it. The Azura fruit granted him a colossal transformation akin to the Buddha fruit of Sengoku, and his deliberate height of over 20 meters was intentional. The fruit significantly amplified his strength, albeit with inherent limits. This size was particularly suited for combat against Weibel. Saliva dripped from Weibel's mouth as he pointed a finger at his chin, bewilderedly asking, "Who are you? What happened to that guy from before?" No response awaited him. Only the ominous descent of a colossal fist. Boom. The sea erupted beneath the force of this strike, creating an unfathomable chasm as the surrounding waters surged inwards. Miss Bakken was instantaneously reduced to mere fragments in her unconscious state, while Weibel was swallowed by the abyss. In his Azura form, Chienha hovered above, quietly observing the unfathomable black hole below. He was not naive enough to believe that a single punch had vanquished Weibel, who was reputed to possess the strength of a young Whitebeard. Indeed, it was not long before 2 shadows, one large and one small, emerged from the depths of the chasm as the black hole gradually filled with surrounding seawater, restoring the ocean to its original visage. Weibel's sword had been lost to the depths. In his grasp was a massive sea creature, its eyes rolled back in distress. Upon surfacing, he hurled the creature aside as a makeshift platform and steadied himself, anxiously scanning his surroundings. "Where's my mother?" What a devoted son, Chienha thought, deciding to offer a kind reminder. "Your mother may have already been swallowed by you." "What?" Weibel exclaimed, his intellect evidently insufficient, as he opened his mouth wide and spat, attempting to regurgitate Miss Bakken. Observing this scene, Chienha found himself at a loss for words and clarified further. "No need to spit. Your mother is gone." Weibel halted momentarily, then abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Chienha, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "It was you. You killed my mother. I shall avenge her." Upon uttering these words, Weibel's physique began to swell, muscles hidden beneath layers of fat protruding in bulging masses. transforming him from a mound of flesh into a formidable, muscle-bound behemoth, towering to the level of Chienha's chest. With this transformation, it seemed as though Weibel's intellect surged as well, his voice taking on a deeper resonance as he declared, "Die." With legs slightly bent, he suddenly propelled himself forward like a cannonball towards the airborne Chienha, his foot crashing down upon a sea creature, creating a massive gaping wound. Boom. Faced with the wrath of Weibel, Chienha did not dare underestimate him. He summoned all 6 arms to counter Weibel's furious strike. The force transmitted through his palms was so intense that even in his Azura form, Chienha felt a strain, realizing why this adversary had been capable of defeating Zephyr. Though Zephyr's strength could not compare to that of the current 3 admirals, he had once held the rank of a Grand Admiral. However, Weibel lacked the ability to fly, and in such a scenario, his strength would soon dissipate. Without a point of leverage, he would be at the mercy of Chienha in the air. Yet, the subsequent scene caused Chienha's expression to shift. Weibel's short legs began to execute a rapid series of kicks in the air, the sound of puff 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 resonating, a clear demonstration of the moonwalk technique. With a peculiar grin, Weibel looked at Chienha and said, "Surprised, are you? That fellow Zephyr used this move earlier, and by chance, I have mastered it." With that, harnessing the momentum of the moonwalk, Weibel let out a mighty roar. His muscular arms taut as he unleashed his power, sending Chienha crashing from the sky into the depths of the ocean, stirring up towering waves. Observing Chienha plunged into the sea, Weibel grinned widely and dove in after him. Chica conjured a spherical space using the Shinra Tensei as Weibel plunged into the sea, landing a powerful punch against the vacuum's boundary. The spherical realm quivered incessantly, while Chica swiftly formed several seals with his hands, invoking the water release, water dragon bullet technique. The waters surrounding Chica instantly coalesced into 2 formidable water dragons, which surged forth towards Weibel in a fierce embrace. What is this? Faced with the twin torrents, Weibel was compelled to divert his attention and unleashed a punch against one of the water dragons, shattering it upon impact. However, the second water dragon followed swiftly, crashing into him and sending him tumbling through the sea. Seizing the opportunity, Chica's 6 arms glimmered with a golden radiance, each arm striking simultaneously at the rolling form of Weibel. The wrath of Azura. The 6 arms converged at a single point, unleashing a relentless barrage that produced a cacophony of explosive water sounds. The surrounding seawater evaporated under the force of the assault, creating a temporary vacuum in the environment. As the attack ceased, white smoke continued to emanate from Chica's 6 fists, and the golden glow of his armament began to wane. Despite having sustained minimal injuries up to this point, Weibel's body now exhibited a steady flow of blood, staining the surrounding waters crimson, rendering him a sphere of scarlet from Chica's perspective. After a brief suspension, Weibel appeared to regain some semblance of consciousness, his body trembling slightly before righting itself, suggesting a significant recovery. Observing this, Chica's expression darkened. The creature's regenerative abilities were quite extraordinary. Could he possibly be a modified being? Chienha's thoughts were shaped by the sight of a series of stitches adorning Weibel's neck and wrist. Particularly, the circle of stitches around Weibel's neck bore a striking resemblance to a wound inflicted by a blade. Weibel shook his head and remarked to Chienha, "You possess remarkable strength. I was nearly bested by you just now." Without uttering a word, Chi charged forward once more to engage in battle with Weibel. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the sea erupted, revealing 2 titanic figures. These giants were none other than Chi and Weibel, both adorned with wounds and panting heavily. Their confrontation had unfolded with explosive fervor, and at this juncture, both combatants had begun to show signs of fatigue. Chienha descended upon the surface of the sea, taking a moment to steady his breath. His pair of reincarnation eyes shimmered with a violet glow as 6 hands came together in pairs, resembling 3 diamonds intricately interwoven from a bird's eye view. Observing Chienha's peculiar posture, Weibel tilted his head in confusion, unable to comprehend Chienha's intentions, and merely shook off the water from his body, preparing to launch another assault. At that moment, Chienha's technique was fully prepared. Slowly, the 3 pairs of palms began to separate, revealing 3 small black orbs that floated between them. The 4 arms behind him extended towards his chest, merging 2 of the black orbs with those originally created by his 2 hands. A singular orb, dark to the extreme and larger in size, was lifted by Chienha's hand. With a gentle release, the dark sphere detached from his palm and ascended into the sky. Weibel stared blankly at the orb as it soared higher, feeling a disquieting aura emanating from it. Without hesitation, he enveloped his right hand in haki and initiated a moon step, determined to shatter the unsettling black sphere. However, with a sharp crack, Chihe pressed his hands together once more and shouted, "Heavenly Slash." A tremendous gravitational force erupted from the floating black orb, causing Weibel to panic as he found himself uncontrollably drawn toward it. An increasing number of shattered fragments of warships were pulled from the ocean, adhering to Weibel's body and forming an iron sphere. Following this, torrents of seawater surged skyward, compressing and coalescing until a colossal water sphere, measuring a diameter of at least 1 kilometer, was formed in the sky, casting a shadow over the surroundings. Within the translucent sphere, one could discern the bodies of enormous sea creatures, their forms grotesquely shriveled from the pressure. The waters beneath Chihe have sunk dramatically, creating a depression so profound that patches of soil are visible at its center. It resembles a basin at sea, and the surrounding environment has descended into chaos as if heralding the end of days. Narrowing his eyes, Chihe sensed a faint tremor emanating from the core of the water sphere, indicating that Weibel still clung to life. With this thought, a radiant golden light enveloped Chihe, his form expanding to an imposing height of 50 meters. The 4 arms behind him transformed with mechanical precision into 4 formidable cannons, a manifestation of the Azura Path's abilities. Aiming at the celestial water sphere above, the 4 cannon mouths emitted blinding beams of light as they gathered overwhelming energy, coalescing into 4 azure energy orbs. Azure Strike. The 4 energy beams were unleashed, converging in midair into a robust beam of light that pierced the water sphere at its center, producing a deafening explosion. The colossal water sphere, born of the earth-shattering star, began to collapse, sending torrents of seawater cascading down like a waterfall into the ocean below. A rotund figure plummeted from the sky. It was Weibel, his body now marred and drenched in blood, devoid of any vitality. Meanwhile, the rescue boat carrying Ein and her companions encountered the approaching Aokiji while en route back to headquarters. Upon boarding, Ein hastily sought out Aokiji and conveyed the news of Chihe's support for Zephyr and his battle against Whitebeard II. Upon hearing this, Aokiji, who had appeared languid, adopted a serious demeanor. He had heard of Whitebeard II, a ruthless individual whose bounty alone surpassed 400 million, and he suspected that his true strength was even greater. Nodding in acknowledgement, Aokiji inquired about their general direction before summoning his subordinates, commanding the warship to proceed at full speed. After his subordinates departed, Aokiji contemplated the vessel's pace, deeming it insufficiently swift. He then leaped onto the deck, creating a path of ice that formed on the ocean's surface. Transforming into a human-shaped ice sculpture, he melded into the icy construct and swiftly vanished from the sight of those aboard the ship. For Aokiji, both his mentor Zephyr and the rising naval star Chihe were irreplaceable figures. It is often said that Aokiji possesses a warm heart, yet partakes of the coldest fruit, a sentiment that rings true. Emerging from the door space, Zephyr gazed at Weibel's lifeless body floating on the surface of the sea, momentarily taken aback. Having witnessed Chihe's battle in its entirety from within the door space, he was still processing the events. He knew Chihe was formidable, but never anticipated that his student had grown this powerful. Based on Chihe's recent display of combat prowess, he had undoubtedly earned his place among the ranks of potential admirals. Chihe had reverted from his Ashura form, his body returning to its normal size, though his upper garment had been torn to shreds by the 4 arms he had just wielded, leaving him momentarily bare-chested. Exhaling a deep breath, it was evident that this battle had proven to be the most arduous he had ever faced. Previous adversaries had either been too feeble to withstand his might or had been formidable opponents with whom he had engaged in measured skirmishes. This encounter, however, was a true struggle for survival against a powerful foe, fraught with peril. In a swift motion, Chihe positioned himself atop the water beside Weibel's lifeless form, his right hand igniting with black flames, which he forcefully pressed against Weibel's chest. Zephyr, observing Chihe's actions with a hint of curiosity, wondered if Chihe had developed a penchant for desecrating corpses. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left Zephyr utterly astonished, prompting him to envelop his forearms in haki and assume a combat-ready stance. What had incited such trepidation in Zephyr was the alarming sight of Weibel, who had appeared utterly lifeless, suddenly reopening his eyes and stiffly turning his neck to gaze at Chihe. Chihe, danger. Zephyr disregarded his own injuries and charged towards the still-floating Weibel, his hockey-clad fist poised to strike the rotund visage before him. With a resounding thud, Chihe crossed his arms to block Zifa's attack. Feeling the jarring pain radiate from his forearms, he could not help but offer a wry smile. Having just concluded his battle with Weibel, he was still somewhat fatigued, and this blow had landed purely by chance. Teacher Zifa, you have misunderstood. Weibel is unequivocally deceased. Then what is this? Chihe sighed, gently massaging the slightly reddened skin on her forearm, and spoke with a hint of resignation. This is one of my abilities, the power to control corpses. Control corpses? Zifa was once again rendered speechless by Chihe's eclectic array of powers. What is this ability to manipulate the deceased? As far as he knew, only Moria among the 7 warlords possessed such a power. Did you kill Moria? No. Chihe explained that this ability was acquired from the fruit obtained during the assessment, with nothing to conceal from Zephyr. Zephyr nodded, somewhat understanding. The nature of this ability seemed rather sinister, yet in Chihe's hands, it appeared entirely reasonable and just. Should anyone dare to speak ill of it in the future, Zephyr would undoubtedly be the first to deliver a punch to their face. As they conversed, Weibel's joints began to move more fluidly on the water's surface. Observing this, Chihe nodded in satisfaction, opened the door to the spatial realm, and forcefully tossed Weibel's massive form inside. Zephyr inquired, how do you plan to handle him? For the time being, I will keep him contained. A corpse controlled in this manner retains only 50% of its original combat capability. Upon our return, I intend to make some modifications. In other words, Weibel will become your humanoid weapon? One could say that. Once my power expands further, I will arrange for him to be integrated into a naval organization. Oh. Chihe gazed at the somewhat aging Zephyr before him, feeling a deep sense of emotion. He gently patted Zephyr's shoulder and remarked, Teacher Zephyr, do you not think that the existence of the 7 warlords is somewhat superfluous? Upon hearing Chihe's words, Zephyr momentarily paused. As a former admiral, he quickly grasped the essence of Chihe's intentions. Chihe was proposing the establishment of a powerful armed faction, one that would be utterly loyal to him and to the Navy. The mere thought of this exhilarated Zephyr, for he had long harbored discontent towards the system of the 7 warlords. Yet, even he, a former admiral, had no authority to intervene in such matters. Now that Chihe had suggested the abolition of this system, how could he not feel thrilled? As for whether Chihe's ambitions would come to fruition, he had no doubt. Success was inevitable, simply because it was Chihe who proposed it. Undoubtedly, Zephyr was now the most steadfast supporter of Chihe within the upper echelons of the Navy. Oh, has the battle already concluded? It seems I have arrived late. A languid voice echoed, followed by a path of ice extending towards Chihe and Zephyr. An ice sculpture gradually took form, ultimately solidifying into Aokiji. Having hurried to the battlefield, Aokiji was greeted not by fierce combat, but rather by the sight of Chihe and Zephyr engaged in leisurely conversation. Upon recognizing Aokiji, both Chihe and Zephyr relaxed completely. Zephyr teasingly remarked, Kazan, have you been slacking off again? You only arrive after the battle is over. Please do not say that, Teacher Zephyr. I have been moving at full speed. I even traveled without a warship, relying solely on my abilities, Aokiji replied, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance, for Zephyr had once been his mentor. It was inevitable for a student to feel somewhat vulnerable in the presence of a teacher. Acknowledging Aokiji's effort, Zephyr ceased his playful banter and placed a reassuring hand on Aokiji's shoulder, recognizing that Aokiji had indeed hurried over. His current mood was lighthearted, prompting him to jest. Had it been Kizaru arriving instead of Aokiji, Zephyr's demeanor might have been far less amicable. However, if Kizaru had come, he would likely have arrived riding a projectile. After exchanging a few words, Aokiji expressed his desire to return to the warship. With the battle now over, his characteristic laziness resurfaced, and he wished to return to the deck of the ship to bask in the sun. Understanding Aokiji's nature, both Chihe and Zephyr felt a sense of resignation, with Zephyr letting out a sigh. Regarding this student of his, he is aware that Aokiji was not always the individual he is today. When Aokiji first joined the Navy, he ardently embraced a fervent sense of burning justice. However, following the tragic events at O'Hara, he became disillusioned with the Navy's notion of justice, gradually evolving into a form of lazy justice. As his mentor, Zephyr sought to counsel him, yet his own non-lethal justice had proven to be flawed in practice. After much contemplation, he could only place his hopes upon Chinjo. Seeing that Shinji was so eager to return, Chihe consented to his wishes. However, due to the injuries that Zifa bore on his back, Chienha utilized the power of the heavenly path to lift Zifa, slightly decelerating their journey back. The actions of Chika inevitably caught the attention of Akiji, who subtly nodded in approval. Akiji held a deep admiration for Chika's approach, yet, being of a similarly reserved disposition, he would not openly express it. Upon returning to Akiji's worship, a soft form leapt into Chika's embrace. It was Ain. Heaven knows how anxious she had been during this period. Upon seeing Chika return safely, she could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions within her. Gently patting Ain's back, Chika remained silent, recognizing that it was best to allow Ain a moment to regain her composure. After a brief embrace, Ain slowly withdrew from Chika's arms and presented him with a parcel she had retrieved from the assessment, a mysterious devil fruit she had acquired. Chienha did not refuse. He accepted the package from Ain's hands and then opened the door to place it within. Upon witnessing Chienha's acceptance of the fruit, a gentle smile graced Ain's lips. Reminiscent of a neighborly little sister, so naturally beautiful, she quietly observed Chienha standing before her, and as her gaze fell upon his upper body, Ain's delicate brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, traces of faint scars were still visible on Chienha's form. After all, Weibel's domineering aura was no trifling matter. When such a force is cultivated to a certain extent, it can inflict subtle injuries. While they may initially appear inconsequential, the body has often sustained considerable harm beneath the surface. Chika's recovery speed is already remarkably swift. During the Marineford War, Marco endured several episodes with bandages after being struck by a single punch from Garp, and this was despite his possession of the Phoenix Fruit. Ain contemplated reaching out to touch those scars, yet hesitated, ultimately inquiring, "Do you not possess a rapid healing ability? Why do you not utilize it?" Chika chuckled softly, shaking her head as she leaned closer to Ain's ear and whispered, "Fool, how could such an extraordinary ability be used continuously? But if it's for your sake, it's worth it." Upon hearing this, Ain stood frozen in place, realizing the truth of her words. Indeed, such a miraculous power must have its limitations. Yet, Chika had chosen to bestow this precious opportunity upon her. Did she truly deserve it? Lost in thought, tears began to stream down Ain's cheeks. But she did not wish Chika to witness her vulnerability. She turned away, hastily wiping away her tears. It is true that most girls are easily moved. What seemed trivial to Chika bore the devastating impact of a nuclear weapon in Ain's heart. Rubbing her temples, Chika placed her hands firmly on Ain's shoulders and gently turned her back around, reaching out to tenderly wipe the tears from her face. "All right, take a deep breath. By the time we return, we will likely be preparing for our graduation ceremony. Given your contributions, you are at least a colonel now. What do you think, Colonel Ain?" Upon hearing the title Colonel Ain emerge from Chika's lips, Ain felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh, and she couldn't help but raise her small fist to lightly tap Chika's chest. Chienha immediately adopted an expression of feigned injury, as though Ain's playful punches had truly inflicted pain. Although his acting skills were somewhat lacking, he nonetheless managed to deceive Ain. In a flurry of concern, Ain rushed over to inspect the spot where she had struck, gently blowing on it with her small lips, an utterly endearing sight. Witnessing such a charming display from Ain, Chienha could not resist leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her fair forehead. Startled by Chienha's attack, Ain sprang up from the ground like a startled little rabbit, gazing at him in disbelief. Upon being gazed at, Chienha's face flushed, yet his expression remained unyieldingly calm, as if oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Witnessing this somewhat exasperating demeanor of Chienha, Ain puffed up her cheeks in irritation, rendering her even more endearing. This simply wouldn't do. Chienha felt he was on the verge of losing his composure. With a dramatic flourish of his righteous coat, Chienha departed without a backward glance, leaving behind the audacious remark, "Find me after graduation. I want you." Ain wanted to retort, "You can't just say you want and have me." However, after much hesitation, what ultimately escaped her lips was, "You better keep your word." Upon returning to headquarters, Zephyr was immediately surrounded by the stretcher team that had been waiting for him. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was once a vice admiral. Being carried away on a stretcher was a blow to his dignity. Yet, as a few young nurses approached to assist him, he dared not resist and reluctantly found himself half pushed onto the stretcher. The burly men standing by swiftly lifted the stretcher and disappeared in a flash. With Zephyr taken care of, the remaining stretcher team turned their attention to Chienha. Chienha merely pursed his lips, and in an instant, he ascended into the air, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. The departing Chienha made his way to Sengoku's office. Upon entering, Sengoku, with an air of urgency, inquired, "What transpired?" Is Zephyr and the students all right? Teacher Zephyr is injured, and approximately one-third of the students have suffered casualties. The assailants were Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard. Bang! Sengoku, incensed, rose abruptly, slamming his fist onto the desk, veins bulging on his forehead as he seethed, "Damn pirates." Chika also fell silent. Although the casualties from this incident had been minimized due to his intervention, it still fell short of perfection, reminding him that, with his arrival, the timing of certain events had become less precise. Sengoku pressed his hands against the table and took several deep breaths, his anger gradually subsiding. He returned to his seat and slid a document across the table to Chika. Shinha did not go to receive the commendation. Instead, he merely inquired, "What is this?" "It is your appointment letter for the rank of Vice Admiral. Your achievements are undeniable, having effectively salvaged the future of the Navy. Tomorrow, during the graduation ceremony of the training camp, I shall bestow upon you the honors you deserve." Remarkably, Shinha ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral in less than a day after being promoted to Brigadier General. In an era where the Navy had yet to experience the heights of global conscription, such a rapid advancement is indeed unprecedented. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the central square was abuzz with activity today, with all the commissioned officers present. The surrounding area was thick with crowds, and a video phone was aimed at the central platform. This year's graduation ceremony for the training camp could be considered the most grandiose in history, primarily due to the extraordinary prowess of Chienha, who stood apart from the other cadets. Furthermore, the remaining students, having endured the Whitebeard 2 incident, were notably fewer than in previous years. Thus, to elevate Chienha before the eyes of the world and to encourage and comfort the remaining cadets, the Navy decided to broadcast this graduation ceremony globally. Admiral Sengoku, draped in his coat of justice, appeared at the pinnacle of the platform. Casting a glance over the assembled crowd, clearing his throat into the microphone, he called for silence. Instantly, the crowd quieted, for those present were all military personnel, and obedience to orders was ingrained in their very being. Once the atmosphere was under control, Sengoku delivered a brief address before stepping down, entrusting the conferral of ranks to Admiral Zifa. After all, these were his students, and this cohort had genuinely experienced life and death alongside Zifa, making him the most fitting person to conduct the ceremony. Subsequently, the cadets, led by Ein, ascended the platform to receive their ranks. Bridge, Griefus, and Benz were awarded the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, while Ein, due to his remarkable performance in the battle against Weibel, was promoted to Colonel upon Zifa's recommendation. Most of the other cadets were granted ranks of Captain or Major. When the last cadet stepped forward to receive his rank, puzzled expressions swept across the faces of all present. Their confusion centered around Uchiha Chihe. Everyone knew that he was the true protagonist of today's ceremony, given his remarkable achievements, including injuring the formidable Rayleigh and defeating Weibel. Awarding him the rank of Rear Admiral would hardly be excessive. Since Chienha had only held the rank of Brigadier General for less than a day, many were unaware of his current status. However, even if they had known, it would not have surprised them. No one regarded Chienha as merely a naval cadet any longer. Meanwhile, the focal point of everyone's attention, Chienha, was backstage being fussed over by Guillaume, who incessantly adjusted his attire. Chienha, with a hint of exasperation, watched as Guillaume smoothed out his uniform again and said, "All right, that's enough. You're going to wear it out." Guillaume shot him a glare and firmly patted his uniform. "Do you know how many people are watching you today? Your image represents the Navy itself. There can be no negligence." "Very well, I understand. I must take my leave, otherwise the Grand Marshal of the Warring States will be quite anxious." With that, Chika vanished in an instant, leaving Guillaume with a resigned sigh, as she had intended to adjust Chika's collar once more. Suddenly, Chika materialized beside Zephyr, startling everyone present. Regaining his composure, Zephyr lowered his voice. "Where have you been? Do you not comprehend the significance of today's ceremony?" My apologies, Teacher Zephyr. I shall be more mindful next time." Seeing Chika's earnest demeanor, Zephyr refrained from further admonishment and took a specially crafted naval justice coat from a nearby soldier to drape over Chika. This coat was a unique design. While most vice admirals wore coats with deep crimson cuffs and similar shoulder insignias, only a select few vice admirals or higher-ranking generals donned such bespoke garments. For instance, Chika's coat featured cuffs adorned with the signature purple of his renowned Rinnegan, and the shoulder insignia was a long strip edged in purple, embellished with golden tassels. Upon seeing the coat's design through the image-transmitting snail, the crowd gasped. As members of the Navy headquarters, they recognized the coat's exceptional nature. Reserved solely for those of vice admiral rank or above, and not just any ordinary vice admiral. Speculation began to brew in their minds, yet disbelief prevailed, as the notion seemed utterly preposterous. However, Zephyr's subsequent announcement left them utterly flabbergasted. In light of the strength and achievements of Cadet Uchiha Chihe, the headquarters has decided to confer upon him the rank of vice admiral. The room erupted in astonishment, not only among the audience below, but also the three admirals present, including Akainu, who were equally bewildered. This news had eluded even them. At that moment, Sengoku stood up, asserting silence. The matter of Uchiha Chihe's rank has received approval from the world government and is entirely compliant with regulations. With the fleet admiral's endorsement, the crowd quelled their curiosity and began to applaud. Regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of someone like Chihe within the Navy was undeniably a boon. The high-ranking officials of the Navy swiftly acquiesced to this development, not for any other reason than Chihe's heroic act of saving Zephyr. It was well known that nearly all the vice admirals and admirals present had once been Zephyr's students, and none wished for their mentor to come to harm. Therefore, regarding Chihe, even those who were less acquainted with him could not harbor any ill will. Seeing no objections arise, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, Chihe's rapid ascension was rather astonishing, and he had been apprehensive that it might unsettle some. Yet, unexpectedly, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Thus, before the witnesses of the entire naval headquarters, Chihe donned a specially crafted coat of justice and turned to face everyone present, embodying the dignity of a rear admiral. This scene was simultaneously broadcasted across the globe via a transponder snail. For the first time, viewers worldwide beheld this naval figure known as Uchiha Chihe on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard squinted as he scrutinized Chihe on the screen, finally acknowledging this newcomer to the Navy. The perspectives of the other three emperors varied distinctly. Big Mom remarked, "What curious eyes! This young naval officer must hail from some extraordinary race. Mamama, he could indeed make a fine child." Red-haired observed, "Is this the naval rookie who fought alongside Vice Admiral Rayleigh? The pace of his growth is truly remarkable." Kaido, in disdain, smashed the transponder snail before him, dismissively exclaiming, "Boring." No Kigo and Nami chimed in. "Brother Chihe is so handsome." In Mariawa, Shirulia watched Chihe on the screen, her small feet restlessly shuffling on the ground. Beside her, Charloros inquired with a puzzled expression, "Sister, what's the matter?" "Oh, I'm fine, brother. This Uchiha Chihe seems rather impressive, doesn't he? Huh. Isn't he just a Navy officer?" Upon hearing Charloros's dismissive tone, Shirulia felt a pang of discomfort, rising indignantly to leave, leaving Charloros bewildered in his seat. As the dust settled, Chihe flew towards a nearby warship, surveying the vessel before him. The ship appeared even larger than Crane's, with sails adorned with its unique insignia. Crane's ship bore her name, while Chihe's was emblazoned with the Uchiha family crest, a ping-pong paddle. This was the exclusive warship assigned to Chihe following his promotion to Rear Admiral, aptly named the Six Paths of Reincarnation. It was deemed inappropriate to name it Uchiha, as that would overshadow its significance. Shinha gazed for a moment, feeling quite pleased. Henceforth, he would not need to personally attend to every matter. Over 1,000 soldiers had lined up neatly at the embarkation point, and as Ain stood at the forefront, the soldiers erupted in a resounding cheer, General Shinha. A year later, on the deck of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, Shinha reclined on a long chair, donning a pair of dark sunglasses while basking in the sun. Since acquiring his own warship, he had increasingly relished this mode of relaxation. It was no wonder that Akiji often indulged in such languor. It was undeniably comfortable. Ain, draped in a tailored justice coat, wore a deep blue short-sleeved shirt, complemented by denim shorts and black knee-high socks, with a pair of black high-heeled shoes adorning her feet. She stood beside Shinha with a serious expression, embodying the role of a competent little bodyguard. Her dynamic with Shinha bore resemblance to that of Smoker and Dashiji from an anime, yet Ain lacked Dashiji's ditzy charm. Instead, her disposition was marked by a pragmatic efficiency. Shinhi opened his eyes and glanced at the earnest expression of Ain beside him, unable to suppress a gentle smile. He patted the empty space next to him and said, "You've worked hard. Why not take a moment to rest?" Ain shook her head, not out of unwillingness, but rather due to the presence of numerous soldiers standing guard on the deck, making her feel it inappropriate to do so. Chihe made no effort to resist. She closed her eyes, preparing to continue basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, the rhythmic clacking of high heels approached, as Khalifa arrived at Chica's side, holding a phone bug. Casting a fleeting glance at Ayn beside Chica, Khalifa maintained her composure and leaned closer, whispering to Chica, "Boss, the fleet admiral is seeking your presence." With a raised eyebrow, Chica often set sail on missions ever since acquiring a warship. Typically, these missions involved patrols or the eradication of pirate crews as assigned by headquarters. However, this direct summons from Sengoku marked a rare occurrence. It seemed that something significant had transpired. Nodding in understanding, Chica took the transponder snail from Khalifa's hands. Upon connecting, Sengoku's urgent voice resonated. "Is this Chica? You must return to headquarters immediately. A critical situation has arisen that requires your attention." "This is Chica. What is it, Admiral Sengoku?" he inquired. "The surgery fruit has emerged. It is of utmost importance. The details will be discussed upon your return." "Understood," Chica affirmed. After hanging up, he rose to his feet. Khalifa promptly fetched the justice coat that was hanging nearby and draped it over him. Ayn, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Chiena smiled briefly at Khalifa, then his expression turned serious as he waved his hand, commanding the warship to return immediately. At the naval headquarters, in the high-level conference room, the three admirals were absent, each engaged in matters outside the headquarters. However, Chiena thought that while Akainu's absence was somewhat understandable, Akiji was likely off intimidating some young girls again, and Kizaru was probably off slacking. Gion was also absent. Saru had entrusted the warship to her, allowing her to lead a group of female sailors for training at sea. Gion's desire to join Chienha aboard his ship had to be temporarily set aside, which Chienha had soothed her about for quite some time. Sitting at the head of the conference table, Sengoku wore a grave expression. Noticing that most of the other commanders had arrived, he began to speak. "I believe you all know the reason for today's gathering. The surgery fruit is exceptionally unique, and the world government has issued a directive regarding it. The Navy must secure this fruit, currently held by the Barrels pirates." Suru nodded in agreement and inquired, "So, what is your plan? Are we to directly send troops to eliminate this pirate crew? I believe such a course may entail significant risk. Perhaps we could consider a more diplomatic approach." Sengoku concurred with Tsuru's suggestion, as he had been contemplating a similar strategy. Indeed, the captain of this pirate crew, Barrels, was once a member of the Navy and has already contacted us through underground channels expressing his intent to sell this devil fruit. "Very well. That appears to be the most prudent course of action. What price are we prepared to offer?" 5 billion berries. "What?" The moment the staggering figure escaped Sengoku's lips, the assembled commanders could hardly contain their astonishment. That was an astronomical sum, 5 billion berries. It was unlikely any of them could amass such wealth even by the time they retired. If Kizaru were present, he would surely leap at the opportunity with this fruit. Why would he even bother working? He could retire and open a kindergarten, dancing with children to PPAP instead. Well, that was a digression. Even Karp, who had been only half listening, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? 5 billion berries. How many bags of senbei could that buy? Among those present, the only individuals maintaining a semblance of composure were Tsuru and Chienha. Chienha is well aware of the value of this fruit. Not only does it possess the potential to transform a physician into a world-class expert instantaneously, but the surgical abilities it grants are also extraordinary in combat situations. Moreover, the existence of the rumored immortality surgery makes the price of 5 billion berries seem rather insufficient in Chienha's eyes. In other words, the worth of this fruit cannot merely be quantified in monetary terms. The world government remains rather stingy, as Chienha mused while gently shaking his head from his seat. He, however, was met with a contemplative silence from Crane, who finally spoke, suggesting that the proposed price was within reasonable expectations and thus acceptable. Karp turned to her in disbelief, his mind racing with thoughts of how many sins of beans could be purchased with 50 billion berries. To him, Crane's assertion felt as if she were offering these berries as if they were mere cabbages. With Crane's endorsement, Sengoku solidified his thoughts and promptly finalized the plan, directing efforts to ensure the safety of the impending transaction. When it came to selecting the personnel for this mission, Sengoku's gaze swept across the room before settling on Chienha. In Sengoku's estimation, Chienha was the only individual present who met both criteria of exceptional strength and reliability. It is indeed rare to find someone who embodies both attributes simultaneously, much like the unlikely combination of charm and wealth often eluding a single individual. In reality, only a select few, such as the majority of readers of a certain novel and an author whose name begins with Bei, seem to achieve this rare balance. Please don't strike me. Chienha also sensed Sengoku's gaze and instinctively stood up, raising an arm to signify his commitment to the task. Upon witnessing Chienha's conscientiousness, Sengoku couldn't help but reveal a fatherly smile, thinking to himself, "Behold, this is the individual I hold in the highest regard. And what manner of creature is this beside him, with that utterly befuddled expression, Kapu?" Chienha settled back, beginning to ponder the intricate details of the recent incident. He had originally intended to partake in this event, for he was determined to rescue Corazon and acquire the surgical fruit. Ultimately, he was reluctant to bear the blame. The meeting concluded with the decision that Chienha would lead the expedition, accompanied by Crane, Squirrel, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider. As they exited the conference room, Crane called out to Chienha. Chienha felt a slight unease, suspecting that Guion had informed his secretary of the presence of the guards. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed expression and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Admiral Tsurugi?" Admiral Tsurugi scanned the surroundings, ensuring that no one was within earshot. Before approaching Chienha and whispering, "I heard from Guion that you possess a keen interest in the devil fruits. Do you have any thoughts regarding the surgical fruit this time?" Upon hearing Tsurugi's words, Chienha found himself momentarily bewildered. What did this mean? Was Tsurugi testing him, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Noticing Chienha's silence, Tsurugi discerned his thoughts and produced a small projection snail from his pocket, saying, "I am aware of your concerns. The words I am about to utter will be recorded by this snail, so you need not worry." It was indeed fitting for Tsurugi, known as the Grand Admiral of the Navy, to swiftly grasp Chienha's intentions and to have prepared a contingency plan. Chika could only nod slightly, eager to hear what Tsuru had to say. "Chika, do you know why the celestial dragons covet this surgical fruit so fervently?" Chienha shook his head, fully aware of the implications, yet recognizing that silence was prudent in such circumstances. The reasons behind this secrecy eluded him, and the recording device remained active. Observing Chienha's reaction, Crane silently commended him. She appreciated his cautious demeanor, for such vigilance was indeed warranted. In a tone marked by utmost seriousness, Crane remarked that it was said the fruits of surgery, upon reaching a profound level of development, could grant others the gift of eternal youth, albeit at the cost of the practitioner's life. Chienha had long been aware of this, yet he feigned surprise in light of the current situation. Anticipating his response, Crane continued, "I surmise that the rumors may hold a kernel of truth, for even I am unaware of how long the five elders have truly lived. Should these individuals, including the celestial dragons, continue to exist in this manner, they will undoubtedly become an increasingly burdensome weight upon the world." At last, Chienha struggled to contain himself, exclaiming, "What have I just heard? Is it permissible to speak such words? And from Crane, no less?" Upon uttering this, Crane deactivated the visual recording device and handed it over to Chienha. Chienha silently accepted the call, then turned to he, eager to discern her true intentions. Upon witnessing Chienha take the call, his expression relaxed, and she remarked, "Well, I simply wish to emphasize that this fruit is of utmost importance. You must safeguard it." She deliberately stressed the word safeguard, the implication unmistakable. Having spoken, she circled around Chienha and departed from the scene. Chienha stood still, meticulously organizing the information he had just acquired in his mind. To be candid, this development was profoundly unexpected. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. There were indeed a considerable number of naval officers who bore resentment towards the celestial dragons. While Carp was an overt example, it seemed that those concealed in the shadows were now emerging as well. Meanwhile, Sengoku returned to his office, only for the din-din mushi on his desk to suddenly ring. Upon answering, he heard a familiar voice. "This is Xiaomi Gua." At the sound of this voice, Sengoku's expression softened. It was the covert signal he shared with his adopted son, Corazon. Subsequently, Corazon informed Sengoku that Don Quixote Doflamingo was already aware of the operation fruit and was preparing to seize it. Sengoku then communicated the location of the transaction to Corazon. However, as the conversation was about to conclude, Sengoku cautioned Corazon, stating that it was Rear Admiral Chienha who would be responsible for liaising with the Barrel's pirates, urging him to place his complete trust in Chienha and to refrain from taking any independent action. Upon hearing the name Chika, Corazon's mind was immediately transported back to a world broadcast from a year prior, where the dual Rinnegan of Chika left an indelible impression upon him. Moreover, Chika's formidable record of injuring Rayleigh and slaying Weibel only intensified Corazon's unease. However, this did not assuage his concerns, for he desperately required the fruit to cure Law's lead poisoning. It seemed imperative for him to act swiftly. well in advance of any potential trade to secure that surgical fruit. At that moment, Chica remained oblivious to the fact that his very existence was altering the course of history. He was mobilizing his forces and preparing to depart for the transaction site ahead of schedule. Upon arriving at the naval fleet's docking area, Chica surveyed the 5 warships participating in the mission, with his vessel positioned centrally. Frankly, this arrangement was nearly akin to a demon-slaying decree. As Crane's ship had been temporarily assigned to Guion, she was provided with an alternative vessel. The teams from Squirrel, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider were already waiting there. And upon seeing Chica, they approached to exchange greetings before each retreated to their respective ships. Shinha squinted as he scrutinized the 3 vice admirals before him, analyzing their figures based on the information gleaned from the anime. The Weasel, a commendable individual, genuinely cared for the lives of his subordinates. In the series, when he summoned the Empress, his entire force perished, yet he valiantly protected his comrades for days, ultimately ensuring that the Empress lifted their petrification. Witnessing Zephyr's demise in Z, he shed tears, revealing his nature as a passionate and loyal soldier. As for Fire Mountain, he consistently wore a smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. The manga depicted him as possessing a strong sense of justice, albeit with a somewhat lascivious side. Notably, during the mission against the Empress, he succumbed to petrification, marking a blemish on his character. In essence, both the Weasel and Fire Mountain were amiable figures who would not significantly hinder Chinna's actions. The true concern lay with the Ghoul Spider. This individual exhibited an extremely radical personality, capable of harming his own subordinates in battle, and could be regarded as a staunch supporter of Akainu. His thought processes defied conventional analysis. Should he sense something amiss, it could spell considerable trouble. Fortunately, among the other 4 participants in this operation, only the Ghoul Spider warranted close attention. If he were to obstruct Shinha's endeavors, unconventional methods would need to be employed. Of course, eliminating him was out of the question, as the Ghoul Spider remained a member of the Navy. However, it would be entirely reasonable for him to sustain an inexplicable injury or even faint during the fray. After all, in battle, fists do not discern their targets, and the reasons behind the conflict remain unknown. In the North Sea, aboard the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Shinha stood at the bow, arms crossed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Noticing his demeanor, Caliphus softly inquired, "What troubles you, boss? Are you worried about this matter?" "Indeed, I can't shake the feeling that things remain precarious." "Very well. I shall take my leave first. Please go inform Vice Admiral Tsuru alongside Ein." Having learned from the incident involving Zephyr, Shinha recognized the need to refrain from overly relying on the anime's narrative. His presence had significantly altered the trajectory of this storyline. With that, Shinha surged into the sky, heading towards Sea Swallow Island. On a nearby warship, Tsuru squinted at the vanishing figure of Shinha, silently wishing him success. At Sea Swallow Island, Corazon excitedly presented a heart-shaped fruit to Law, visibly in high spirits as the operation progressed smoothly, with no injuries incurred during the fruit's theft. "Law, this is the Nomi. The Navy is on its way. Quickly consume it. With this, you can cure your amber-lead disease." Trafalgar Law, with a bounty of 3 billion berries on his head, is but a diminutive boy under 12, his face marred by white splotches. As he gazes at Corazon, whose joy surpasses his own, Law cannot help but feel a surge of emotion, albeit one he struggles to express due to his current disposition. Silently, he extends his hands, poised to receive the precious Nomi, the very fruit of life itself. Just as Law's fingers are about to make contact with the fruit, an indistinct attack pierces through the air, striking a nearby rock and cleaving it cleanly in two, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. The sudden assault leaves both Corazon and Law momentarily stunned. Reacting swiftly, Corazon turns in terror, and Law follows suit. Both their gazes drawn towards an imposing figure draped in a pink feather coat, hands buried deep in his pockets, advancing towards them with deliberate steps. None other than Corazon's brother, Don Quixote Doflamingo. For now, his gait remains within the bounds of normalcy, devoid of that chilling detachment. Accompanying him are the 9 officers of the Don Quixote family, including the youthful baby, 5 and others. At this moment, the veins on Doflamingo's forehead throb ominously. His usual, sinister grin is replaced by a fearsome scowl, revealing a rage that has long been dormant. Corazon had just mentioned that the Marines were en route. How did he know they had set sail ahead of schedule? Law, too, only learned of this early departure due to the existence of the undercover agent Virgo. Thus, Corazon's identity as a spy is now glaringly evident. Indeed, it was a grave oversight on Doflamingo's part to forget Virgo's presence within the Marines. After all, considerable time has elapsed since his last encounter with the anime, leading to inevitable lapses in memory. Although Virgo has yet to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago, he has already relayed the news of the Marines' early arrival to Doflamingo. Doflamingo might overlook Corazon's act of delivering the nomi to Law, should Law consume the fruit. He would merely punish Corazon and then mold Law into his puppet. However, if Corazon is indeed aligned with the Marines, then the nature of this betrayal is entirely different. Contemplating this, Doflamingo clenches his hands tightly in his pockets. Law, consume that fruit at once. Corazon anxiously reaches for the nomi, attempting to force it into Law's mouth. Yet, the next instant, Doflamingo's foot slams down upon Corazon, pinning him to the ground, while the fruit is seized within Doflamingo's grasp. Corazon, witnessing Corazon's fall, Law, fueled by rage, rushes forward, unleashing a flurry of punches against Doflamingo's calf. Do not disturb the young master, Law. A mass of viscous slime emerged beneath Law's feet, enveloping him completely, extending until it reached his mouth, causing him to collapse onto the ground. It was Doflamingo who had utilized the powers of his sticky fruit to subdue Law. Ignoring Law's plight, Doflamingo coldly regarded his brother, whom he had trampled, and remarked, "You truly are the undercover agent sent by the Navy, my foolish brother. Do you comprehend the fate that awaits those who betray me?" Faced with such a Doflamingo, Corazon remained undaunted, retorting, "You have utterly lost your humanity. To remain by your side guarantees a dire end." Upon hearing these words, Doflamingo's expression grew increasingly frigid. Rather than instructing his subordinates to torment his brother as depicted in the anime, Doflamingo drew a pistol and aimed it at Corazon's head, consumed solely by the desire to eliminate his brother swiftly. Witnessing this scene, Law desperately wished to intervene. Yet, ensnared by the slime, he could do nothing but writhe helplessly on the ground. Corazon glanced at Law, a flicker of reluctance evident in his eyes. He lamented the fact that Law had yet to consume the fruit and could only hope that after his demise, Doflamingo would allow Law to partake of it. However, after a considerable pause, no movement ensued. Corazon noticed Law staring blankly above him and instinctively lifted his gaze. What met Corazon's eyes was a Navy officer clad in a coat of justice. Standing behind Doflamingo with his hand pressed against his back, it was the timely arrival of Senor Pink. Observing the flamboyantly dressed figure before him, Senor Pink spoke coolly. "You would do well not to move." Doflamingo, sensing the presence behind him, nonchalantly replied, "The Navy?" Without a reply from Chienha, Doflamingo scoffed disdainfully and was poised to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a powerful repulsion erupted from his back, propelling Doflamingo away and vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, leaving behind only a surgical fruit in Chienha's grasp. Chienha scrutinized the fruit in his hand and muttered to himself, "I have already told you not to move. Controlling strength can be quite troublesome." Meanwhile, the members of the Don Quixote family were momentarily bewildered, uncertain of the sudden disappearance of their young master. It was Dragomir, standing closest to Chienha, who finally reacted, pointing at him and exclaiming in a state of agitation, You are that Vice Admiral Chienha?" Chienha tilted his head, casting a cold glance at the repulsive snot creature. In an instant, he materialized above Treble, delivering a powerful downward punch to his head. Under the force of this blow, Treble was unable to emit even a scream, his entire form shrinking to a mere tenth of its original size, transforming into a grotesque garbage-can shape. "How bothersome," Chienha remarked disdainfully, observing the deformed Treble on the ground. He then executed a swift kick, causing the treble-shaped garbage-can to vanish alongside Don Quixote Doflamingo. In a fleeting moment, yet another member of the Don Quixote family had disappeared, prompting the remaining subordinates to lose their composure and charge at Chienha. Even the childlike baby, Five, transformed her arm into a gun, launching an attack towards him. As a myriad of assaults approached, Chienha remained steadfast, unleashing an overwhelming aura that rendered the charging family members unconscious, their eyes rolling back in defeat. In truth, with his current ocular prowess, Chienha could have effortlessly obliterated them all with a single godly push. However, some of these individuals possessed valuable abilities. Even if he did not absorb them himself, he could reserve them for those close to him. His spatial realm was always stocked with an abundance of fruits. On the ground, Corazon and Law were left in stunned silence, particularly Corazon. This was his first close encounter with the newly appointed Marine Vice Admiral, having previously only gleaned information from newspapers. He had no tangible understanding of Chienha's power, yet now, witnessing him effortlessly dispatch Doflamingo and annihilate Treble in a single strike, he found the display of strength utterly beyond comprehension. Having dealt with all adversaries, Chienha approached Corazon, crouching beside him to assess his injuries. Noting that Corazon was relatively unscathed, he felt a sense of relief. Extending a hand, Chienha smiled and said, "A pleasure to meet you, Commander Corazon. You may call me Rosinante." Chiha momentarily froze, recalling that Corazon was his code name within the Don Quixote family, while his true name was indeed Rosinante. This was indeed my oversight, he chuckled. No. If I were to reclaim my naval identity, I would still prefer to be called by this name. Please do not take it to heart. Corazon, flustered, waved his hands in a somewhat frantic manner, for Chiha was the savior of both him and Law, and his previous behavior had been exceedingly disrespectful. In truth, Corazon could at times be rather straightforward, a fool in his own right. After speaking, Corazon grasped Chiha's hand and rose to his feet. Gazing at the surgical fruit in Chiha's possession, his eyes brimmed with longing, for it was the key to saving Law. Noticing the intensity of Corazon's gaze, Chiha smiled gently, placing the surgical fruit into the door's spatial pocket, and said, "Do not look any longer. This fruit is a crucial item as mandated by higher-ups. So please do not put me in a difficult position." Upon hearing this, Corazon's spirits visibly drooped as he hung his head. It seemed he would have to seek alternative solutions, but did Law truly have time to wait? Chica extended his hand to pat Corazon and approached Law to clear the viscous substance clinging to him. Turning back, he offered Corazon a reassuring smile, urging him not to lose heart, for he possessed a method to cure Law's affliction, and there was no need to dwell on the surgical fruit any longer. "Nanny!" Corazon exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Chica, incredulous that the Vice Admiral could address such matters. However, a statement from Sengoku echoed in his mind. You can place your complete trust in Vice Admiral Chica. Indeed, he realized that, as Sengoku had advised, he had no choice but to entrust everything to Chica, who appeared to be a truly comforting presence. Seeing Corazon calm down, Chica smiled knowingly, preparing to lead him and Law away from the scene. Just then, a furious shout echoed from afar. "Damn Navy! What have you done?" Both Corazon and Law shuddered at the sound, for it was the voice of Don Quixote Doflamingo, a veritable demon to them. Moments later, Doflamingo charged back. However, upon seeing him, the fear in Corazon and Law's hearts diminished considerably, primarily because Doflamingo's condition did not seem favorable. The most glaring evidence was the pink-feathered coat draped over his shoulders, which bore a large, circular tear, exposing bruised skin beneath. His glasses were shattered on one side, and blood stained the corner of his mouth. Upon landing, Doflamingo gasped for breath, his gaze wary as it fell upon Chica. Just moments ago, he had been sent flying by Chica's powerful attack, hurtling thousands of meters away, with his insides nearly ruptured from the impact. Were it not for his fruit ability to internally stitch himself back together, he would likely have met a grim fate. However, some of his crucial subordinates and the surgical fruit remained behind, compelling him to return post-haste once his injuries stabilized. Yet upon his return, he was met with the sight of his subordinates sprawled across the ground, and the surgical fruit vanished. The chaos unfolding nearly drove Doflamingo to madness as he glared at Chica, gritting his teeth. "You are the youngest Vice Admiral in the headquarters, Uchiha Chihe, aren't you? I didn't expect you to arrive so early." Without a word, Chica raised his hand and unleashed the formidable 10,000 phenomena attraction. Damn it, not again. Was this time in the opposite direction? Doflamingo was swiftly drawn towards Chica by the force of gravity. Just as he was about to reach Chica, another onslaught of Shinto heavenly punishment struck him. Doflamingo's body plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, erupting in a torrent of blood, intermingled with fragments of his internal organs. This time, his injuries were far more severe than before. He could not rise, for he was not Luffy, incapable of performing a sit-up. As Chianga stood before Don Quixote Doflamingo, gazing down at the nearly lifeless figure, he spoke with an air of indifference, remarking that he had merely restrained his power to safeguard the no Mi and questioned how he could possibly commend Doflamingo for returning. However, Doflamingo retained his defiance, glaring at Chianga with a fierce intensity, his voice barely a whisper as he warned, "Do you know who I am? Killing me will not end well for you." Humph. Chianga scoffed at this declaration, fully aware of Doflamingo's implication. Although he had yet to be inducted into the Seven Warlords, Doflamingo was alluding to his celestial dragon lineage. I care not for your identity. What I know is that you are a criminal. With that, Chianga ceased his idle chatter. His arm enveloped in haki as he prepared to strike down upon Doflamingo. Wait, General Chianga, came a voice, cautioning against executing him on the spot due to his peculiar status. Chienha raised an eyebrow, glancing at the newcomer. Behind him, Corazon suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment, for he recognized the visitor, Virgo, the first of the Don Quixote family. Virgo, how did you end up here? You have even joined the Navy? Virgo, racing towards them at great speed, was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Corazon behind Chienha. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he swiftly tore his shirt open, enveloping himself in a layer of pitch-black haki, preparing for battle. He had stealthily left the warship, moving with pure martial prowess, thus swimming faster than the vessel itself. Upon witnessing Virgo's appearance, Chienha finally recalled his earlier oversight. He had forgotten about this undercover agent within the Navy. Nonetheless, Chienha did not regard Virgo as a significant threat. He activated his haki, enhancing his fists, and charged directly at Virgo. Their fists collided, and Virgo was unable to withstand even a moment before hastily retreating from the confrontation. Clutching his injured arm in fear, he gazed at Chienha, his arm hanging limply, clearly rendered useless. I almost forgot about this rat. You should stay behind as well. The indifferent tone of Chienha resonated, followed by a dull thud as he delivered a kick to Virgo's abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Having dealt with Virgo, Chienha returned to the side of Don Quixote Doflamingo and remarked that the troublesome individual was no more, and now it was time to face him. At that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped the entire land, causing Corazon and Law, who were positioned behind, to faint. What is this? Halting his actions, Chienha lifted his gaze towards the heavens. The sky had turned pitch black, and a colossal silhouette, reminiscent of a serpentine creature, loomed within. The expression on Chika's face grew grave as he murmured, "The four emperors, Kaido of the 100 beasts." The clouds above churned violently, revealing a colossal azure dragon's head. "You, a mere naval whelp, dare to exhibit such arrogance?" Kaido sneered, his massive dragon visage contorted in irritation. How dare a trifling pirate speak to a Navy officer in such a manner? His fiery temperament ignited, and without further ado, he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath from his maw, deliberately avoiding the figure of the Don Quixote below, enveloping Chika and the figure of Corazon behind him in its searing embrace. Virgo, however, had not been considered in Kaido's calculations and was promptly reduced to a charred husk. As Chiha's pupils constricted, he realized that he could certainly evade such an attack. However, carrying the unconscious Corazon away within such a fleeting moment seemed an insurmountable task. There is no other choice. Chienha let out a soft sigh, swiftly appearing beside Corazon and Law, his Rinnegan piercing through the oncoming breath of the dragon. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the ground in towering flames, as Chienha and the figures of Corazon and the others were swallowed by the inferno. Utterly lacking in self-awareness, Kaido exhaled 2 jets of hot air from his nostrils, one claw cradling Doflamingo, his massive form writhing as if preparing to depart. Suddenly, leaving just like that seemed rather inappropriate, didn't he? Kaido glanced in surprise at the ground, where a fierce strike had abruptly extinguished a section of the blazing fire. As the flames receded, a towering half-giant, clad in armor and standing a staggering 60 meters tall, emerged onto the scorched earth. What is this creature? Even after years of navigating the seas, Kaido had never encountered such a being, prompting him to voice his astonishment. At this moment, Chienha stood within the purple giant, flanked by Corazon and Law, both of whom had regained consciousness from the earlier shock and were curiously surveying their unusual surroundings. This ability was Chienha's Susanoo in its 3rd form, akin to the one unleashed by Itachi and Sasuke during their battle, albeit in a deeper shade of purple. During his year of confinement by the Navy Admiral, Chienha had once again awakened the guardian spirit of the Uchiha clan, marking Susanoo's inaugural appearance in the pirate world. Unexpectedly, its first use here was against Kaido. However, this adversary was indeed worthy of such a formidable power. Without addressing Kaido as curiosity, Chienha's expression darkened. He raised one hand to his chest, extending his index and middle fingers, and with a low command, the purple giant began to swell. Corazon and Law, inside the giant, were utterly bewildered, helplessly watching as their bodies ascended further from the ground, comically clutching each other in fear. At last, Susanoo sprouted legs, stabilizing its form at around 200 meters, closely resembling the height of Uchiha Madara. From its back unfurled a pair of enormous wings, drawn together, while a long string of prayer beads hung around its neck, and a sheathed long sword rested at its waist, all encased in ancient-style armor. Releasing a slight breath of relief, Chihe stood within the diamond-shaped space at Susanoo's head, greatly satisfied with its current stature, though he dared not compare it to the nearly 10-tail-sized Susanoo of the Sage of Six Paths. This form was undoubtedly on par with Madara's. What is that? As the warship approached the shore, all aboard beheld the colossal dragon soaring above Sea Swallow Island, alongside the towering purple giant standing on the ground, and they erupted in terrified exclamations. Even the typically composed Crane displayed a profound change in countenance. She recognized the dragon in the sky as Kaido, yet the sudden emergence of the giant left her bewildered. After much contemplation, one name surfaced in her mind: Senna. Gazing at the imposing purple giant, which exuded an overwhelming aura even from such a distance, Crane murmured, "Senna, what manner of existence is the Uchiha clan that you spoke of?" She then commanded her fleet to hasten their approach, determined to set foot on Sea Swallow Island at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing the warship. Observing the Susanoo, which had once again expanded in size, Kaido took a serious look at Sen, who stood atop the head of the Susanoo. Having not paid much attention to previous reports and broadcasts, he merely found Sen's appearance somewhat familiar and could not help but inquire, "Kid, I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. What is your name?" Chihe crossed his arms and gazed at Kaido, speaking in a calm tone. "Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Uchiha Chihe." It was the same naval newcomer who had caused quite a stir previously. "Very well, with that prowess, you are indeed worthy to be my opponent. Come forth. Let me witness your capabilities." With that, Kaido's dragon form soared higher into the sky. Below, Chihe let out a scoff, and the wings of his Susanoo unfurled as he crouched slightly and took flight, following Kaido into the heights. Corazon and Law were huddled closely together, tears and snot streaming down their faces, while Chihe stood helplessly before them. He had no choice. He had to protect these two comical beings. It must be said that Kaido's dragon form was considerably larger than that of the Susanoo, with Chihe's manifestation appearing merely twice the size of Kaido's dragon head. However, size does not dictate everything. Kaido coldly regarded the Susanoo before him, aware that he should transform into a more combat-ready half-dragon form. Yet, akin to Chihe's need to shield Corazon and Law, he still held on to Doflamingo. Kaido held a profound disdain for Doflamingo. Yet the man still had some intriguing insights to offer, thus he could not allow him to perish at the hands of this Navy officer just yet. With this thought in mind, Kaido initiated the attack, his entire dragon form spinning in place, conjuring a fierce tempest that dispersed the clouds surrounding the Susanoo. Nevertheless, the Susanoo remained steadfast in the air. Seeing that his strategy bore no fruit, Kaido remained unperturbed and twisted his body once more, this time unleashing a powerful cutting wind blade. In response, the Susanoo crossed its arms, shielding the diamond-shaped space on its forehead, withstanding the onslaught of wind blades. Kaido's interest piqued further as he remarked, "Oh, your defensive capabilities are quite impressive, but how does your offensive power measure up?" Upon hearing this, the Susanoo slowly lowered its arms, the right arm extended towards its left side, drawing forth a 100-meter-long blade that shimmered with a blinding aura. Gripping the longsword tightly, Chihe fixed his gaze on Kaido and declared, "Today, this blade shall sever your dragon." Buzz! Susanoo gripped the longsword tightly and, with a powerful stroke, traced a sweeping arc upwards. In that fleeting moment, the world around seemed to freeze, as a blade of light cleaved through the heavens. Wherever it passed, the sky was torn asunder, the sword's brilliance striking Kaido with a force that carved a wound deep enough to reveal bone. The remaining arc of the strike cascaded into the ocean behind, splitting the surface, where a naval vessel precariously teetered on the brink of the chasm. On the verge of plunging into the depths below, three figures materialized beside the warship, the arriving vice admirals, Spider, Flying Squirrel, and Burning Mountain. Their faces flushed with exertion. They employed the moonwalk technique, channeling their strength in unison to stabilize the ship just in time. Meanwhile, on another vessel, Crane exhaled a sigh of relief. Her gaze tense as she fixated on the skies above Heian Island. She surmised that the terrifying strike had originated from Chika, which stirred her concern for his well-being. To her, Chika was not merely the Navy's beacon of hope. He could potentially become her brother-in-law through the Uchiha lineage. growing increasingly anxious. Crane summoned the other 3 vice admirals, not waiting for the ship to dock, and propelled herself towards Heian Island with all her might. Above the island, Kaido writhed in the sky, the dragon form twisting violently as the remnant of Susanu's strike left a ghastly wound upon him, blood gushing forth and showering the ground below, creating a rain of crimson. Yet, despite such grievous injury, Kaido paid little mind to his affliction. His focus lay instead on Chika's formidable abilities. Glancing at the wound upon his body, Kaido's voice boomed like thunder. "Uchiha Chihe, those eyes of yours. Surely you are no ordinary human?" Kaido's inquiry stemmed from his own lineage, belonging to a unique race known as the Oni. From Kaido's perspective, this race was undeniably formidable. Otherwise, Big Mom would not have held such interest in him aboard the rock ship. He pondered whether they had offspring, perhaps Yamato, within the diamond-shaped space of Susanu's head. The quieted Corazon in law regarded Chika's silhouette with curiosity, evidently sharing the same question as Kaido. Chienha also sensed the inquisitive gazes of the 2 behind him and subtly rolled his eyes, yet he still offered an explanation to the perplexed individuals. "You may not have heard of it, but I hail from the Uchiha clan." The Uchiha clan? Kaido rummaged through his memories of the Uchiha clan at sea, only to conclude that it was indeed a lineage he had never encountered before. Perhaps it was a rare and reclusive clan, shunning the outside world. Nevertheless, judging by the abilities Chienha had just displayed, the Uchiha clan was undeniably formidable. Kaido, a connoisseur of talent, could not help but extend an invitation to the young powerhouse before him. "You possess great potential. How about joining my ranks? Trust me, your status here would far surpass that in the Navy." Upon hearing this, Chienha scoffed disdainfully. "Do not jest. Even if I were to occupy your position, it would pale in comparison to being a soldier in the Navy." "Well said," a resounding female voice echoed. Both Kaido in the air and Chienha turned towards the source of the sound. It was Tsuru, arriving with a swift moonwalk, accompanied by the likes of the Weasel and others. Tsuru's strength was undeniable. Her speed alone attested to her prowess. Humph. Upon seeing Tsuru and her companions arrive, Kaido let out a cold snort, contemplating retreat. This was not due to fear. He believed that even if 2 more admirals were to join the fray, he would remain unperturbed. Yet, the alignment of circumstances mattered little. The most uncomfortable factor was discord among allies. Indeed, this discord stemmed from Don Quixote da Flamingo, still ensnared in Kaido's dragon claw, struggling for breath. Realizing that there was no need to prolong the battle, Kaido decided to cease his delay. He unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, declaring ominously, "Uchiha Chienha, I will remember you. Next time we meet, you had better be stronger than you are now." With that, his colossal dragon form surged, vanishing into the clouds. In the wake of Kaido's departure, Tsuru and the other 3 vice admirals wore grave expressions. Acutely aware that evading such a vast attack in midair was impossible, they could only brace themselves for impact. The most composed among them were Chienha, along with Corazon and Law, who remained unfazed. Chienha dismissed the dragon breath entirely, while Corazon and Law were thoroughly awed by Chienha's prowess. Corazon, in particular, had come to regard Sengoku's words about fully trusting Chienha as a profound truth. Subsequently, as the imposing purple giant once more grasped his sword with one hand, he struck down fiercely against the incoming dragon breath. Kaido's dragon breath dispersed under the might of this single strike, splitting into 2 streams and vanishing in opposite directions. With the crisis averted, Tsuru and her companions gazed at the towering purple giant, their astonishment lingering in the air. Especially Tsuru, who had already surmised that it was Chienha who summoned the purple giant. However, when she finally arrived and beheld Chika standing atop the head of Susanu, an overwhelming sense of incredulity washed over her. At that moment, Chika spoke. "All right, everyone. The mission is accomplished. Let us descend together." With that, Susanu led the way down towards the ground, while Tsuru and the others, suppressing their tumultuous emotions, followed suit and returned to the earth. Upon landing, Chika dispelled his powers, and Susanu transformed into a fleeting shadow, ultimately vanishing without a trace. With a single hand, Chika gently held Corazon, who cradled Ro in his arms. As they descended slowly to the ground, Heron approached, casting a glance at Corazon and the bundle he embraced, then turned to Chika, expressing his astonishment with a hint of nostalgia. "I never imagined that the purple giant was indeed summoned by you. It is truly astonishing." Even the ghostly spider, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, nodded in agreement. In his mind, Chika's Susanoo had reached a level comparable to the cataclysm wrought by Akainu's magma fruit abilities. He had not forgotten the fierce struggle he had endured at sea to protect the warship alongside the Weasel and others. The most terrifying aspect was that the devastating impact from Susanoo, which had thwarted the dragon's breath, was merely a residual wave of its attack. Chika smiled gently and casually remarked, "That is known as Susanoo. One might describe it as an absolute deity of destruction. However, for our Uchiha clan, it serves as our guardian spirit. Does that mean every member of your family can wield such power? Not quite, even within the Uchiha clan. Only a select few are capable of awakening Susanoo to the extent witnessed earlier." "I see. In that case, I shall refrain." Shinha gazed at Admiral Crane with a touch of exasperation, silently acknowledging that it was too late. He had already grasped the intent behind the Admiral's words. Crane chuckled awkwardly, momentarily leaving the three squirrels in a state of bewilderment. It must be said that such an expression gracing Crane's visage was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Crane turned to cast a sharp glance at the squirrels before returning his attention to Corazon and the two others. "This must be Lieutenant Razanandi, as mentioned by Admiral Sengoku. And who is this child?" Upon being singled out, Corazon stepped forward hastily, responding, "Yes, Admiral Crane, I am Razanandi. Previously, under the orders of Admiral Sengoku, I have been executing an undercover mission within the Don Quixote family. This is Law, the sole survivor of the lead poisoning epidemic in Flevitz." Crane regarded Law in Corazon's arms with a hint of compassion. She had heard of the tragic circumstances surrounding him, and it could only be described as yet another sorrowful tale. Noticing the pale patches on Law's face, Crane let out a resigned sigh, alas. Observing this, Shinha refrained from mentioning his ability to cure lead poisoning, having already instructed Corazon and Law to keep this matter strictly confidential, should it be revealed. He would not hesitate to show his coldness. Chinga pointed at a charred humanoid figure and said to Tsuru, "That is Virgo, whose true identity was an undercover agent planted in the Navy by Don Quixote da Flamingo. He has been slain by Kaido in the recent battle." Corazon hurriedly stepped forward to confirm the veracity of Chinga's statement. In truth, there was no need for Corazon's validation. Tsuru, the Weasel, and the others from the Burning Mountain would not doubt the authenticity of Chinga's words. However, there remained the somewhat discordant presence of the ghost spider, who, not out of suspicion but due to his tendency to overthink, warranted a clearer explanation. After introducing Virgo, Chinga gestured towards a group of Don Quixote family executives lying together in a designated area. Earlier, Chinga had taken measures to ensure their protection. They had awakened, albeit briefly, amidst the flames wrought by Kaido's dragon breath, only to be knocked unconscious again by the semi-ethereal Susanoo that had emerged at that moment. Moreover, rescuing them was not born out of Chinga's altruism. Regardless of whether he possessed such sentiments, they certainly were not directed towards this group, whom he regarded merely as a collection of valuable devil fruits. These individuals were members of the Don Quixote family, and once other soldiers landed, they would be taken aboard the ship. Tsuru did not inquire why Chinga, who usually preferred not to leave survivors, had chosen a path of mercy this time. She merely nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing Tsuru had no further questions, Chinga intended to depart, but appeared somewhat fatigued, nearly collapsing. Observing this, Tsuru swiftly approached to support him, allowing him to lean against her shoulder, while the others quickly gathered around Chinga. Noticing his pale complexion, Tsuru asked with concern, "Are you all right? Did you sustain injuries during the fight with Kaido?" Shinha shook his head weakly and said, "No, it's just that my physical strength has been significantly depleted. By the way, this is the objective of our mission, the surgical fruit. Given my current condition, I am not fit to safeguard it any longer, so I shall entrust it to you for the time being." As he spoke, Shinha retrieved a box containing the surgical fruit from the space within the door and handed it over. At that moment, Goeju suddenly stepped forward, asserting that he could take responsibility for its safekeeping. In his view, this was an important directive from above, and given Shinha's compromised state, it was prudent for him to personally oversee its protection. He, however, noticed a frown on Crane's face. She was reluctant to let the celestial dragons obtain the fruit, and she sensed that Shinha harbored his own thoughts. Would entrusting it to Goeju affect Shinha's plans? As she contemplated this, Crane opened her mouth to speak, but Shinha, supported by her, interjected, "That would be the best course of action. I have complete faith that Vice Admiral Goeju will safeguard this fruit." His words seemed to brim with confidence in Goeju, prompting the latter to shake his naval cloak, thinking, "See? It ultimately falls to me." Crane cast a glance at Shinha beside her, feeling that there was more to his words than met the eye. Nevertheless, since Chienha had expressed his trust, she refrained from voicing further concerns. After a while, a large contingent of naval soldiers arrived, subduing the members of the Don Quixote family on the ground, and under Crane's leadership, they returned to the warship. Crane assisted Chienha into a room, carefully helping him lie down on the bed, and then she sat beside him, asking, "Are you feeling better?" "I still feel somewhat fatigued, but it's manageable. I suppose a good sleep will do the trick. I just hope that during this slumber, nothing untoward occurs." "Very well. Then, rest well. I shall take my leave. You must ensure you recuperate." With that, Crane cast a final, lingering glance at the frail Chienha before rising to depart. After some time, Chienha sensed that the area had fallen silent, likely due to Crane deliberately relocating the soldiers. With a swift motion, he sprang up from the bed. One would hardly believe that just moments ago, he had appeared as a feeble young master. His earlier claim of excessive exhaustion was merely a fade. He was certainly not akin to Sasuke from Naruto, whose energy seemed perpetually unspent. Rising from the bed, Chienha clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Would release, would clone." A wooden figure resembling Chienha slowly emerged from behind him, which was subsequently colored, transforming into an exact replica of himself. After assessing the wooden clone before him, Chienha nodded in satisfaction. In the world of pirates, he seldom employed clone techniques, as their strength often paled in comparison to the original. Previous battles had rendered them somewhat redundant, given his relatively average prowess at the time. However, under these circumstances, it was perfectly suitable. This was a wooden clone, possessing greater strength than the original and appearing far more lifelike, while also being more resilient to attacks. Chienha opened the door to the door space, allowing the wooden clone to step inside, where he harnessed the celestial abilities of the Shura fruit. Within the confines of this ethereal realm, the form of the wooden clone began to expand significantly, though it did not sprout any arms. Subsequently, the clone formed a seal, and with a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped it. After a moment, the smoke dissipated, revealing Kaido in the very spot where the wooden clone had been. Indeed, Kaido had been designated as the scapegoat by Chienha. Initially, the intention was to pin the blame on Don Quixote da Flamingo, but that cunning individual would undoubtedly evade such a predicament, and his strength was insufficient compared to the top-tier powers. Should someone come after him, his cover would be easily blown. Kaido, on the other hand, was different. It was not that he lacked intelligence, but as a hot-tempered powerhouse, he was prone to impulsivity, even if he claimed he had no part in it. He would attract attention. His character would lead him to disdain lengthy explanations, opting instead for immediate action. Moreover, his strength was beyond reproach, bolstered by the beast pirates behind him. If the surgery fruit were to fall into his hands, even the world government would have to swallow that bitter pill for a time. With all preparations complete, the door space closed, and the Kaido transformed from the wooden clone utilized the powers of the door fruit to open a portal leading to the skies above a warship. He stepped through, selecting one of the two warships belonging to the Weasel and Fire Mountain as his landing site. Choosing the Ghost Spider-S warship would be too conspicuous. The Kaido clone, without employing any hovering abilities, plummeted directly onto the deck of the Weasel-S warship. With a thunderous crash, a large hole appeared on the deck, prompting Weasel and a group of Navy soldiers to rush forward to assess the situation. Suddenly, a domineering aura emanated from the hole, causing the soldiers nearby to roll their eyes and collapse. Weasel's pupils constricted upon sensing this presence. This was Conqueror S. Haki. Before he could voice his thoughts, a massive figure leaped from the hole, bellowing, "Hand over the surgery fruit." What was happening? Whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures arrived on the Weasel's warship. The other 3 vice admirals involved in this mission. Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider-S eyes widened in alarm upon seeing Kaido emerge from the hole, sensing trouble. Only Crane wore a contemplative expression, feeling that something was amiss. She had just exited Chienha's room not long ago, where Chienha had mentioned he would be in deep slumber for a while. How coincidental was it that Kaido appeared at such a time? At this moment, the wooden clone transformed into Kaido wasted no words, his fist enveloped in Haki, striking forcefully at the nearest Weasel. Faced with the onslaught of Kaido, the Weasel dared not underestimate the attack. He swiftly drew his katana, positioning it defensively before him in an attempt to block the blow. However, the power bestowed by the Shura fruit was evidently beyond his capacity to withstand. Upon contact with Kaido's fist, the katana faltered, and the Weasel was sent crashing against the railing of the warship. Witnessing their comrade being so easily incapacitated, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider exchanged a glance. unleashing their shave technique to rush towards Kaido in unison. Kaido let out a hearty laugh, his right arm swelling with muscle as he swung it powerfully to the side. With a resounding thud, Fire Mountain met the same fate as the weasel. Meanwhile, Ghost Spider seized the opportunity. In his life-return state, his hair grasped 6 blades, while he wielded 2 more in his hands, delivering a fierce strike to Kaido's back. Clang! The metallic sound echoed, and Ghost Spider, drenched in cold sweat, stared at the 8 blades lodged against Kaido's back, astonished that his attack had inflicted not a single scratch upon the beast. In truth, the wooden clone's defense against Ghost Spider's strike was not as effortless as it appeared. After all, it possessed only half the strength of the original. The ease with which he blocked the attack was a result of the formidable physique granted by the Shura fruit and the momentary mechanization of Shura Path. Kaido narrowed his eyes, seizing Ghost Spider's sword-wielding hand as though it were a mere chick, yanking him closer. Ghost Spider's eyes widened in terror, and in the next instant, Kaido exerted force, slamming him violently into the ground. With a resounding crash, a humanoid crater with 8 arms was formed on the deck of the weasel's warship. Kaido lifted the beleaguered Ghost Spider from the floor, scrutinizing him closely. At that moment, Ghost Spider looked quite pitiful. His nose was smashed, resembling a rotten pear, and blood streamed from his head. The arm that had been gripped by Kaido appeared limp, likely broken, yet he still seemed to retain some semblance of consciousness. Goodness, have I been too harsh? The wooden clone of Kaido twitched his mouth, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Though this fellow had a rather unsavory disposition, he was nonetheless a rear admiral. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable for him to be reduced to such a state. However, seizing the opportunity while Ghost Spider's mind was foggy, Kaido pressed his large hand upon the latter's head, employing the ability of the human path to read his memories, thereby uncovering the location of the surgery fruit. Meanwhile, the Weasel and Fire Mountain, after a brief respite, charged forward once more, with even Crane crossing her arms resolutely before her. It appears that she is about to unleash the power of her wash-wash fruit. Given the circumstances, if she does not act soon, the Ghost Spider is bound to meet his demise. Kaido, too, wishes to end this stalemate. Even with merely half of his original strength, he could easily inflict irreparable damage upon both the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain. While the extent of Tsuru's power remains uncertain, one thing is clear: Shinjo must not engage her under any circumstances. With this thought in mind, Kaido bellowed, "You are too weak. Get lost." Following this, he flung his arm towards the Ghost Spider's battleship, sending the Ghost Spider soaring into the air as he leaped after him. The Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain trembled at Kaido's actions, fully aware that the surgery fruit still resided aboard the Ghost Spider's vessel. However, given their current limited combat capabilities, intercepting Kaido would prove exceedingly difficult. The only viable course of action now was to head west, to the battleship of Vice Admiral Shinjo to awaken him. Realizing this, the Flying Squirrel hurriedly conveyed his thoughts to Tsuru, with Fire Mountain nodding seriously beside him. Tsuru furrowed her brow, increasingly convinced that this Kaido was likely a creation of Shinjo's machinations. Although she was unsure of the methods employed to conjure such a convincing illusion of Kaido, it was not surprising given his eclectic array of abilities. Moreover, did this Kaido harbor a grudge against the Ghost Spider? While both the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain had suffered attacks of varying degrees, they appeared to be in fine condition now. And what of herself? This Kaido seemed utterly disinterested in engaging her. Since when did Kaido develop a sense of respect for the elderly or exhibit chivalrous behavior by sparing women? However, if this Kaido were indeed Shinjo's transformation, it would indicate that Shinjo was no longer aboard his battleship. Wouldn't that reveal the ruse? Vice Admiral Tsuru, what is the matter? There is no time for contemplation. We are aware that Vice Admiral Shinjo is currently in poor condition, but he is the only one who can stop this monster Kaido. But I am fine. Let me handle this. Just as Tsuru was about to speak further, a voice called out, prompting Tsuru, the Flying Squirrel, and Fire Mountain to turn their gazes towards the direction of Shinjo's battleship. The battleship Chienha was positioned to the left of the Squirrel warship, not far apart. Upon observing Chienha's current state, both the Squirrel and the Fire Mountain felt a twinge of embarrassment. This was because Chienha appeared exceedingly feeble, projecting an image of sheer emptiness. At the bow of the Chienha warship, Khalifa and Ain supported Chienha on either side. Chienha's complexion appeared even more pallid, likely due to the recent commotion caused by the Squirrel's shout. Ain's expression was somewhat nuanced, as if she were on the verge of laughter. She had been quite alarmed by Chienha's weakened state moments ago, almost forgetting his remarkable ability to recover instantaneously. With violet flames surging in her hands, she was about to press them onto Chienha. Terrified, he hastily intervened, fearing that Ain's emotional outburst might trigger an awakening, reverting him back to an infantile state. Subsequently, he earnestly explained to Ain that his condition was merely an act, which finally calmed her. Thus, now that she was assured of Chienha's safety, the sight of him performing this charade elicited a barely contained amusement from Ain. Chienha cast a subtle glare at Ain, who pouted her lips and fell silent. Alas, it is indeed Khalifa who brings a sense of ease, Chienha thought, casting a reassuring glance at Khalifa on the other side. Khalifa, with her impassive expression, was well aware of her boss's true nature. Setting aside the fact that she knew the truth, even if she didn't, she understood that Chienha possessed a hint of male chauvinism. In other words, he would never present himself in such a disingenuous manner. He, however, remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the interactions between Khalifa and Ain, ultimately fixing his gaze on Chienha with a somewhat unfriendly demeanor. Noticing his scrutiny, Chienha felt puzzled, wondering if he thought her portrayal was insufficiently convincing. Could it be that he was dissatisfied with her acting skills? That could not be. Her performance was no less impressive than that of Kizaru. No matter how Chienha speculated, she would never fathom that he was actually standing up for her sister. The initial direction of her thoughts was entirely misplaced. Nevertheless, having ventured out, she resolved to carry on with the act in its entirety. Chienha gently lowered his hands from the shoulders of Khalifa and Ain, activating his powers to soar towards the warship of Crane with an unsteady flight. Observing this precarious situation, both the squirrel and the fiery mountain contemplated using the moonwalk to intercept him, fearing that Chienha might plunge into the sea at any moment. Witnessing Chienha in such a state, the squirrel, with a resigned expression, remarked, "Perhaps we should surrender the surgery fruit. After all, even Kaido has become involved, far exceeding the scope of our mission." Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky as Kaido descended upon the Ghost Spider's warship once more. The Ghost Spider, having been thrown aside moments ago, now lay unconscious within the cabin. Soldiers aboard the Ghost Spider brandished their weapons, surrounding Kaido, who paid them no heed. With a mere display of his conqueror's haki, he incapacitated an entire crew. As he surveyed his surroundings, Kaido sought the location of the Ghost Spider's quarters. Having gleaned from the Ghost Spider's memories that the surgery fruit was tucked away in a cabinet within his office. At that moment, Chienha and Crane arrived aboard the Ghost Spider's ship. Kaido raised an eyebrow, looking at Chienha, and said, "It's you again. Your strength is commendable, yet you appear to be in a rather poor state. What is it? Do you still wish to challenge me?" With a decisive step forward, Chika did not waste words. He activated his haki and charged towards Kaido. Kaido let out a cold snort, enveloping his hand in haki as well, and their fists collided. A powerful shockwave radiated from the point of impact, causing a web-like fissure to spread across the deck of the Ghost Spider's warship. Behind them, the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain had intended to assist, but were repelled by the force of the shockwave, left only to watch in awe as Chika confronted Kaido. The Flying Squirrel could not help but remark, "Is this truly the strength of Rear Admiral Chika? His body appears so frail." Fire Mountain nodded in agreement, reflecting, "With his current prowess, I doubt he will retain his rank of Rear Admiral for long." Upon hearing this, the Flying Squirrel fell silent. What lay above the rank of Rear Admiral? It was the Admiral. This rank represented the pinnacle of the Navy's combat power, a cornerstone of the fleet. The number of Rear Admirals was scarce, especially when compared to the few admirals, each a figure renowned throughout the seas. Given their own talents, despite their youth, the dream of attaining the rank of Admiral seemed utterly unattainable. They understood this reality all too well. Contemplating Chika's age, both could only exclaim in disbelief, "Heaven! Is this not an act of favoritism?" Standing beside them, Kuro held his arms crossed, observing the fierce battle taking place between Chika and Kaido. Suddenly, he called out, "Chika, take care of yourself." In the midst of his intense engagement, Chika paused momentarily, reflecting, "You know, this feeling of battling against oneself is rather intriguing." As Chika intensifies his efforts, it becomes apparent that even his clone, possessing only half of his original strength, is beginning to falter. Contemplating this, Chika silently commends Tsurugi for his prowess, only to subsequently feign a vulnerability, allowing himself to be struck back by Kaido and retreating to the side of Tsurugi and the others. Before Tsurugi could take action, Weasel and Fire Mountain hurriedly stepped forward to support Chika. They regarded Chika's determination to protect the mission's objective, even at the cost of his own physical exhaustion, with great admiration. Observing the concern etched on the faces of Weasel and Fire Mountain, Chika felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. He could only reassure himself, the surgical fruit must never fall into the hands of those from Mariewa. Forgive me, Weasel and Fire Mountain. Let this be for the sake of justice. Mistaking Chika's reddened face for a surge of internal injury, Weasel quickly inquired, Chika, are you all right? Coughing lightly, Chika replied, I'm fine, but it seems we are truly in a predicament. With a grave expression, he turned his gaze towards Kaido on the battlefield. Kaido let out a boisterous laugh, his form shifting to the position where Onisuke had just fallen. He paid no heed to the unconscious Onisuke, merely surveying his surroundings. Indeed, a cabinet, already cracked, came into his view, revealing the box containing the surgical fruit. Upon sighting the surgical fruit, Kaido exhaled in relief. He had deliberately thrown Onisuke towards his office. However, the exact location remained somewhat ambiguous, and he had anticipated needing to exert more effort, only to find that events were unfolding rather smoothly. Should he fail to locate it, Kaido would have resorted to threatening the lives of those aboard the ship, coercing Chika and the others to surrender the surgical fruit. Though such an action would likely implicate everyone present in subsequent repercussions, it can be said that the objective of this endeavor had been successfully achieved. And Kaido nodded in satisfaction before casting a glance at Chika and his companions, whose expressions were grim. He boasted loudly, I shall take the surgical fruit. If you wish to reclaim it, come find me on Onigashima. With that, he discreetly activated his powers, and with their enhancement, leapt into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Chika and the others remained silent as they watched Kaido vanish from sight. After a moment, Tsuru spoke up, noting the change in circumstances. It appears that Kaido has also learned of the existence of the Nomi. It must have been Don Quixote da Flamingo who informed him. Upon our return to headquarters, I will apprise Sengoku of the situation here. Shinha and the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, a naval soldier rushed up from the depths of the ship, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, Gentlemen, 5 officers from the Don Quixote family have ceased to exhibit signs of life. What? Wu Xiao and Huashishin gazed incredulously at the approaching sailor, bewildered by the news. Crane, however, remained relatively composed and remarked nonchalantly, well, they were merely a band of criminals after all. It is likely they were mortally wounded by the previous assault from Vice Admiral Shinha. If they are dead, so be it. Who remains alive? That little girl, Baby 5. And Senior Pink. Ah, I see. You should keep an eye on the remaining 2. Yes, sir. After the sailor departed, Crane cast a sidelong glance at Shinha, contemplating that he was likely responsible for this latest development. Without a doubt, her suspicions were accurate. If she could access Shinha's dimensional space, she would discover 4 devil fruits resting quietly within: the Tun fruit, the Ishi fruit, the Bomu fruit, and the Arte fruit. The previous owners of these fruits had evidently met their demise. Shinha had no interest in Diamante's Mera fruit, and having dealt with him, he paid it no further mind. Baby 5, a mere abandoned child sold to the Don Quixote family, was not deserving of death, so Shinha spared her. As for Pink, the user of the Sway fruit, his ability was rather lackluster. Despite being called the Sway fruit, it might as well be named the swimming fruit, as it only allowed him to swim anywhere except in water, a peculiar limitation. Furthermore, this individual was a paragon of pure love, and Shinha had developed a modicum of fondness for him while watching anime, thus he let him off lightly. Nevertheless, he was still a criminal. While he might escape the death penalty, he could not evade a life sentence, so he would be dispatched to the underwater prison, perhaps to see the light of day again one day. Upon returning to headquarters, Crane reported the mission's circumstances to Sengoku. Upon hearing that Kaido had also been involved in this incident, Sengoku broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of Kaido's formidable strength. Encountering Kaido, especially twice in one day, meant that the Navy personnel who returned alive were already worthy of celebration. Fortunately, Shinha was present for this mission, otherwise, they might have faced dire consequences. It was essential to note that Wu Xiao and Huashishin ranked among the most powerful vice admirals, and losing these 2 would undoubtedly constitute a significant blow to the Navy. Crane was a banner of the Navy. If anything were to befall her during this mission, Sengoku doubted he could maintain his composure. And whether Carp would rush to Onigashima for revenge was uncertain. As long as they returned safely, the surgery fruit seemed trivial in the face of their lives. With this thought in mind, Sengoku felt that a mission failure was not so grievous after all, considering Chienha had fought until he was exhausted. Nonetheless, he still needed to have a word with the Gorosei. Conversely, Crane expressed her concern by inquiring, "What news from Mary Gios?" "You need not worry. I shall elucidate the reasons behind the failure of this mission to them. For now, you and Chika should simply rest well." "Very well, I shall take my leave. And I entrust you with the task of dealing with that group of people, Sengoku." "Understood." With that, Crane departed from Sengoku's office, while Sengoku reached out to the five elders. Naturally, upon hearing of the mission's failure, the five elders were consumed with fury. However, it was not entirely justifiable to cast blame upon Sengoku or the Navy. The crux of the issue lay with an exceedingly formidable individual, Kaido. It is presumed that the information regarding the surgery fruit was divulged to Kaido by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo must have revealed to Kaido the secret of the surgery fruit's ability to perform the immortality procedure. Otherwise, it would not have provoked Kaido to take matters into his own hands. Doflamingo's possession of such clandestine information is intrinsically linked to his former celestial dragon status. Thus, the root of this predicament undeniably traces back to this source. Nevertheless, it is improbable that they would admit to their faults. The matter regarding the failure of this mission was ultimately dismissed without further reprimand. As for Chika, Sengoku has granted him a week's leave. It is widely acknowledged that Chika was the one who successfully thwarted Kaido's advances, and even the Weasel and others have expressed a desire for him to enjoy an extended respite to recuperate. However, Chika firmly declined this offer. Returning to his office with Califa and Nine, Chika retrieved 4 devil fruits from his door space and displayed them upon the desk. The simultaneous appearance of the 4 devil fruits left Califa and Nine momentarily stunned, evoking a sensation akin to gazing upon a bountiful harvest. In truth, Chika also possessed that one fruit gifted to him by Nine, yet he had yet to examine which fruit it was. He planned to test it on some lowly pirate in the future to ascertain its properties. Chienha gestured towards the fruits on the table, introducing their names and abilities to the 2 women. He then turned his gaze to Califa, inquiring if she had found any of them appealing. Ain had already consumed a devil fruit, and Chienha had invited her primarily to prevent her from feeling like an outsider. Califa hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. To be candid, she was not particularly fond of any of these fruits, although each of the 4 offered a significant enhancement to combat prowess. She no longer desired fruits that leaned towards battle. Instead, she yearned for one with unique auxiliary capabilities. After all, with her boss present, she felt as though she was the safest person in the world. Observing Califa's disinterest in the fruits, Chienha chose not to press the matter further. Opportunities to acquire devil fruits would abound in the future, and there was no need to rush. However, among these 4, there was indeed a fruit that particularly captivated Chienha, the bomb fruit. As its name implies, its power lies in explosions, a concept that is both straightforward and brutally effective. Setting aside the self-destruct capability, its ability to detonate inorganic matter is of paramount importance. In terms of destructive power and lethality, the damage it inflicts is quite remarkable. Unlike Mr. Five's explosive fruit, which utilizes nose-picking bombs, the bomb fruit represents a superhuman ability, while the latter is merely a superhuman trait. Yet, when the topic of nose-picking bombs arose, Chienha couldn't help but whimsically think of Carp, who had a penchant for digging for gold in his nose, particularly in Sengoku's office. The thought of him consuming this fruit sent a shiver down Chienha's spine. The imagery was too vivid and unsettling to contemplate. Returning his focus to the bomb fruit, he observed its appearance, a plump, black watermelon adorned with a vine resembling a fuse. Chienha placed his hand upon it, closed his eyes, and invoked the powers of the hungry ghost path. Moments later, an ordinary watermelon materialized upon the table. Califa, producing a small knife from seemingly nowhere, deftly sliced the watermelon in half and offered one portion to Chienha. From the remaining fruit, she retrieved a piece for Ain, while she herself indulged in another slice. Thus, Califa and Ain stood in the office, each cradling a watermelon, gazing intently at Chienha, who had absorbed the abilities of the bomb fruit. As the absorption reached completion, Chienha slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by the sight of these 2 spectators. Chienha blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Califa stepped in front of him, her delicate face drawing near. This unexpected situation left Chienha bewildered. What was happening? Was this necessary, especially with Ain still nearby? Califa gazed intently at Chienha's right eye, then nodded thoughtfully, exclaiming, "Indeed, another tomoe has appeared. How fascinating." Is that all?" Chienha gazed silently at his secretary, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Huh, what else could it be, boss? What are you thinking? Califa tilted her head, looking at Qianhe with a face full of puzzlement, seemingly completely oblivious to his meaning. Ain, standing nearby, stifled a chuckle. How infuriating. This secretary was becoming increasingly audacious. Qianhe silently berated her in his mind before calming himself to savor the newly acquired ability. After a moment, he suddenly extended a finger and pointed at a cup, which abruptly expanded and then shattered into a multitude of fragments, startling Califa and Ain. Casting a glance at them, Qianhe's lips involuntarily curled into a smirk. Look at you both, becoming increasingly presumptuous. He then surveyed the remnants of the cup on the table, nodding in satisfaction. In terms of control over his ability and the explosive force, he had far surpassed that gladiolus. He could effortlessly compress the blast radius while amplifying its power. Otherwise, it would not have merely been a cup that exploded. The aftermath should have left shards rather than mere debris. Having fully absorbed the powers of the bomb fruit, Qianhe retrieved the remaining 3 fruits from his spatial pocket and then took out a singular box. Upon opening it, a heart-shaped, crimson surgical fruit was revealed. Upon seeing this fruit, both Califa and Ain halted their idle chatter and leaned in to scrutinize the heart-shaped surgical fruit, priced at 5 billion berries. One must admit, the appearance of the surgical fruit was quite exquisite, a delicate red heart. Even the typically composed Califa couldn't help but steal a few extra glances, finally inquiring, "Boss, is this the fruit you mentioned that can perform the ageless surgery?" Chica nodded and carefully retrieved the surgery fruit from the box, examining it closely while recalling the information about this fruit from the anime. Firstly, the use of the surgery fruit's abilities demands an immense amount of physical stamina, to the extent that it may even deplete one's vitality. However, this concern is of little consequence to Chica. Chica possesses the cells of Hashirama, endowing him with an extraordinarily robust vitality and regenerative capacity. Furthermore, his right eye, endowed with the kaleidoscopic technique, boasts an unparalleled restorative power, making it feasible to activate the room for an entire day without any complications. Moreover, the notion that a doctor is ideally suited to consume the surgical fruit stems from the fact that it is not the doctor's inability to perform the immortality procedure that is in question. This brings to mind the intricate narrative between Chika and Orochimaru in the Naruto saga. While residing outside of Konoha, Chika was entrenched in Orochimaru's experiments. He participated in numerous trials, including treatments for bloodline diseases, and has witnessed countless dissection scenes. During the process of transplanting Hashirama's cells, Chika absorbed a wealth of knowledge from Orochimaru, acquiring skills in surgical operations. Ultimately, the character of Orochimaru in the original work is portrayed as a surgeon, leaning towards Western medicine, which contrasts with Chopper's approach rooted in traditional Eastern practices. Regardless, the identity of a doctor poses no dilemma for Chika, as having Orochimaru, the ninja world's equivalent of Dr. Frankenstein, as a mentor ensures that his medical expertise is undoubtedly exceptional. Qianhe possesses an unwavering confidence that he will ultimately unravel the secret of the immortality surgery. With the Rinnegan at his disposal, he is not deterred by the notion of sacrificing lives. After all, the Rinnegan, as an eye that governs life and death, is not a mere embellishment. However, after absorbing the powers of the surgical fruit, it is prudent to wield such abilities with discretion. While Qianhe may freely employ his other skills, well known for their variety, any overt use of the surgical fruit could easily attract the attention of the world government's spies. As it pertains to the fundamental interests of the celestial dragons, an asset they would go to great lengths to secure, even at the expense of strained relations with the Gorosei. In truth, the task is not insurmountable, provided one is not caught in an ambush. Upon arriving at the battlefield, activating a large room in advance suffices. The room's spatial fluctuations are only pronounced during its initial manifestation. Once expanded, as long as the room is sufficiently vast, those within it remain largely unaware of its presence. Furthermore, the combat capabilities of the surgical fruit are formidable. This power excels in both range and peculiar versatility, placing it among the elite. The surgical fruit can also be perceived as a spatial fruit, wherein within the created room, everything lies under the control of the wielder, even allowing for the grotesque redistribution of multiple individuals' bodies and minds. Reflecting on this, Qianhe cannot help but shake his head in admiration. Indeed, it is a remarkable fruit. Without further hesitation, Qianhe employs the hungry ghost path to absorb the power of the surgical fruit once more. Mere seconds later, the 6th tomoe manifests in his right eye. The instant it appears, a palpable pressure emanates from Chienha's right eye, causing the walls and floor of the office to crack. Both Khalifa and Ain emit muffled groans, collapsing to one knee. High-ranking Navy officials still at headquarters also sense this unusual pressure. Sengoku rises abruptly from his chair, casting a concerned glance towards Chienha's office. Furrowing his brow as he muses, is this the Conqueror's Haki? After a moment, he shakes his head, though he too has awakened to Conqueror's Haki. He can discern that this is not it, leaving him to marvel at Chienha's escalating strength. Returning to Chienha. Upon noticing that Khalifa and Ain are struggling to withstand the pressure, he promptly closes his right eye, allowing the overwhelming aura enveloping the Navy headquarters to gradually dissipate. Khalifa and Ain rise from the floor, their expressions less than favorable. Ain casts a reproachful glance at Chienha, making him feel somewhat sheepish. After all, it was indeed his oversight in controlling the power of the Rinnegan. Yet, absorbing two fruits at once, resulting in the fulgurating 6 tomoe state of his right eye, brings an overwhelming surge of ocular power that even Chienha feels on the verge of spiraling out of control. Feigning a cough, Chienha slowly opens his right eye. Observing his actions, Ain and Khalifa instinctively take a step back, as if avoiding a harbinger of calamity. Chienha gazed at the two women with a hint of exasperation, indicating that he had successfully harnessed the power of his right eye this time. As he reopened his right eye, 6 tomoe, reminiscent of Sasuke's Rinnegan, materialized, shimmering with an enigmatic luminescence. After a brief pause, Chienha snapped his fingers and declared, "Room." A low hum resonated as a small vortex emerged at the point where he snapped his fingers. It whirled momentarily before expanding dramatically, forming a semicircular transparent space that enveloped Chienha, Khalifa, and Ain. Both Ain and Khalifa curiously surveyed their surroundings, with Ain even poking at the boundary of the room. Naturally, her finger passed through the boundary without any obstruction. Retrieving her finger, Ain brought it before her eyes to inspect, noticing no discernible change, and then inquired of Chienha, "What exactly is the utility of this ability?" Chienha smiled gently, extending her palm towards Ain and Khalifa, who slowly glided to the right in the air. For some inexplicable reason, watching Chienha's movements, both Ain and Khalifa suddenly experienced a peculiar sense of discomfort. Ain couldn't help but inquire once more, "Chienha, what are you doing? I can't shake off this unsettling feeling." Khalifa also nodded in confusion, her expression mirroring Ain's bewilderment. Chienha raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and remarked, "Did you not inquire about the abilities of the surgical fruit? Just moments ago, I employed a skill to scan your physical condition. Upon my examination, I can confirm that your bodies exhibit no ailments and are in excellent health." Upon hearing Chienha's words, both Khalifa and Ain felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Khalifa, unable to contain herself, was about to interject, "Boss, you should stop." Chienha hastily gestured for a halt, swearing by all that is sacred that he had merely employed a single technique, room scan, akin to undergoing an X-ray at a hospital, utterly legitimate and beyond reproach. Chienha utilized the power of the surgical fruit to perform an X-ray on Khalifa and Ain, then fixed his gaze upon the two women and softly uttered, "Exchange." In an instant, Khalifa and Ain found themselves in each other's positions, gazing at one another with bewilderment, still processing the inexplicable occurrence. Chienha's ability, derived from the reincarnation eye, required no elaborate gestures. Merely locking onto his target with his gaze sufficed, rendering it exceedingly convenient. The prior action of utilizing room to scan was merely a playful impulse, a desire to experiment with his newfound powers while teasing both Khalifa and Ain. With the enhancement of his strength, Chienha's cunning nature became increasingly evident. After relishing the dazed expressions on the two women's faces, he activated the surgical fruit's ability once more, abruptly appearing beside Khalifa, who, recovering from her astonishment, looked at him with resignation and remarked, "Boss, have you had your fun?" The capabilities of the surgical fruit are truly bizarre. Ain and I have experienced it firsthand, so please refrain from using us as your subjects any further. Chienha cast a glance at Ain on the opposite side, raising his hands in an expression of innocence. It was Ain who had been the curious one moments ago. What did it have to do with him? Ain, sensing the teasing glint in Chienha's eyes, rolled them in exasperation and took Khalifa by the hand, departing from Chienha's office. Once the two women had left, Chienha began to utilize his abilities of teleportation and substitution repeatedly within the room. His presence flitted about the office like a specter, appearing in various locations in quick succession. Ultimately, after rearranging all the furnishings, he materialized in his own office chair. observing the transformed state of his surroundings. Chihe could not suppress a hearty laugh that grew increasingly boisterous, reaching the ears of Khalifa and Ayn next door. They exchanged glances, and Ayn remarked, "Being Chihe's secretary must be quite a challenge, no?" "Not at all," Khalifa replied. "The boss has mentioned that this is a tradition of the Uchiha clan. The stronger they are, the more they relish such laughter." "Is there truly such a tradition?" Ayn mused, nodding thoughtfully. Thus, the reason behind Chihe's sudden outburst of laughter was unveiled. Within their clan, it served as a testament to strength. Returning to Chihe, he had settled down, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk, his mood evidently buoyant. The ability to manipulate objects freely within the room, coupled with his teleportation skills, reminded him of Sasuke's unique ocular technique, the heavenly hand power. This technique allowed for the forced exchange of positions among objects or individuals within the line of sight. However, as observed during the battle with Madara, it had limitations regarding distance and a cooldown period, the specifics of which remained unclear. Yet, within the room created by the surgical fruit, these drawbacks ceased to exist. Firstly, concerning distance, as long as the room was sufficiently expansive, Chihe could appear at any location within it or swap the positions of all objects contained therein. However, from the events of the Onigashima battle, it was evident that if the being exchanged possessed sufficient haki, they could resist the forced substitution of the surgical fruit. As for the cooldown issue, as long as Chihe had enough stamina, he could manipulate the room to his heart's content, quite extravagantly, indeed. Thus, with the acquisition of the surgical fruit, Chihe had effectively gained an enhanced version of heavenly hand power, which could be aptly described as a veritable daily manifestation of it. How could one not feel exhilarated by such a prospect? Furthermore, speaking of the unique ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, Chihe felt an even deeper sense of satisfaction. Chihe fixed his gaze upon a potted plant within the office, when a gray vortex suddenly enveloped the entire plant, swirling in a clockwise motion. As the vortex spun, the verdant leaves of the plant began to wither and yellow, ultimately causing the entire specimen to perish and disintegrate into a pile of lifeless remnants. Once the gray vortex dissipated, Chihe approached the now desolate plant, crouched down, and delicately pinched a fragment of the debris between his fingers. Reflecting on the stark transformation from the once lush greenery to the lifeless matter he now held, Chihe exhaled gently, the remnants dissipating into the air. Indeed, this peculiar ability is the exclusive ocular technique activated in Chihe's right eye upon gathering 6 Magatama. It is a temporal power known as the God of Years. This manifests as a clockwise rotating vortex of time within his line of sight, accelerating the flow of time for objects or beings ensnared within it. With the velocity contingent upon Chihe's ocular prowess and the strength of the subject being affected. Given Chihe's current ocular strength, taking Minga as an example, once ensnared by the God of Years, Chihe could, with full exertion, bring about the complete withering of his life within a mere 5 seconds. In essence, Chihe's God of Years is akin to the awakened kaleidoscopic ocular techniques. In other words, this temporal power was already gestating at the moment Chihe's Rinnegan was activated. Chika speculated that the reason he regressed to the state of a 6-year-old upon arriving in the pirate world was due to the frantic activation of the Rinnegan's powers during a crisis, which triggered the power of the God of Time. However, the current power of the God of Time only accelerates the flow of time rather than reversing it, likely because the ocular strength of his left eye has not yet been fully realized. The Rinnegan, akin to the Sharingan, can only unleash its utmost potential when both eyes are in harmony, as exemplified by Uchiha Madara's Limbo, Border Jail. A singular Rinnegan can conjure but one shadow. Yet, upon reclaiming the second Rinnegan, the number of shadows increased to 4, a significant enhancement indeed. Thus, considering Madara's experience, once Chika's left eye's ocular power is fully charged, the power of the God of Time will likely receive a further augmentation. Whether this will lead to the birth of a second Rinnegan's exclusive ocular technique remains uncertain. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, Chika feels immensely satisfied. His journey to Hyodai Island has proven bountiful. He has absorbed both the Boom Boom fruit and the Op fruit in one fell swoop, elevating his right Rinnegan to a state of 6 tomoe and unlocking his own exclusive ocular technique. What more could one desire? Feeling the ocular power within his right eye akin to the vastness of the ocean, Chika clenched his fist. With the strength he currently possesses, should he encounter Kaido again, he is confident in engaging him in a genuine battle, even harboring the opportunity to subdue Kaido with his ever-emerging abilities. This is merely the state of a single eye with 6 tomoe. Chika pondered whether, upon achieving the same for his left eye, he would unlock the 6 paths mode and wield the truth-seeking orbs to overwhelm all adversaries. Yet, one must not become complacent, after all. The saga of the Pirate King has not reached its conclusion, and the secrets of Mariehua, as well as the true extent of Imu's power, remain shrouded in mystery. Therefore, Chika's forthcoming objective is to gather formidable devil fruits, activate the 6 tomoe of his left eye, and subsequently create 6 puppets to expand his influence. These are fundamentally essential aspirations at any time. In the Admiral's office, Sengoku gazed benevolently at Corazon, who stood before him, and spoke in a gentle tone. "Welcome back to the Navy, Rosinante." Corazon was deeply moved. This experience could be described as a narrow escape from death. Since the tragic demise of his father at the hands of his brother, he had become a complete orphan, taken in by Sengoku, who became his adoptive father. In Corazon's heart, Sengoku had assumed the role of a father figure, imparting wisdom on how to navigate life, instilling in him the essence of justice, and guiding him into the Navy, endowing him with extraordinary combat abilities. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Sengoku had helped him rediscover the meaning of existence. Reflecting on this, Corazon struggled to find his voice, trembling as he uttered, "It has been a long time, Admiral Sengoku. I have returned." In truth, he yearned to address Sengoku as father, but that title bore too heavy a weight. Whenever he contemplated it, images of his father's death would flood his mind, plunging him into despair. "It is good to be back, truly good. This time, it is truly thanks to Sen. He is your benefactor, as well as mine." The Admiral of the Warring States, Sengoku, could no longer contain himself, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Before long, his visage was awash with tears, and Sengoku, overwhelmed with emotions, felt his eyes moisten as well. At that moment, a sudden noise broke the atmosphere. "Sengoku, how about some sabe?" A surprised Admiral Carp pushed the office door open, poking his head in, only to be taken aback by the scene before him, frozen mid-action. "Admiral Carp, it's been a while." Karasu quickly wiped his face and feigned nonchalance while greeting Carp, though his expression bore a hint of embarrassment. A pronounced vein appeared on Sengoku's forehead, and with a swift motion, he appeared beside Carp, his fist clenched tightly. "You disrespectful cad. There's no sunbae. How many times have I told you to knock before entering my office?" With that, he delivered a punch to Carp's forehead, producing a dull thud. Gah! It was evident that Sengoku had long harbored grievances against Carp. This blow was perhaps the most forceful one he had delivered without the aid of his devil fruit powers or haki. One could only wonder how it compared to the force he would later exert when striking Luffy at Marineford. Carp, having received Sengoku's punch, crouched down, clutching his head. His features contorted in pain. Anyone who witnessed the scene would agree it looked agonizing. Standing before Carp, Sengoku gazed down at his battered comrade, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction, as if he had regained 10 years of youth. Perhaps, before future battles, it would be prudent to deliver a punch to Carp to boost morale. Sengoku held up the fist he had just struck Carp with, pondering thoughtfully. "You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? After all these years. This is the first time you've hit me with such force." "Very well. I shall remember this." Carp sprang up from the ground, his face a mixture of indignation and fury, with an unmistakable hint of grievance, his expression resembling an old fan chart. "Humph. Consider it a lesson learned." Sengoku scoffed dismissively as he returned to his seat, only to find Karasu observing him with an odd expression. "Oh no, I've lost control a bit." Spurred on by Carp's antics, this is hardly the demeanor befitting a naval admiral, tarnishing the authority I have upheld for years. Sengoku's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat vigorously, adopting a serious demeanor. "In any case, you must remember the life-saving grace of Admiral Sen. He not only saved you, but also that child who holds great significance for you. Such a debt of gratitude is one you will find difficult to repay throughout your lifetime." Upon hearing this, Karasu responded with utmost sincerity, "I understand, Admiral Sengoku. Though my abilities are modest, I pledge that whenever Admiral Sen requires assistance, I would not hesitate to lay down my life. To sacrifice one's life is unnecessary. It is an endeavor that even Chika cannot accomplish. Even if you were to truly risk your life, it would be of no avail." Well, Corazon felt a twinge of awkwardness. He understood that Sengoku was concerned about him, yet the words sounded somewhat peculiar. "Your undercover mission has concluded. You have performed your duties with commendable diligence. Following this, I shall promote you to the rank of colonel. You may take your rest now. Yes. After saluting, Corazon turned and exited the office, stealing a glance back at Carp, who was there, cradling his head in existential doubt. Once Corazon had departed, Carp could not help but inquire, what has Chica done this time? Care to share? Nothing much. He certainly wasn't in the office enjoying tea and senbei. Oh, I'm out of senbei. Could you spare some of yours? Get lost. I've already told you. There's not even a crumb of packaging left. The following day, in a desolate area, Corazon clasped his fingers together, anxiously observing Chica's silhouette in the distance. Before Chica stood a timid Law, who dared not raise his gaze. On Hyoko Island, Law had witnessed the effortless manner in which Chica dealt with Don Quixote da Flamingo and the members of the Don Quixote family. Virgo, who arrived later, was taken down without landing a single blow, akin to a mere offering of his head. Although he had been momentarily dazed by Kaido's conqueror's haki, Law eventually regained consciousness and bore witness to a spectacle that would leave an indelible mark on his life. The towering purple giant against the backdrop of the azure dragon reigning in the skies. Everything that Chica has displayed is a scene that Luo could never have imagined in his dreams. It can be said that in Luo's heart, Chica has become indistinguishable from a deity. Now, standing alone before the divinity he harbors within, it would be impossible for Luo to claim he is not feeling anxious. Shinha lowered his head to look at Luo, who had been standing there, fidgeting uneasily since a moment ago. He couldn't help but chuckle. Was he truly so fearsome that he had frightened a child to this extent? Shaking his head, Shinha bent down and gently patted Luo's head, causing the boy to tremble in fright. Shinha expressed his helplessness and, with the gentlest tone he could muster, reassured, "Do not be afraid, trust me. The process of healing will be devoid of any pain. It will conclude in an instant." Yes. Room. With a hum. A small semicircular space enveloped both Shinha and Luo, while in the distance, Corazon observed curiously, completely oblivious to the connection between this ability and the surgical fruit. He was only aware that the surgical fruit could heal ailments, yet the specifics of its application and the manifestation of its power remained a mystery to him. After scanning Luo's body, Shinha perceived the diminutive figure as a human-shaped outline, albeit marked by irregular white patches. It appeared that these white patches were the root cause of the disease. Having identified the source, Shinha wasted no time. With a determined gaze, he extracted the white patches from within Luo's body. Shinha retrieved a test tube, transferring a detached white mass into it, which coalesced into a small, white, paste-like substance. This ailment is indeed quite terrifying, and it is prudent to remain cautious. After all, one's health is the most precious treasure a person can possess. Once the treatment concluded, Shinha deactivated the room space and beckoned Colasong from a distance, signaling him to approach. Seeing Shinha's gesture, Colasong hurriedly sprinted over to Luo, lifting him up to scrutinize him with great care, repeating the examination multiple times. Upon noticing that the white patches on Luo's face had vanished, Colasong was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming loudly to the elevated Luo, "Luo, you have been cured. Your fate has changed." At that moment, Luo remained in a state of bewilderment throughout the experience. He had merely witnessed Shinha conjuring a mysterious space to envelop him, casting a glance in his direction, and then Colasong rushed over, exuberantly declaring that he had recovered. Without acknowledging Colasong, Luo stiffly turned his gaze towards Shinha, his eyes brimming with confusion, to which Shinha responded with a gentle nod and a smile. Luo's expression gradually became exaggerated, almost contorted, as he was swept away by the magnitude of this astonishing revelation. Colasong embraced Luo tightly, and the two knelt on the ground, overcome with emotion, weeping uncontrollably. Shinha silently observed the two individuals, reflecting on the profound impact that the tale of Corazon and Law had on him during his anime-watching days. Both characters were exquisitely crafted, leaving an indelible impression on the audience. This time, he could confidently assert that he had irrevocably altered their destinies. Corazon had survived, and Law would undoubtedly, under Corazon's guidance, join the Navy, potentially evolving into a skilled military doctor with commendable combat abilities. As he embarked on the path to greatness, he would rectify the regrets of a pirate's life. What could be more fulfilling? Choosing not to disturb the emotionally charged atmosphere between the two, Shinha swiftly vanished from sight. In a blink, he reappeared in his office, where Khalifa merely cast a glance before resuming her tasks. She had grown accustomed to her boss's uncanny ability to appear and disappear at will. Chienha gazed at Kalia for a moment, curiosity etched upon his features, and inquired, "Kalia, do you find joy in following me?" Upon hearing Chienha's question, Kalia momentarily hesitated, sensing an oddity in Chienha's demeanor today. Nevertheless, she earnestly responded, "Yes, I am happy." "What brings you happiness?" "Because you are here." "Oh, well." Kalia's combat prowess against Chienha remained formidable, and just as he intended to elaborate, Chienha was abruptly silenced. After a brief spell of silence, the phone bug on the table began to ring. The instant the phone bug stirred, Chienha promptly answered it. Before he could utter a word, a gruff voice emerged. "Moshi Moshi, is this Chienha? This is Carp. Are you free lately?" Upon realizing it was Carp, Chienha was taken aback. Carp typically shared an office with Sengoku, and he was often privy to critical information promptly. Could there be something of great importance this time? Contemplating this, Chienha's tone turned serious. "This is Chienha. I currently have no pressing matters." "What is it, Vice Admiral Carp?" "Well, could you make a trip to the East Sea?" "The East Sea? Has a formidable pirate emerged?" The first name that flashed through Chienha's mind was Shanks, however. Shanks has now ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors, indicating that he has ventured into the East Sea. Has history been altered once more? Did Shanks execute a surprise return? No. Rather, I wish for you to journey to Windmill Village in the East Sea and assist in educating my grandson, whose name is Luffy. Oh, I won't go. Come on, Chienha. I've heard from Sengoku that you possess a unique understanding of child education. That introverted little brat behaves like a docile lamb in your presence. Introverted brat? Are you referring to Law? Chienha retorted, recalling how he had allowed Law to experience the exhilaration of the cockpit of a Gundam. Does Carp even have a Gundam? Upon hearing Carp's words, Chienha was rendered speechless and was about to hang up the call. Noticing the prolonged silence on the other end, Carp quickly interjected, "Don't hang up. That rascal Luffy has been bewitched by that scoundrel Shanks, incessantly proclaiming his desire to become the Pirate King. My attempts at instilling some guidance have proven futile. Would you consider this trip to the East Sea as a brief vacation?" Carp's tone was exceedingly earnest, almost as if he were bowing in respect to Chienha. At that moment, another voice emerged. "Chienha, this is Sengoku. There are reports that the Golden Lion has recently resurfaced in the East Sea. If possible, I urge you to make the journey. The Golden Lion, having severed his own legs to escape from impelled down, is undoubtedly not as formidable as he once was. If you can either defeat or capture him, it would greatly aid your future endeavors." Sengoku's intentions were unmistakably clear. He wished for Chienha to take on the Golden Lion, thereby securing a significant achievement on his path to becoming an admiral. As for whether Chienha could indeed conquer the Golden Lion, Sengoku had not given it much thought. Judging by Chienha's recent accomplishments and the overwhelming power he had displayed just days prior, Sengoku was entirely confident in Chienha's ability to contend with the current state of the Golden Lion. Of course, it remains uncertain whether Sengoku's suggestion to send Chienha to the East Sea was also motivated by a desire to assist his old friend Carp. Considering Sengoku's pride during his tenure as Fleet Admiral, Sengoku's words prompted Chienha to seriously contemplate this expedition to the East Sea, recognizing the rapid pace at which he was advancing within the Navy. However, achieving another promotion in a short span proves to be rather challenging. The primary obstacle lies in Chika's age. He is simply too young. This is not the era of conscription following the Great War, where remarkable prowess could guarantee a swift ascent within the Navy. Even figures like Fujitora and Green Bull, who directly attained the rank of admiral, are not particularly youthful. Fujitora is in his 50s, while Green Bull appears somewhat younger, yet not by a significant margin. Moreover, for Chika, the Golden Lion represents more than just a mere achievement. He embodies an exceptional resource. Let us first discuss the float fruit possessed by the Golden Lion. This fruit bestows the user with the ability to fly and allows objects to levitate. From its portrayal in the films, it is evident that the Golden Lion can manipulate floating objects with remarkable dexterity. However, Chika believes that the fruit's impressive capabilities are largely due to its cinematic representation and the strength of its wielder. For the Golden Lion has undoubtedly developed the powers of the float fruit to a state of awakening. In terms of abilities, Chika's gravity fruit, combined with his heavenly path powers, would surpass the capabilities of the float fruit. Hence, he has no intention of absorbing this fruit. Nevertheless, it will not be wasted. The Golden Lion, endowed with the powers of the float fruit, serves as an exquisite material for creating a heavenly path puppet. If he were to defeat the golden lion, it would be prudent to leave the fruit within his body and project his heavenly path abilities onto him. The resulting puppet might very well equal or even exceed the golden lion's strength in life, achieving a formidable power on par with the four emperors. One should not underestimate the golden lion merely because he was defeated by Luffy's Gear 4th. It is essential to remember that this occurred within the confines of a film. In that realm, even if Roger were to be resurrected, he would still find himself on the receiving end of a couple of slaps before obediently returning to his grave. In the East Blue, aboard the Six-Path ship, Chica ultimately resolved to venture to the East Blue, intending to procure his heavenly path puppet materials and perhaps offer a lesson to Luffy. Of course, Chica does not harbor any illusions about being able to sway Luffy to his side. The most suitable individual for this task would undoubtedly be Naruto, another protagonist from a different anime, who possesses a keen understanding of verbal persuasion. Regrettably, it is impossible to bring Naruto to this world, as he was just a child when Chica traversed dimensions, and the current state of the Naruto universe remains unknown. Speaking of Naruto, a figure with a similarly spiky golden hairstyle appears in Chica's mind. He is the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. The existence of Chica has had a rather limited impact on the development of the Naruto world. Minato still perished during the Ninetales turmoil. Reflecting upon his past in the Naruto universe, a shadow of melancholy inevitably crosses Chica's expression. He has altered the fates of many within the pirate world, yet he could not change the destiny of his dear friend. Although Chica possesses knowledge of the future events in the Naruto world, he is unable to disclose all of this to Minato. Setting aside whether Minato would believe him, his character would likely prevent him from keeping such revelations from the third Hokage and others. It is well known that Minato held the third in great esteem. Moreover, if the third were to learn of it, how far could it be before Danzo becomes aware? Danzo, who already harbored intentions of completely eradicating the Uchiha clan, would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to apprehend Chica under the pretext of harboring ulterior motives. In the Naruto world, Chica lacks any system or extraordinary abilities. He can only rely on future intelligence. How could he assist Minato when his own safety is not assured? The most he can do is subtly provide hints to Minato in certain aspects, yet even that proves to be a mere drop in the bucket. During the Ninetales crisis, Chica had already attained the Mangekyo Sharingan but dared not reveal it. By the time he reached Minato's side, the Minato couple had met their tragic end. Even with the power he possessed, Chica found himself powerless to alter fate. Shinha could never forget the night he helplessly stood beside the bodies of the Watergate couple, with only Naruto's cries echoing in his ears. It was from that moment that he resolutely decided to leave Konoha. If only he could possess the ability to traverse worlds and return to the realm of the Hokage. With this thought, Shinha sighed deeply. Standing beside him, Khalifa and Ain heard his sigh and simultaneously turned to look at him. When they noticed the sorrow reflected on his face, they were momentarily taken aback. This was the first time they had witnessed such a sight of Shinha. To them, he, endowed with countless abilities, seemed capable of anything. What could possibly bring him to such a state? Khalifa and Ain hurriedly approached Shinha, each grasping one of his hands, feeling the warmth emanating from their palms. Shinha glanced at Khalifa and Ain, seeing the concern and worry in their eyes. Suppressing his sorrow, he offered them a reassuring smile and said, "What's the matter? Have you begun to care about me? Boss, are you thinking of something sorrowful? Is it about your family?" Khalifa could only think of matters concerning Shinha's family, having learned from him that he was the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan in this world. She could only speculate on what might have led to such a powerful family being reduced to just Shinha. Waving his hand dismissively, Shinha said with a hint of melancholy, "I'm fine. I was merely reminded of a friend. Is he no longer with us?" "Yes, but perhaps there will be another chance to meet." "Can we really meet again with those who have departed?" Khalifa did not fully grasp Shinha's meaning, but considering his myriad abilities, she nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Ain, who had remained silent, pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "Shinha, look over there. There is a small island." Both Chica and Khalifa turned their gazes towards Ain, regarding her as if she were a simpleton. Since their departure from headquarters, they had traversed countless islands, rendering Ain's exclamation akin to proclaiming, "Look, there is a car," on a busy road. Sensing the scrutiny from Chica and Khalifa, Ain's cheeks flushed slightly as she recognized the folly of her words. However, her intention had merely been to divert Chica's attention. Unlike Khalifa, who seemed to effortlessly comprehend Chica's thoughts, Ain felt rather inept in this regard. Thus, she endeavored to alleviate Chika's sorrow in her own way, only to inadvertently become the source of amusement. Standing there, rather bewildered, Ein murmured softly, "I just wanted to help you take your mind off things." Upon hearing Ein's quiet lament, Chika and Califa could not contain their laughter. Califa, with affectionate warmth, embraced Ein and spoke in a tone reminiscent of a mother addressing her daughter. "Oh, Ein, you are simply delightful." Standing aside, Chienha observed the heartwarming scene before him, feeling the shadows of his heart dissipate entirely. He had acquired many things in the world of pirates that he once dared not dream of, and the regrets of the past, through the power of his reincarnation eyes, were not insurmountable losses. Therefore, it was better to cherish those present. At that moment, a navigator from the warship rushed over, pointing anxiously at the small island mentioned earlier by Ein. "General Chienha, numerous strange currents have appeared near that island. The warship has become ensnared, and we are at imminent risk of being drawn in." Upon hearing the navigator's words, Chienha furrowed his brow. Had they only now noticed the currents upon nearing the location? Was this realization not rather belated? However, it was not entirely fair to blame the navigator. The personnel aboard Chienha's warship had been selected based on the highest standards by Sengoku, ensuring their professionalism was undoubtedly commendable. The emergence of these dangerous currents had indeed been unexpectedly sudden. Nonetheless, Chienha began to contemplate the necessity of acquiring a top-tier navigator, as it would certainly make their maritime endeavors more comfortable and alleviate potential troubles. Chika did not impose any difficulties on the navigator, merely stating, "I understand. You may go now. Do not worry. Shortly, I shall have the warship anchored nearby. I intend to investigate the peculiarities of that island." Yes, the navigator departed, and Chika took a moment to scrutinize the island that Ein had just indicated, discerning that it indeed possessed some unusual characteristics. As the warship was drawn closer to the island by the currents, numerous colossal birds were visible soaring above it. Furthermore, an increasing number of currents had emerged around the island, continuously tugging at Chika's warship. Feeling the vessel beneath him sway more violently, Chika let out a soft grunt, levitating his body and flying to the side of the warship, where he placed one hand upon it. Divine force of the heavens. With a resounding hum, a repulsive force erupted from Chika's palm, enveloping the warship and propelling it out of the grasp of the turbulent currents. Chienha's mastery over the Shinra Tensei has become remarkably precise, as this instance of Shinra Tensei inflicted no harm upon the hull of the battleship. Having safely extricated the vessel from peril, Chienha pivoted in the air, unleashing a burst of repulsive force as he soared towards a nearby isle. Driven by a curiosity to uncover what secrets this small island might harbor, upon successfully alighting on the peculiar isle, Chienha surveyed his surroundings. Scattered about were the remnants of shipwrecks, likely the remains of merchant vessels or pirate ships drawn into the currents enveloping the island. The convergence of treacherous currents, colossal birds, and wreckage on this singular isle sparked a vague recollection within Chienha. He felt he had heard tales of this place, yet the specifics eluded him. Shaking his head, he wandered the island for a time, but ultimately found nothing of significant interest. Returning to the shore, a sense of disappointment washed over him. He had anticipated encountering a hidden quest, yet it merely appeared to be an ordinary island with a touch of danger. Nevertheless, having ventured this far, Chienha remained undeterred. With so many shipwrecks in sight, it was likely that treasures awaited him amongst the debris. In truth, he did not consider himself particularly affluent. Thus, he resolved to scavenge and collect whatever riches he could find. With this thought in mind, Chienha snapped his fingers, exclaiming "Room." In an instant, the space of the room unfolded, enveloping the entire island within its confines. "Scan," he commanded. Before long, the appearances of all objects aboard the vessels materialized in Chienha's mind. He was taken aback by the unexpected abundance of treasure. Extending his hand, he conjured a door in the air. With a mere thought, all the treasures from the ships were instantaneously transported into the expansive realm of the door. The interior of the door's space shimmered with golden radiance, resplendent and magnificent. Chienha cast a satisfied glance at the mountainous treasures piled within the space of the door, pondering if there were no hidden tycoons within the Navy. He might very well become its wealthiest member. He wondered about the financial standing of Kizuru. Once he ascended to the rank of admiral, he could consider augmenting Kizuru's salary to ascertain the truth behind the adage that adequate remuneration could render even the Yonko obsolete. After gathering the riches, Chienha did not depart. Instead, he utilized room switch once more. While scanning the vessels earlier, he had detected a life form within the hold of one ship, which appeared to be a colossal bird. Sure enough, a gigantic avian materialized before Chienha, its size nearly rivaling that of a ship itself. How it had managed to squeeze into the ship's hold was a mystery. The enormous bird stood there in a daze, having consumed a considerable amount of decayed food and inadvertently swallowed some treasures as well. When the contents of the hold suddenly vanished, it was left bewildered. Shortly thereafter, it inexplicably found itself in this new location, a series of transformations far beyond its comprehension, given its disproportionately small brain relative to its vast size. The giant bird vigorously shook its massive head, scanning its surroundings until it finally noticed Chienha standing at its feet. Oh, a newly delivered morsel? Indeed, the colossal creature was familiar with humans. To it, the ships along the shore were akin to takeout, and with each new arrival, numerous little morsels like Chienha would emerge. Caw! The giant bird let out an excited call, its appetite for little morsels insatiable, especially since such delicacies had not graced its presence in quite some time. It was now filled with anticipation. Chienha silently gazed at the clumsy bird, deactivating the room's space, and casually delivered a simple punch to the giant bird's abdomen. The force akin to a person swatting a mosquito. Bang! Chirp, chirp, chirp. The bird, struck in its belly, surprisingly shed tears, opening its beak to expel a variety of items, among which was a beautifully adorned small chest. Once it had finished, the giant bird looked fearfully at the little morsel beneath it. Most of the previous little morsels were barely alive, devoured as if it were at a buffet. But encountering someone as fierce as Chienha was a first for it. Deciding that it was best not to provoke further, the giant bird spread its wings, preparing to flee. Sensing its intent to escape, Chienha cast a stern glance upwards, locking eyes with the creature. Instantly, beads of sweat appeared on the bird's massive head. Quietly, it retracted its wings, curling its body into an egg-like shape, its eyes pleadingly fixed on Chienha. Disregarding the foolish bird, Chienha shifted his attention to the small chest that had just been regurgitated. He murmured to himself, "Is this a piece of explosive equipment?" Raising his hand, he summoned the chest closer, using a water technique to cleanse it. After all, it had emerged from a bird's mouth. As he picked up the box, Chienha chose not to scan it with room first. He was not apprehensive about potential explosions or toxic gas attacks. Instead, he wished to relish the pleasure of opening the chest. With a hint of excitement, he slowly lifted the lid, revealing a fiery red fruit within. Upon seeing this fruit, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chienha's eyes. He recognized it. Its appearance resembled that of a dragon fruit, adorned with flame-like skin, a clear indication that it was the infamous burning fruit, often said to be unpalatable even to dogs. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity upon arriving on the island. This was indeed the ant nest Hell mentioned in the Ace side story novel. Ace obtained the Paramecia no Mi in this very place, sharing it with another individual due to his overwhelming hunger, each consuming half. Ace swallowed his portion first, thereby acquiring the extraordinary abilities of the fruit. It is indeed a straightforward instance. Coupled with the relatively low level of the creatures present, the loot yielded is hardly worthy of high expectations. Contemplating this, Chica could not help but cast a disdainful glance at the colossal bird huddled nearby, which, frightened, instinctively retracted its head as if attempting to nestle it within its own belly. Having vented his frustration at the giant avian, Chica turned his gaze back to the Paramecia no Mi in his hand, a touch exasperated. It must be said that Chica's perspective is akin to that of a satiated man who cannot fathom the hunger of another. The Paramecia no Mi, after all, is a Logia-type devil fruit, renowned for its high damage potential. Although it has garnered the reputation of being something even dogs would not eat, this is only in the context of elite circles. Later, when Don Quixote Doflamingo utilized it as a prize in a competition, it attracted numerous formidable contenders, underscoring its true value. However, for Chica at this moment, the Paramecia no Mi is undeniably a rather superfluous asset. He certainly would not squander his space to absorb this fruit. Moreover, considering that the fruit is countered by a kainu, the debate over magma's supremacy over fire is moot. Since Oda has stated it, it must be accepted, for the ultimate authority rests with him. Chienha pondered that among the people close to him, there was no one suitable for this fruit. However, since he had obtained it, he would not part with it for Ace. They had no significant connection, and if Ace were to become a pirate in the future and cross paths with him, there would be no need for Blackbeard to intervene. Suddenly, a wicked smile crept across Chienha's face as a rather mischievous idea took root in his mind. Placing his hand upon the ground, he intoned with a commanding voice, spirit summoning technique. With a resounding thud, a creature emerged, slightly larger than the colossal bird beside it. Boasting 3 heads, a dog known as the Split Hound, the most formidable spirit beast in the realm of beasts, second only to Modi's. Chica tossed the burned fruit into the gaping maw of the middle head of the Split Hound, and the fruit slid effortlessly into its belly. In no time, flames ignited from the 3 heads of the Split Hound, transforming them into 3 blazing orbs resembling canine heads. Chihe gazed contentedly at his masterpiece, the Splitting Hound. Having consumed the flame fruit, had undoubtedly transformed into a true infernal 3-headed dog, who claimed that the flame fruit was inedible for canines. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the Splitting Hound back into the ethereal realm of the beast's path. His gaze fell upon the colossal bird trembling nearby, contemplating how best to deal with it. Within the beast's path, there existed another avian spirit beast, albeit smaller than this one. Based on its previous attack against Chihe, it seemed to possess considerable strength, perhaps bolstered by its consumption of those pirates. The giant bird appeared to sense that its fate lay solely in Chihe's hands, and a sycophantic smile crept across its face as it elongated its neck and lowered its head to the ground, seemingly signifying its submission. Finding the bird's unexpected acquiescence rather amusing, Chihe stroked his chin and decided, why not let it become my spirit beast? Approaching the bird's head, he scrutinized it and remarked, "You are rather dull-witted. From now on, you shall be called Rookie." The rookie squawked a couple of times, indicating its acceptance of this newfound name. Chihe gazed into the eyes of the novice and activated the abilities of the beast path. The novice's enormous eyes transformed into the appearance of the Rinnegan. From this moment forth, it had become Chihe's summoning beast. After gently patting the novice's head, Chihe commanded it to soar into the skies while he remained grounded. Casting a final glance at the small island, Chihe bent down and pressed his hand against the earth, contemplating that such a place ought not to persist. As his words fell, the entire island trembled violently, and the ground began to fracture, blinding white light emanating from the crevices. With a resounding explosion, the island burst like a balloon, vanishing completely from the waters. Having obliterated the island, Chihe ascended, settling upon the novice that circled above. The novice emitted a shrill cry as it darted toward the direction of the Rinnegan ship. The naval soldiers on the deck spotted a colossal bird approaching and hastily reported to Khalifa and Ayn, for in Chihe's absence, the highest officers aboard the warship were the 2 women. By the time Khalifa and Ayn reached the deck, the great bird was perilously close. Ayn stepped forward, ready to utilize the moonwalk to deal with the creature. However, Khalifa halted Ayn with a shake of her head, sensing that this bird was somehow connected to their master. Indeed, as the colossal bird hovered over the warship, it transformed into a plume of smoke and vanished, allowing Chihe to descend from the mist and appear on the deck. Seeing Chihe, Khalifa and Ayn exhaled in relief, then turned in unison to attend to their respective tasks, refraining from inquiring about the peculiar bird's origin. After all, as long as it was related to Chihe, its oddity mattered little. In a bar within Windmill Village, Machino stood behind the counter, absently polishing a glass. Not long ago, Sabo had been ordered by the celestial dragons to destroy his small boat while at sea, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Luffy and Ace were profoundly affected, their spirits low in the days that followed, causing Machino great concern for the 2 young men. After a while, Machino paused her actions, sighed softly, and pondered sadly about Sabo, wondering if Luffy and Ace's moods had improved. They must still be training in the forest, she thought. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted her reverie. "Boss, a glass of orange juice, please." "Oh, my apologies for my distraction. I shall fetch it right away." As she regained her composure, Makino hurriedly tucked away her thoughts and lifted her gaze towards the newcomer. However, upon seeing the person before her, she was momentarily stunned, captivated by the striking eyes of the individual. They were a pair of violet orbs, each adorned with swirling black patterns, while the right eye contained 6 enigmatic symbols. Just gazing into those eyes, Makino felt an overwhelming sensation of being drawn into their depths. The visitor was none other than Chiharu, who had anchored his ship at the shore, changed his attire, and ventured alone to Windmill Village. Noticing that Makino was still staring at him in silence, Chiharu offered a polite smile and inquired, "Is something the matter? Do I appear frightening?" Snapped back to reality by his words, Makino became acutely aware of her earlier rudeness. Vigorously shaking her head in apology, "I'm so sorry. It's just that your eyes are truly remarkable, and I couldn't help but steal a few glances. Once again, my apologies. This time, your orange juice is on the house. Ah, no need for that. You may keep the complimentary offer. Please, carry on. He replied with a chuckle. Of course. Makino turned to prepare, and after a brief while, she placed a large cup of orange juice before Chiharu. Observing the almost bucket-sized drink, Chiharu expressed his gratitude, took a few sips, and was pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavor. Your skills are quite impressive, he praised. As Makino wiped the counter, a smile brightened her face upon receiving the compliment, and her initial trepidation towards Chiharu dissipated, allowing her voice to flow more naturally. Thank you for your kind words. You seem somewhat unfamiliar. Is this your first visit here? Yes. I have been entrusted to look after someone's grandson. Oh, may I inquire who that is? I am acquainted with most of the children around here. Certainly, his name is Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy? Upon hearing the name, Makino paused in her actions, astonished. Then you must know Mr. Garp. Are you a member of the Navy? Indeed. May I ask your name? Of course, Uchiha Chiharu. Uchiha Chiharu. Upon hearing his name, Makino instinctively covered her mouth. She had heard of him. It could be said that very few in the seas were unaware of this name. He was the youngest rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, possessing an unfathomable strength that surpassed ordinary imagination. It was rumored that it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the rank of admiral. Other patrons in the bar, upon hearing his name, turned their gazes toward Chiharu, eager to catch a glimpse of this significant figure. Chika had not anticipated that Machino would react so intensely upon hearing his name. One would think that now she was acquainted with Shanks, who had ascended to the ranks of the four emperors, while he remained merely a vice admiral of the Navy. With this thought in mind, Chika tentatively inquired, "Are you familiar with Shanks? Has he ever visited here?" However, her reaction to the mention of Shanks exceeded his expectations yet again. A look of disdain crossed Machino's face as she exclaimed, "Of course I know him. That red-haired rogue, he influenced Luffy, who insists on becoming the Pirate King." What? Chika recalled that in the anime, Machino had a close relationship with Shanks, even bearing his child. What could possibly be happening now? Was history once again undergoing a transformation? This was troubling. It seemed that his advantage of foreknowledge about the future was diminishing with each passing moment. Shinha raised his hand to his forehead, feeling a twinge of headache, and said, "All right, please tell me where Luffy is now. I wish to see him." Well, Luffy should still be in the Eastern Forest. He has been quite down lately. I hope, Mr. Shinha, you can comfort him and perhaps even educate him to abandon his aspirations of becoming the Pirate King. I will do my best. Before departing, Shinha, still somewhat hopeful, inquired of Makino, "Have Shanks and Luffy been here?" Indeed. A group of mountain bandits came that day and attacked Luffy. That's just as I suspected. What do you mean by that? I meant, what happened to those mountain bandits in the end? Well, they were captured by Mr. Carp, of course. Carp, isn't that when he was supposed to make an appearance? Shinha felt utterly bewildered and continued, "How did Vice Admiral Carp return that day? He mentioned he was coming back to fetch a newcomer to enlist at the headquarters. So he stopped by to check on Luffy." At this, Makino lightly tapped her palm with her fist, suddenly realizing, "That newcomer must be you, Mr. Shinha? How fortuitous. Both Luffy and I owe our gratitude to you. Without you, Mr. Carp would have found it quite challenging to return. It truly relates to me." Shinha is truly exasperated this time. Isn't Garp usually free to go wherever he pleases? In the original work, didn't Sengoku just happen to deny him leave that time? Shinha rested his hand on his forehead, weakly inquiring, "And then what?" Surely, Vice Admiral Garp would not simply do nothing upon encountering Shanks. "Mr. Garp engaged in combat with Shanks, causing considerable damage in my vicinity. Was it merely property that was destroyed? It seems those two displayed a remarkable restraint. Otherwise, the existence of this village would be in jeopardy. What transpired in the end? Did Shanks ultimately flee?" Indeed, however, Vice Admiral Garp mentioned he was in a hurry to fetch you, and shortly after his departure, Shanks returned, spending some time with Luffy. After Shanks left, Luffy incessantly declared his aspirations to become the Pirate King. By the way, Luffy's body has also undergone a peculiar transformation, resembling that of rubber. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Shinha nodded thoughtfully. He too felt that Shanks had ascended to the status of a Yonko rather prematurely, likely a consequence of the series of chain reactions triggered by his arrival. With this thought in mind, Shinha lifted his gaze and smiled at Makino, saying, "Very well. I understand now. I shall go see Luffy." Yes. Do remember to return for a drink once you are finished. I shall cover your expenses here." "Huh. Then I shall not hold back. Farewell." With that, Chienha downed the orange juice in one gulp, his eyes narrowing as he activated the room space. After sensing the general direction of the forest to the east, with a focus of thought, Chienha's figure vanished from his seat. Makino stared blankly at the spot where Chienha had just been seated, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the person who had moments ago occupied that space. Once she regained her composure, she glanced down to see the belly left on the counter. Frowning, she seized the belly and rushed out the door, calling out, "Mr. Chienha, I told you, there's no need to pay." After shouting, Makino stood at the door, hands on her hips, puffed up with indignation. After a moment, she burst into laughter. Shaking her head slightly, "What a peculiar person." In a forest to the east of Windmill Village, little Ace gazed at the sprawled figure of young Luffy on the ground. Mockery evident on his face. "Is this all you've got, Luffy? You might as well stay put in the village." Provoked by Ace's words, Luffy shouted in anger, "I will become stronger. I will carry on Sabo's legacy and become the Pirate King." Upon hearing Sabo's name, Ace fell silent. The death of Sabo had become an inescapable nightmare for both him and Luffy. For the past few days, he had engaged in intense sparring with Luffy, seeking to release his pent-up emotions through their fists. Yet, he had not anticipated that Sabo would be brought up again. That fool Luffy, with clenched fists. Ace was about to say something when he was interrupted by another voice. "Hey kid, what did you just say you want to be king of?" Ace's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had unknowingly been enveloped in a shadow. A cold sweat broke out on his body as he stiffly turned around, lifting his gaze to meet Chienha's face. A shadow enveloped Chienha's face, with only his reincarnation eyes shimmering with a violet glimmer. An overwhelming sense of oppression surged forth, rendering Ace motionless, his mouth agape as he attempted to articulate something, only to be interrupted once more by the single-minded Luffy proclaiming, "I will become the Pirate King." A sense of foreboding washed over Ace, who immediately sensed danger and raised his hand to launch an attack. However, at the moment his fist was about to make contact with Chienha's body, an invisible force erupted. Bang! Ace was hurled backward, his back colliding forcefully with a tree, slowly sliding down to a seated position on the ground. Yet, with all his strength, he shouted at Luffy, "I can't move. Luffy, you must run." Casting a glance at Ace, who still had the strength to yell, Chienha exhibited a hint of surprise. Though the divine punishment he had just unleashed held minimal power, even an adult would be bedridden for at least 10 days after such an attack. Remarkably, Ace had not fainted. After all, he was a descendant of Roger. Regardless of his thoughts, Chienha's expression remained inscrutable as he coolly stated, "If you dare to strike at me again, you shall never have the opportunity to speak again." How infuriating. "Who are you?" Ace demanded. "I am a Navy officer." Upon hearing that Chienha was part of the Navy, Ace found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was well known that pirates and the Navy were sworn enemies, and such a reaction from an officer was entirely understandable. At that moment, Luffy also managed to rise, and upon seeing Ace immobilized, his face contorted with anger. He swung his arm in a circular motion, murmuring, "Rubber." Realizing Luffy's intent and recalling Chienha's earlier words, Ace disregarded his own condition and shouted once more, "Stop, Luffy. This will lead to your demise." "Eh? But Ace, you..." Luffy looked at Ace in confusion. Yet his actions remained unchecked. Seeing that Luffy was still intent on launching an attack, Ace felt an urgent desperation swell within him. An inexplicable force surged forth from within, and he bellowed, "I command you to halt. Did you not hear me?" With Ace's emotional upheaval, a domineering aura erupted from his petite frame, causing the hem of Chienha's black cloak to flutter wildly in the wind. Luffy's rubbery face was similarly distorted by the gust, appearing somewhat comical. This surge of energy persisted for a moment before dissipating, leaving Ace unconscious. Luffy's expression returned to normal as he looked around in bewilderment, pondering, It seems something extraordinary just occurred, but what was it? Only Chienha stood with arms crossed, the corners of his mouth twitching. He was fully aware of what had transpired. Ace had inadvertently unleashed his conqueror's haki. However, among those present, aside from Chienha himself, Luffy also possessed this quality, rendering the conqueror's haki ineffective against them. Thus, it appeared as though nothing had transpired at all. Whether this marked Ace's first awakening of his conqueror's haki remained uncertain. If so, what did this make of Chienha? A distinguished master? However, according to the conventional script, shouldn't Ace be the one to take action against Luffy, only to unleash his conqueror's haki afterward? Instead, it seems that Ace's intense reprimand of Luffy inadvertently triggered the haki. It can only be said that everything has descended into utter chaos. Where am I? Luffy. I am unaware of how much time has elapsed. The sky has darkened. Ace groggily opens his eyes, and Luffy's visage comes into view. Upon comprehending the scene before him, he feels an instantaneous surge of blood rush to his head, causing his entire body to tremble violently. At this moment, Luffy is but a head, his eyes tightly shut, with his limbs and body bound and placed beside Ace. Luffy. Ace's eyes widen with rage as he struggles to rise and draw closer. Suddenly, Luffy, seemingly just ahead, hears Ace's voice and opens his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ace, you're awake?" "What?" Ace halts in disbelief, staring at Luffy's head, his trembling finger pointing at him. "Luffy, please, just stay calm. That guy is unharmed." It was the voice of the Navy. Ace abruptly turns his head and sees Chinjo, who is roasting a large piece of meat by the fire. Noticing that Ace has regained consciousness, Chinjo stands, brushes off his hands, and looks at Ace, remarking, "That fellow is simply too unruly." Chienha made a chopping motion with his hand, then took down a chunk of meat from the fire and savored a bite, remarking that it was quite tasty. Ace swallowed hard and awkwardly asked, "Will Luffy be able to return to his original state?" "Who knows? Perhaps once I finish eating," Chienha replied. Hearing this, Ace sighed in relief, grateful that recovery was possible. However, before he could relax, Chienha added, "But it's also possible he may never recover, considering he has a hyperactive disposition." Luffy, indignant, shouted, "That's outrageous. Once I recover, I will show you my—" With a sudden thud, Ace delivered a punch to Luffy's face, causing his head to deflate like a balloon. With a pop, Ace retracted his fist, and Luffy's face rebounded, returning to its original shape. He looked at Ace with a hurt expression and muttered, "Ace, why did you hit me? You fool. Do you wish to live like this forever? Don't you want to set sail?" At these words, Luffy's eyes widened in realization. Yes, it was already unfortunate to have eaten the devil fruit and turned into a landlubber. If his body remained like this, how could he possibly go to sea? It must be said, Luffy's thought process often seemed bewildering, especially in his younger days. Suddenly, Luffy opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath, then tightly closed his lips, puffing his head into a round shape like a ball. Ace covered his face as he gazed at the foolishness before him, helplessly asking, "What are you doing?" Speak." With a whoosh, Luffy exhaled, looking at Ace with a puzzled expression, and said, "Ace, are you silly? I'm not talking or moving, am I? Who's the real fool here?" Ace suppressed the urge to punch Luffy again and walked over to Chienha, quietly standing beside him, watching as Chienha continued to enjoy the roasted meat. Ace hadn't eaten all day, and as he watched Chienha devour the meat, his stomach audibly protested with a rumble. Glancing at Ace, who was barely taller than him, Chienha tore off a generous piece of meat and handed it to Ace, then resumed eating his own portion. Ace accepted the meat with a grateful thank you and began to devour it hungrily. Luffy, still sitting there, swallowed hard and couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm so hungry. Can you give me something to eat?" Hearing Luffy's voice, Ace paused and looked at Chienha. Before he could speak, Chienha waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If you want to share with him, go ahead." "Thank you." Ace felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He was now genuinely terrified of the enigmatic Navy. Fearing that if Chinjo were displeased, he might abandon Luffy, he hurriedly jogged to Luffy's side and, without hesitation, tore a substantial portion of the roasted meat he held and stuffed it into Luffy's mouth. The rubbery properties of Luffy's body allowed him to open his mouth remarkably wide. After all, he was the one who had invented the technique of devouring with such elasticity. Delicious, delicious," exclaimed Luffy, praising the bespectacled man. Hearing Luffy's words of endearment for Chinjo sent a chill down Ace's spine. He dared not glance back at Chinjo, nor did he pay heed to the grease smeared across Luffy's face, as he swiftly clamped his hand over Luffy's mouth. However, Chinjo's voice, as sinister as a devil's, resonated from behind Ace. "No need to cover it. I have already heard." Ace spun around abruptly and executed a deep bow, saying, "I sincerely apologize. Luffy is merely a foolish child. Please, do not take it to heart." Kihara walked past Ace and stood before Luffy, gazing intently into his eyes. Luffy, usually fearless in the face of danger, felt an unsettling chill as Kihara's Rinnegan bore down on him. It is noteworthy that he had never experienced such a sensation even in the presence of Garp. This does not imply that Kihara's power surpasses Garp's. Rather, Garp is Luffy's grandfather, and their blood connection limits the extent of Luffy's trepidation towards him. Room. A buzzing sound resonated as the room's space unfolded. Ace, believing that Kihara intended to strike Luffy, shouted in panic, "No. Splice. Huh. Luffy blinked, vigorously shaking his arms and hopping in place. A look of joy illuminated his face as he embraced Ace, exclaiming, "Ace, I'm back. I've recovered." Ace, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, was bewildered. The Marine had not made a single move, yet Luffy's body had returned to normal. Such events were truly perplexing. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ace inquired of Kihara, "Have you consumed a devil fruit as well?" "No, do not ask so many questions. You too, come with me." Upon hearing Chinjo's words, Ace fell silent, and even Luffy, who followed closely behind, dared not make a fool of himself any longer. Together, they trailed back to the campfire alongside the peculiar Chinjo. Shinha sat down on the ground and turned his head to see Ace and Luffy standing beside him, seemingly in a daze. He couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pat the ground beside him, and said, "What's wrong? Weren't you both quite energetic during the day? Come, sit down." "All right." Ace and Luffy quickly settled beside Shinha, exhaling deeply. They had been thoroughly exhausted after a day of being worn out by Shinha, and the opportunity to rest was most welcome, particularly for Ace, who had genuinely endured a blow from the godly punishment. His innate strength was indeed remarkable, otherwise it would have been questionable whether he could regain consciousness at all. Not to mention, he had also been startled senseless by Luffy that evening. If given the choice, he would prefer to lie in bed and indulge in a deep, restful slumber. As he pondered this, Ace felt his eyelids growing heavier and fatigue enveloping him. However, the next words from Shinha once again stretched his nerves to their utmost limit, banishing any trace of drowsiness. "Do you know what Roger means to you?" "I don't know what he means to me. All I know is that he is nothing but a scoundrel." Upon hearing Roger's name, Ace's reaction was as fierce as a cornered beast. Shinha exhibited little reaction to Ace's performance, merely nodding in agreement as he casually remarked that he was indeed a scoundrel. The so-called age of great navigation can be attributed to his influence. Even the most unremarkable individuals aspire to become pirates. One can only grasp the extent of devastation inflicted upon countless homes by these maritime nuisances. The words of Chinga pierced Ace's heart like a sharp dagger. He had always harbored a sense of disdain for the blood of Roger that flowed within him, and now an inexplicable sense of guilt began to stir deep within his soul. Although Luffy could often be oblivious, his heart remained kind. Upon hearing Chinga's words, he fell into a moment of silence. However, it wasn't long before he began to mumble again, asserting that pirates are the freest beings upon the vast seas. And he still aspired to be a pirate. "I shall surely become the pirate king." Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, Luffy felt his body uncontrollably drawn toward Chinga by an unseen force. When he found himself before Chinga, the latter reached out and seized Luffy by the throat, causing Luffy's face to flush a deep crimson. Let me go." Ace hurried forward, desperate to rescue Luffy, but was met with a piercing glare from Chinga, leaving his outstretched hand paralyzed. He understood that intervening in Chinga's actions was utterly beyond his capabilities. Chinga cast a frigid gaze at Luffy before him, imbued with a trace of malice. "Mention the title of Pirate King once more, and you shall remain here for eternity." Luffy, taken aback, discerned the sincerity behind Chinga's words through the chilling intensity of his eyes, prompting an unusual silence from him. Turning away from Luffy, Chinga addressed Ace, "And what of you? You harbor resentment towards Roger, yet aspire to tread the same path to become a pirate?" "I." Ace hesitated. To speak candidly, his desire to become a pirate was influenced by Luffy and Sabo, who portrayed piracy as a realm of freedom, a notion he yearned for. Additionally, he sought to establish his own identity by becoming the Pirate King. He did not wish to exist perpetually in Roger's shadow, but rather to surpass him, to replace him. However, after receiving Chinha's admonishment and listening to his words, he acknowledged that his resolve had become somewhat wavering. Ace understood the reasons behind the animosity many harbored toward his father. Over the years, he had gleaned from news and conversations that the majority of pirates engaged in heinous acts of arson, murder, and pillage. Crimes so appalling that merely hearing of them incited profound anger within him. Noticing Ace's indecision, Chinha subtly nodded, contemplating the possibility of success. Ace and Luffy exhibited stark contrasts in their personalities. Ace, shaped by Roger's legacy, had long suffered from a lack of identity and belonging, a sentiment evident since his induction into the Whitebeard Pirates. While Ace's determination to become the Pirate King was not to be dismissed, it paled in comparison to Luffy's unwavering spirit. Luffy would never acquiesce to joining the Whitebeard Pirates, even at the cost of his own life. Perhaps he could indeed sway Ace to his side. Chika pondered for a moment before continuing. If you seek to prove your superiority over your father, striving to wholly usurp his legacy by becoming a pirate, I must say you are exceedingly naive and rather tiresome. The harshness of his words darkened Ace's expression. Yet Chika remained indifferent to his feelings, persisting with his discourse. You find this disconcerting, do you? To entertain such a trivial notion. You would transform into the very person you once loathed. Do you not realize how foolish that renders you? Pierced repeatedly by Chika's words, Ace found himself shedding tears. Unable to restrain his anguished cry, then what do you suggest I do? I yearn for a life of freedom. I refuse to dwell in that person's shadow. What else can I possibly do besides become a pirate? Luffy gazed at his emotionally charged brother, an instinctive awareness stirring within him that something profound was about to transpire within Ace, though he could not articulate what that change might entail. He maintained an air of composure, as if he were not the one who had provoked Ace into such a state. Excellent. This is precisely the reaction I desired. China's heart blossomed with joy as he stoked the fire, while simultaneously fanning the flames of Ace's spirit with his words. When did freedom become entangled with piracy? The reckless abandon of such freedom ultimately leads only to emptiness. So what am I to do? Are you suggesting that I join the Navy? Kihara merely shook his head, considering it futile. Ace's decision to join the Navy could be deemed the worst possible choice, akin to walking into a trap. Given Ace's prodigious talents, he would undoubtedly not remain inconspicuous within the Navy. Once he began to shine, it would inevitably attract the scrutiny of official investigations. Furthermore, being almost like a second grandson to Garp, Ace's enlistment would not go unnoticed by Garp's character. This would only serve to heighten Ace's visibility. If Ace were indeed to join the Navy, he would essentially become a ticking time bomb. When the explosion occurred, the fallout would not just affect him, but also Garp and Kihara, who had guided him into the Navy. Thus, the path of joining the Navy was unequivocally unsuitable for Ace. It was far too idealistic. However, it was not entirely impossible. Such matters could be reconsidered once Kihara had vanquished Mariewa. Observing Kihara's reaction, Ace's gaze dimmed once more. Was it truly the case that this vast ocean could not accommodate him? Was he destined to live perpetually in the shadow of Roger? Just as Ace's spirits plummeted to their nadir, Kihara posed a seemingly unrelated question. Do you happen to have a brother named Sabo? The mention of Sabo deepened Ace's anguish. Clenching his fists, he replied vehemently. He is dead, killed by the celestial dragons. Is that so? Have you seen his body? No, his ship was destroyed. He has vanished into the depths of the sea. Oh, then is there a possibility that he might still be alive? Upon hearing this, both Ace and Luffy widened their eyes in disbelief. Ace momentarily forgot Kihara's intimidating presence, rushing towards him and grasping his sleeve in an emotional outburst. Why do you say that? Do you possess information about Sabo? A person of your strength would not jest about such matters, would you? Please, tell me what you know. I promise I will abandon any thoughts of becoming a pirate. I would even agree to spend my entire life in Windmill Village if it meant I could know. Luffy hurried over as well, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Kihara. Torn between his dream and his brother, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Chika refrained from answering Ace's question, merely shaking his arm to signal Ace to release his grip. The fabric of his sleeve was already emitting a faint tearing sound. If he did not let go soon, it would transform into a sleeveless vest. However, it was evident how agitated Ace was. Ace hastily relinquished his hold, repeatedly uttering apologies. He then stood beside Luffy, both of them gazing at Chika with expressions filled with hope. Chika spoke little, merely suggesting, perhaps you could visit the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army? Ace looked at Chika with a puzzled expression. He had yet to grasp the essence of this organization and was uncertain about the significance of Chika's mention. Without elaborating on what the organization entailed, Chika cast a glance at Luffy and continued. Sabo has been rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a man named Monkey D. Dragon, who happens to be this fellow's father. Luffy's father. Ace turned in astonishment to look at Luffy, only to find him equally baffled. Luffy was unaware of his father's identity. It was only during his journey at sea that he learned about it from Garp. It must be said that Luffy's thought process was quite peculiar. Despite reaching this age, he had never felt curious about who his father was, which was indeed rare. At that moment, Ace was too overwhelmed to ponder Luffy's paternity. He had received the most crucial news from Chika. Sabo was still alive. He held no doubt about the veracity of Chika's words, for in his eyes, a powerhouse like Chika had no reason to deceive two mere children like himself and Luffy. Ace turned and embraced Luffy tightly, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Luffy, did you hear that? Sabo is alive. He hasn't perished. He was saved by your father. Luffy, still in a state of confusion, was jolted back to reality by Ace's embrace. In an instant, tears and snot cascaded down his face as the two of them wept together profusely. Wah, my father truly is a remarkable man. After a while of clinging to one another and crying, as their emotions began to settle, Ace wiped his tears and stepped forward to Chica. His voice filled with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Sabo means the world to us. Nothing could bring us greater joy than knowing he is alive. Rest assured, I shall no longer entertain thoughts of becoming a pirate. I will remain in Windmill Village for the rest of my life. Shinha waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Your life is not so trivial. You may consider what I just suggested and venture into the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps you will discover your own worth. However, do not mention that it was I who encouraged you to go, understood? Ace quickly nodded, affirming that he would remember. Chinch, with his own considerations, guided Ace into the Revolutionary Army. In the realm of piracy, the Revolutionary Army stands as the foremost adversary of the world government, openly opposing its authority. Thus, this organization does not conflict with Chinch's interests. Rather, it may divert the attention of the world government during the period of Chinch's development. Furthermore, should Ace join the Revolutionary Army, his formidable strength, in conjunction with Sabo, would provide mutual support, significantly reducing the likelihood of the tragic fate he faced in the original narrative. Surrounded by those idealists, it is reasonable to believe that Ace would effortlessly discover the sense of belonging and significance he so desperately seeks. Shinha let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the troublesome child Ace had been dealt with, leaving only Luffy to contend with. She fixed her gaze upon Luffy, scrutinizing him until he began to tremble, at which point Shinha finally averted her eyes. Shinha shook his head. Given Luffy's temperament, unless one were to bestow upon him a divine intervention, it would be best to let matters be. He had already frightened the boy considerably throughout the day, even resorting to threats of dismemberment. Yet this lad managed to sleep soundly in such a state. Who could possibly alter such a single-minded character? Perhaps it would be wiser to allow him to tread his own path, creating a bit of trouble for those in Mariewa. Moreover, the pivotal event of the Marineford War was one that Shinha intended to see unfold, as it presented an unparalleled opportunity to harvest potent devil fruits. As for the prison break from Impel Down, well, during the quelling of the uprising, it would seem reasonable to eliminate a few high-profile prisoners, wouldn't it? Stretching lazily, Shinha found himself feeling somewhat fatigued. It appeared that educating a troublesome child was an arduous task for anyone. Ace, standing nearby and observing the imposing figure of Shinha, suddenly realized he did not yet know the name of this enigmatic marine. In less than a day, Shinha had left an indelible mark on his youthful heart. It was inconceivable not to know the name of someone so significant. With that thought in mind, Ace hurriedly inquired, I still don't know your name. Could you tell me? Uchiha Chihe. With that, Shinha left behind his name, and his figure vanished before Luffy and Ace as if he had never existed, leaving the surroundings in tranquil silence, save for the crackling of the fire on the ground. Luffy, unaware of the significance of the name, approached Ace and tugged at his sleeve, asking, Ace, do you know this person? Ace did not respond, but gazed intently at the spot where Shinha had just stood. He recognized the name. Uchiha Chihe, a Marine Rear Admiral, possessed monstrous strength, and in Ace's mind, these two labels were intrinsically linked to Garp. Yet, Shinha appeared to be only a few years older than him, leading even the proud Ace to feel a sense of unreality. A ludicrous thought suddenly crossed Ace's mind. Perhaps joining the Navy under his command would be a commendable choice. However, this notion did not linger long. As Ace shook his head, deciding it would be best to heed Shinha's advice to explore the Revolutionary Army. After all, Sabo was there too. Meanwhile, Luffy noticed Ace's prolonged silence and tugged at his sleeve once more. Ace, what's wrong? Why are you ignoring me? The gentle pull brought Ace back to reality, and he turned to Luffy with a soft smile, which made Luffy feel somewhat uneasy. I'm fine, but the title of Pirate King is yours to pursue. I must seek my own path. Eh? Where are you going? I'm going to find my father. I want to discover what his organization truly is. The following morning, Chica once again graced the bar of Machino. Upon seeing Chica, Machino's face lit up with a sweet smile, leaving the other patrons momentarily astonished. She dashed over to Chica, halting before him with her hands clasped behind her back, and cheerfully exclaimed, You've arrived. Please, take a seat. What would you like to drink today? Witnessing such a delightful Machino, Chica felt his spirits lifted, and with a smile, He replied, I think I'll have some orange juice. Very well, just a moment. After a brief interval, Michino returned, presenting a large glass of orange juice before Chika. She then rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing him as he savored the drink. After a while, Michino recalled Luffy and Ace and inquired, how are Luffy and Ace faring? They have moved on from that incident, and Ace has undergone significant change. Really? You are truly remarkable. My admiration for you grows ever stronger, especially considering your youth. You are impressive as well. This orange juice is truly delightful. Hee, do make sure to visit often. I will. I haven't brought any money this time, so please accept this. If you ever find yourself in danger, don't hesitate to call my name. Shinha reached into his pocket and produced a kunai emblazoned with the Flying Thunder God technique, which he handed to Machinua. He harbored a certain fondness for the gentle barmaid and wished to provide her with a safeguard. Naturally, Machinua was reluctant to accept it. She had no desire to take Chienha's money, let alone his possession. Ultimately, after Chienha's persistent urging, she reluctantly accepted the kunai and tucked it into her bosom. Seeing her accept the kunai brought Chienha a sense of relief, as he had completed his final task in Windmill Village and was now ready to attend to more pressing matters. Rising from his seat, Machinua, noticing his movement, could not help but inquire, are you leaving? Yes, he replied. I have lingered here long enough and must attend to urgent affairs. Urgent affairs? Are they dangerous? Not at all, merely apprehending an old fellow. You may read about it in the newspapers in the coming days. Oh, I shall keep a keen eye on the papers. After finishing his orange juice, Chienha turned and exited the bar. He looked up at the clear sky and then turned back to Machinua, who was still watching his retreating figure, and cautioned her, it will rain in the coming days, so remember to take an umbrella when you go out. With that, Chienha flickered and vanished at the bar's entrance. Inside, some patrons who overheard his prediction of rain burst into laughter, jesting at his audacity. What a joke. Windmill Village hardly sees rain throughout the year. How can he be so certain? Indeed, who does he think he is, claiming it will rain? Youth often speak boastfully. They scoffed. Machinua found their remarks deeply unsettling. In her eyes, Chienha was a promising young man, not at all arrogant. And he even took the time to care for Luffy and Ace. Her impression of him was exceedingly positive. Thus, the usually gentle Machinua found herself uncharacteristically angered and addressed the patrons. He is not boasting. He is Vice Admiral Uchiha Chihe. With that, she turned and retreated to the back room, emerging shortly after with an umbrella, placing it beside the counter to demonstrate her trust in Chienha. The patrons exchanged glances, as it was their first experience witnessing Machinua's ire. Furthermore, they learned from her words the identity of the young man they had just mocked, Vice Admiral Uchiha Chihe, the youngest Vice Admiral in the Navy, rumored to possess extraordinary abilities capable of transforming the mundane into the miraculous. Reflecting on this revelation, the patrons who had previously ridiculed Chienha hastily drained their drinks and approached the counter to settle their bills, some even offering apologies. Once they returned home, they unanimously reminded their families, it will rain in the coming days. Remember to take an umbrella when you go out. After a day of recuperation aboard the warship, Chienha seized a moment to relay his educational achievements to Admiral Carp. Admiral Carp, I have exerted my utmost efforts regarding the matter you mentioned, yet I find myself unable to correct Luffy's course. However, I believe Ace will not pursue a life as a pirate any longer. Is that so, Chienha? You have performed admirably. I owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. This outcome has truly surpassed my expectations. Carp exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement over the transponder snail. He understood his grandson's disposition well. Once Luffy was resolute about something, persuading him to relinquish it was nearly impossible. Having Chienha educate Luffy was akin to grasping at straws. If it succeeded, it would be a boon. If not, it was anticipated. Ace's situation was even more peculiar. Carp had never intended for Chienha to instruct him, having not even mentioned Ace initially. Yet, Carp was utterly astonished that Chienha had indeed managed to sway Ace. A delightful surprise indeed. However, if he were to learn that Ace had forsaken piracy to join the Revolutionary Army, one could only wonder what sentiments would stir within him. Might he even leave a mark of a hockey-infused sandal upon Ace's visage? Upon concluding the call, Chienha summoned Ain and Khalifa, instructing them to inform the soldiers stationed on deck today to don their raincoats. Without inquiring further, Khalifa promptly exited the office to relay the message. Ain, however, curiously asked, Chienha, when did you become a navigator? Is it due to your dissatisfaction with the current navigators following the previous incident? If so, I can learn from you, as you have more pressing matters to attend to. Chienha smiled gently, rising to lead Ain onto the deck. Amid Ain's puzzled gaze, Chienha deftly formed several seals with one hand and murmured, "The art of the rain tiger." As soon as Chienha's words fell, I noticed that the sky had suddenly darkened. She abruptly raised her gaze towards the heavens. The once clear sky was now completely shrouded in ominous clouds, and soon thereafter, a fine drizzle began to fall. With Chienha's current chakra level, the technique of Rain Tiger could almost envelop the entirety of the East Sea. The strength of the Golden Lion was unparalleled in this region. After a moment of concentration with his eyes closed, Chienha discerned its exact location. Ain, standing beside him, extended her hand to catch the raindrops. Reminiscing about the time she was severely injured during the Weibel incident when the sky had also transitioned abruptly from clear to cloudy, resulting in rain. At that time, her roommate, Alice, had muttered a few curses. Reflecting on this, Ain glanced at Chienha, recalling how he had appeared on that lifeboat and saved her from the brink of death. It seemed this was yet another of Chienha's abilities. Indeed, he was quite dependable. Having pinpointed the Golden Lioness location, Chienha opened his eyes, gazing in a specific direction as he declared, "Found you, Shurji." After speaking, he formed another hand seal, intending to dispel the Rain Tiger technique. Suddenly, Ain grasped the hand that Chienha had not used to form the seal, halting his actions. He turned to her, puzzled. Ain smiled brightly, holding his hand as she spoke. "I adore the rain. Could you please let it continue for a while longer, Chienha?" Her voice was exceedingly gentle, momentarily catching Chienha off guard. He sensed something peculiar in her gaze and wondered if there was something wrong with the rain he had conjured. However, since Ain enjoyed it, he decided to allow the rain to persist, thinking it would provide some relief to the soldiers on duty over the past few days. After all, he had just acquired a wealth of treasures from that small island. Ain, touched that Chienha had indeed granted her somewhat capricious request, could not resist rising on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. After this gesture, feeling a bit shy, she turned and dashed to the other side of the deck to enjoy the rain scenery. Left behind, Chienha touched the spot on his face where Ain had attacked him. Still perplexed by the incident, after pondering for a while, he could only exclaim, "Women are truly complex beings." Above a certain expanse of the East Sea, an island lay concealed within the dark clouds. Damn it, it was clear just a moment ago. How did it suddenly start to rain? The Golden Lion, Shurji, gazed out at the pattering raindrops, taking a swig of his drink, visibly displeased. A nearby lackey chimed in, "Indeed, Captain, the weather at sea is always so unpredictable." Upon hearing the lackey's comment, Shurji's expression turned icy. The wine in his cup floated into the air, morphing into the shape of a small lion's head. Directed at the lackey who had just spoken, "What do you mean, unpredictable weather at sea?" The small minion widened his eyes in disbelief. Glancing down at his chest where a gaping wound, the size of a man's fist, had appeared, revealing the scene behind him. After expelling several mouthfuls of blood, he collapsed backward onto the ground, sending tremors of fear through the surrounding pirates. "Humph, is that something you need to mention?" The Golden Lion observed the lifeless body of the minion with indifference, yet his mind wandered back to the battle with the Roger pirates over 2 decades ago. Victory had seemed imminent, yet an unforeseen storm had altered the tide of battle, leaving his flying pirate crew significantly weakened, and his ship's rudder permanently embedded in his head, curtailing his abilities. Cursed rain, cursed weather. It appears I must find a reliable navigator. Once the chaos subsided, the Golden Lion returned to his seat. His gaze fixed out the window at the fearsome beasts prowling below. The sight of these ferocious creatures lifted his spirits slightly. They were the fruits of his labor over the years, and he planned to unleash these rampaging animals upon the East Blue when the time was ripe, aiming for maximum destruction. Ever since his dream of conquering the world had shattered, his heart had grown more frenzied than these beasts. He yearned for vengeance against the world government. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently, a profound sense of weightlessness enveloping him. The island, known as Vale Haven, had been elevated into the sky through the powers of his float fruit, yet now, inexplicably, it began to descend. The Golden Lion touched the ship's rudder lodged in his head, pondering if his strength had deteriorated to such an extent. Boom. Another thunderous sound erupted as the entire island tilted, plummeting with alarming speed. The pirates on the island struggled to maintain their footing, many collapsing to the ground, while those near the edge slid off, vanishing amid their screams. The Golden Lion could no longer remain passive. He pressed his hands to the ground, exerting all his might to activate the float fruit's abilities in an attempt to restore the island to its original position. However, his efforts merely slowed the descent slightly. The island continued its rapid fall toward the ocean below. Damn it, there must be another ability user at play. The golden lion's expression darkened as he floated into the air, soaring outside the island to gaze below. A naval warship adorned with peculiar insignia came into view, and he squinted, locking onto the figure standing at the bow, meeting his gaze. From this naval officer, the Golden Lion sensed the aura of a formidable opponent. It appeared that the Navy had specifically come to confront him, when had his position been compromised. Standing at the bow of the warship, Kihara beheld the Golden Lion surging forth from the island, a faint smile gracing his lips. He extended an arm towards the celestial Golden Lion and the adjacent island. A black vortex materialized in his palm, gradually expanding until its edges breached the confines of his hand, ultimately growing to the size of a basin. Universal attraction. With a resonant hum, the Golden Lion and the island beside him plummeted rapidly towards the sea. In a desperate frenzy, the Golden Lion activated his fruit powers. Yet, to his horror, he realized that his abilities were utterly powerless against this overwhelming gravitational force. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could barely maneuver his position, helplessly watching as he approached the ocean's depths. With a thunderous roar, the Golden Lion ascended above the island, but soon, he could no longer sustain his flight. He plummeted. His body sprawled in a starfish shape against the ground. At last, with a resounding crash, the island succumbed and sank into the depths of the sea. Shinha stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the vast sea. After a moment, he suddenly addressed the water. Come forth. Is your strength truly limited to this? The surface of the sea remained eerily still, making it seem as though Shinha was merely conversing with himself. Shaking his head, Shinha gestured with his hands in a parting motion, and the sea before him parted, revealing a clay sphere the size of a room. As the soil within began to crumble, it unveiled a golden lion, its face a deep shade of blue as it fixed its gaze upon Shinha. In the instant before plunging into the ocean, the golden lion had utilized its abilities to levitate the surrounding soil, encasing itself to avoid losing mobility upon contact with the water. After entering the sea, it did not immediately command the clay sphere to rise. In its estimation, Shinha was undoubtedly a devil fruit user. Though reluctant to admit it, the lion recognized that Shinha's abilities surpassed its own. Having escaped from the depths of the undersea prison, the lion's strength had diminished, and with age, the burden of its ship's helm weighed heavily upon it. No longer confident in its ability to dispose of Shinha, it opted to wait for him to depart before making its move. However, to its astonishment, Shinha saw through its intentions, denying it that opportunity. The clay sphere encasing the golden lion began to fracture, forming 3 lion heads around it that lunged toward Shinha. Unfazed by the impending attack, Shinha's expression remained unchanged as he activated his room ability. The 3 lion heads, enveloped by the room, vanished just before reaching his ship, only to reappear in front of the golden lion. Startled, the lion's pupils constricted, and it hastily raised its legs to unleash a series of slashing waves, shattering the heads it had conjured. Though the immediate threat had subsided, the lion dared not relax, as it still grappled with the peculiar nature of Shinha's abilities. Yet, as a seasoned pirate who had dominated the seas for decades, the golden lion understood the peril of succumbing to panic in battle. Quickly regaining its composure, the waters beneath it surged and transformed into several lion heads, each nearly the size of a warship. Observing the colossal lion heads before him, Shinha's lips twitched slightly. He was not intimidated by the golden lion's assault, but rather reminded of a certain infamous character from Naruto, Kakashi. That individual, despite being nearly depleted of chakra, delighted in brandishing his raikiri in conversation, and humorously, he would often sculpt dog heads atop his earth wall technique, allegedly due to the influence of his summoning beast chakra. Unbeknownst to the golden lion, Shinha was contemplating such trivialities even amid battle. The lion made a gesture, and the gigantic heads composed of seawater surged toward Shinha's ship. In its mind, regardless of how bizarre Shinha's abilities might be, once ensnared by the sea, he would possess no means of resistance. The youthful appearance of Shinha led the lion to believe that he lacked the mastery of his powers that it had acquired over the years. However, the outcome that unfolded was destined to bring him disappointment, as the seemingly formidable assault of the golden lion was once again transformed into a myriad of raindrops by an invisible repulsive force. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shinha's forehead. He had just narrowly avoided disaster. He held no fear of the sea, yet the fate of the people aboard the ship weighed heavily upon him. It was all Kakashi's fault. Damn it, what kind of ability do you possess? As yet another attack proved futile, the Golden Lion could no longer maintain his composure. If it were merely a matter of encountering a user of the Fruit of Ascendance, that would be one thing, but what was the explanation for this myriad of abilities? In response to the Golden Lion's inquiry, Chihe feigned deep contemplation and gravely declared, I have consumed the Devil Fruit family set. The Devil Fruit family set? What on earth is that? The Golden Lion was utterly perplexed, still unable to grasp that he had been outwitted by Chihe. With a mysterious smile, Chihe fixed his reincarnation eyes upon the Golden Lion and softly remarked, Indeed. That is the essence of it. Upon finishing his words, the garments adorning the Golden Lion suddenly erupted, revealing a skin marred with blood. Clearly, the Golden Lion had sustained injuries from the unexpected explosion, as he had not yet fortified his body with haki. Any ability absorbed by Chihe's reincarnation eyes could be activated through mere visual contact. Just moments ago, he had absorbed the powers of the Bomb Fruit, granting him the ability to detonate any inorganic object within his line of sight. In a state of confusion from the unprovoked assault, the Golden Lion hurriedly used haki to shield his lower half, fearing that if his trousers were to meet the same explosive fate as his upper garments, he would suffer immense embarrassment before his contemporaries. Chihe expressed that the actions of the Golden Lion were unnecessary. The earlier decision not to detonate the lower garments of the Golden Lion was not born out of compassion for the elderly, but rather a desire to avoid witnessing a scene too visually jarring, especially with Khalifa and Ein observing from behind. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Room switch. The form of the Golden Lion momentarily flickered like an illusion before reverting to its original state, but his expression, as he remained stationary, turned exceedingly grim. What in the world was that? It felt as though an invisible force attempted to transport me to a different location. Chihe gazed thoughtfully at the Golden Lion that remained stationary, nodding in contemplation. Chihe recently attempted to directly transfer the Golden Lion into the sea using a substitution technique, but the endeavor ended in failure. Indeed, when confronting an adversary with formidable haki, one must possess an even greater mastery of vision to achieve a successful substitution. Although the Golden Lion's strength has waned from its former glory, he remains a formidable force, having once been among the ranks of the Yonko. Yet, one cannot help but wonder where all his prowess had dissipated during his clash with Luffy, especially with that helm so fiercely embedded in his head. Observing Chihe's cessation of his peculiar abilities, the Golden Lion found himself lost in contemplation, a surge of unbridled fury rising within him. When did he become the subject of such disdain from a mere marine? To him, Chihe's actions were nothing short of a blatant affront. With a sudden burst of aggression, the Golden Lion lunged toward Chihe, raising his leg to strike. Chihe lifted his gaze to the Golden Lion, one hand shaped like a pistol aimed at its heart, declaring, Room shoot. What? The ominous signal from his observation haki alerted the Golden Lion, halting its advance abruptly. Its body instinctively swayed to the side, yet its left arm quivered violently. The Golden Lion emitted a grunt of pain, clutching its left arm tightly in midair. Externally, its left arm appeared unscathed, but only the Golden Lion was aware that its muscles, nerves, and bones had been utterly shattered within. In the forthcoming battle, that arm would be rendered useless. The technique, Room shoot, was a manifestation of the powers of the Op no Mi, utilizing the force of room to inflict internal damage upon the enemy's body. In the original narrative, Law had employed this very move to strike Doflamingo in the abdomen. Typically, the damage inflicted by this technique would not be so severe. The reason the Golden Lion suffered the loss of an arm was due to Chihe's modifications to the technique, incorporating the explosive capabilities of the Bomb Fruit. If the previous room shoot could be likened to armor-piercing ammunition, then Chihe's version was akin to armor-piercing rounds combined with explosive shells. This move was indeed avoidable. However, the Golden Lion's observation haki had significantly deteriorated, resulting in delayed warnings. Consequently, it directly bore the brunt of this nearly genuine damage-inducing skill. Chihe shook his hand, not even casting a glance at the Golden Lion, and casually remarked, To disturb others while they are deep in thought is an exceedingly rude act, Shurji. The Golden Lion, clutching his left arm and wearing an expression of seething anger, retorted, What do you take this battle for, you monster? Am I merely your experimental subject? Indeed. Chihe turned around, a smile gracing her face as she regarded the Golden Lion, seemingly unfazed by his expression of discomfort. She continued with her remarks. Creatures of your antiquated era should refrain from surfacing and tainting these vast seas. Are you intent on relocating the animals from that island to the East China Sea? Individuals of your ilk should consider themselves fortunate merely to be regarded as subjects of experimentation. What do you, a mere child, truly comprehend? I am the Golden Lion. Have you never heard of my illustrious name? He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that he had no knowledge of any golden lion. Ah, how infuriating. Perish. Lion Qian Kigu. The golden lion had become somewhat hysterical, wildly flailing its legs in the air, unleashing a series of terrifying golden slashes. Qianhe's demeanor was relaxed as he utilized teleportation to appear before the warship, a circle of deep purple energy swirling around him. An ethereal silhouette of a colossal purple giant enveloped his form, ultimately solidifying. As soon as the giant manifested, it unfurled its gargantuan wings, casting a shadow over the warship. Jin Shitsi, along with Khalifa and others aboard the vessel, gazed in astonishment at the imposing purple giant, rendered speechless by the overwhelming aura it exuded. This purple giant was none other than Qianhe's complete Susanoo, its form having expanded to an impressive height of 300 meters in accordance with the enhancement of his ocular prowess. Standing within the diamond-shaped space at the head of the Susanoo, he observed a series of incoming slashes with a disdainful smirk, exclaiming, "Ah, I nearly forgot you two wield a sword. Let us see how you fare against this." The Susanoo grasped the hilt of a sword with one hand, and forthwith, a blade of purple energy was drawn, unleashing an astonishing wave of purple slashes directed at Jin Shitsi. As the golden slash emitted by Jin Shitsi collided with the purple wave from the Susanoo in midair, a blinding white light erupted from their point of convergence, forcing Khalifa and her companions aboard the warship to shut their eyes. When they reopened them, the sight before them left them utterly dumbfounded. The sea surface at the intersection of the two slashes had split open, creating a breathtaking spectacle resembling twin waterfalls, unable to coalesce, transforming into a perilous barrier. The most terrifying aspect was that this cataclysmic phenomenon was merely a byproduct of the conflict between two mere mortals. "Haha, you truly are a monster," Jin Shitsi gasped. A grim smile plastered across his bloodied visage, his body drenched in crimson, a testament to his defeat in their recent clash. Qianhe, with his arms crossed and a gaze as frigid as ice, looked down upon the wretched figure of the golden lion below. He harbored no sympathy for those who sought vengeance against society through the suffering of the innocent. Moreover, Qianhe's strength had nearly ascended to the level of the four emperors, rendering the battle-worn golden lion utterly insignificant. To put it simply, he was no more than a mere toy. Unbeknownst to him, the East China Sea had become his grave. At that moment, the golden lion experienced thoughts akin to those once held by Brand in his time. After hearing this, Qianhe offered a non-committal smile. Many believe that the East Sea is the weakest of all, yet have they forgotten that Roger's hometown also lies within its waters? Furthermore, both carp and dragon hail from the East Sea. The individuals originating from this region exhibit a considerable disparity in strength, while the lower limits are exceedingly modest. The upper limits nearly reach their zenith. In recent years, those venturing out to sea have indeed displayed generally weaker capabilities, perhaps a consequence of carp's frequent returns home. As the Susanoo transformed into a nebulous shadow, it gradually dissipated into the air, and Qianhe descended onto the surface of the water below. Extending his hand, he once again employed the universal pull against the golden lion. Now, the golden lion struggled to maintain his fruit's powers while suspended in midair. When drawn by the force of gravity, his body hurtled swiftly towards Qianhe. With a resounding clap, Qianhe seized the golden lion by the neck. The latter's eyes widened in fury as he fixed a desperate glare upon Qianhe. His mouth moved, attempting to utter words, but with his throat firmly restrained by Qianhe's grip. No sound could escape. Without granting him a chance to speak, Qianhe exerted a slight pressure, causing the head of the golden lion to tilt to the side with a crisp crack, followed by the cessation of breath, his eyes remaining wide open in eternal unrest. The legendary figure, the golden lion, met his untimely demise at the hands of Qianhe, leaving no final words behind. Upon the death of the golden lion, Qianhe immediately pressed his hand upon him, utilizing his abilities from the realm of the living to extract the soul that had yet to detach from its corporeal form. A dark mass of energy could be seen struggling against the golden lion's soul on the verge of liberation. With the death of a power wielder, their fruit abilities would naturally separate, a possibility that Qianhe had anticipated. Should the float fruit truly escape the golden lion, The celestial puppet crafted from his body would be significantly diminished in potency, while others might find themselves helpless against this intangible black energy of the devil fruit. Chienha was different. Hailing from the world of Naruto, he had acquired a wealth of sealing techniques from Minato. Chienha harnessed the power of the Tao to levitate the body of the golden lion before him. With a swift motion, he formed several hand seals with one hand and pressed them onto the soul of the golden lion, exclaiming, "For symbol's seal." A swirling pattern adorned with a circle of inscriptions materialized above the energy of the devil fruit. Upon its emergence, the black energy instantly calmed. The four symbols seal, famously employed by Minato in the Naruto series to confine half of the nine tails within Naruto, is a sealing technique specifically crafted by the Uzumaki clan to restrain malevolent forces. Its application to a sphere of devil fruit energy was nothing short of a precise strike. With the power of the float fruit sealed, Chienha unleashed a sphere of black flames into the heart of the golden lion. Gradually, the golden lion's body began to stir, eventually attaining the ability to float autonomously in the air. Chienha glared fiercely at the golden lion, whose eyes transformed to mirror the pattern of Chienha's own Rinnegan. Chienha had projected the powers of the Deva path onto the golden lion, yet this did not hinder his own utilization of those abilities. Chienha gazed contentedly at the masterpiece before him for a moment, then opened a spatial door through which the golden lion, seemingly dazed, flew in. He arrived beside a robust silhouette, quietly floating there in anticipation of Chienha's command. After closing the spatial door, Chienha returned to his warship. Califu approached, draping Chienha's coat of justice over his shoulders, and in a soft voice inquired, "Have you dealt with the golden lion?" Chienha smiled and nodded, his demeanor relaxed. However, Califa and the others were utterly astonished. After all, he had just vanquished the legendary golden lion, a pirate of the same era as Roger. How could such a formidable figure be so easily subdued? Unable to restrain her curiosity, Califa inquired once more whether their boss's current strength was sufficient to defeat one of the four emperors. In a one-on-one confrontation, there might be a chance, but with the crew of pirates following behind, it would be rather challenging. Nevertheless, that was still quite impressive. The onlookers regarded Chienha with a mix of awe and reverence. He had evidently attained the combat prowess of a four-emperor-level warrior. When had they ever encountered such a being at such close quarters? Observing their reactions, Chienha waved his hand dismissively, urging them not to treat him as if he had suddenly transformed into some sort of monster. Califo and Ein, however, gazed at him with utmost seriousness, their expressions seemingly conveying, "Aren't you?" Rubbing his forehead, Chienha chose not to dwell further on the matter and instead issued several commands to inform Fleet Admiral Sengoku that the mission to capture the Golden Lion had been accomplished, as he had dealt with the Golden Lion on the spot. Understood. Chienha entrusted Califa with a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique and continued, "You shall lead the warship back directly. Should you encounter insurmountable dangers, use this to call my name, and I shall promptly come to your side. But what about you? Boss, aren't you returning? Well, I have a destination in mind, and taking this warship there poses some complications." Destination? Indeed. Have you ever heard of Sky Island? Sky Island. Upon hearing this name, Califa nodded thoughtfully. She had seen references to this place in the world government's documents. However, its exact location was shrouded in mystery, known only to be situated in the heavens. Yet, after witnessing the floating island manipulated by the Golden Lion's powers, Califa's apprehension about islands suspended in the sky had dissipated. Since the boss wished to venture there, it must hold significance. Perhaps it harbors a devil fruit that piques his interest? Califa, astute as ever, had already inferred Chienha's intentions for journeying to Sky Island. Indeed, Chienha's purpose for this expedition was to acquire the Rumble fruit possessed by Enel. As a Logia-type devil fruit, the Rumble fruit ranks among the most formidable of nature-based abilities. Many contend it to be the strongest among them. Its innate capacity for devastating lightning attacks, while seemingly ineffective against Luffy, who brushed off millions of volts as if they were mere trifles, does not diminish its lethality, especially considering Luffy's rubbery nature. However, the destructive power of the Rumble fruit was not the sole aspect that captivated Chienha. Beyond its offensive capabilities, it possesses the ability to enhance both the range of observation haki and physical fortitude through the manipulation of lightning. Such a comprehensive fruit was certainly worthy of Chienha's attention. Having imparted his instructions to Califa, he soared into the sky in pursuit of the elusive Sky Island. On Sky Island, at Angel Beach, the young girl Conies knelt by the shore, playing her harp. The melodious notes echoed across the beach, but a trace of melancholy lingered within the music. After a while, Konis ceased her performance, gently resting the harp on her lap, and let out a sigh. Your playing is quite lovely. Why stop? A gentle male voice startled Konis. For this place was typically devoid of visitors. She often played alone to soothe her emotions. Flustered, she rose from the ground and turned to face the newcomer. Dressed in a pristine white suit with an immaculate coat billowing softly behind him was none other than Chienha, who had just arrived. Noticing Konis standing there, somewhat frozen with surprise, he approached and softly remarked, "Forgive my intrusion. I was captivated by your music upon my arrival. You play beautifully." "Oh, thank you." Upon hearing compliments regarding her performance, Konis felt a flutter of joy within her heart, and the anxiety of encountering a stranger dissipated somewhat. She lifted her gaze towards Chika, and upon noticing the absence of wings beneath Chika's cloak, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why do you not have wings? Are you not from the Sky Island?" "Well, I came from below," Chika replied. "Are you from Qinghai? Did you ascend by yourself?" "Indeed," Chika confirmed. "But how did you manage to come up?" Facing Cornis's barrage of rapid-fire questions, Chika felt somewhat exasperated and remained silent. In the midst of Cornis's incredulous gaze, her body began to levitate effortlessly. Cornis looked up, repeatedly verifying that Chika indeed lacked wings, and could not help but exclaim, "Can all you people from Qinghai fly like this?" "No. Only a select few possess such an ability. In the world of One Piece, individuals capable of flight are indeed scarce, and the limitations of the moonwalk technique in the air are considerable. Others wishing to soar freely must rely on certain unique devil fruits, most of which belong to the avian branch of the Zoan type." After floating in the air for a while, Chika returned to the ground, while Cornis continued to regard her with astonished curiosity, finding Chika's ability to fly utterly enchanting. Chienha shifted the topic, inquiring why the performance had suddenly ceased. He noticed her sigh, wondering if some troubling matter occupied her thoughts. Upon mentioning this, Cornis's gaze darkened, her mind drifting to the current ruler of Skypiea, Enel. Ever since he vanquished the former god, Gonfall, Enel ascended as the new deity of the skies, wielding the power to command lightning, rendering any opposition futile. He could even hear the voices of all within the island from his palace. Anyone uttering disrespectful words against him would be swiftly annihilated by bolts from above, instilling a pervasive fear among the populace. He had also decreed the 11 crimes, with the most minor infraction being illegal entry. Realizing the implications of such a crime, Cornis urgently clutched Chienha's sleeve, exclaiming that he seemed to have violated the god's law and should flee back to his blue sea as quickly as possible. "God? You mean Enel?" At the mere mention of Enel's name, Cornis involuntarily shuddered. Such a title was indeed a grave offense. No sooner had Chienha spoken than a vast expanse of thunderclouds erupted above them, crackling with cerulean arcs of electricity. Cornis, noticing the ominous phenomenon in the sky, turned pale. She understood that Enel had been made aware of their situation. This was his divine retribution. She never anticipated that she would meet her end alongside a stranger from the blue sea. Resignedly, she let her arms fall, resting her head against Chienha's abdomen. Closing her eyes. After all, they were destined to perish. The impression this blue sea man left upon her was rather favorable. So perhaps it was best to share this final journey towards the heavens together. Chienha lowered his head silently, gazing at Cornis's petite head, and tenderly cupped her ears with his hands, disregarding the increasingly formidable thunderclouds above. Finally, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, accompanied by a resounding explosion that stirred a cloud of smoke, engulfing both Chienha and Cornis within its embrace. Have I perished? After an indeterminate passage of time, Cornis cautiously opened her eyes, curiously surveying her surroundings. She discovered herself in a realm of deep violet, where the Qinghai people from before were also present. Upon further inspection of her vicinity, she noted that the land outside this deep purple space was charred and blackened, momentarily causing her to fail in recognizing it as the same place from earlier. Cornis raised her gaze to Chienha and observed the look of helplessness etched across his face, which reminded her that she was still nestled in his arms. A blush blossomed on her cheeks, prompting her to hastily withdraw her head from his embrace. Just as she intended to offer an explanation, she noticed a colossal purple skull hovering above Chienha, staring intently at her. To protect Cornis, Chienha had activated his Susanoo. However, the intensity of this lightning strike paled in comparison to Sasuke's Kirin. The first form of Susanoo was more than sufficient to handle it. Startled, Cornis let out a cry and dove back into Chienha's embrace. This time, she wrapped her arms tightly around him, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Woo! Have I descended into hell? I swear I have done nothing wrong." Chienha felt the fabric of his abdomen becoming thoroughly soaked. Gently, he patted Cornus's back, soothing her emotions, before placing both hands on her shoulders to gently push her away from his embrace. With a tender gesture, he wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes and briefly explained that the imposing purple skeleton giant was a manifestation of his own abilities. He reassured her that they had not perished. They were very much alive and well. "Is that so?" Cornus gazed at Chienha in astonishment. This individual from Qinghai was indeed extraordinary. It was her first encounter with someone capable of withstanding Enel's onslaught. In a grand palace, a youthful Enel lounged in an opulent chair, yawning as he absently dug at his ear, muttering to himself about the intriguing Qinghai man who had managed to deflect the divine punishment. The four ministers below, upon hearing Enel's words, hastily approached with obsequious expressions, proclaiming that it was merely luck. They expressed their willingness to serve the deity, eager to make the Qinghai man aware of the consequences of offending the divine. Without even casting a glance at the ministers, Enel waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, you may proceed. By the way, that Qinghai man is accompanied by a local girl. Do take care of her as well." Yes, unbeknownst to Cornus, she had already caught the attention of the four ministers, having narrowly escaped death under Enel's divine punishment. She joyfully led Chienha to the former deity of Sky Island, Gonfur. Gonfur, adorned in armor with a graying beard, cast a kind glance at Cornus before shifting his gaze to Chienha, standing beside her. In that fleeting moment, Gonfur sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Chienha. Particularly upon glimpsing his reincarnation eyes, the former deity of Sky Island experienced an inexplicable urge to revere him, a feeling he had never encountered even with Enel. Yet, he recalled another individual who possessed a similar presence, Roger. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead as Gonfur suppressed the discomfort rising within him. With cautious deliberation, he spoke. "Greetings, I am Gonfur. May I inquire your name?" Chienha gently nodded and responded with a smile. "Uchiha Chienha." Uchiha? Such an unusual surname. Gonfu pondered, realizing he had never encountered a powerful individual bearing that name. Indeed, ever since being cast down from his divine position by Enel, he had long been distanced from the happenings below. Perhaps this was a new strength emerging from the Qinghai region. After a moment's reflection, Gonfu continued to inquire. "Did you arrive here through the ascending current, or?" "I came on my own," Chienha replied. At this mention, Cornus excitedly chimed in, "Grandpa Gonfu. Brother Chienha flew up here by himself. Isn't it marvelous? He can soar through the air without wings." Although Cornus had known Chienha for a brief time, his impressive first impression and the fact that he had saved her life led her to affectionately refer to him as Brother Chienha. Chienha was quite taken with the girl sporting a pair of diminutive wings. The affectionate title Chienhaji evoked memories of two little ones from Cocoa West Village. He reached out to gently pat Cornus's small head and addressed Gonfu Air, assuring him, "Rest easy. I have comprehended the situation here. I shall confront that Enelu." Upon hearing Chienha's words, Gonfu Air felt little elation within. He did not question Chienha's assertions. However, he was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even if Chienha were to truly vanquish Enelu, what would follow? Would he ascend to become the new deity of the Sky Island? Gonfu Air was not covetous of that so-called divine position. During the years he was cast down from divinity by Enelu, he had formed a common adversary with the other inhabitants of the Sky Island, the Shandians, and had set aside some grievances. The Shandians and the Sky Islanders had finally reached a potential for reconciliation through their collaborations. He contemplated that if Enelu were indeed defeated, he would yield and share the land with the Shandians. Yet, Chienha was neither a Sky Islander nor a Shandian. He had no obligation to mediate their disputes. Should he triumph over Enelu and claim the position of God, how would he regard the two factions? Would there still be hope for reconciliation between the Shandians and the Sky Islanders? Unbeknownst to Cornus, Gonfu Air's heart was heavy with these thoughts. Observing Gonfu Air's anxious demeanor, she mistakenly believed he was worried that their words might reach Enelu and invoke divine retribution. Therefore, she approached Gonfu Air and said, "Grandpa Gonfu, there is no need to fear divine punishment. Just moments ago, Chienhaji summoned a skeletal giant to deflect the divine wrath, and even saved me. I do not mean that." Gonfu Air interjected, "The intruder from the blue sea on the Sky Island. The deity declares you guilty." A voice, brimming with arrogance, rang out, causing both Gonfu Air and Cornus to change their expressions in alarm. It was the voice of the Four Gods' envoy. Qianhe cast a glance towards the entrance. And as the celestial phenomena unfolded, 4 figures soared in unison, landing gracefully at Qianhe's feet. Qianhe gazed down with an expressionless countenance at the 4 divine officials sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs. Coldly, he inquired, "Who did you just accuse of guilt?" "Was it I?" The most formidable among the divine officials, Om, rose from the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Qianhe. He thundered, "You dare to assault us, the 4 divine officials. Do you have any notion of the punishment that awaits you?" "Oh, I am indeed curious to hear it," Qianhe replied. "You have shown disrespect towards the divine, and now you lay hands upon us. Before divine wrath fully descends upon you, you and that woman behind you should take your own lives. Is it really that simple? Certainly not. Before your demise, you must first settle the fine for your illegal entry into our realm." Ha ha ha. Qianhe burst into laughter. For these individuals had truly become daft during their time on the Sky Island, convinced of their invincibility thanks to the so-called deity behind them. Upon witnessing this Qinghai man's laughter, Om's anger intensified. He swiftly drew a white sword, aiming it directly at Qianhe. Astonishingly, the blade could elongate automatically and lunge towards him. "Die, Qinghai man," Om snarled, his gaze fixed malevolently on Qianhe. In his eyes, this arrogant Qinghai man was about to be pierced through by his iron cloud, leaving him utterly chilled. However, Qianhe merely waved his hand, and the extending sword shattered into fragments that fell at his feet. "Nanny?" Om stared in disbelief at the debris on the ground. He could have understood if Qianhe had evaded the attack. But how could he have shattered the iron cloud with his bare hand, as if swatting a fly? Was it possible that the Qinghai man's hand was made of iron? Qianhe gently shook his hand a few times, as if he had just swatted a fly. Such a trivial attack required no application of armed color. His physical strength alone sufficed. The 3 priests behind Om instinctively took a step back. If Om's attacks could be so effortlessly neutralized, then theirs would scarcely fare any better. For Om was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 of them. Given the current circumstances, regardless of their arrogance, they must now confront a stark reality. The person before them, a native of the Qinghai region, possessed a power far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. "Enough is enough. I have grown weary of your bothersome presence. Now, surrender your hearts." Qianhe cast a glance at them, and suddenly, expressions of agony manifested on the faces of the 4 divine officials, each clutching their chests. Thud, 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 thud. A series of sounds resembling the explosive rupture of blood echoed as 4 hearts, drenched in crimson, soared from the chests of the divine officials, suspended in the air. Chica did not employ the room's space. Rather, this attack was merely a manifestation of his mastery over the gravity fruit, against foes of mediocre strength. He can lock his gaze onto their chests, effortlessly extracting their hearts in a manner that is both straightforward and brutally effective, delivering a visual impact of the highest order. My heart, give it back." The 4 spirits gazed vacantly at the heart suspended in the air, extending a hand as if to return it to his body. However, midway through the motion, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing completely. Qianhe gazed expressionlessly at the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground and casually inquired. "Room." A vast expanse of room unfolded, enveloping the entire floating island. Qianhe did not seek to perceive anything. Instead, he turned to Ganfu, who had been standing in a daze for quite some time, to ask about Enel's whereabouts. Subsequently, he employed the technique of substitution to return the 4 corpses to their previous location. "Impressive. Brother Qianhe is truly remarkable. These individuals deserve their fate." Cornus, far from being intimidated by Qianhe's somewhat gruesome methods, fixed her gaze fiercely on the spot where the bodies of the 4 priests had vanished and enthusiastically praised Qianhe. Qianhe said nothing more, merely turning to bestow a smile upon Cornus, before his figure vanished from her sight. Within the palace, Enel surveyed the 4 newly fallen corpses on the ground, his gaze betraying not a flicker of emotion. He raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, transforming the bodies into charred remains, a pungent odor permeating the grand hall. The technique was commendable, yet the scent left much to be desired. A mocking voice echoed through the hall, prompting Enel to glance toward the entrance, where Qianhe stood with his hands tucked into his pockets. "Qinghai folk," Enel began, "one must concede that you possess some skill. However, if you believe that such prowess grants you the illusion of challenging a deity, I fear your fate will be rather dire." Hearing Enel still refer to himself as a god, Qianhe could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. When he turned his gaze back to Enel, His expression grew indifferent as he spoke with quiet intensity. Before these eyes, no one may claim to be a god. The gaze of Chica instilled in Enel an unsettling discomfort, for within him arose a notion that this was the gaze a deity ought to bestow upon all living beings. Those eyes evoked a sense of the divine, a sensation he found utterly intolerable. Die, you blasphemer. Inazuma. Enel's arm transformed into a bolt of thunder, striking upwards. Chica remained motionless, as a deep violet energy enveloped him, encasing him within a skeletal structure. The lightning struck Chica, producing a crackling sound. Yet apart from charred earth surrounding his stance, it inflicted not a single ounce of harm upon him. Enel, undeterred, surveyed the skeletal barrier encasing Chica and remarked with feigned seriousness, "Is this your defense against divine retribution? It appears quite impressive." "Perhaps," Chica replied. As Chica dispersed Susanoo, he lifted one arm and smiled, saying, "You are quite adept at wielding thunder, aren't you?" Eneru raised an eyebrow, considering himself the deity of lightning. Chica's words were nothing short of a provocation. With a sudden strike on the massive drum behind him, a crackling sound erupted, and a colossal thunderbird soared forth. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Eneru gazed at Chica with pride, confident that this attack, unleashed through the drum, was far superior to the previous technique of Inazuma. He believed he could reduce the arrogant denizen of the Blue Sea to mere charred remains with this move. However, the ensuing spectacle left Eneru wide-eyed, a trickle of mucus escaping his nostrils. Chica's raised arm, amidst the piercing shriek of the bird, similarly ignited with electric brilliance. As a user of the rumble fruit, Eneru could sense the immense voltage coiling around Chica's arm. Yet, despite being the rightful wielder of the rumble fruit, how could this Blue Sea individual also harness the power of lightning? In that moment, Eneru's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Shiena gazed at his arm, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. In the past, he had harnessed the memories of Blue Star to be the first to create the Chidori in the world of Naruto, effectively outmaneuvering that boy Kakashi. With this technique, he vanquished one formidable foe after another. However, since his arrival in the world of pirates, he had not employed it even once. With fingers poised together, Shinha turned his palm toward Enel and smiled, saying, "Come on, let's see whose Thunderbird is mightier, yours or my Chidori. Do not grow too arrogant. I am the true god of thunder." Enel shouted in fury, swinging his arm with force, as the Thunderbird behind him let out a piercing cry and dove swiftly towards Shinha. Yet, with the prowess of his current ocular abilities, no matter how swift the Thunderbird was, it could not elude the gaze of his Rinnegan. He raised his hand, charged with Chidori, to strike at the approaching Thunderbird. The collision between the Thousand Birds and the Thunderbird resonated throughout the grand hall with a cacophony of sharp crackles. The sound did not linger for long before a mournful cry pierced the air, as Enel's Thunderbird dissipated into a burst of lightning, leaving only the increasingly piercing cries of the Thousand Birds, seemingly proclaiming their victory. Enel, with a countenance marred by distress, gazed at the brilliantly radiant Thousand Birds in Shinha's hands, feeling an intense sting of humiliation wash over his face. One might argue that if Shinha had employed a different technique to vanquish the Thunderbird, it would have been bearable, yet it was precisely his most adept element, lightning, that was utilized. How could this not provoke a sense of shame? With a flick of his wrist, Chica dispelled a multitude of birds, adopting a curious expression as he inquired, "What is amiss? Our god of thunder seems to wield lightning with less prowess than I do. Cursed be this mortal, who is but an ordinary human." Eneru's body crackled with electric energy, and with a series of sharp sounds, he vanished, only to reappear in the center of the grand hall an instant later. With arms outstretched, he bellowed, "Discharge." In that moment, brilliant arcs of lightning radiated from Eneru's form, engulfing the entire hall in a tempest of ferocious electricity. Chica also extended his arms and softly uttered, "Thousand Bird Flow." The piercing cry of birds resonated once more, and a surge of electricity enveloped Chica, colliding with Enel's own current. Upon contact with the Thousand Bird Flow, Enel's electricity was utterly consumed, and in the blink of an eye, the flow spread to Enel himself. Enel smirked disdainfully. It seemed once again he was on the losing end of this electric confrontation. Yet, how could one who embodied lightning be harmed by it? However, crackling sounds erupted. The moment the Thousand Bird Flow ensnared Enel, his body convulsed violently, emitting cries of anguish as it flickered between light and dark, enduring an excruciating electric therapy. After a while, Enel, his body mottled with black and white, rolled his eyes back, a wisp of black smoke escaping from his open mouth. And he plummeted from the air, landing with a thud on the ground. Chienha lowered his arms and slowly approached Enelu, small currents of electricity occasionally flickering across his body. Halfway there, Enelu's body on the ground once again sparkled with electric light, his lips quivering as he murmured, "Electrotherapy." Thump, thump. Under the stimulation of the lightning, Enelu's heart, which had nearly ceased its rhythm, revived with vigor, and a flush returned to his face, gradually rising from the ground. Enelu fixed his gaze on the advancing Chienha and enunciated each word. "Why am I harmed by lightning? I am the god of thunder. Perhaps you have consumed a false rumble fruit?" A false rumble fruit? Enelu was momentarily taken aback. If someone had claimed such a thing to him in the past, he would have unleashed a bolt of lightning upon them. However, after experiencing the recent wave of electrifying sensations, he began to genuinely question the authenticity of his fruit. Observing Enelu's reaction, Chienha couldn't help but chuckle. The fruit Enelu had consumed was indeed genuine. The reason he, as a being of lightning, could be injured by Chienha's Thunderbird technique was that the lightning produced by the technique was created from chakra, imbued with a unique energy attack. Just as Haki can injure Logia Type users, chakra, when wielded with sufficient intensity, can achieve similar results. The inhabitants of the One Piece world, of course, were oblivious to the concept of chakra, making it all the more amusing to deceive Enelu. As Chienha drew ever closer, a feeling of fear began to stir within Enelu. Extending his hand, a golden staff flew from behind the chair he had been seated upon and was grasped tightly by him. Lightning metallurgy. Electricity entwined around the golden staff in his hand, and under the searing heat of the lightning, it melted into a golden trident. Enelu, wielding the trident, struck it forcefully against the ground, as if seeking to bolster his confidence. Chienha cast a peculiar glance at Enelu's appearance, and an unexpected thought suddenly crossed his mind. What on earth? Yuan Hua. Unbeknownst to Enel, who was unaware of Chienha's musings, he brandished his golden trident and lunged fiercely towards Chienha. Bang! In Chika's hand, an enigmatic black staff had seemingly materialized, and the pointed prongs of the trident could advance no further against its formidable surface. The prowess of Chika's Haki has evolved beyond comparison since his naval days. Back then, Kaki could shatter Chika's black staff with his armed color. However, now, an attack of equivalent intensity would scarcely graze the staff. Chienha deftly swung the black staff, casting the golden trident aside, and with a swift twist of his wrist, thrust the staff fiercely into Enel's abdomen. With a sickening sound, the staff pierced through Enel's midsection. Grasping the staff with both hands, he staggered backward, disbelief etched across his face as he looked up at Chienha. Once again, this deity found himself wounded, and this time it was merely a physical assault. Since consuming the rumble fruit and gaining the ability to become elemental, how long had it been since he had suffered from a physical attack? Upon observing Enel's expression, Chika discerned his thoughts and remarked with a hint of mockery. "Do you still consider yourself a deity?" Coughing, he added, "How dare you, a mere mortal, deride a god?" Listening to Chika's scornful tone, Enel's mind descended into utter madness. He struggled to suppress the disturbances emanating from the black staff, gripping it tightly as he painstakingly withdrew it from his abdomen. At long last, the staff, stained crimson with his blood, was cast aside onto the ground. Enel fixed his gaze fiercely upon Chika, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he surged forth from the palace. Chinja, undeterred by Enel's flight, found himself enveloped within the confines of the room space that continuously shrouded the entire Sky Island. He sensed Enel's presence hovering outside the grand hall, gathering energy. In an instant, Chinja appeared directly opposite the menacing figure of Enel, gazing at him with a hint of pity in his eyes, a pity reserved for the weak. Enel was engulfed in a tempest of lightning, which wrapped around him in layers. He roared at Chinja, his eyes ablaze with fury, declaring, "I will make your gaze vanish forever. I am the deity, the god of thunder." As the lightning surged violently, Enel's form transformed dramatically. He loomed dozens of meters tall, his belly protruding, with only the face composed of electricity serving as a faint reminder of his original visage. Chienha, with his arms crossed, gazed impassively at the individual before him who claimed to be the god of thunder. And Enel, observing Chienha floating silently, mistakenly believed that he had rendered Chienha speechless with fear, resulting in an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction within him. Indeed, he thought, he was the true deity. It was merely that he had momentarily allowed himself to be distracted by this Qinghai man. A haughty smile emerged on the face formed by lightning. As Enel addressed the insignificant Chienha, asking if he was struck dumb by the presence of a god. Fear not, I shall soon grant you release. Upon hearing Enel's arrogant words, Chienha lowered his arms from his chest, casting a detached glance at Enel, as a surge of purple energy enveloped him once more. Enel, seeing this purple energy, merely scoffed, for he had already witnessed the skeletal form of the Susanoo. In his eyes, both its stature and might paled in comparison to his own divine form. However, the purple energy, after taking the shape of a skeletal frame, did not cease its growth. Under Chienha's deliberate control, muscles began to sprout from the skeleton, followed by layers of skin. The figure continued to expand, gradually donning armor, sprouting legs, and ultimately, a towering Susanoo, standing 300 meters high, emerged against the skyline, unfurling a pair of wings that could overshadow the sun. Chienha stood within the diamond-shaped space at the head of Susanoo, coldly gazing down at the thunder god, whose height barely reached Susanoo's knees. With an indifferent tone, he inquired, "What is this? The power of a deity is so insignificant?" Enel offered no response. He was utterly dumbfounded, staring up at the magnificent deep purple giant before him. The mere aura emanating from it rendered him breathless. Not only Enel, but the inhabitants of Sky Island also beheld the colossal figure towering above the horizon. Ganfor gazed up, his expression vacant, murmuring, "What is that?" Beside him, Cornus shared a look of shock, yet she felt a strange familiarity emanating from the giant. Suddenly, she excitedly called out to Ganfor, "Grandpa Ganfor, that is Brother Chienha. He once summoned a skeleton giant of the same color. It must be him. Is that the Uchiha Chihe?" Ganfor numbly nodded his head. In the face of such power, Enel surely stood no chance. How could this be happening? This is absurd. Enel's mind was completely shattered as he rushed to Susanoo's side, frantically striking its calf with hands formed of lightning. It shouldn't be like this. I am the god. I am the god. However, his attacks merely produced rippling circles of purple energy upon Susanoo's leg, yielding no other effect, almost resembling a massage. Susanoo merely lifted its leg and gave a gentle kick, sending Enel's body hurtling backward, crashing into the palace below, which was instantly reduced to ruins. Lying at an angle amidst the debris, Enel's eyes remained fixed on the Susanoo above, repeatedly muttering, "I am the god. I am the god." Chika released Susanoo and descended, his body hovering before Eneru. Observing the mentally shattered Eneru, Chika refrained from uttering a word, directly extending his hand to grasp Eneru's neck. Utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, he absorbed the abilities of the Rumble fruit into his being, a singular tomoe manifesting in his left eye. With the loss of his powers, Eneru's consciousness dissipated entirely, his head lolling to the side as he succumbed. Casting a final glance at Eneru, now a lifeless corpse, Chika let out a soft sigh. To be candid, Eneru's strength was not to be underestimated. In the anime, his defeat at the hands of Luffy stemmed purely from his premature appearance and the so-called fruit countering dynamics. Had he aligned himself with the Marines, his unmatched Logia-type Rumble fruit and formidable observation haki would have swiftly made him a prime candidate for their training program. Once he mastered combat techniques and armament haki, Eneru would undoubtedly possess the potential of an admiral. Conversely, had he chosen the path of piracy, he would have ranked among the mid-tier warlords of the sea, considerably surpassing the corpulent Moria. Alas, with his vile disposition, it was inconceivable for him to serve in the Marines, and piracy held no allure for him either. After all, his aspirations were of the stars and the seas. Employing Earth release to construct a grave for the ambitious youth who harbored dreams of the cosmos, Chika's left eye suddenly flickered with vibrant lightning. The skies above the Sky Island were shrouded in a multitude of storm clouds, thunderous roars echoing from above. Witnessing this spectacle, Ganfor and Konis found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Chika had indeed succumbed to Eneru? Was Eneru truly that formidable? Boom. A barrage of robust azure lightning cascaded from the heavens, prompting Ganfor and Konis to instinctively shut their eyes. The downpour of lightning persisted for a considerable duration before gradually ceasing. Once they dared to open their eyes, they exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they were both unharmed. What was the meaning of this? Were those thunderous assaults not aimed at them? Ganfor summoned his steed, Pierre, a sky point bird that had consumed the horse fruit, affectionately dubbed the Pegasus. He mounted it with a stride, Konis following suit and seating herself behind him. Together, they ascended into the skies on the Pegasus, heading towards Eneru's palace. Given their entanglement with Chika, should he truly have fallen, they would likewise be unable to evade Eneru's retribution. Thus, it was prudent to ascertain the outcome of the battle. Upon their arrival at Inaru's palace, Gonfu and Konis were awestruck by the scene that unfolded before them. They beheld a heap of architectural ruins, surrounded by charred earth ravaged by lightning strikes, with Chika seated beside a mound of earth, smiling at the duo. Brother Chika. Seeing that Chika was unharmed, Cornis felt a wave of relief wash over her. Joyfully, she leaped down from the heavens and rushed toward Chika, who was seated on the ground. This time, she cast aside her shyness and dove straight into his embrace. Cornis lifted her head, tears glimmering in her large eyes. And with a quivering voice, she exclaimed, "Chika, it is truly wonderful that you are safe. Just moments ago, with that thunderous clash, I feared you had succumbed to Enel." Chika gently patted Cornis's back, softly uttering, "It is all right now. Enel has perished, resting in the mound of earth beside me. The thunder just now was also conjured by my hand. You summoned it?" Indeed. The eyes of Chika sparkled once more with a dazzling lightning. As a thunderbolt struck the ground not far from the two, Konis could not help but gasp in astonishment, gazing at the deep crater left by the recent lightning. She looked up at Chika in disbelief. "Chika, how can you also generate electricity?" "Hee, I am not the only one capable of this. There are numerous creatures in the sea that can generate electricity. Is that true? How marvelous. Yet, they surely cannot compare to your prowess, Chika." "Perhaps. But I wonder how I measure up against that formidable Zeus of Big Mom." "Who is Big Mom?" "She is a pirate. Oh, I forgot to mention. I am part of the Navy." "The Navy? I know a bit about it. Fighting for justice." Hee. With a resigned glance at the mischievous Konis in his arms, Chika set her down gently and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. However, Konis clung to the hem of Chika's garment, her excitement bubbling over as she asked, "Chika, you are actually from Skypiea, right?" A large question mark appeared above Kahara's head as he was bewildered by Cornis's inquiry, wondering when he had ever been associated with the inhabitants of Sky Island. Noticing Kahara's silence, Cornis assumed her assumption was correct. She lifted her small head proudly and declared, "The purple giant you summoned is a sight to behold. It possesses enormous wings, far larger than ours. Therefore, you must also be a Sky Islander. Your power is simply so great that you can conceal your wings, am I right?" Kahara playfully tapped Cornis on the head, admonishing her not to think so foolishly. Cornis, nursing her little head, looked at Kahara with a sense of grievance, believing that her brother was merely embarrassed, having had his secret guessed. Chienha, feeling a sense of helplessness, explained patiently, "I am truly not from the Sky Island. I hail from the Uchiha clan. That colossal purple being is our clan's guardian deity, not my true form." "Oh, is that so?" Gonfu, who stood nearby, observed the conversation between the two with a sense of curiosity and cautiously approached Chienha. "Excuse me, Lord Chienha. May I inquire about the source of the recent lightning strike?" "Oh, I dealt with some of Enel's followers to prevent them from causing unnecessary trouble." "I see." Gonfu nodded. Yet within him surged a tumultuous sea of emotions. This ability had once been the very aspect he most feared about Enel, and now it manifested in the presence of the young man before him. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this power in its presence. Enemies were rendered utterly powerless, virtually without escape. Suppressing his inner astonishment, Gonfu anxiously regarded Chienha, uncertain of how this individual, having defeated Enel, would treat the inhabitants of Sky Island. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps approached as a group resembling primitive tribesmen, accompanied by several Sky Islanders, made their entrance. Among them were the warriors Wapol and Laki, characters reminiscent of those from an anime. Wapol and Laki, though barely adults, had already begun to emerge as leaders among the Sandia people, with Laki cradling the young Aisha in her arms. Despite his youth, Wapol's unparalleled strength within his clan had subtly positioned him as a leader. He approached Gonfu to inquire about the situation. Cautiously glancing at Chienha, Gonfu relayed the news of Chienha's victory over Enel. Wapol's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing that this seemingly youthful figure had defeated the formidable Enel, a sentiment mirrored by the others who accompanied him. Laki, holding Aisha, also gazed at Chienha in shock. In her understanding, Wapol was already the strongest warrior of their clan, while Enel transcended the realm of mere mortals. Now, they stood before someone whose strength far surpassed both. Suddenly, Chienha, who had been silently observing, took a step forward, causing the newcomers to instinctively retreat. Cornis couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "What are you all doing? You're making Brother Chienha seem like a monster." Gonfu shot an exasperated glance at Cornis, thinking to himself, "Your perception is far too simplistic. Do you not realize that your brother Chienha has vanquished Enel? Do you understand the gravity of this? Wapol still struggled to accept this revelation. In his eyes, the nearly invincible Enel had perished at the hands of this individual. Prompting him to speak up, I sincerely apologize, but may I witness your prowess? I mean no offense. I am simply bewildered that Enel has fallen so easily. Chienha cast a fleeting glance at Waiapa, and at that moment, every hair on Waiapa's body stood on end. He instantly regretted it. For such an imposing presence was beyond his capacity to question. However, Chienha did not press him further. After all, this fellow had portrayed a quintessential tough guy in the anime. Thus, he decided to indulge his curiosity. In an instant, a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes, and a cylindrical bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the ruins behind Waiapa with a resounding crash, transforming the remnants into a heap of charred debris. After a brief display of his formidable power, no one dared to question Chienha's strength any longer. Even the notoriously unruly Waiapa stood obediently to the side, anxiously observing Chienha. Uncertain of what fate awaited the Sky Island next, Cornus also recognized this dilemma, yet she remained untroubled. She believed that even if Chienha were to become the next deity of the Sky Island, he would undoubtedly be superior to that cruel individual, Enel. Moreover, Chienha was, after all, a righteous member of the Navy, was he not? Chienha cast a glance over the gathered crowd, causing Ganfu and others to immediately avert their gazes. Unable to meet Chienha's penetrating stare. Observing their reactions, Chienha felt a twinge of helplessness. Was he truly so fearsome? After a moment of contemplation, a portal materialized in the air beside him, from which a golden lion emerged, its lifeless, cyclical eyes hovering beside Chienha. The sudden appearance of the golden lion startled the onlookers, who soon noted its eyes mirrored those of Chienha, leading them to speculate that it might be a member of Chienha's kin. Curiosity piqued, Cornus scrutinized the golden lion and inquired of Chienha, "Brother Chienha, who is this? Why do his eyes resemble yours? Is he one of your kin?" Chienha remained silent, but beside him, the golden lion suddenly opened its mouth and spoke in a tone identical to Chienha's. "No, this is merely one of my incarnations. When I am absent, he represents me. Let him remain here as the new deity of Empty Island." Cornus, somewhat perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement. Observing her reaction, Chienha added, "Have you heard of a telephone worm? Just consider him as such." Having some knowledge of it, Cornus inquired, "So, Chienha brother, are you leaving? Can you take me with you? I want to join the Navy." Chienha looked at Cornus speechlessly. This little one bore a striking resemblance to Nami. However, considering her young age, joining the Navy seemed ill-advised. "No, you are still too young. Wait a few more years. When you wish to join the Navy, just let me know through him." "All right," Cornus replied, accepting Chienha's refusal without further insistence. She was indeed a well-behaved little angel. Yet, a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. Noticing this, Chienha stepped forward, took Cornus's small hand, and smiled. "Come now, it won't be long. I'll take you to see something wonderful." Something wonderful? Can you tell me what it is? Chienha brother? Have you heard of the Golden Bell? How about I take you to ring it? Really? The Golden Bell truly exists? I want to see it. Of course, let us go. As Chienha led Cornus away, Waiapa and Ganfuer could no longer contain themselves and hurriedly approached. The identity of the deity had become inconsequential. The enmity between the two clans remained unresolved. "Deity, please forgive our disrespect, but how shall our two clans coexist in the future?" Chienha turned to gaze at Waiapa and Ganfuer, reflecting upon the historical grievances between the Sky Island people and the Shandians. Fundamentally, this land was originally known as Skypiea, the ancestral home of the Shandians, who were expelled 4 centuries ago. The two tribes have been embroiled in conflict over the ownership of this territory ever since. Presently, Ganfuer displayed a commendable sense of fairness. During the years of Enel's reign, both tribes gradually set aside their past animosities. Perhaps today heralded a momentous opportunity for peaceful coexistence. After some contemplation, Chienha waved his hand, asserting, "How you choose to interact is entirely up to you. However, I must stress one point. Do not cause any disturbances, understood?" Upon finishing his statement, a flicker of lightning sparkled in his eyes, causing both Ganfuer and Waiapa to shudder with trepidation, promptly nodding in acknowledgement. Chienha's intention was unmistakably clear. He desired for both tribes to live harmoniously on this land and to lead fulfilling lives. Exchanging glances, Ganfuer and Waiapa exhaled in unison, their eyes now brimming with reverence for Chienha, whose actions had earned their genuine respect. having deftly resolved the discord between the Shandians and the Sky Islanders. Chihe turned to Konis with a smile, inquiring, "Konis, would you still like to see that colossal purple giant?" "Indeed, that giant is truly magnificent and awe-inspiring." "Is that so? Then let us proceed. Everyone, please disperse." Waipa, preoccupied with their journey, had not noticed the events above and remained motionless, oblivious to what Konis referred to as the giant. However, Ganfuer's expression shifted dramatically. The towering purple giant lingered vividly in his mind, and he recognized the peril of being crushed should such a colossal figure appear here. Without hesitation, he called out to those present, "Everyone, scatter. The deity is about to demonstrate his divine power." Divine power? Is he going to unleash lightning again? Waipa and the others pondered, though, given Ganfuer's urgency, they obediently hurriedly dispersed. Ganfuer retreated several hundred meters, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he looked towards Chihe and Konis. Previously, he had only been able to glimpse the Susanoo from afar, yearning to witness the majestic purple giant up close. After all, in any realm, what man does not admire towering heights? Chihe did not keep the onlookers waiting for long. His pair of Rinnegan eyes emanated a brilliant purple glow, and a colossal Susanoo, towering at 300 meters, materialized before them, instantly manifesting in its complete form. Gazing at the suddenly appeared Susanoo, Whopper and Raki stood frozen, murmuring in disbelief. What is this? Is this the true power of a deity? Ganfu, on the other hand, looked upon the winged Susanoo with tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "This is the power of divinity. Those wings are so magnificent. I shall adopt it as the totem of the people of the Sky Island." Standing within the diamond-shaped space at the head of the Susanoo, Cornis tightly clasped Chihe's hand. Her small face flushed with excitement as she beheld the crowd below, now reduced to the size of ants. Chihe gazed at the exhilarated Cornis with a knowing smile. "Look, even a girl can be utterly captivated when seated in a Gundam." He gently patted Cornis's little head to prevent her excitement from overwhelming her. And then he commanded Susanoo to unfurl its wings and ascend into the sky. "How impressive! Brother Chihe, we are soaring so high, in the lofty heights." Susanoo continuously pierced through the layers of clouds, while Cornis joyfully bounced within the diamond-shaped space, her large eyes ceaselessly surveying the breathtaking scenery above. At last, a magnificent bell, entirely crafted from gold, emerged from the midst of the clouds. "Brother Chihe, is that the golden bell? It's stunning." Without uttering a word, Chihe controlled Susanoo to extend its hand towards the golden bell and perform the gesture of snapping fingers. "This time, I shall ring the golden bell," he proclaimed. With that, Susanoo flicked its fingers at the golden bell, producing a resounding chime that echoed across the heavens. Not only did the inhabitants of the floating island and the people of Sandia below bear witness, but even those upon the sea were present to witness the momentous ringing of the golden bell. This day would forever be etched in the memories of all, marked by the ethereal presence of the violet giant above and the resplendent golden bell. The golden bell shattered. Despite Chihe having minimized Susanoo's power, it was still unable to withstand the force of the flick. The fragments of gold were gathered by Chihe into the spatial realm. Although he no longer lacked for wealth, who would ever refuse an abundance of riches? As he returned to the ground with Cornis, a throng of people surged forward, kneeling on one knee under the leadership of Ganfu, and collectively exclaimed, "All hail the divine lord." Chihe raised an eyebrow, contemplating the situation. After all, he had merely struck the golden bell once, and inadvertently caused it to break. What were these people scheming now? Ganfuer lifted his gaze, fervently staring at Chihe. Ever since being ousted by Enelu, he had gradually developed a disdain for the title of God, even coming to believe that such beings did not exist. Yet, everything Chihe displayed today, particularly his eyes radiating divine essence, rekindled his faith in the existence of deities. "Oh God, please allow us to adopt the colossal purple figure you summoned as our totem." "Ah, you must be referring to Susanoo. Very well, feel free to do as you wish." Chihe waved his hand, allowing them to proceed as they wished. After all, with the celestial puppet stationed here, there would be no unexpected troubles. Their newfound spiritual belief would keep them in line. Cornis looked at Chihe with reluctance, acutely aware that he would not linger here for long. Otherwise, he would not have left a puppet behind. Though their acquaintance was brief, every moment they shared was indelibly etched in her memory. She truly wished to accompany Chihe to the navy, but alas, her age rendered her unable to do so, and she could only remain here for the time being. Seeing the reluctance in Cornis's eyes, Chienha knelt down and gently pinched her cheek, softly saying, "It's all right. Even here, you can communicate with me at any time. When you grow a little older, I shall take you to join the Navy. Your piano playing is quite remarkable. My ship is in need of a musician. Yes, I will definitely join the Navy." The little angel's determination was evident, prompting Chienha to playfully poke her tiny nose with a finger. Cornice did not resist his gesture. Instead, she pouted and murmured, "Just wait. I will grow up quickly." After spending some time playing with Cornice, Chienha rose to his feet, his coat emblazoned with the word justice billowing in the wind. He surveyed the assembled crowd before affectionately ruffling Cornice's hair, his eyes flashing with a spark of lightning. With a resounding boom, Chienha vanished from their sight, leaving only a trace of electric arcs in the air. In no time, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, approaching the first half of the Grand Line. With his formidable physique and the enhancement of his Rinnegan on his mental acuity, Chienha was able to maximize the speed of lightning. Moreover, the electric stimulation heightened his reflexes, allowing him to move even faster than when utilizing the room space for teleportation. After all, wielding the powers of the Thunder Fruit did not require the prior establishment of room space, enabling him to act with unrestrained freedom. Chica did not utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return directly to the headquarters. Instead, he wished to familiarize himself with the newly acquired abilities of the Thunder Fruit along the way. The Thunder Fruit was the first natural-type devil fruit that Chica had absorbed, and he held a peculiar sentimental attachment to it. While watching Pirates in Blue Star, the power of lightning was one of the abilities he yearned for the most. With his eyes closed, Chica's observation haki spread out, amplified by the currents of electricity. He could perceive sounds within a radius of several thousand kilometers, and his mind became remarkably clear under the stimulation of the electrical flow, allowing him to process an overwhelming influx of information without discomfort for a short period. This form of observation haki, known as the Heart Network on Sky Island, became even more formidable in Chica's hands, aptly termed the Heavenly Network. However, the chaos of sounds flooding his mind was not entirely beneficial. Chica narrowed the scope of the Heavenly Network, finding that a more tranquil environment was preferable. Through the insights gained from the Heavenly Network, he unexpectedly discovered a pirate ship several dozen nautical miles away. From the transmitted information, he learned that the crew was named the Black Bear Pirates, a group aspiring to enter the Grand Line. Unfortunately for them, their luck was quite poor, as Chica had already taken notice of them from such a distance, and their journey was destined to end here. Chienha pondered for a moment and retrieved a coin worth a single belly from his pocket. In truth, a distance of several dozen nautical miles was no longer daunting for him. He could summon a thundercloud from above the Black Bear Pirates and strike them down with a bolt of lightning. However, there was a particular technique Chienha had contemplated for quite some time, the rail gun of the Cannon's sister. How could he not employ such a formidable ability, now that he had acquired the powers of the Thunderous Fruit? In his past life on Blue Star, Chienha had once been an impassioned youth, steeped in the fervor of youthful dreams. Chienha secured a coin worth 1 Bailey between his thumb and aimed it in a specific direction, as arcs of vibrant electricity began to entwine around his arm. With a flick of his finger, the coin, accompanied by a dazzling display of electric light, shot forth into the distance. Meanwhile, members of the Black Bear pirate crew sat together, indulging in beer and animatedly discussing the ventures they would embark upon entering the Grand Line. Among the pirates sat a robust figure, distinguished by a pair of black bear ears atop his head. He was Beale, hailing from the North Sea, with a bounty of 80 million Baileys, and a user of the Bear Fruit's animal powers. He slammed his beer mug onto the table, his face flushed, and exclaimed, "Lads, once we set foot in the Grand Line, we must seize as much as we can. The treasures there are abundant, and we shall amass great wealth. Ha ha ha." Oh, prepare to welcome the great Black Bear pirate crew. Suddenly, Beale's bear ears twitched, and the hairs on his body stood on end. This was precisely why he preferred to remain in a semi-animal form, as it allowed him to harness the instinctual perception of danger inherent in animals. Hiss, something feels amiss. What is it, Captain? I too boom. Before Beale could finish his sentence, a formidable bolt of lightning struck their pirate ship directly. The pirates aboard, still engrossed in their revelry, were instantly transformed into a cloud of black ash as the ship succumbed to the electric onslaught. The only remnant was a solitary 1 Bailey coin, which, encased in the embrace of thunder, remained relatively intact. The Black Bear pirate crew had vanished, swept away by the sea breeze. Sometimes, dreams end before they even begin. Chienha, having utilized the Skynet, received news of the Black Bear pirate crew's demise and nodded in satisfaction, dismissing any thoughts of preserving remains for the sake of merit, as the accomplishments derived from such adversaries were utterly negligible. However, for Chihe, this pirate crew held a peculiar significance, being the first opponent he had to financially eliminate, costing him a full belly. Having effortlessly vanquished a delusional pirate crew, Chihe surveyed his surroundings. Pirates aspiring to enter the Grand Line, much like the Black Bear crew, must navigate the calm belt unless they possess exceptional skills. Thus, they are compelled to traverse the reverse mountain. The waters in which Chihe found himself were not far from this very mountain. The pirates that frequented this area displayed a wide range of strengths. A few formidable ones retained a semblance of humanity, refraining from preying upon civilians. Yet, the less capable ones were often the most predatory, showing a blatant disregard for human decency. After all, pirates, who do not engage in production and lack strength, often resort to plundering the innocent as their most viable means of survival. Ultimately, the threshold for entering the Grand Line remained regrettably low. Chihe lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, pondering that since he had arrived at this juncture, he might as well take some action. After all, he was now a member of the Navy, belonging to the Uchiha clan. It seemed that every formidable Uchiha harbored a singular aspiration, to forge a peaceful and harmonious world. Chihe, however, does not harbor such profound obsessions. Yet, it is indeed within his capacity to effectuate some actions. As this thought crossed his mind, the sixth tomoe in his right eye began to tremble violently, and a terrifying power emanated forth. The sole tomoe in his left eye spun wildly, its hue shifting to a deep violet, crackling with electric energy. The awakening of the thunder fruit. This ability was bestowed upon Chihe after activating the first tomoe in his left eye, allowing him to forcibly catalyze the absorbed fruit's power into a state of awakening using his existing ocular prowess. Moreover, this awakened ability transcends the ordinary. Being catalyzed through the power of the Rinnegan, it is infused with a faint essence of the six paths, imbued with Chihe's own will. The awakened states of Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia devil fruits each exhibit distinct characteristics, with Logia awakenings often accompanied by catastrophic natural disasters and enhanced offensive capabilities. The cerulean lightning erupting from Chihe has transformed into a deeper shade of purple, the aura of destruction permeating the entire expanse of the sea. In the depths of Chihe's Rinnegan, the intricate patterns and the tomoe have become indistinct, leaving only two dazzling orbs of violet lightning. The vast expanse of the ocean, stretching for thousands of miles, has been shrouded in darkness, where clouds entwined with purple lightning blanket the sky. A colossal sea beast, towering 100 meters, emerges from the depths, curiously surveying its surroundings. Yet, a bolt of purple lightning descends from above, reducing it to a mere cloud of ashes. The destructive power of this purple lightning far surpasses that of Enel's thunder. Without formidable defenses or extraordinary resilience, being struck would result in an inevitable transformation into ash. The waters within thousands of nautical miles have been utterly transformed into a purgatory of purple lightning, a testament to the awakening of the natural element, drastically altering the climate of the region. Moreover, the will of Chihe resides within the formed storm clouds. Unless intentionally controlled by Chihe, the tempest will only target pirates daring to enter this domain, leaving the Navy and ordinary merchant vessels unharmed. Shortly after the formation of the thunderclouds, the air reverberates with the sound of thunder, likely signaling the demise of unfortunate pirate crews still navigating these treacherous waters. Each echo foretells the obliteration of yet another band of miscreants from existence. Gazing at the boundless expanse of thunderclouds above, the lightning in Chihe's eyes gradually dims, revealing the true visage of the Rinnegan, where one can still observe flickering violet arcs dancing upon its surface. This purgatory of purple lightning serves as the finest greeting for any pirate daring enough to venture here. Should one's strength be insufficient, it is best to avoid the Grand Line to spare oneself humiliation. Unrealistic dreams are best extinguished sooner rather than later. After surveying his realm once more, Chihe smiled faintly, his form dissipating into the air as lightning once again. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the conference room, Sengoku sat surrounded by high-ranking officers at a meeting table. The attendance today was relatively complete, with Tsuru standing behind Gion, nearly all the vice admirals present, save for Kizuru. Speaking of Kizuru, the usually laid-back officer has recently found himself in a predicament, as Vegapunk requires his assistance with a new batch of weaponry, compelling him to remain on constant watch. Akiji and Akainu sat across from one another, arms crossed and avoiding eye contact, Akainu's eyes obscured by the brim of his hat. While Akiji appeared almost in a state of slumber, the atmosphere in the conference room fell into a lull until, suddenly, Garp burst through the door, cradling a large bag of senbei. To him, Sengoku's meetings were always unbearably lengthy, and without a sufficient supply of snacks, he simply could not endure. Upon seeing Garp, a vein throbbed on Sengoku's forehead. Once again, Garp was the last to arrive. Did he think the others had simply been idly waiting? They were all just biding their time for this glutton. Suppressing the simmering anger within, today's discussion is indeed a momentous occasion that should not be marred by unwarranted distractions. Sengoku cleared his throat and announced the commencement of the meeting. The assembled audience turned their collective gaze towards Sengoku, who sat at the head of the table. He produced a newspaper and tossed it onto the center of the table, revealing a full page adorned with bold, dark letters and a striking photograph. The headline proclaimed, "Vice Admiral Chihe creates another marvel. The golden lion falls instantly." Beneath the text lay a gripping image of Chihe gripping the golden lion's throat. With a countenance of indifference that mirrored the slumped head of the golden lion, evidently having had his neck snapped, one cannot help but admire the prowess of the media within the pirate world. It is omnipresent. The last photograph of Chihe confronting Rayleigh was captured with remarkable professionalism. The attendees, upon viewing the newspaper's contents, experienced a collective sharp intake of breath. Chihe again, and this time, even the golden lion had succumbed to his prowess. In contrast, Saru, Garp, and Giant, who had previously participated in the incident at Sea Swallow Island, maintained relatively composed expressions. They possessed a degree of understanding regarding Chihe's capabilities, and the defeat of a waning golden lion fell within the realm of their comprehension. However, their surprise was not entirely absent. After all, the golden lion was a figure of the same era as Roger, and to have such a person fall to Chihe's hand was indeed astonishing. Giant tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, contemplating the need to enhance her own strength. She was determined not to become a hindrance to Chihe in future battles. Sengoku surveyed the room with a discreet nod of approval, for he desired precisely this reaction. The feat of slaying the golden lion was nothing short of resplendent, unless one were to eliminate one of the current four emperors. Few accomplishments could rival the impact of this achievement. The time had come for the most significant announcement, and with both hands resting firmly on the table, Sengoku proclaimed, "In light of this recent campaign, I believe there should be no further doubt regarding Vice Admiral Chihe's capabilities, coupled with his previous achievements. I have decided to designate him as a candidate for the rank of Admiral." Following Sengoku's declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the meeting room as the audience exchanged glances, sensing the need to voice their thoughts yet unsure of what to articulate. Zephyr, Saru, and Giant were among the first to raise their hands in support of this resolution, firmly backing Chihe's elevation to the position of Admiral candidate. The recently recovered spider, alongside those seated near him, instinctively shifted their attention to the taciturn Akainu. Meanwhile, the likes of the mole and others turned their gazes towards Akiji. Garp, Sengoku, and Saru, due to their advancing years, seemed to be subtly signaling a desire to step back from the forefront, while Akainu and Akiji emerged as the leading figures of the two most significant factions within the Navy. Akainu, no longer silent, recognized the necessity of voicing his stance at such a pivotal moment. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated, "I concur with the designation of Uchiha Chihe as an admiral candidate. Regardless of his strength or his sense of justice, both have garnered my approval." After speaking, he fell silent once more. Seeing that Akainu had agreed, Ghost Spider and the others felt no need to voice any further opinions on the matter, thus indicating their concurrence with the proposal. Akiji cast a surprised glance at Akainu, not expecting the typically cold and ruthless Akainu to hold such high regard for Chihe. In truth, Akainu's impression of Chihe was quite favorable. To be deemed worthy of Akainu's attention, one must first possess undeniable strength. What use is absolute justice without power? Chihe's prowess was already evident, qualifying him to enter Akainu's line of sight. Akainu had been observing Chihe since the end-of-year evaluations at the training camp. More astonishing than Chihe's strength was his remarkable rate of growth. While his victory over Kaki had indeed showcased his abilities, there remained a gap when compared to true top-tier combatants. Yet now, Chihe had demonstrated the capability to directly slay the Golden Lion, a feat that compelled even Akainu to acknowledge that Chihe's potential far exceeded that of the current three admirals. Moreover, Chihe's attitude towards pirates was the aspect Akainu valued most. What significance does power hold if one possesses an excessive mercy towards pirates? The image of Chika snapping the golden lion's neck was, in Akainu's eyes, the highest commendation. This is precisely the conduct expected of a naval commander. There is no necessity to consign such heinous pirates to the depths of a prison. Immediate execution is the optimal course of action. As for any concerns regarding Chika's age and the implications for his qualifications, Akainu scoffed. Dignity and status must be earned through one's own strength. Without such prowess, one should not aspire to positions that do not belong to them. The fewer idlers consuming resources within the Navy, the better. Of course, Akainu did not harbor any disdain for Kazuru. Their relationship was amicable. After all, they were classmates. And Akainu recognized Kazuru's strength. In the anime, upon attaining the rank of admiral, Kazuru readily volunteered for significant tasks. Akainu is not devoid of humanity. Rather, his cold demeanor often obscures this quality. Once Akainu expressed his stance, Akiji refrained from presenting any dissenting opinions, finding his impression of Chika even more favorable. Not to mention, during the incident where he supported Zephyr, Chika left a profound impression on him. Although Chika's approach may seem reminiscent of Akainu's unwavering sense of justice, it is indeed commendable. However, Akiji was well aware that there existed a fundamental distinction between the two. Shinjo had never laid a hand on civilians. In fact, he was known to prioritize their safety during battles, often sparing the lives of pirates who were not beyond redemption. The scoundrels he did eliminate were predominantly the irredeemable sort. Remarkably, Shinjo displayed a commendable kindness towards his comrades. Whenever anyone in his vicinity found themselves in peril, he would exert every effort to rescue them. A notable instance of this was when he saved Corazon, the adopted son of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Despite having no direct connection to Shinjo, he selflessly ensured the child's safety. Undoubtedly influenced by Sengoku's regard for him, who would want to cultivate a relationship with someone like Shinjo? Yet, Akainu's swift and decisive agreement took Akiji by surprise. He had anticipated voicing his dissent when Akainu would inevitably raise objections. It seemed the conference room was destined to witness yet another display of contrasting extremes. Sengoku cast a brief, surprised glance at Akiji and Akainu, contemplating Shinjo's commendable rapport with others. This was advantageous, as it spared him the effort of quelling potential discord. As for Kazuru, there was no need to ponder his input. He was a quintessential double-talker, and now both sides echoed the same sentiment, leaving him with little to articulate. Curiosity piqued, Gion inquired about Shinjo's codename. The position of vice admiral practically assured that Shinjo would ascend to the rank of admiral, and all admirals were assigned codenames. Traditionally a combination of a color and an animal. This question intrigued not only Gion but also Akainu and Akiji, who simultaneously turned their gaze toward Sengoku. A codename carried significant symbolism for an admiral. It could not be arbitrary. Sengoku nodded thoughtfully, stating that the matter of Shinjo's title would be determined upon his return to headquarters. For now, it would be referred to as Purple Lin. Suddenly, a crackling sound filled the conference room as Shinjo's figure materialized, surveying the assembly. His gaze eventually settled on Gion, accompanied by a warm smile. Shinjo, Vice Admiral. The attendees gasped in astonishment, taken aback by his dramatic entrance. Akainu and the others stared at Shinjo, who was adorned with arcs of electricity, their minds racing with the same thought. Thunder? Was that elemental transformation? Had he acquired the abilities of the Rumble fruit? If it truly is the Thunder fruit. Both Akainu and Akiji's expressions grew solemn. As top-tier Logia-type devil fruit users, they undoubtedly understood the terrifying potential of this fruit. The power of lightning can be said to embody the swiftness of the Garo Garo no Mi, the destructive force of the Magu Magu no Mi, and the control of the Hai Hai no Mi, making it an exquisite specimen among Logia fruits. Possessing such a fruit would enable even the most mediocre of individuals to dominate a vast sea, let alone someone as formidable as Chika. Sengoku and Gion confirmed that Chika had indeed acquired the ability of the Thunder fruit, fully aware of the unique capabilities it bestowed. The fact that such a remarkable Logia fruit had been secured by the Navy only heightened Sengoku's spirits, and he found himself looking at the ever-hungry carp, devouring Sunbei with an endearing charm. In his buoyant mood, Sengoku inquired of Chika the reason behind her chosen code name. Chien, he replied with a smile. The color of my eyes is indeed purple. In my hometown, the Qilin is a prestigious creature, capable of bestowing good fortune upon those around it. I hold it in great affection, hence I shall name it Purple Qilin. In this context, Chika's hometown refers to the Blue Star, and he is uncertain whether the world of pirates has the existence of Qilin. Upon hearing Chika's words, those present instinctively nodded in agreement, as it seemed rather promising. Perhaps they too would share in the fortune and, one day, attain the rank of admiral? Guion approached Chika, gently brushing aside the stray locks of hair on his forehead, and smiled as she said, "Allow me to extend my early congratulations on your ascension to Admiral, Admiral Zeline." Following Guion, others stepped forward to offer their congratulations, including Akainu, who acknowledged Chika with a nod. Chika, of course, responded to Akainu with a smile. It must be said that within the naval ranks, there are few individuals that Chika holds in disdain. If one were to be named, it would be Kobe. That fellow is inherently good-natured and can be described as exceptionally kind. However, his kindness sometimes borders on naivety, reminiscent of a saint, and his performance during the Marineford War was rather lacking. After all, it was a war. It was one thing to stand idly by at the outset. But what was the purpose of his belated outcry? Did the naval soldiers who perished in that conflict become mere jesters? It can only be said that Kobe is truly ill-suited for a naval role, especially in such a tumultuous sea. Perhaps in a time of peace, he could serve as a commendable local leader. Sengoku observed the interactions between Chika and the others with a sense of relief. He envisioned a bright future for the Navy. As long as they could unite as one, the Navy would not fear the scattered forces of pirates. It is important to remember that the Navy is the mightiest armed force on these seas. It seems that Chika's position as a candidate for admiral is now a foregone conclusion, with the world government already in accord. Contemplating the world government, Sengoku could not help but furrow his brow. He could not fathom why the Gorosei held Chika in such high regard. Their favorable disposition toward him appeared to have begun during his time at Sabaody. What had Chika accomplished there? Moreover, the Gorosei had even suggested that once this matter was settled, Chika should visit Mariwa to meet with them, leaving his feelings uncertain. Nearby, Tsuru noticed his expression and quietly inquired, "What troubles you, Sengoku? Is there an obstacle from the world government?" "No," he replied, "they are quite supportive of this matter. My concern lies elsewhere, but perhaps I am overthinking it." With Sengoku's reassurance, Tsuru refrained from pressing further. She turned her gaze toward Chika, admiring the miracles this young man continually brought forth. The memory of the incident involving the surgery fruit lingered in her mind. Recalling the severe beating that the ghost spider had endured, Tsuru could not help but glance at the ghost spider, a peculiar expression crossing her face. At that moment, the ghost spider found himself in a state of acute discomfort, unaware of what he had done to elicit such a gaze from General Crane. Sengoku, after gathering his thoughts, spoke once more as the others returned to their seats. He announced that the decision regarding Chinjo's appointment as a candidate for the position of admiral had been finalized. Furthermore, he revealed that Don Quixote Doflamingo had somehow ascended to the throne of Dressrosa and had forged an agreement with the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The selection of the warlords had been completed, and a meeting would soon be convened at headquarters to assemble them. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, a flicker of disdain crossed the faces of those present, with Akainu displaying his contempt openly, letting out a cold snort as billowing black smoke emanated from him. It could be said that few within the Navy held any affection for the warlord system. Pirates are pirates, and the notion of legitimacy is utterly absurd. The idea of summoning them to headquarters for a meeting was nothing short of a farce. Shinha appeared to be deep in thought. Is this the complete assembly of the 7 warlords? It seems that Doflamingo, after receiving a stern lesson, is rather anxious, fearing that should we cross paths again, he might be dealt with decisively. Sengoku, too, harbors disdain for the warlord system, yet he finds himself powerless to contest it, as it remains a steadfast policy of the world government. Moreover, the existence of the 7 warlords does alleviate some of the pressure on the Navy. For those who attain such a rank are no mere triflers. Particularly, the formidable Hawkeye, who has always preferred solitude, possesses overwhelming strength and is exceedingly difficult to regulate. Therefore, with all 7 summoned to the Navy headquarters, it is imperative that security measures are meticulously implemented. Contemplating this, Sengoku's gaze shifted back to Chienha, who, noticing the attention, understood the unspoken message. He was to take action once more. Very well. It might be prudent to let these individuals gain an early insight into the formidable capabilities of the Navy's future admiral. Before Sengoku could voice his thoughts, Chienha interjected, expressing that given the notorious nature of these individuals, it would be wise for him to engage with them, assuring that he would bring them to heel. As he spoke, a flicker of ominous purple lightning glimmered in his eyes, sending a shiver through the hearts of those around him. Akainu regarded him with admiration. Such an attitude was precisely what was needed when confronting pirates. This is what defines a worthy naval officer. Sengoku felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this is the individual I have chosen, truly a source of relief. As the meeting reached its conclusion, Sengoku summarized the discussions, and, amidst Carp's yawns, he announced the dissolution of the assembly. The attendees rose to depart, and notably, as Akainu passed by Chienha, he leaned in to offer a low, appreciative remark. "You are quite impressive." Chienha's response, for the sake of justice, resonated deeply with Akainu, causing him to tremble slightly. He cast a long, contemplative glance at Chienha before turning away. Once Gion and the others departed, they linked arms with Chienha, leading him towards a sumptuous feast despite his resigned expression directed at Sengoku. In a bar located in Windmill Village, Makino held a newspaper aloft, reading aloud the exploits of Chienha to Ace and Luffy seated before her. Ace listened intently, his expression serious, while Luffy voraciously devoured a piece of roasted meat, seemingly oblivious to Makino's words. Upon finishing, Makino excitedly patted her chest, exclaiming, "Truly impressive, Mr. Chienha." He mentioned wanting to capture an old fellow, and to think it was the legendary Gold Lion. Even Mr. Garp has spoken of him. Ace felt a surge of admiration for Chienha. He pondered when he might also be capable of effortlessly vanquishing foes of such caliber. It seemed imperative for him to train diligently, so that he might set sail in search of Luffy's father, as Chienha had suggested, to enhance his own strength. Meanwhile, Luffy continued gnawing on his meat, mumbling indistinctly, "Mm. Delicious. Chienha? That sounds familiar. Is he the guy with the circular glasses?" In a clandestine trading post, Don Quixote Doflamingo wore a dark expression as he silently perused the newspaper in his hands. After reading, he crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it aside. Noticing Doflamingo's unsettling demeanor, Monet approached cautiously and inquired, "What troubles you, master? Does this Navy officer named Chienha have a grudge against you?" Doflamingo remained silent for a moment before replying slowly, "He is the one who eliminated the previous members of my family, and even Virgo met his demise at his hands." Monet's expression shifted. She was well aware of the incident. Upon returning from Seahawk Island, Don Quixote Doflamingo hastily sought to amass power, even managing to forge a certain understanding with the government through unknown means, thereby becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The root of all this turmoil lay with the remarkably youthful admiral featured in the newspaper. Uchiha Chihe had become the greatest enemy of her entire clan. However, his power was undeniably terrifying, having rendered even the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, utterly defeated at his hands. Contemplating Chica's strength, Monet felt a weight settle upon her heart. Doflamingo, on the other hand, turned his gaze towards a young girl beside Monet. She was his greatest trump card. It was through her abilities that he had so effortlessly taken control of the entire Dressrosa. If only he could compel her to use her powers against Chihe. Doflamingo couldn't help but emit a peculiar chuckle, foo-foo. Days passed since Chihe was appointed as a candidate for admiral, and Khalifa along with Ain returned with their fleet to the naval headquarters. Upon arriving, they made their way to Chica's office, already aware that he had returned before them. To their bewilderment, they found the office completely stripped of its furnishings, as if it had been abandoned. Confused, they confirmed they had not taken a wrong turn and encountered a soldier sent to clean. Through him, they learned that Chihe had changed offices following his promotion, now located not far from Sengoku's office. Initially, the 2 women felt elated by Chihe's accomplishment, but soon found themselves at a loss for words. It was evident that Chihe had intentionally concealed this matter from them, wishing for them to return only to encounter disappointment. Realizing Chihe's intentions, Ain pouted and remarked, "Chihe is becoming increasingly cunning." Khalifa adjusted her glasses, saying nothing. She had long since grown accustomed to her superior's mischievous tendencies. Guided by the soldier, the 2 women eventually found Chihe's new office. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Chihe, who wore a broad smile. Ignoring him, they curiously surveyed the new surroundings. This office was undoubtedly larger than the previous one, with more exquisite decor. The most striking feature was a large inscription adorning the wall behind Chihe's chair, "Justice in Defense of Peace." This had been specially crafted at Chihe's request. After all, one must possess a clear sense of justice upon ascending to the rank of admiral. However, this notion of peace could, at times, transmute into nuclear annihilation. After their tour of the office, Khalifa gracefully approached Chihe's desk and smiled. "Congratulations, boss." And also extended her congratulations. Chihe responded with a smile. "It's merely a candidacy for admiral. Let us celebrate properly once I truly ascend to the rank. Khalifa and Ayn exchanged a bemused glance at Chica's words. Just a candidacy for admiral? Were it not for your tender age, one might suppose you would have been directly promoted to a general by now. Moreover, within the current naval ranks, there exists but a single candidate for the position of admiral, and the value of that distinction surely speaks for itself. Nevertheless, it must be said that gazing upon Qianhe's remarkably youthful countenance, both women could not help but feel a sense of awe. Truly, he is the epitome of a prodigious talent. After the Versailles meeting, Chica stood up and stretched lazily, remarking that the 7 warlords would gather at headquarters for their first conference in the coming days. He suggested that the 2 of them accompany him for a glimpse of this peculiar assembly, likening it to a visit to a zoo. Ayn, however, was less intrigued by their appearances and more captivated by the prowess of these pirates. She interjected, expressing her awareness of their formidable strength, particularly that of Dracul Mihawk, renowned as the world's greatest swordsman. Khalifa shook her head, casting a glance at Chica. She asserted that no matter how powerful, they would not pose a threat to their boss. While Mihawk relished challenging the strongest, their boss, despite his aversion to swords, might still attract his attention. She hoped that their encounter would not escalate into chaos. Chica, do you think you might engage in combat with Mihawk? Qianhe nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, exuding an air of indifference, ready to engage in combat if necessary. Although he was not particularly fond of wielding a sword, the Susanoo boasted a colossal blade that spanned several meters. After all, a longer weapon often signifies greater strength. Just as he was speaking, a knock echoed through the room, and the weasel entered. Upon noticing the weasel's slight bow of respect, Khalifa and Ayn positioned themselves on either side of Qianhe, falling into silence. The weasel acknowledged the 2 women with a nod, understanding that their association with Qianhe was rather significant. Thus, it was prudent to extend a gesture of courtesy. Qianhe's standing had now surpassed that of the veteran vice-admirals, and given that the weasel leaned towards Admiral Akiji's faction, who maintained a cordial relationship with Qianhe, the weasel's impression of Qianhe was among the most favorable within the ranks of vice-admirals. Turning his gaze towards Qianhe, the weasel spoke up. Vice-Admiral Zilin. All the warlords of the sea have arrived and are currently gathering at the port, causing quite a stir. We hope you can take a look. Since Qianhe had already adopted a code name, the current naval leaders now addressed him accordingly, underscoring the uniqueness of his status, particularly as he held the title of an admiral candidate. Oh, so soon? Very well, thank you, Vice Admiral Weasel. I shall attend to it immediately. Qianhe summoned Khalifa and Ayn, making their way towards the port, with the weasel following closely behind. At the harbor, Doflamingo was gripping the collar of a mid-ranking naval officer, pulling him up to his face, emphasizing with a peculiar tone, "Is this the caliber of person sent to greet us? Where are the admirals? Where is Sengoku?" Beside Doflamingo stood the other 6 warlords of the sea. The Empress, Boa Hancock, cast a disdainful glance at Doflamingo and remarked, "A vulgar man." Mihawk stood silently with his arms crossed, utterly uninterested in the farce unfolding before him. The only individual in the Navy that piqued his interest was that young powerhouse, Qianhe, who had just bested the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. It was rumored that the Golden Lion ultimately fell in a duel of swordsmanship. Having such a formidable opponent defeated by Qianhe, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, was eager to witness Qianhe's prowess, which was the primary reason for his visit to the Navy headquarters. Similarly, Jinbei shared this sentiment. The octopus, Bon Clay, had informed him of Arlong's demise. Jinbei was undoubtedly heartbroken over Arlong's death, but considering Arlong's actions, such an end seemed just. He did not seek to avenge Arlong, but rather wanted to observe this Navy figure up close and discern their stance towards fishmen. Meanwhile, Moria, Kuma, and Crocodile were merely sightseeing, each lost in their thoughts. The naval officer, despite Doflamingo's grip on his throat, remained defiant. Even as his face turned purple from lack of oxygen, he glared at Doflamingo, indignantly stating, "You are merely a pirate. This is the Navy headquarters, and we will not allow your kind to act with such arrogance here." The officer's words caught the attention of the other warlords, and Mihawk and Jinbei regarded him with a hint of admiration, not feeling angered by their involvement, for their allegiances were simply different. Doflamingo's brow furrowed before breaking into a strange laugh. "Ah, a tough one. I like your spirit." As he spoke, Doflamingo raised his other hand, revealing 5 glistening threads emanating from his fingers, clearly preparing to strike. Mihawk and Jinbei frowned, and the sea knight Jinbei summoned a drop of water in his right hand. intending to intervene. Being in the Navy's stronghold, he felt a moral obligation to save this brave naval officer. Just then, a chilling voice emerged from behind Doflamingo. "Do I need to tell you again not to move?" Hancock and the others stared in shock at Chihe, who had appeared behind Doflamingo, while a bead of cold sweat trickled down Mihawk's forehead. Even he could not discern when Chiharu had appeared there. Doflamingo stood frozen in place. Although he did not turn around, he unmistakably recognized Chiharu's voice, a sound that was eerily familiar to him, as he had experienced it profoundly on Hawkeye Island. It was because of that encounter that he understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of Chiharu. He had no doubt that should he dare to lay a hand on this naval lieutenant, Chiharu would ensure his immediate obliteration. He did not expect Chiharu to be concerned with the so-called warlord system. From Kaido, he had already learned of Chiharu's possessive haki, and its strength was formidable. How could such a person be constrained by a mere title of warlord? Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, if he were to submit to this softness, how could he ever hold his head high again? Chihe disregarded any notions of dignity as he observed Don Quixote Doflamingo standing motionless, letting out a cold snort. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack under the pressure of his Conqueror's haki. Doflamingo, also a wielder of Conqueror's haki, sensed Chihe's formidable presence and quickly unleashed his own. However, the intensity of his haki appeared as fragile as paper before Chihe's might, which effortlessly suppressed it. With a muffled grunt, Doflamingo experienced the backlash of Conqueror's haki for the first time. He released his grip on the Navy Major and, with weakened knees, fell to the ground, his knees sinking into the earth. Under Chihe's control, the Navy Major remained largely unaffected, and upon seeing Chihe standing behind Doflamingo, he excitedly exclaimed, "General Zealeen!" Zealeen? The name momentarily stunned the warlords. Was this not the title of an admiral? At that moment, the likes of the Weasel arrived. And upon witnessing the scene, Weasel hurried forward to discern the situation. The Navy Major promptly reported the events to him. After listening to the Navy Major's account, Weasel nodded, a satisfied expression crossing his face as he regarded the kneeling Doflamingo. The audacity of a mere pirate to flaunt his power at the Navy headquarters was truly laughable. Fortunately, it was General Zealeen who had intervened. Only someone of his terrifying strength could render a person like Doflamingo utterly defenseless. If it had been Weasel himself, the outcome of a confrontation with Doflamingo would remain uncertain. Nevertheless, Doflamingo had now become one of the 7 warlords, and thus could not be dealt with too harshly. Contemplating this, Weasel straightened his attire and approached Doflamingo in a conciliatory manner, stating, "This is General Zealeen, a candidate for admiral. Surely his intervention is sufficient for the occasion?" Candidate for admiral? What did that imply? This Uchiha Chihe appeared quite young, yet he was already on the path to becoming an admiral? Hancock and the others stood by, gazing at the impassive Chihe, speechless. The situation was simply beyond belief. Doflamingo moved his lips, attempting to articulate something, but Chihe's overwhelming presence kept him firmly silenced, filling him with a profound sense of humiliation. Meanwhile, Weasel, with an inquisitive expression, prodded Doflamingo, "Why are you still on the ground? Rise, we must convene in the hall." Doflamingo rolled his eyes coldly at Weasel. He noted this insolent fellow, vowing to avoid any future encounters alone. The atmosphere had reached a stalemate when Corazon arrived, his gaze softening at the sight of the kneeling Doflamingo. He approached Chihe, his voice subdued. "General Zealeen, he has already faced punishment. Might you consider sparing him this time?" At Corazon's words, Doflamingo felt a deeper pang of distress. When had he become so reliant on his frail younger brother for protection? Chihe, weary of prolonging the standoff with Doflamingo, graciously extended a favor to Corazon, regaining his composure as Doflamingo slowly rose from the ground. "Thank you, Vice Admiral Zealeen. I truly apologize for the inconvenience." Corazon, overwhelmed with emotion, was brought to tears, astonished that Chihe had indeed granted him such a courtesy. In a moment of excitement, he executed a deep 90-degree bow. "Ah, it's nothing. I too wish to avoid delaying the upcoming meeting. You should accompany me." Chihe hurriedly urged Corazon to rise. Since Corazon's return to the Navy, his innate kindness had been laid bare without reservation. He greeted everyone with a cheerful demeanor, earning him immense popularity among his peers in the Navy. Chihe held a favorable impression of such a person. Doflamingo, with a complex expression, observed his brother from a distance, refraining from engaging in conversation. Instead, he silently mingled with the others, adopting a demeanor of complete submission. This farce had come to an end. Yet each of the 7 warlords present etched the image of this newly appointed admiral candidate into their memories. They possessed a certain understanding of Doflamingo's prowess. Within the ranks of the 7 warlords, he was far from weak, yet even he found it arduous to move against Chihe. Had any of them been in his position, the outcome would likely not have differed significantly. To unite and confront him collectively? If they had possessed such resolve, they would have already banded together to form a new organization rather than rely on the Navy to amalgamate them. The typically proud Hancock gazed at Chihe's profile with apprehension, internally acknowledging the truth. He was indeed a formidable man. Jinbei suppressed his inclination to discuss the Arlong incident with Chihe, deeming it prudent to avoid provoking misfortune in such a moment. Crocodile clenched his fists, contemplating how the Navy's strength had once again escalated, thereby necessitating an acceleration of his own plans. Moria stood obediently motionless, while Kuma remained silent as ever. Mihawk squinted slightly, reflecting that it was precisely individuals like Chihe who merited his intervention. This visit to Navy headquarters had proven fortuitous. Ignoring the thoughts of those around him, Chika casually waved his hand, stating, "All right, I will reiterate once more that this is the Navy headquarters. I do not wish to witness a recurrence of the earlier incident. Should anyone be disobedient?" As he spoke, brilliant purple lightning began to flicker around Chika, and an aura of destruction permeated the entire port. The onlookers felt a shiver run through them. Purple lightning? Is this the origin of his codename Purple? The sheer magnitude of this power is truly daunting. However, they were mistaken. Purple derived from Chika's ocular abilities, his Rinnegan, and bore little relation to the lightning. In the crowd, Crocodile suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. His gaze fixed intently on Chika. It was clear, he had just witnessed the legendary power of the strongest Logia type, the Thunder Fruit. As a fellow Logia user, he was unequivocally certain. Moreover, the state of that lightning indicated a level of mastery over the fruit that surpassed the ordinary, far exceeding typical Logia abilities. With such an overwhelming presence coupled with this extraordinary power, could this purple scale be a monster? The intended intimidation had been achieved, and Chika had no desire to linger further with these individuals. Summoning Khalifa and Ayn, he made his way towards the main hall. The crowd exchanged glances, but it was Mihawk who first followed suit, with the others hastily departing the port thereafter. Upon reaching the conference hall, Chika took his seat at the head of the table, reclining with his legs crossed, awaiting the arrival of the 7 warlords. Khalifa and Ayn stood at his sides. Today, Chika was disinclined to allow the 7 warlords to sit while his companions remained standing, which left him somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, he insisted that both join him on the same seat. After all, the chair at the head was spacious enough for 3. Khalifa and Ayn felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet under Chika's insistence,